Chapter 101. In the next instant, the purple lightning bolt seemed to be frozen in place, suddenly halting in front of Matsumoto Ando. Everyone's attention was drawn to this unexpected scene, all looking towards the figure that had suddenly appeared. It was blocked just like that. The situation took another dramatic turn. Just now, at the very moment the purple lightning was about to strike Matsumoto Ando, a middle-aged man dressed in black appeared like a ghost. His speed was lightning fast, leaving a black afterimage in the air. The middle-aged man stood steadily in front of Matsumoto Ando, extending his hands and accurately catching the purple lightning bolt. The purple lightning exploded in his hands, crackling and popping, the dazzling light almost blinding. The middle-aged man's expression became extremely solemn. He stared intently at the purple lightning in his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of this lightning bolt far exceeded his expectations. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength and supernatural abilities to withstand the immense force of the lightning. However, the power of the purple lightning was simply too great. The middle-aged man's body trembled involuntarily, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was clear that although he had barely managed to block Yu Xiaohua's attack, his supernatural abilities were exhausted. Others couldn't see it, but Yu Xiaohua saw it clearly. The power of her purple lightning was such that the suddenly appearing middle-aged man absolutely couldn't withstand it without fighting desperately. Yu Xiaohua's casual attack. The man's desperate defense. The difference in skill was immediately apparent. The other ordinary people, naturally, couldn't see it, and all began to worry for Yu Xiaohua. This Japanese man, Matsumoto Ando, actually has an accomplice? This is bad. The middle-aged man used his charred palm to shield himself. Matsumoto Ando saw that Yu Xiaohua's purple lightning was blocked by his attendant. He became smug. From birth, the Matsumoto family had a loyal bodyguard who accompanied them from childhood to protect them. After the apocalypse, not only did Matsumoto Ando awaken his supernatural abilities, but his bodyguard, Matsumoto Ichiro, also awakened lightning-based supernatural abilities. Even stronger than Matsumoto Ando. Matsumoto Ando's arrogance stemmed from having such a powerful bodyguard, Matsumoto Ichiro, by his side. Only then could he act so domineeringly. Matsumoto Ando immediately became arrogant again. You come at the right time. Kill this ungrateful woman. The middle-aged man turned to look at Matsumoto Ando with a wary expression. Young master, we are in Yen Kingdom now. Let's be lenient when possible. Matsumoto Ando, used to his arrogance, didn't understand Matsumoto Ichiro's meaning at all. Matsumoto Ichiro knew he was no match for Yu Xiaohua. His powers were exhausted, he was only barely holding on. As a fellow lightning-type ability user, he naturally knew the power of Yu Xiaohua's purple lightning earlier. Matsumoto Ando's expression changed. This was the first time Matsumoto Ichiro had disobeyed him. But his father had said that in crucial moments, he had to listen to Matsumoto Ichiro. He was furious, staring intently at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes filled with resentment. Matsumoto Ichiro looked at Yu Xiaohua, straightened up, and put on a stern face. He tried to use his imposing presence to suppress Yu Xiaohua. Miss, there's a saying in your Yin Kingdom. Let's be lenient when possible. Today, our young master acted impulsively. Let's just let this matter go. What do you say? Just when everyone thought Yu Xiaohua would choose to let things slide and minimize the damage, she slowly raised her head. Her previously expressionless face suddenly curved into a half-smile, revealing a half-smile. However, this seemingly relaxed smile didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes remained deep and cold, seemingly devoid of any warmth. It was a chilling indifference. She spoke. Let it go. The middle-aged man was secretly pleased and was about to continue speaking. But Yu Xiaohua's sudden words were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly freezing his smile on his face. Yu Xiaohua said expressionlessly, I have one major flaw. I don't like letting things go. Although the words were spoken calmly, the meaning was crystal clear. She wouldn't let today's events go easily. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. He knew perfectly well that this matter was unlikely to end well. He made a quick decision, turning to Matsumoto Ichiro and saying in a low voice, Young master, you go first. Matsumoto Ichiro was taken aback. The next second, he immediately understood why Matsumoto Ichiro wanted him to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. His gaze suddenly fell on the person opposite him, his eyes widening instantly, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was filled with terror. You? At the same time, the expressions of the others around him also changed. Some were shocked, some were surprised, some were incredulous, and some even showed a look of surprise. Then, Matsumoto Ichiro slowly turned his head. When his gaze met Yu Xiaohua's, he saw a scene he would never forget. A ball of purple lightning, even larger than before, appeared in Yu Xiaohua's palm. This ball of purple lightning roared in Yu Xiaohua's palm like an enraged beast, releasing terrifying energy fluctuations. The purple lightning intertwined and swirled in midair, like a ferocious dragon, its claws outstretched. This time, the purple lightning was even more dazzling than before. Instantly illuminating the entire sky, it seemed to dye the whole world purple. The power it contained was chilling. It was an unstoppable force capable of destroying anything that stood in its way. However, in stark contrast to this terrifying ball of purple lightning, was the smiling face on Yu Xiaohua's lips. Her smile held an indifference. This terrifying purple lightning bolt was nothing more than a toy in her hand. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua was like a queen standing atop the world. Her beauty and power were blinding. Looking down upon all living beings, her superior posture seemed to declare to everyone that she was the ruler of this world. Yu Xiaohua gave Matsumoto Ichiro and Matsumoto Ando no time to react. She directly unleashed the purple lightning in her hand. Matsumoto Ichiro's eyes widened, and he shoved Matsumoto Ando aside. Young master, run. He stared intently at the purple lightning bolt. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and charge forward. The instant he made contact with the purple lightning bolt, a dazzling purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire world seemed to be shaken by this powerful energy. Chapter 102. Under everyone's gaze. Matsumoto Ichiro, like a kite battered by a storm, plummeted straight down from midair. His body tumbled through the air, finally crashing heavily onto the hard ground with a dull thud. The instant he landed, a stream of bright red blood gushed from Matsumoto Ichiro's mouth. It splattered on the ground beside him, forming a shocking pool of blood. His body was twisted and deformed from the violent impact. His clothes were charred, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. The entire arena fell silent once more. Everyone stared at Yu Xiaohua's figure, their hearts pounding. On their Yin Kingdom's territory, if they were to allow a Japanese person to swagger and bully them today, what face would they have left? At this moment, Yu Xiaohua's actions held a different significance. Matsumoto Ando looked at the charred body of Matsumoto Ichiro on the ground, barely clinging to life. He was utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, he felt no fear. He had always thought that he and Matsumoto Ichiro were both superhumans. They had the right to act arrogantly and domineeringly on Yin Kingdom soil. He never expected that the powerful Matsumoto Ichiro would be defeated by a woman from Yin Kingdom. Matsumoto Ichiro was defeated? Matsumoto Ando scrambled to escape, when someone shouted, "Oh no, he's trying to run. Grab him." The crowd swarmed forward. In his panic, Matsumoto Ando activated his fire-type superhuman ability. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I kill you all!" Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on Matsumoto Ando's hand. Unnoticed, a ball of flame suddenly appeared in his palm. The moment the flame appeared in her hand, the flame in Matsumoto Ando's hand extinguished, as if it had met its nemesis. Matsumoto Ando stared at the instantly extinguished flame in his hand. He was stunned. How could this be? Where did his fire-type ability go? How could it suddenly disappear? Impossible. Before he could figure it out, the crowd swarmed around him. What would happen next was already predictable. In Yin Kingdom, even in the apocalypse, no one from other countries would be allowed to trample on its territory. Matsumoto Ichiro, not quite dead yet, looked at the surrounded Matsumoto Ando, his eyes filled with resentment. Yu Xiaohua walked step by step to Matsumoto Ichiro. "By the way, what I like most is to nip things in the bud." Matsumoto Ichiro's eyes widened like saucers, staring intently at Yu Xiaohua, as if trying to see right through her. His chest heaved violently. A dry roar escaped his throat. You actually, not only are you a lightning-type ability user, you're also fire." Matsumoto Ichiro's words were cut short as he closed his eyes, dead. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Matsumoto Ando, who was nearly beaten to death. She didn't linger, turned, and walked into the market. The old couple saw Yu Xiaohua leave, and quickly followed. "Little girl. Wait." Yu Xiaohua stopped, looking at the two old people who had caught up. "What is it?" The old woman carefully took out the milky white crystal core from her bosom. She sighed. "Little girl, today, you saved my old man and me. We have no way to repay you. This crystal core is for you, little girl. Please don't mind it, take it." The old man had just said that his son had sacrificed his legs to obtain this milky white crystal core. Now, to repay Yu Xiaohua, the old man was willing to give it to him directly, showing that both of them were kind people. Yu Xiaohua looked at the milky white crystal core the old man handed him. This crystal core wasn't ordinary, it was one that could enhance a person's spiritual power. It was truly one in a million, an absolutely rare treasure. In the late stages of the apocalypse, such crystal cores were extremely rare and difficult to find. Currently, no one knew the value of this milky white crystal core, selling it as an ordinary crystal core, a complete waste. Of course, Yu Xiaohua also wanted this crystal core. But Yu Xiaohua shook her head. No need. You can keep this crystal core. Its value far exceeds your imagination. The old man gave a bitter smile. No need. My wife and I have no use for such a good thing. If it weren't for you, young lady, we would probably be dead today. No matter how precious this thing is, you deserve it. Yu Xiaohua took the milky white crystal core. I can't accept something for nothing. What do you want to exchange this milky white crystal core for? Just call me Xiao Yu. The old man nodded. The old woman said, Xiao Yu, my son lost both his legs because of this crystal core. After the apocalypse, we don't know where to find a doctor. We run out of food. If we don't eat soon, we might not survive 2 more days. So, my husband and I came to the market today hoping to exchange it for a wheelchair and some food. We're so old, we can die if we want, but our son is still young. Yu Xiaohua nodded. I came to the market today looking for something. What you want, I have. Go to the southeast corner of the market entrance and wait for me. Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage contained everything, including the most advanced wheelchair currently available. The old man nodded in agreement, helped her turn and left, going to the market entrance to wait for Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua entered the market and went straight to an antique shop. In her previous life, a treasure appeared in an antique shop in the Kyoto market. A dragon-patterned ring. This dragon-patterned ring was later discovered to contain a separate small space. This small space within the dragon-patterned ring, while seemingly useless to Yu Xiaohua, was. She had prepared it for Yu Chang. Antique shop. Yu Xiaohua pushed open the door. Behind the counter sat a young man, dressed in a gray robe, gentle and refined. The young man stood up when he saw someone enter, turned around, and froze. What a beautiful woman! Yu Xiaohua glanced around at the sparsely furnished antique shop. Clearly, after the apocalypse, the shop had little left. The young man was named Situ Quan, and his family had run the antique shop for generations. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse struck, and their century-old business was destroyed. Fortunately, Situ Quan awakened his water-based superpower and survived. Even in the apocalypse, he had no intention of leaving. A century-old business, a family heirloom, how could he so easily abandon it? Now, in this apocalypse, everyone is struggling to survive, let alone buy antiques. Antiques became worthless overnight. A priceless antique that once commanded a fortune is now worth more than a fresh apple. Situ Quan stepped forward. Miss, what can I do for you? Situ Quan didn't believe Yu Xiaohua was there to buy antiques, unless she was crazy. Yu Xiaohua looked at Situ Quan and said, I want to buy a ring. Situ Quan paused. Miss, I do have rings, but I don't know which kind you like. If you like a ring, you need rice or flour to exchange for it. Chapter 103. In this world, even the most precious antiques can only be exchanged for basic necessities, like rice, flour, and oil. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes, if you have a ring I like, we can trade. A hint of joy flashed in Situ Quan's eyes. After the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua was his first customer. Of course, she might also be his last. Situ Quan led Yu Xiaohua into the inner room. He opened a cabinet and took out 2 trays. On the trays were various antique rings. Miss, these are all the rings in my shop. You can take a look and see if there's anything you like. Which one do you fancy? We can discuss it. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the dragon-patterned ring on the far right of the tray. Situ Quan followed her gaze, and when he saw the dragon-patterned ring, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had acquired this ring 5 years ago from a group of tomb raiders. For the past few years, no one had taken a liking to it. It had just sat there. Could it be that this dragon-patterned ring has found its destined owner today? Antiques, in many ways, are about fate. Just like encounters between people, sometimes it's destiny, sometimes it's a mere coincidence. Situ Quan stood behind the counter, smiling as he looked at Yu Xiaohua. He gently reached out and picked up the dragon-patterned ring, placing it in his palm and showing it to Yu Xiaohua. Miss, to be honest, this ring was unearthed from a cemetery in Ningxia. Situ Quan's voice was deep and gentle, revealing a professional and honest attitude. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the ring. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she carefully examined the dragon pattern on it. To be honest, many people consider this unlucky. It's been sitting in my shop for a while, but nobody's interested. Situaquan continued, his tone completely undisguised. Yu Xiaohua didn't answer immediately. She gazed silently at the ring, as if deep in thought. After a while, she said, I take this ring. Situaquan looked at Yu Xiaohua with some surprise. He had expected her to have some reservations about the ring. But unexpectedly, she made such a decisive purchase. Yu Xiaohua took the dragon-patterned ring and examined it carefully. She gently touched the dragon pattern on the ring with her fingers, feeling the realistic texture and texture. The moment her fingertips touched the dragon pattern, a strange feeling welled up inside her. It was a cool sensation, as if a faint current of energy flowed from the ring. It traveled along her fingertips. Yu Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a stirring in her heart. She felt that this ring seemed to possess some special power, giving her an indescribable feeling. Could it be that besides the hidden space, this dragon-patterned ring holds another secret? Since her rebirth, Yu Xiaohua has always trusted her intuition. Yu Xiaohua put away the dragon-patterned ring, looked at Situaquan, and said calmly, Name your price. What do you want? Situaquan hadn't expected the deal to go through so quickly. He thought for a moment, since Miss likes it, then let's exchange it for a 50-pound bag of rice, 20 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of oil. Actually, Situaquan wasn't sure if Yu Xiaohua would agree. Yu Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all, nodding directly in agreement. Okay. Situaquan was taken aback. Then Miss, my sister, and I will go home to get it now. It's not dark yet, so if we go, we have to be back quickly. Yu Xiaohua glanced at him. No need, move aside. Situaquan obediently stepped aside. The next second, he saw the rice, flour, and oil he wanted appear on the open ground. Situaquan looked at Yu Xiaohua in surprise. So that's how it is. This young lady is actually a space-type ability user? Yu Xiaohua didn't hide her space. Everyone only saw her as having a space-type ability. No one knew the origin of her space, or how it was so unique. Situaquan personally escorted Yu Xiaohua to the door, watching her departing figure. A faint feeling stirred within him. Perhaps, in the near future, he would meet this Miss Yu again. Yu Xiaohua left the market. The crowd that had gathered had dispersed. The bodies of Matsumoto Ando and Matsumoto Ichiro had also been disposed of. The elderly couple were delighted to see Yu Xiaohua emerge. Little Yu, we are here. Yu Xiaohua walked over. Grandpa Yang, Grandma Yang, may I visit your grandson? This milky white crystal core was very precious. She didn't like owing others, so naturally she felt she should repay the elderly couple in kind. The old couple nodded quickly. All right, as long as you don't mind, little Yu, come home with us. You don't seem to be from Kyoto. If you haven't found a place to stay yet, you can stay with us for now. Looking into their kind eyes, Yu Xiaohua felt a warmth in her heart. Okay. Yu Xiaohua followed the two elderly people back to their home. The old man's home was in an old building in Kyoto, its exterior walls bearing the marks of time, clearly indicating its considerable age. Upon entering the building, the interior was even more dilapidated, with bloodstains and grime on the walls. Grandma Yang sighed. It's the apocalypse. Almost all of our old neighbors in this building are dead. Zombies have killed many people. Now, only 3 households remain in this entire building. Our son awakened his supernatural abilities and protected us, which is how we escaped this disaster. But a few days ago, he traded crystal cores for food while killing zombies, losing both legs. We couldn't find a doctor, and his infection worsened. We, the 2 old people, are helpless, and our son can only wait to die at home. We only hoped that he wouldn't go hungry before he died, which is why we thought of taking the crystal cores to the market to trade for food. We never expected to get into such trouble. Today, if it weren't for you, Xiao Yu, we probably wouldn't be back alive. Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang had clearly resigned themselves to their fate. Their only thought was that their son wouldn't go hungry before he died. Yu Xiaohua looked at the 2 elderly people, understanding their situation. Once their son died, they probably wouldn't want to live either, and would want to follow him. Yu Xiaohua said, No. Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang were stunned. Yu Xiaohua said calmly, He won't die. Just as she finished speaking, the door on the 3rd floor opened, and a young couple came out. Seeing Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang, their gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua again. Grandma Yang, I'm not trying to be mean, but what kind of time is this? Where did you pick up this woman? You yourselves are starving, and you bring back this woman of unknown origin. Your Yanwan, his legs have been amputated, and he's still alive? Grandma Yang was a kind person, who wasn't good with words. At this moment, she was so angry that her face turned red. Grandpa Yang tremblingly reached out his hand. You, if our Yanwan hadn't gone back to save you, how could he have lost his legs? Lu Xiaoni, do you two have any conscience? Have you fed your conscience to the dogs? Chapter 104. It turns out that Yangwen, the grandson of Grandpa and Grandma Yang, had been teaming up with the young couple downstairs after the apocalypse. They went out together to kill zombies and find food, and everything had been fine. Just a few days ago, Yangwen had already escaped, but he went back to save the young couple. In the end, Lu Xiaoni and her husband fled for their own lives, leaving Yangwen to fight the zombies alone, losing both his legs in the process. Yangwen finally managed to escape back, but unexpectedly, seeing that Yangwen was now useless without his legs, Lu Xiaoni and her husband took all the supplies for themselves. Even though there were anti-inflammatory and disinfectant medicines, they refused to share a single one. The two of them just watched helplessly as Yangwen's legs festered, and he developed a high fever, even viciously cursing their savior Yangwen to die. Grandma Yang quickly helped Grandpa Yang up. "Old man, don't get agitated, let's go home." "Xiao Yu, let's go." The Lu couple sneered disdainfully, their faces extremely ugly. Lu Xiaoni's husband's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua, a wicked thought flashing in his eyes. Lu Xiaoni deliberately blocked Grandpa and Grandma Yang's path. What else did she want to say? Yu Xiaohua's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, reached out, and grabbed Lu Xiaoni's collar tightly. Then, Yu Xiaohua's arms suddenly tightened, and without mercy, she threw Lu Xiaoni down the stairs like a rag doll. Lu Xiaoni's body arced through the air. Then, she crashed heavily onto the stairs with a dull thud. This sudden turn of events completely stunned Lu Xiaoni. She didn't even have time to scream before she was thrown around, completely disoriented. After a long while, she screamed as if waking from a dream, the sound shrill and piercing, as if it would burst eardrums. You dare to lay a hand on me?" Lu Xiaoni's face was filled with shock and fear. Her eyes widened as she stared at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief. She seemed completely unable to believe what had just happened. "Are you crazy?" Lu Xiaoni's husband was also stunned by the scene. He stood to the side, his mouth agape, and it took him a while to recover. He rushed downstairs and helped Lu Xiaoni, who had fallen to the ground, to her feet. Yu Xiaohua watched Lu Xiaoni's frenzied outburst downstairs expressionlessly, unmoved by her screams and cries. Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. "Why don't you scream even louder, and see if you can attract the zombies?" At this moment, the sky outside was just beginning to darken. Night gradually enveloped the earth, and the whole world seemed somewhat eerie and terrifying. Lu Xiaoni immediately stopped shouting, glaring at Yu Xiaohua with resentment. She had uttered a harsh threat. "Fine, you just wait. Once you're in the Yang family, you starve to death." Yu Xiaohua ignored her, helping Grandpa and Grandma Yang upstairs, completely disregarding the fierce stares from Lu Xiaoni and her husband behind them. The Yang family home. It was clear that Grandpa and Grandma Yang were clean and loved life. Even in the apocalypse, even though the house was simple, it was clearly well maintained. However, upon entering, a foul, rotten smell filled the air. Grandma Yang invited Yu Xiaohua to sit down, rubbing her hands nervously. "Xiao Yu, there's no water in the house." After the apocalypse, only those with water-based abilities were unaffected by water shortages. For ordinary people, water is the most precious thing. A bottle of water is now worth a fortune. The Yang family can only afford a sip or two each day. Yu Xiaohua looked at Grandma Yang's somewhat embarrassed expression, and gently shook her head. "Grandma Yang, Grandpa Yang, please take me to see your grandson Yangwen." Grandma Yang nodded quickly. Okay, Xiao Yu, please come in with me." But Xiaowen has lost both his legs, so he might be a little. Yu Xiaohua naturally understood what Grandma Yang meant. After all, losing both legs is an extremely heavy blow to anyone. Moreover, without timely and effective treatment, Yangwen's current condition might be difficult for most people to accept. Grandma Yang was worried that Yu Xiaohua would be frightened, which was why she hesitated. She comforted her. "It's alright, Grandma Yang, I'm not afraid." Seeing this, Grandma Yang didn't say anything more, but silently pushed open a door. The door slowly opened. A dimly lit room came into view, containing a worn-out bed. Lying on the bed was a man in his 30s. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if devoid of all vitality. The man just stared blankly at the ceiling, motionless. Even more shocking was that his lower body was empty. Where his legs should have been, only an empty sheet remained. The air in the room was extremely foul. The man slowly turned his head upon hearing a sound. "Mom, don't worry about me anymore, you." Upon seeing Yu Xiaohua, he stopped speaking abruptly. He was shocked. "Mom, who is this?" Grandpa Yang quickly stepped forward to explain. Xiaowen, this is Xiaoyu. She's the one who... Grandma Yang and Grandpa Yang recounted what had happened that day. After listening, Yangwen looked at Yu Xiaohua, nodded, and expressed his deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Miss Yu, for saving my parents. It was clear that before the apocalypse, Yangwen was a gentle and refined person with good manners. Even in his current disheveled state, he sincerely thanked Yu Xiaohua for saving his life. Some people's upbringing is ingrained. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward. Yangwen was still somewhat embarrassed. What if he frightened the young girl with his disheveled appearance? Yu Xiaohua's gaze slowly fell on Yangwen's legs, her brows furrowing slightly. His legs were in terrible condition. The area where Yangwen's legs met, where the skin should have been healthy, was now festering and swollen. The wound was a shocking dark red, as if it had been corroded by some deadly poison. Moreover, judging from the degree of swelling and redness, the injury was clearly quite severe. Without immediate treatment, death was inevitable. Various possible treatments flashed through Yu Xiaohua's mind. Given the current situation, ordinary medicine was probably ineffective. Unless it was the spiritual spring water from her spatial dimension. Spiritual spring water possessed miraculous healing properties. She hadn't tried using it to treat such a severe injury, but perhaps it could be Yangwen's last straw. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her gaze, and turned to Grandma Yang and Grandpa Yang. Yangwen's legs are severely ulcerated and infected. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he won't live more than a few days. I can try, but I'm not 100% certain. Upon hearing that there was still hope for survival, Yangwen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had already resigned himself to death, but this Miss Yu was saying there was still hope? Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang had witnessed Yu Xiaohua's abilities, and their faces were filled with excitement. Really? Little Yu really? Chapter 105. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes, I will do my best. Yangwen looked at Yu Xiaohua and comforted her. Xiaoyu, my leg is already infected like this. Just treat it however you like. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter the outcome, this is my fate. Yu Xiaohua knew that Yangwen was worried about putting pressure on her. The Yang family were indeed kind people, deserving of help. Yu Xiaohua showed no disdain and retreated the infected area of Yangwen's amputated leg. Applying medicine, bandaging, the whole process was smooth and efficient. Yangwen looked at his bandaged legs, feeling extremely grateful. In the post-apocalyptic world, medicine was a precious commodity. He had been completely open and honest with Lu Xiaoni and her husband, but after seeing that he was no longer of value, they wouldn't even give him a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. But the Yang family, and this Miss Yu were complete strangers. She not only saved him, but also showed no disdain, taking out medicine and personally applying it for him. This kindness, Yangwen would never forget in his life. But when Yangwen thought of his current state of disability, how could he repay Miss Yu? A trace of disappointment and self-mockery flashed in his eyes. Yu Xiaohua stayed at the Yang family's house. That evening, the Yang family took out the last 2 pieces of bread. One was shared by the 3 of them. The other was given to Yu Xiaohua. That night, the Yang family elders skillfully blocked the door with stools and some furniture. Although these measures were ultimately futile, they were merely for peace of mind. After the apocalypse, the Yang family elders dared not sleep at night. Before, with Yangwen, the superhuman, they had some confidence. But since Yangwen lost his legs, the Yang family elders dared not sleep at night, taking turns keeping watch. They stood guard by the door, their bodies pressed tightly against it, afraid of any disturbance. Tonight, Yu Xiaohua told the Yang family elders to go back to their rooms to rest. She would keep watch. The Yang family elders declined, unwilling, but eventually returned to their rooms. After they went back to their rooms, Yu Xiaohua slowly turned around and walked towards the kitchen. When she pushed open the door, a feeling of emptiness washed over her. The kitchen was completely empty, without a trace of food. Yu Xiaohua's mind raced. On the floor, 100 jin of glistening rice appeared in her hands. Then, she took out 50 jin of snow-white flour, 20 jin of marbled pork belly, tender beef and mutton, and a pile of various kinds of instant noodles, fast food, snacks, and dried fruit. Seasonings, various fresh vegetables and fruits, some everyday medicines, and finally, over a dozen buckets of clean water. The food was piled high on the kitchen counter, like small mountains. It instantly filled the kitchen. Yu Xiaohua pushed open the kitchen door and slowly walked out. The instant she stepped out of the kitchen, it was as if time itself stopped. The next second, her figure vanished like smoke, leaving no trace. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xiaohua's figure appeared in her spatial dimension like a phantom. These past few days, She had rarely had the opportunity to enter her own spatial dimension for cultivation. Now, she had arrived in Kyoto, a place full of opportunities and challenges. She knew she couldn't waste any more time. She had to seize every minute to improve her strength. The principle that there are always people more capable than you, and heavens beyond heavens, she understood better than anyone. To become invincible, one must become stronger. Powerful enough that no one dares to provoke. Yu Xiaohua looked around. She found that this space seemed somewhat different from what she remembered. The air in the space was fresher and more pleasant. The surrounding scenery was also more vibrant and colorful. As her strength increased, this space had also undergone subtle changes imperceptibly. Yu Xiaohua strolled around the space, and then entered the villa she had specially built. She took out the dragon-patterned ring she had bought from the antique shop that day. In her past life, how exactly did the person who obtained this ring open this space? She didn't know. But today, this dragon-patterned ring gave her a very different feeling. Yu Xiaohua held the dragon-patterned ring in her palm, examining it carefully. Her gaze was piercing. The patterns on the ring's surface penetrated into the mysterious world hidden within. The dragon pattern on the ring was lifelike, as if it might take flight at any moment. Every line was smooth and natural, without the slightest flaw. She gently stroked the dragon pattern, feeling its delicate texture, as if she could touch the dragon's scales. The ring's weight was just right, neither too heavy nor too light. Yu Xiaohua's gaze gradually deepened, as if she were pondering something. What story does this dragon-patterned ring hold? Who was its previous owner? These questions swirled in her mind, making her increasingly interested in the ring. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, concentrating her energy. She tried to channel her spiritual power, like a gentle stream, into the dragon-patterned ring. However, the instant her spiritual energy touched the dragon-patterned ring, a powerful counterforce surged forth like a raging wave. Her spiritual energy was as if repelled by an invisible wall. Yu Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Sure enough, she hadn't guessed wrong. This dragon-patterned ring was indeed extraordinary. Yu Xiaohua saw that the dragon-patterned ring reacted to her spiritual energy. So, she poured in more spiritual energy, but the dragon-patterned ring was like a vast ocean, absorbing everything. Yu Xiaohua discovered. The dragon-patterned ring seemed to be sentient, absorbing her spiritual energy. At the same time, the dragon-patterned ring was also forcefully repelling and resisting her. Soon, sweat beaded on Yu Xiaohua's forehead, and her face paled slightly. Yu Xiaohua still didn't withdraw her spiritual power. This was truly a breathtaking gamble, Yu Xiaohua pondered to herself. She felt that the dragon-patterned ring seemed to be testing her strength, a ring actually possessing consciousness, although it sounded utterly unbelievable for some reason. Deep within Yu Xiaohua, a vague feeling arose. As time passed, Yu Xiaohua continuously poured spiritual power into the dragon-patterned ring. Her face gradually turned ashen, as if all color had drained from her. At the same time, her hands began to tremble slightly. The next second, blood trickled from the corner of Yu Xiaohua's lips, and she clenched her teeth tightly. The rapid depletion of her spiritual power caused her mind to gradually become chaotic. In her past life, all those unbearable, betraying, humiliating, and trampled scenes flashed through her mind. These are her inner demons. This dragon-patterned ring is actually bewitching her. Trying to interfere with her mental power? Yu Xiaohua sneered inwardly. It really is a good thing. Something that shouldn't belong to this era. This world really is a huge makeshift operation. Chapter 106. Yu Xiaohua slowly curled one corner of her lips into a smile, a hint of barely perceptible wickedness in it. As if she had seen through everything. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, like that of a hunting beast. She stared at the dragon-patterned ring. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua was engaged in a silent battle with it. Since her rebirth, Yu Xiaohua had never considered admitting defeat. Bearing the hatred and regrets of her past life, she was determined to make all those who had wronged her pay the price in this life. She would stand at the pinnacle of strength. She would have absolute power in this apocalyptic world. Therefore, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles she encountered, she would not back down. She would not be influenced or defeated by this small dragon-patterned ring. Yu Xiaohua forcefully wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. The bright red blood dripped onto her fair skin, appearing particularly glaring. However, she didn't care. Even though her mind was already confused, Yu Xiaohua still gritted her teeth and persevered. She continued to channel her spiritual energy, without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Even if she were completely exhausted, she would conquer this dragon-patterned ring. Time stood still in this space. How much time had passed? Yu Xiaohua no longer had the strength to even lift her hand. Her entire body was soaked in sweat. She was utterly disheveled. Yet, she still showed no sign of giving up. Finally, Yu Xiaohua seemed to hear a sound, a very faint sigh, as if emanating from the dragon-patterned ring. The sound was faint, but it sent a jolt through Yu Xiaohua's heart. She stared intently at the dragon-patterned ring in her hand, trying to pinpoint the source of the sigh. What exactly is hidden inside this dragon-patterned ring? Just then, Yu Xiaohua suddenly felt a strange power surging within her body. This power was like a clear spring, slowly flowing through her meridians, repeatedly nourishing her exhausted body. Yu Xiaohua was astonished to discover that this power was actually her previously depleted spiritual energy. Just now, her spiritual energy had been completely exhausted, but now, it was as if some mysterious force had re-injected it. It was continuously returning to her body. As her spiritual energy recovered, Yu Xiaohua's mind also became clearer. She could feel that her thinking had become sharper, and even her perception of her surroundings had become more refined. Her spiritual energy not only returned, but it was even more than before. Yu Xiaohua immediately sat in meditation, absorbing all of this spiritual energy and converting it into her own. After a while, Yu Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes. She felt that a new spiritual sea had appeared in her mind. This is the sea of consciousness only possessed by psychic ability users? So, she has awakened a psychic ability? Now, she wields lightning, fire, and water abilities, and now, she has added a psychic one? The next second, the dragon-patterned ring, which was originally on the ground, suddenly rose into the air, emitting bursts of multicolored light. Yu Xiaohua looked at the dragon-patterned ring, surrounded by the light in midair. His gaze deepened slightly. It seems that what's hidden inside this ring is about to emerge, soon. The light gradually faded, and the dragon-patterned ring fell to the ground, instantly becoming plain and unadorned. Yu Xiaohua's gaze shifted to the ground, her eyebrows twitching slightly. Now, very few things could stir her emotions. If anything, this thing before her was one. Pitch black. Small. The size of a palm. A dragon? So dragons really exist in this world? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she truly wouldn't have believed this legendary dragon before her, the most mysterious species in Yin Kingdom. If it weren't for the horns on its head, Yu Xiaohua would have thought it was just an ugly snake. The little dragon opened its eyes, looking at Yu Xiaohua. Eyes wide, eyes locked. Yu Xiaohua clearly saw a flash of disdain in its eyes. This ugly dragon dares to look down on her? Heh. Where does it get the nerve? However, now, Yu Xiaohua was even more curious about something else. Where did this dragon-patterned ring come from? And what about this dragon? Despite countless questions swirling in her mind, Yu Xiaohua showed no sign of it on her face. The little dragon straightened up and swam confidently to Yu Xiaohua, scrutinizing her closely. Beautiful? Has willpower? And she passed my test earlier. She's barely qualified to be my master. Actually, I had no choice. Because if I didn't choose a master to replenish my spiritual energy, I would never be able to go back. I waited too long in this time and space. The little dragon arrogantly raised its head. Its expression wanted her here. Why don't you come and pay your respects? But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. The little dragon opened its eyes, and saw Yu Xiaohua looking at it with a half smile. The little dragon was angry. However, it was only angry for a moment. Completely harmless. Yu Xiaohua bent down and lifted the little dragon up. What are you? The little dragon was enraged again, swishing its tail and opening its mouth to speak. Ah! I am no ordinary creature. Let me tell you, I am an ancient golden dragon from the Xianling continent. You human, why aren't you showing me proper respect? It's your good fortune that I acknowledged you as my master. With me, if you just strive a little harder, you can become an unparalleled powerhouse on the continent. Yu Xiaohua looked at the ugly dragon in his hands, finding it hard to believe that it claimed to be an ancient golden dragon. And what exactly was this Xianling continent it spoke of? Yu Xiaohua knew that he was about to step into a completely unknown territory. No fear. No panic. Only excitement. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua didn't react, the little dragon snorted. Are you scared? My name is Qingtian. You can just call me Lord Qingtian. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Let me tell you, opening the dragon-patterned ring is your destiny, and acknowledging you as my master is your blessing. Alright, quickly kneel down and kowtow to me, and I accept you. Qingtian talked to himself for a while, only to realize that Yu Xiaohua had no intention of paying him any attention. Qingtian was frustrated. It was a golden dragon, after all. In the Xianling continent, even a god emperor would stop at nothing to obtain it. Why is this woman so excited she's gone mad? Why isn't she saying anything? Could it be that it chose an idiot as its master? Oh no! If its father finds out it's chosen an idiot as its master, it'd have its dragon tendons ripped out. The next second, Yu Xiaohua released its grip, and Qi Tian was thrown to the ground. Sprawled out. Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke. Who said I wanted to be your master? Please? Kneel down? Lord Qi Tian? Heh, you're dreaming. I'm not interested in you. Go back to where you came from. Of course, Yu Xiaohua was interested in Qi Tian, but she knew she couldn't show it at all. Otherwise, would this ugly dragon's tail be so arrogant? This arrogant ugly dragon needs to be properly disciplined. Otherwise, she won't be able to control this ugly dragon in the future. Chapter 107. Qi Tian stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It looked at Yu Xiaohua with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you stupid? Don't you know who I am?" It was a golden dragon. A noble golden dragon. Did this woman even know its worth? She dared to refuse it? After speaking, Yu Xiaohua turned and walked to the spirit spring well, sitting down. She drank slowly, completely ignoring Qi Tian, who was beginning to doubt its very existence as a dragon. After a while, Qi Tian, seeing that Yu Xiaohua truly had no intention of acknowledging it, lowered its head again. A smile played on Yu Xiaohua's lips. Everything was under her control. Just now, this foolish dragon said it had acknowledged her as its master, which meant that she and it were now in a master-servant relationship. This golden dragon must have had no other choice but to acknowledge her as its master. Since that was the case, the initiative was naturally in her hands. A moment later, Qi Tian arrived. It couldn't let go of its proud dragon identity, and there was nothing it could do. The dragon looked rather awkward. So cute. Qi Tian poked Yu Xiaohua's arm with its dragon horn, even letting out a dragon's roar. Hey! Alright, you're my master now. Don't you think it's going too far to treat my cute, noble golden dragon like this? Let me tell you, even though I lived for tens of thousands of years in the dragon race, I'm still a child. You're guilty of this. A hint of a smile flashed in Yu Xiaohua's eyes, but her face remained impassive. So, this dragon was trying to manipulate her? Seeing that Yu Xiaohua still ignored it, Qi Tian poked her again with its other dragon horn. Don't ignore me! We're master and servant now! You're being too cruel. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Qi Tian immediately softened its attitude and began to plead for peace. Its father had said that as a noble golden dragon, one must be able to bend and stretch. The next second, Yu Xiaohua finally turned her head and glanced at it. Qi Tian immediately narrowed its dragon eyes. Yu Xiaohua scrutinized it for a moment and then spoke, Tell me, what is your origin? And how did you come to recognize me as your master? How did this golden dragon named Qi Tian end up hidden in this ring? Mentioning its origins and past, Qi Tian let out a dragon roar. Then, it slowly recounted its origins. It turned out that Qi Tian came from a place called the Xianling continent. On the Xianling continent, there existed 3 races, humans, demons, and immortals, and everyone could cultivate immortality. Their golden dragon clan had originally lived in seclusion, not participating in worldly troubles. However, Qi Tian's parents were tricked and, with their last breath, broke through the void, sending the still young Qi Tian away. Qi Tian had accidentally ended up on Earth and remained trapped within this dragon-patterned ring, waiting for the day it would meet its destined one. Qi Tian hadn't expected that Earth offered virtually no spiritual energy for its cultivation. It remained sealed within the ring until today, by a twist of fate, when Yu Xiaohua broke the seal, allowing it to see the light of day again. Yu Xiaohua's gaze was deep and unfathomable. If Qi Tian's words were true, then it meant that other dimensions existed beyond Earth. Like the Xianling continent it spoke of, with immortals and demons, these beings truly existed? She knew she had opened the door to a new world, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Qi Tian looked at Yu Xiaohua arrogantly. Don't think I'm someone who can be easily recognized as a master. You just passed my test, and that's why I recognized you as my master. However, your strength is too weak. Since I acknowledged you as my master, the contract has been formed. You need to improve your strength as soon as possible, otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the spiritual power of our golden dragon clan, and you explode and die. Yu Xiaohua glanced at it indifferently. Qi Tian guiltily touched its nose. So you acknowledge me as your master? I not only won't gain any benefits, but I also risk exploding and dying. You're doing very well. Now, what difference is there between her situation and having a time bomb strapped to her body? Since Qi Tian is a golden dragon, even if it has been sealed for many years, the spiritual energy from its mouth is naturally not to be underestimated. Just now, her instantly restored mental strength and the extra spiritual C. She knew it was all thanks to Qingtian. Yu Xiaohua said in a deep voice, "Next, I will ask questions, and you will answer. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, you must be completely honest with me and not hide anything." Qingtian raised its dragon head high. "Of course. Our Golden Dragon clan has always been upright and trustworthy. If you don't understand anything, just ask." Yu Xiaohua said, "If you betray me one day after acknowledging me as your master, what will you do?" Trust is the most important thing. She would never keep anything that might betray her by her side at any time. Qingtian shook its head. "Don't worry, once our Golden Dragon clan acknowledges a master, we will never betray them unless it means death. If we do betray them, we will be struck by lightning." Yu Xiaohua felt relieved. She continued, "Besides the risk of my body exploding and dying, are there any benefits for me after acknowledging me as your master?" Qingtian was dumbfounded. Why is this woman not playing by the rules? She's actually asking about benefits directly? Not even trying to hide it. Is that reasonable? It just asks, is that reasonable? Shouldn't a normal person show excitement, surprise, and flattery? Yu Xiaohua saw Qingtian's expression of utter disbelief. He gave a faint hum. Qingtian immediately replied, "Being the master of my Golden Dragon clan is an unparalleled honor. Don't be like this." Yu Xiaohua sneered. "An unparalleled honor? An honor that could explode at any moment? I give it to you for free. Do you want it?" Qingtian said awkwardly, "If you become my master, I can use my own spiritual power to help you cultivate, making it twice as effective. I can guide your cultivation. I already seen it. Your physique is excellent. As long as you don't slack off, within 3 years, I will definitely help you reach the peak and become an unparalleled powerhouse." Yu Xiaohua remained indifferent to the promises Qingtian made. Without any sign of excitement, Yu Xiaohua asked again, "Is our contract subject to time restrictions?" Qingtian shook his head. "No. As long as you cultivate diligently and increase your strength, my spiritual power will also increase. We are one. When you die, I will have enough strength to break through the void and return to the Xianling continent. Once I leave this place, our contract will automatically break, no longer subject to any constraints." Yu Xiaohua nodded. Good. The man and the dragon had reached an agreement. Next, Qingtian wandered around the space, his face full of disdain. "I say, this space of yours must have been left behind by some powerful being. It's quite a treasure. Especially this spiritual spring water. Even in the Xianling continent, it's considered a treasure. However, why have you piled up so much mess in this perfectly good space? It's a complete waste." The Golden Dragon was naturally clean. Yu Xiaohua sat cross-legged, not even raising his head. This space was originally in a bracelet, left behind by my Yu family ancestor. Chapter 108. Qingtian nodded thoughtfully. To possess such a treasure, your Yu family's ancestor must have been a remarkable figure. Perhaps the bracelet also comes from another dimension. Such a treasure isn't something this world could possess. Yu Xiaohua remained silent for a few seconds. She always felt that her rebirth was like a preordained arrangement. This space was hidden within the bracelet, passed down through generations of the Yu family. It only opened with her. Perhaps, it was all an arrangement of fate. Yu Xiaohua picked up the fallen dragon-patterned ring, lost in thought. Does this dragon-patterned ring also have another space? Qingtian nodded nonchalantly. How did you know? This dragon-patterned ring is originally a storage item, quite common in our Xianling continent. Here, it's probably a rare find. However, you already have such a precious spatial treasure. The space inside this ring can't compare to your personal space. Yu Xiaohua put away the ring. Yes, I have a younger brother. I give it to him. Qingtian nodded. I see. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly, a half-smile playing on her lips as she looked at Qingtian. She spoke slowly. You? Is this the only form you can take? If so, then you probably be stuck in this space forever. The dragon, as the totem of the Yin kingdom, carries countless ancient legends and myths. It symbolizes majesty, power, and mystery, a supreme being in people's hearts. However, if such a legendary creature were to actually appear in reality, what kind of sensation and shock would it cause? Qingtian waved its dragon claws and snorted arrogantly. Of course not. Your space is too small. Right now, I'm a shrunken version. Although I don't have much spiritual power left, changing forms is still very easy. However, I can't be outside every day. Your space is full of spiritual energy, suitable for my cultivation. That way, I can change forms, and go outside for a while each day. Sealed in the ring, Qingtian, by dragon age, was practically a child, and naturally wanted to go outside and play. Yu Xiaohua smiled, not revealing Qingqian's little secret. Nodding. Then changed forms. Now, Qingqian and Yu Xiaohua's master-servant contract was established, and their hearts were connected. It already understood the outside world and thought for a moment. After a burst of light, Qingqian transformed into a cat. However, this cat Qingqian transformed into didn't give off any feeling of wanting to pet it. Majestic and imposing, dignified and imposing, these two phrases inexplicably came to mind as Yu Xiaohua looked at Qingqian before her. With a stern cat-like face, it proudly raised its head, smug and triumphant. Yu Xiaohua paused. A golden dragon turned into a cat? It wasn't entirely unacceptable. Qingqian said, Master Zhao Zhao, are you satisfied? Yu Xiaohua paused. Master Zhao Zhao? That sounded so greasy. Who would have thought a cat? No. It was a golden dragon that was so greasy. Yu Xiaohua casually said, very good. Of course, perhaps you can change your address. Qingqian jumped onto Yu Xiaohua's shoulder, majestic and imposing. Baby Xiaohua. Baby Zhao Zhao. Baby Hua. Little Master Yu. Hearing Qingqian's increasingly absurd way of addressing him, Yu Xiaohua finally spoke up. That's enough. Because she simply couldn't bear to listen anymore. Yu Xiaohua calculated the time. It was almost dawn outside. With a thought, she took Qingqian out of the spatial dimension and appeared in the living room. Yu Xiaohua said, this is Earth, not the Xianling continent. You can't speak. Qingqian looked around curiously, his eyes shining. Don't worry, I understand. We are connected telepathically. No one can hear our communication. Yu Xiaohua nodded and went to wash up quickly. 6 o'clock. The Yang family elders woke up. Perhaps it was because Yu Xiaohua was there last night. Originally, they suffered from insomnia every night, but last night they slept exceptionally well. Even Yangwen, after treating his wounds, finally had a rare, restful sleep. The best night's sleep for the 3 members of the Yang family since the apocalypse. The Yang family elders were still worrying about today's breakfast when they entered the kitchen. Both were stunned. They stared at the food scattered all over the floor, a variety of foods, and even clean bottled water. They exchanged a disbelieving glance. Grandma Yang exclaimed excitedly, Grandpa, this is all food! This is enough for us to eat for a year! How could this be? Grandpa Yang's eyes reddened. He wiped away his tears and sighed. Old woman, we met a benefactor like Miss Yu. She must have gotten all this last night. Little Yu, though cold on the outside, is warm on the inside. Grandma Yang nodded. Grandpa, go and give our son some water. I make breakfast. Little Yu must have gone out. When she comes back, she can't go hungry. Downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Liu ate their freshly made noodles, barely tasting them. These days, they've been surviving on fast food. Even the finest delicacies would make you sick of them after eating them for so long. Let alone fast food. Lu Xiaonie's husband ate while complaining. Suddenly, the aroma of meat wafted over. Lu Xiaonie and her husband sniffed hard, confirming the aroma was coming from upstairs. Lu Xiaonie's eyes widened. Upstairs? Why does it smell like meat? Impossible, impossible. In this apocalyptic world, where would they find fresh meat? Lu Xiaonie's husband nodded vigorously. No, there are only a few households left in this building. This smell is coming from upstairs. The Yang family, it must be the Yang family making meat. They must have hidden some. Ah, this Yangwen looks honest, but he's playing tricks on us. Lu Xiaonie exploded, gritting her teeth. That's right. What's saving us? I think this Yangwen is just embezzling supplies for himself, putting on a show, eating good food behind our backs. I'm going to go upstairs and ask the Yang family where this meat came from. Lu Xiaonie's husband thought of Yu Xiaohua, whom he had seen yesterday. His mind was racing, and he immediately urged Lu Xiaonie to go upstairs and throw a tantrum. Lu Xiaonie, carrying a kitchen knife, stormed upstairs and began banging on the door. Open the door. You Yang family members are truly despicable. Open the door, if you dare. Lu Xiaonie's husband hid behind her, watching the commotion with a shifty look on his face. The Yang family elders had just finished cooking when they heard Lu Xiaonie shouting from the doorway. Knowing that Lu Xiaonie had come with ill intentions, they closed the kitchen door. Lu Xiaonie was a scoundrel. She must have smelled something and come up to cause trouble. The ventilation ducts in this old building were aging. The smell of anything cooked couldn't be hidden. When the Yang family elders opened the door, they saw Lu Xiaonie holding a kitchen knife in her left hand and covering her face with her right. She looked like she had just been released from a mental hospital, her eyes bloodshot. At the doorway, Yu Xiaohua stood there. Chapter 109. The next second, Lu Xiaoni, brandishing a knife, charged at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua delivered a clean and swift kick, sending Lu Xiaoni flying. She coughed up blood. The Yang family elders were dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoni's husband was even more stunned. That one kick made her cough up blood. Lu Xiaoni hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so powerful. Not wanting to lose face, she simply closed her eyes, intending to knock herself unconscious. Lu Xiaoni's husband knew this was her usual tactic, and immediately pretended to help her up, while shouting murder. Those damned Yang family members, they're so vicious. Wife, what's wrong? Wife, wake up! What will I do if anything happens to you? Lu Xiaoni's husband feigned crying, while secretly observing Yu Xiaohua's reaction. Grandma Yang said worriedly, Xiao Yu, those two, Lu Xiaoni and her husband, are scoundrels. They're trying to extort money from us. Yu Xiaohua turned her head, looking at Grandma Yang's worried expression. The Yang family is just too honest. Even in this apocalyptic world, Lu Xiaoni and her husband want to extort money? Don't they know their place? Yu Xiaohua said, extort money? Grandma Yang, she doesn't have the chance. After saying that, Yu Xiaohua walked step by step to the unconscious Lu Xiaoni. Her husband, seeing Yu Xiaohua's gaze, shrank back in fear. You? What are you going to do? Yu Xiaohua didn't say a word, and kicked him again in the chest. Lu Xiaoni's husband was all bark and no bite. This kick, Yu Xiaohua didn't hold back at all. It was much harder than when she kicked Lu Xiaoni before. Lu Xiaoni's husband was kicked into a corner, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lu Xiaoni shuddered, quickly continuing her feigned unconsciousness, trying to get away with it. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaohua didn't give her the chance. Yu Xiaohua lowered her eyes, looking at Lu Xiaoni, whose double eyelids were trembling uncontrollably. A smile played on her lips. Then, she grabbed Lu Xiaoni's hair. Lu Xiaoni cried out in pain, biting her teeth, afraid to utter a sound. Now, she only dared to curse Yu Xiaohua in her heart. Grandma Yang and Grandpa Yang exchanged a glance and sighed. They now understood that Lu Xiaoni was faking her unconsciousness. Yu Xiaohua dragged Lu Xiaoni down a few steps, then, without hesitation, reached out and pushed open the window. Instantly, a biting gust of cold wind roared into the stairwell like a ferocious beast. This chilling air, carrying endless coldness, was like a raging torrent, instantly engulfing everyone. In the post-apocalyptic world, the weather is unpredictable, and Kyoto has been unusually cold these past 2 days. Lu Xiaoni was terrified. She finally couldn't keep up the act anymore, and began to struggle desperately. She yelled, "Let me go! What are you doing?" Yu Xiaohua coldly watched Lu Xiaoni, who had instantly sobered up. What? Not pretending anymore? Lu Xiaoni, exposed, became even more enraged and embarrassed, speaking without thinking. So what if I was pretending? You woman from who knows where, let me tell you, I'm looking for trouble with the Yang family, not you. If you know what's good for you, don't get involved. I, Lu Xiaoni, am not someone to be trifled with. If you anger me, I have plenty of ways to make you regret it. If you know what's good for you, let me go right now. Don't think it's the apocalypse. I have connections. You. Before she could finish speaking, Yu Xiaohua suddenly reached out and gripped Lu Xiaoni's neck tightly, like an iron clamp. Lu Xiaoni didn't react at all. She only felt a tremendous force pull her towards the window. With Yu Xiaohua's pull, half of Lu Xiaoni's body was already hanging out of the window, dangling precariously in midair. Her legs kicked wildly in the air, trying to find a foothold, but it was all in vain. Lu Xiaoni's screams echoed throughout the room, cries filled with fear and despair. Her voice reverberated in the air, threatening to shatter the roof. Ah! Help! Help me! Madman! I never do it again. Please spare me! Please spare me! I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Help! However, Yu Xiaohua remained unmoved by Lu Xiaoni's pleas. For someone like Lu Xiaoni, admitting her mistake is practically meaningless. Yu Xiaohua stood expressionless by the window, coldly staring at Lu Xiaoni, as if she were already dead. Word by word, you heartless wretch! Damn it! Lu Xiaoni was terrified, her face streaked with tears and snot. I really know I was wrong. I never do it again. You can't kill people. You? Yu Xiaohua gave a cold laugh, looking into Lu Xiaoni's eyes. She spoke casually. Who told you I can't kill people? I can kill whenever I want. Lu Xiaoni's eyes widened in horror. No. The next second, Yu Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. Her hand swiftly released its grip. Lu Xiaoni looked utterly incredulous, as if she had been thrown down like that. She plummeted straight down the stairwell window, like a puppet without support. It all happened so fast, too fast for anyone to react. Downstairs, only a loud thud was heard, the sound of Lu Xiaoni's body hitting the ground. Without a doubt, from that height, Lu Xiaoni was surely dead. Yu Xiaohua turned back to the Yang family elders, looking at them. Today, she had killed Lu Xiaoni in front of the two elders of the Yang family. Since she planned to stay at the Yang family's house in Kyoto, she had to let the Yang family see this side of her. If they couldn't accept it, she would leave as soon as possible and find another place to stay. Of course, having promised Yang Wen to treat her illness, she wouldn't break her promise. Grandma Yang reached out and stroked Yu Xiaohua's hair, her eyes filled with loving kindness. Your child, you must have suffered a lot. So young, yet so capable, so decisive. These are not things ordinary girls easily do. Yu Xiaohua paused slightly. Looking at the Yang family elders, she saw no fear or condemnation in their eyes, only pity. Her heart stirred slightly. Having lived 2 lives, the few moments of warmth she had received were from the Yang family elders. Grandpa Yang also said with concern, "Little Yu, let's go home. Breakfast is ready. You're too thin, you need to eat well." Neither of them paid any attention to Lu Xiaoni, who had been thrown down and was now dead. Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, I'm hungry. Let's eat." The Yang family ate their most substantial and hearty meal since the apocalypse. After the meal, Yu Xiaohua brought out Qingtian and told the Yang family that this was the cat she had picked up along the way. Qingtian raised its head, looking down at the 3 Yang family members with great pride. Yang Wen looked at the imposing cat in front of him. Sure enough, the cat resembled its owner. Miss Yu was impressive. This cat, for some reason, also exuded a powerful aura. The Yang family elders liked Qingtian very much and quickly tidied up some more space. Chapter 110. After breakfast, the Yang family elders busied themselves building a nest for Qingtian. Qingtian, standing to the side, pointed here and there with its paws. Lan Tian was naturally fond of jewels and ornate things. Finally, Yu Xiaohua took out a complete set of sparkling jewelry from her spatial storage and placed it in the nest. Qingtian, with a haughty expression, trotted into the nest. Its appearance amused the Yang family elders greatly, who kept praising its intelligence. Qingtian's tail practically reached for the sky. Inside the house, Yang Wen drank a whole bowl of spiritual spring water. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Yang Wen quickly felt his body warm up, and a long-lost tingling sensation came from the infected areas of his legs. He looked at Yu Xiaohua in shock, knowing clearly. The water he had just drunk was exceptionally sweet, definitely not ordinary water. Yang Wen didn't ask any further questions. Miss Yu had saved their Yang family's life. Her secret, she would never reveal even in death. Yu Xiaohua took out a scalpel and painstakingly removed the necrotic flesh from Yang Wen's amputated limbs. It took nearly an hour to clean the wound. Finally, she washed it with spiritual spring water and bandaged it. Yang Wen's legs had been amputated and couldn't regenerate. All that could be done now was to prevent further infection and help him recover as quickly as possible. After finishing, Yu Xiaohua walked aside and slowly washed her hands. Yang Wen said, "Little Yu, thank you for your hard work." Yang Wen was more than 10 years older than Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua wiped her hands and turned around. "Brother Wen, your legs won't get infected anymore. They should be fully recovered in less than a week. Then you can use a wheelchair." Yang Wen nodded. "Shall you, thank you." Yu Xiaohua looked at Yang Wen, who was trying so hard to hide his feelings. In truth, Yang Wen was probably already experiencing psychological problems. After losing his legs, Yang Wen had likely already wanted to give up and live on. Yu Xiaohua sat down in a chair, and Yang Wen forced a smile. A grown man in his 30s, at this moment, looked as helpless as a child. Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke, "Brother Wen, you lost your legs, but you're still alive. What are your plans for the future?" Yang Wen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head self-deprecatingly. "Little Yu, to be honest, after losing my legs, I didn't want to live anymore. If I hadn't met you, I'd only be a burden to my parents. They're old, and without my legs, what use would awakening my superpowers be? I couldn't protect them, I'd be a useless piece of trash. My life would have no meaning." Yu Xiaohua shook her head firmly, telling Yang Wen with an unquestionable tone, "No, your life has meaning." Yang Wen was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief, as if he had heard a completely unexpected answer. After a long while, he slowly spoke now. "Does living really have any meaning?" His voice was filled with confusion and pain, as if he had deeply doubted his own existence. However, Yu Xiaohua was not swayed by Yang Wen's words. She stared into Yang Wen's eyes. Brother Wen, although you lost your legs, your intelligence hasn't vanished, and you awakened special abilities. As long as you recover well, and pull yourself together, nothing is impossible. The roads in this world are made by walking. As long as you have determination, you can overcome any difficulty. Her words were like a gentle spring breeze, bringing Yang Wen a glimmer of hope and courage. He looked quietly at Yu Xiaohua, the confusion in his eyes gradually replaced by determination. After a while, Yang Wen raised his head, the despair gone from his eyes. Little Yu, you're right. I lost my legs, but I still have my special abilities. I can still use a wheelchair. As long as I'm not dead, anything is possible. Even for my parents' sake, I can't give up on myself. I will pull myself together, and won't give up on myself again. After saying this, Yang Wen smiled sheepishly. Little Yu, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. I'm such a grown man, yet I still get stuck on this. I wasted these past years. I'm not even as good as you, little Yu. Yu Xiaohua said calmly, it's normal. Yang Wen scratched the back of his head. What did little Yu mean by that? As soon as Yu Xiaohua left the room, she saw the Yang family elders sitting on the sofa, sewing clothes for Qin Tian. The clothes were gold. Qin Tian sat on the sofa, swaggering around, completely acting like he owned the place. Yu Xiaohua walked over. Just moments ago, the arrogant Qin Tian suddenly jumped, landing squarely on Grandpa Yang's lap. Grandpa Yang looked at him with doting eyes. Our Qin Tian is so strong. Grandma Yang chuckled. Qin Tian is truly remarkable. Little Yu, you're out. Are you hungry? Grandma will make you some of my specialty, fried noodles with soybean paste. You're too thin, you need to eat more. Yu Xiaohua said, I'm going out tonight, so don't bother cooking for me, Grandma. Grandma Yang said, okay, you're going out tonight? Little Yu, you must be careful. Grandma knows you're very capable. Those zombies are terrifying, too dangerous. Yu Xiaohua agreed. Looking at Qin Tian, she beckoned, come here. Qin Tian reluctantly walked over. What are you going to do to me? I'm a dragon loved by my grandparents. Yu Xiaohua smirked. Come out with me, stop acting cute. It got dark. Yu Xiaohua went out. Just as she stepped out of the building, she saw Lu Xiaonie's corpse in the distance. She glanced at it, then turned and got into the car. In the car, Qin Tian sat in the passenger seat with a look of disgust. His eyes scanned the scenery outside the window, muttering incessantly. The environment here is terrible. Not only is there no spiritual energy, but the air is so polluted it's unbearable. It's practically like the demon realm of our Xinling continent. Since the apocalypse, Earth's water resources have been severely polluted. Rivers and lakes have become murky and emit a foul odor. The smell. Meanwhile, plants mutated, becoming twisted, bizarre, and some even poisonous. Animals, unable to adapt to such a harsh environment, mutated and died. The earth was now a desolate and gloomy wasteland. Yu Xiaohua said, wait, do me a favor. I need to send you to someone's side. You guard her, and if there's any danger, notify me immediately. Qin Tian was stunned. What did you say? I just acknowledged you as my master? You're going to send me away? You scumbag, you heartless woman. I don't want to live anymore. I will cry for you. Yu Xiaohua listened quietly to Qin Tian's rambling. Driving with one hand and rubbing her forehead with the other, she found it hard to believe that the legendary dragon was such a chatterbox. After Qin Tian finished speaking, he looked at Yu Xiaohua pitifully with his big eyes. Yu Xiaohua turned her head. Finished? Chapter 111. Qin Tian stared wide-eyed, nodding with a pitiful expression. Finished? He had been adrift on Earth for thousands of years, finally finding a master he liked. Of course, he didn't want to leave Yu Xiaohua. I send you to her side. This person is very important to our world. She can't afford any mishaps. For this mission, besides you, I can't find anyone I can trust. Dragon, I only trust you now, which is why I'm entrusting such an important mission to you. I promise you'll be back by my side soon. Yu Xiaohua watched Qin Tian's eyes gradually brighten, and a smile curved her lips. Sure enough, no matter human or species, no one can escape flattery. Qin Tian was instantly appeased. It held its head high. Oh, I see. Then I listen to you. Don't worry, you can trust me, Lord Qin Tian, to handle things. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her gaze and nodded. Of course, I trust you to handle things. Qin Tian let out a haughty cry, not a dragon's roar, but a cat's meow. It was utterly unimpressive. It awkwardly lowered its head again. at the entrance of the First Research Institute of Kyoto. A few men in black were still guarding. Yu Xiaohua stopped the car. She had just shown Qin Tian Ji Yulan's photo. The car door opened, and Qin Tian headed straight for the entrance of the First Research Institute of Kyoto. Soon, Qin Tian, with its agile movements, entered the gate and disappeared from Yu Xiaohua's sight. Inside the car, Yu Xiaohua sat in the driver's seat, her slender fingers gently picking up a cigarette and lighting it with a lighter. With a pop, a faint flame flickered, illuminating her exquisite and beautiful face. Smoke rose slowly, like a thin veil, gently veiling her face, blurring her originally sharp features. However, this did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a hazy, mysterious quality. Yu Xiaohua squinted slightly, gazing ahead through the smoke, her eyes deep and unfocused. The wisps of smoke swirled around her. Meanwhile, Pei Xianke had already returned to Qing City with Wen Xian, Pei Xingyue, Ada, Heir, and Bai's mother. Upon his return, Pei Xianke swiftly reclaimed all power. Yang Xian, who had initially thought himself in control, was smug and self-satisfied. But after Pei Swan's return, he lost everything overnight, driven to madness by anger, yet utterly helpless. Because in Qing City, everyone recognized only Pei Xianke as their leader. Pei Xianke began to accelerate the establishment of the base. The eastern base was gradually taking shape and beginning to operate smoothly. In Qing City, Pei Xingyue watched Pei Xianke working day and night. She strode over with her long legs and placed the noodles and side dishes prepared by Bai's mother in front of Pei Xianke with a disgruntled expression. I said, "Are you numbing yourself with work? Ever since you came back from B-City, you've been working like crazy, like 20 hours a day. Are you trying to kill yourself? If you really do die, I don't want to collect your corpse. Can't you take a break?" Pei Xingyue was clearly worried, but she pretended not to care. This had always been how the siblings interacted since childhood. Pei Xianke put down the documents and looked up. "Just put them there, I'm not hungry yet." Pei Xingyue plopped down on the table, arms crossed. "Pei Xianke, do you think you're made of iron? What do you mean you're not hungry? You only eat 1 meal a day. What, are you on a diet? Trying to become Pei Dayu? Eat up, or I beat you to death. You better watch out." Pei Xianke looked at Pei Xingyue, then picked up his chopsticks. Pei Xingyue nodded in satisfaction, and got down from the table. "That's a good girl. I'm not worried about you. I'm afraid you work yourself to death. Then, whoever marries Xiaohua into the Pei family, you're not important. I have to look after you for Xiaohua." Pei Xianke ate his noodles slowly and deliberately. He saw through her, but didn't say anything. In this world, Pei Xingyue was someone who would die for him. Pei Xingyue picked up an apple from the table, wiped it, and took a bite. "I said, you want me to mess with those Ning family bastards? These past few days, I've been exhausted. That Ning Sun is like a fly, constantly buzzing around me, trying so hard to show off. It's laughable. He even wants me to recommend him to you? Ha! Dream on. And that Ning Xian, saying we hit it off immediately, and she wants to become sworn sisters. It's hilarious. Her low-class methods are like playing with dogs. She even asked me about you. Her intentions are obvious to everyone. So boring. Now, she comes to me every day, using my influence to swagger around. What are you going to do with that Ning family of idiots? If you ask me, why don't I just take some men and slaughter the entire Ning family?" Pei Xianke put down his chopsticks, a smile playing on his lips as he thought of Yu Xiaohua. Pei Xingyue pursed her lips. Even Xiaohua isn't here, yet she feels like she's been force-fed dog food. Pei Xianke casually wiped his hands, his voice devoid of warmth. "No, the Ning family is to be left to her. Settle them in a lower-class district, then give them a little something extra. You know what to do." Pei Xingyue nodded. "The lower-class district is practically hell for the Ning family." "Good idea, but I'm afraid that old man Ningguo will plead with the old man. You know, the old man loves to repay favors, haha. I'm afraid he won't agree to this. It'd be difficult. The eastern base is currently divided into 3 districts, with the lower-class district being where the most ordinary people reside. While ordinary people can manage to survive there, the Ning family certainly cannot accept being assigned to the lower-class district." Pei Xianke slowly stood up from his seat. His tall figure appeared even more imposing as he rose. "The old man is leaving for Xiong City tomorrow to collect supplies. He won't be back for a while." Pei Xingyue's eyes lit up. "Then I can rest assured and make the arrangements. By the way, the old man will be short of someone to take care of him this time. Yang Xian just loafs around at the base every day. I feel disgusted just looking at him. Think of a way." Didn't the old man say he's the most obedient and considerate? Let's let that Yang Xian take care of the old man and give him a chance to prove himself. Pei Xianke nodded. Okay. Pei Xingyue chuckled. Leave this to me. I definitely get rid of that bastard. Let him go fawn over the old man. As Pei Xingyue was leaving, she suddenly remembered something and stopped, turning back. Tell me, where is Xiaohuan now? Before leaving, she also had to give Pei Xianke a jab. Behind the desk, Pei Xianke looked up and glanced indifferently at the gloating Pei Xingyue. Pei Xingyue? Ciyan said he's considering proposing marriage in person. Tell me, should I agree? Pei Xingyue shook her head frantically. What? What did I just say? My memory's been bad lately. Please don't take it to heart. Good little brother, I bring you lunch again tomorrow. Chapter 112. Pei Xingyue vanished in a flash. Pei Xianke gazed out the window at the gloomy sky, his expression unreadable. Did he miss her? But would she miss him? Kyoto. That night, Yu Xiaohua struck again, killing many zombies. She now possessed over 1,000 zombie cores in her spatial storage. However, these cores were too low level, useless to her now. Yu Xiaohua planned to use these cores later in the apocalypse. In a few years, trade between people would no longer require money, but zombie cores. She could only. A few days later, zombies worldwide underwent another round of evolution. Only the cores of higher-level zombies would be useful to her. In the following days, Yu Xiaohua rested during the day, treating and training Yangwen. Every night she would go out, killing zombies and collecting crystal cores. After several days, the crystal cores in her spatial storage were almost piled up into a small mountain. Yangwen's body also gradually improved under the nourishment of the spiritual spring water. His supernatural abilities also improved without him realizing it, and he became more confident. Every day, the Yang family elders prepared different dishes for Yu Xiaohua. Finally, the day arrived. In the Yang family's living room, Yu Xiaohua looked at the fully recovered Yangwen and the Yang family elders. After tomorrow, the zombies will undergo their second evolution. At that time, the zombies will become even stronger, more agile, and more difficult to deal with. Ordinary people will have almost no hope of survival against them. Yangwen and the Yang family elders looked grave upon hearing this. What Yu Xiaohua said next shocked them even more. Not only that, tomorrow, the evolved zombies will no longer be afraid of sunlight. What did this mean? Yangwen gripped his hand tightly on the wheelchair, shock in his eyes. Little Yu, are you saying that zombies are no longer afraid of sunlight? That means they can come out during the day? The three members of the Yang family believed Yu Xiaohua's words without question. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes, zombies are no longer afraid of sunlight, and can come out during the day. Their consciousness will also evolve, they will become smarter. In the 10 years since the apocalypse, zombies have undergone 5 major evolutions. Each zombie evolution is a test for humanity. Tomorrow is the first. Grandma Yang sighed. These damn zombies! We're finished. If they can come out during the day, we won't even have time to catch our breath. Grandpa Yang's eyes darkened, as if he had made a terrible decision. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Kyoto First Research Institute. Ji Yulan finished her experiment and planned to rest. She had just left the laboratory. Qi Tian suddenly darted out, and Ji Yulan smiled as she picked it up, gently stroking its fur. Little Qi Tian. That day, after entering the laboratory, Qi Tian searched around and finally found Ji Yulan. Unexpectedly, Ji Yulan's favorite animal was a cat. Before the apocalypse, she had a cat, which later died, and Ji Yulan was heartbroken for a long time. Seeing Qi Tian looking at her pitifully immediately stirred up Ji Yulan's longing. Furthermore, Qi Tian knew how to be cute, and after a bit of coaxing, it successfully stayed by Ji Yulan's side. These past few days, Qi Tian has stayed by Ji Yulan's side, without leaving her side. It couldn't mess up its first task given to it by its owner. As for why it was still called Qi Tian, it wrote it with its paw when Ji Yulan named it. Although Ji Yulan was shocked at the time, she quickly accepted it. After all, with the apocalypse, what's impossible? Cats are inherently extremely intelligent. Qi Tian must have been named by its previous owner. A couple of days ago, Wu Feng came again, and Qi Tian immediately went up to him and scratched his face with its paw. Wu Feng was so angry that he wanted to grab Qi Tian and throw it out. Ji Yulan simply told him to leave. Wu Feng had no choice but to leave angrily. These past few days, Ji Yulan's research has also yielded significant discoveries. She hasn't had a proper rest for 2 days and 2 nights. Qi Tian dragged over a blanket and pointed at it with its paw. meaning she should rest. Ji Yunlan, touched, picked up the blanket. Okay, then Xingtian will rest with me for a while. Seeing Ji Yunlan changing clothes, Xingtian stretched out its 2 paws to cover its eyes. But actually, it couldn't cover anything. Blink, blink. Then, it got a nosebleed. Oh my god. It's such a pure-hearted little golden dragon. Don't look. Don't look. After Ji Yunlan finished changing, she turned around and saw Qingqian's paws covering its nose, and there was blood. Ji Yunlan panicked. Qingtian. After being held in Ji Yunlan's arms, Qingqian's nosebleed worsened. Oh my god. This is so embarrassing. Of course, Ji Yunlan didn't know the inside story, and quickly checked Qingtian. It would have been better if she hadn't checked. After checking, Qingqian's cat face turned completely red. The Yang family. While the 3 members of the Yang family were still processing the fact that the zombies had evolved and were no longer afraid of sunlight, a knock suddenly came at the Yang family's door. Yu Xiaohua, holding her teacup, paused. This person arrived quickly. Clearly, she had already guessed who it was. The 3 members of the Yang family were startled. Who had come to their house at this time? Grandpa Yang got up to open the door. After the door opened, a group of soldiers in military uniforms stood in the doorway, smart and imposing. Grandpa Yang cautiously asked, "You, who are you?" The man in the lead stepped forward and saluted Grandpa Yang. "Hello, we are from the Kyoto Post-Apocalyptic Military Alliance. We are here for Miss Yu." "Is she here?" The man was very polite, exuding righteousness. Upon hearing that they were from the Post-Apocalyptic Military Alliance, Grandpa Yang quickly stepped aside. The Kyoto Post-Apocalyptic Military Alliance was a formidable force. After the apocalypse, they were the ones protecting ordinary people and fighting against zombies. Yes, Xiao Yu, the people from the Apocalypse Military Region Alliance are looking for you. In the living room, Yang Xian and Grandma Yang were both stunned. The people from the Apocalypse Military Region Alliance had come to see Xiao Yu. They immediately looked at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's face showed no surprise, as if she had expected it. She remained as indifferent as ever. She spoke calmly, "Come in." After Grandpa Yang led the people from the Apocalypse Military Region Alliance in, the leading soldier's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Yu Xiaohua. Such a young girl? That night, she appeared and disappeared mysteriously, killing so many zombies. Could she really be this young girl before him? He had prepared himself before coming, but he was still shocked. Yu Xiaohua looked up at the leading soldier and the people behind him. Without a ripple of emotion, calm and composed, the leading soldier was taken aback by Yu Xiaohua's imposing presence, and sat down. To remain so calm and composed in the face of their Doomsday Military Region Alliance was rare. This Miss Yu was the first one in so long. Chapter 113. The leading man straightened his posture and introduced himself. His name was Chu Jiancheng, the Deputy District Head of the Eastern District of the Post-Apocalyptic Military Region Alliance. A Fire-type ability user. The 3 members of the Yang family were utterly shocked upon hearing Chu Jiancheng's identity. He was actually the Deputy District Head of the Eastern District of Kyoto, such a high position, and he personally came to see Xiao Yu today. The 3 were filled with worry. They feared Chu Jiancheng's visit was not well-intentioned. After introducing himself, Chu Jiancheng's sharp gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua, releasing his aura. Yu Xiaohua lightly raised his head, glanced at him, unmoved by the aura emanating from him. His eyes remained completely unmoved. A level 2 fire-type ability user. In less than a year since the post-apocalyptic world began, only a handful of people had reached the level 2 fire-type ability user level. Indeed, very impressive. Unfortunately, not enough. Yu Xiaohua slowly poured tea and pushed it towards Chu Jiancheng. The trusted men behind Chu Jiancheng exchanged glances. This Miss Yu is truly formidable. From the very beginning, she hadn't uttered a single word upon entering, yet their deputy commander's face and aura made everyone give her a wide berth. But this Miss Yu showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, she was so calm and composed. This composure. They were utterly impressed. Chu Jiancheng said nothing, picked up his teacup, intending only to take a sip. Upon tasting it, his eyes brightened. He took another sip. The Yang family members in the living room, along with Chu Jiancheng's men, watched him drink tea sip after sip. Soon, the cup was empty. Chu Jiancheng put down the teacup, quite heartily. "Miss Yu, this tea is truly exquisite. In all my years, even before the apocalypse, I never tasted such fine tea." Of course, given Chu Jiancheng's status, he wasn't lacking tea. The tea today was excellent because Yu Xiaohua brewed it with spiritual spring water. Naturally, the taste was exceptional. Yu Xiaohua slowly sipped her tea. Vice Alliance Leader Chu, you must have something to discuss today. Please speak frankly. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua was straightforward, Chu Jiancheng nodded seriously. Since Miss Yu is so straightforward, I will speak frankly. 10 days ago, at the First Research Institute in Kyoto, hundreds of zombies were killed overnight. The killer was swift and clean, taking all the zombie cores without a trace. Chu Jiancheng spoke while observing Yu Xiaohua's expression. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua still hadn't reacted, he continued, Miss Yu, I only have one question. Is this person you? Chu Jiancheng asked directly, his doubts lingering. All the investigations pointed to this person being the Miss Yu before him. But this matter couldn't be wrong, he needed Yu Xiaohua herself to answer. The reconstruction of the post-apocalyptic base desperately needed talent like this from their military alliance. In his wheelchair, Yangwen stared at the composed Yu Xiaohua, utterly shocked. Over 100 zombies slaughtered overnight? The crystal cores extracted. These words, strung together, felt foreign to him. Was Yu Xiaohua's ability inexhaustible? Was she even human? The Yang family elders were equally astonished. Over 100 zombies. What a concept. Heavenly Bodhisattva. This was a number they dared not even dream of. After a long pause, Yu Xiaohua put down her teacup and nodded casually. Yu Xiaohua acknowledged her identity. She hadn't intended to keep it a secret forever. As for why the military alliance was looking for her, it was because she had deliberately left clues. Of course, she had her own intentions and arrangements. Just that one him was enough to excite Chu Jiancheng. Finally. They had finally found her. If someone like Yu Xiaohua joined their military alliance, what incredible luck that would be. Chu Jiancheng suppressed his excitement, looking at Yu Xiaohua. Miss Yu, I'm here today on behalf of the Kyoto Military Region Alliance to invite you to join our post-apocalyptic Military Region Alliance. The construction of the post-apocalyptic base is urgent, and we need talent like you. Yu Xiaohua didn't seem surprised. I'm not interested. A very direct refusal. Chu Jiancheng didn't seem surprised either. Yu Xiaohua would reject him like this. He had made ample preparations. Miss Yu, if you agree, you can enjoy the highest level of treatment within the Military Region Alliance, just like me. You can allocate all the resources of the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Vice Alliance Leader Chu, this doesn't appeal to me at all, so I refuse. Yangwen swallowed hard. What arrogant words. These were conditions offered by the Deputy Commander of the Military Region Alliance. Most people would probably agree immediately upon hearing them. Xiao Yu seemed completely unconcerned. He was utterly impressed. Comparison is indeed odious. Chu Jiancheng wasn't annoyed either. He had come today with the attitude of a valiant visitor. He naturally had ample patience for a talent like Yu Xiaohua. The strong always have the right to negotiate. After a long pause, Chu Jiancheng solemnly said, Miss Yu, I come with my utmost sincerity. If you're willing to join our military alliance, I'm willing to offer you the position of third-in-command in the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. The living room was filled with shock. Even those who had come with Chu Jiancheng hadn't expected their deputy alliance leader to be so generous on the first try. Until Chu Jiancheng pulled out a black token from his pocket. The people behind him stared wide-eyed. This thing? Outsiders don't recognize its value? They know it perfectly well. This token is made of the most advanced aerospace materials. Currently, there are fewer than 10 in the entire Yin Kingdom. Most importantly, this token represents supreme power. Chu Jiancheng has one, and this is one of them. Who could resist such temptation? Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the black token in Chu Jiancheng's hand. Her eyes held a deep meaning. In her past life, the Kyoto Military Region Alliance possessed 10 black gold tokens. Once, this black gold token was just a legend to her. In this life, it was right before her eyes, within easy reach. If she just nodded, would Yu Xiaohua refuse? Of course not. Because her ultimate goal was this black gold token from the Military Region Alliance. Yu Xiaohua took the black gold token, playing with it, her eyes completely indifferent. She didn't seem to care much at all. Chu Jiancheng had held a high position both before and after the apocalypse. Even now, this was the first time he'd been so unable to understand such a young woman. He couldn't fathom her thoughts at all. What was she thinking? Would she agree or not? All eyes in the living room were fixed on Yu Xiaohua and the black gold token in her hand. After a while, Yu Xiaohua put down the black gold token, looked up, and slowly spoke, I can agree to join the Military Region Alliance. However, I have 2 conditions. Chu Jiancheng was secretly delighted. He wouldn't have agreed to 8 conditions, let alone 2, as long as he could fulfill them he would. Chapter 114. Behind them, The people from the Military Region Alliance looked at each other. Good heavens. A black gold token, the position of the third in command of the Military Region Alliance. This Miss Yu is still not satisfied. She's actually bargaining and making demands right to her face. This move truly impresses them. The biggest problem is, their usually ruthless and iron-fisted Deputy Alliance leader actually agreed with a smile. Is this what they call the treatment of the strong? Yu Xiaohua looked at Yangwen, who was stunned. Grandma Yang quickly pushed her wheelchair forward. Chu Jiansheng paused. A man in a wheelchair? Was he worth this Miss Yu making a special request of? Could he possess some extraordinary ability? Yu Xiaohua spoke. My first condition is that I have a connection with the 3 members of the Yang family. His name is Yangwen, a wind-type ability user. A few days ago, while fighting zombies, he lost both legs while saving people. I remember the Military Region Alliance has a rear reserve team. I hope you can give Yangwen a chance to join the Military Region Alliance's rear reserve team. If he passes, accept him. If he fails, my first condition can be voided. She could fight for Yangwen's opportunity, but whether he succeeded depended entirely on himself. If he couldn't pass the Military Region Alliance's test, even if she set Yangwen in, the outcome wouldn't be as desired. In the apocalypse, the weak are prey to the strong, no matter where you are. The Kyoto Military Region Alliance is full of ability users. It still follows the principle of the strong being respected. The dignity Yangwen desired could only be earned through his own efforts. Yangwen gripped the sides of the wheelchair tightly with both hands, his eyes wide as he looked at Yu Xiaohua. So, Xiao Yu's first condition was actually to get a chance from the Military Region Alliance. Since losing his legs, even living had been a luxury. Unexpectedly, things had taken a turn for the better, and he met Xiao Yu, this benefactor. He never imagined his life would offer such an opportunity. Chu Jiansheng looked at Yangwen, his gaze lingering on his empty lower body. He frowned. Losing his legs? Even as a wind-type ability user, those legs? That was indeed a problem. He could settle the Yang family out of respect for Yu Xiaohua. That wasn't a problem. But giving Yangwen a chance, letting him join the Military Region Alliance, making him a legitimate member. Once that privilege was granted, Chu Jiansheng was still somewhat reluctant and remained silent. A bitter smile flashed across Yangwen's face. Sure enough, even as an ability user, having lost his legs, in these people's eyes, he was still a useless piece of trash. He couldn't change societal prejudices. He was powerless. Yangwen looked up in despair and met Yu Xiaohua's gaze. Even though she hadn't said a word, he understood the meaning in her eyes. A warmth warmed his heart. Why was he about to give up on himself again? If he did, he would truly be letting Yu Xiaohua down. Yangwen turned his wheelchair to face Chu Jiansheng, his expression calm. Vice Alliance Commander Chu, hello. I am Yangwen, 36 years old. Although I have lost my legs, my special abilities have not been wasted. In the future, I will practice diligently and be strict with myself. I request that you give me the opportunity to join the Military Region Alliance. I am willing to accept your assessment. If you are not satisfied with my performance, I will not force you. Vice Alliance Commander Chu, I only need one opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiansheng looked at Yangwen with newfound respect. Although he had lost both legs, he still possessed backbone. Yangwen should know that if Yu Xiaohua asked, he would definitely agree to make an exception. Even without the assessment, Yangwen could enter the Military Region Alliance. But his initiative in expressing his stance was truly commendable. Yangwen felt uneasy. His grandparents were equally excited. For ordinary people like them, the Military Region Alliance was an incredible institution. After much deliberation, Chu Jiansheng nodded in agreement. All right, I agree to Miss Yu's condition. I give Mr. Yang a week. After a week, I will send someone to pick him up and take him to the Military Region Alliance's assessment center. Given your special circumstances, Mr. Yang, I will personally design the assessment content. There will be absolutely no favoritism. It will be fair and impartial. If you pass the assessment, I will personally recommend you for entry into the Military Region Alliance's reserve team. As for the future, that will depend entirely on your own development. Yangwen suppressed his excitement and solemnly thanked him. Chu Jiansheng valued talent, and if Yangwen was truly talented, he wouldn't want to miss out. Chu Jiansheng looked at Yu Xiaohua sitting on the sofa. Mainly, was she satisfied? That was the most important thing. Grandma Yang and Grandpa Yang's eyes reddened with excitement. Chu Jiansheng said, Miss Yu, I agree to your first condition. Now, you can tell me your second condition. Yu Xiaohua nodded. My second condition is very simple. I can agree to join the Military Region Alliance, but there's a time limit, 1 year. For 1 year, I will stay in the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. After 1 year, I will leave Kyoto. Chu Jianchun's expression grew more serious. Clearly, he hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to agree to join the military alliance, nor did she intend to stay long. She was going to leave Kyoto? Yu Xiaohua unhesitatingly pushed the black gold token in front of Chu Jianchun. She had made her stance clear. The coveted black gold token. Did Yu Xiaohua want it or not? It all depended on her mood. Chu Jianchun stared at the black gold token being pushed back and forth on the table. He was almost questioning his life choices. Behind him, a group of people remained silent, their eyes reddening. They wished they could shout out their true feelings right now. They wanted it. The 3 members of the Yang family were also somewhat nervous. What if this Vice Alliance leader Chu disagreed? Such a good opportunity was being wasted? Chu Jianchun deliberately made his face more serious, and his voice became much more solemn than before. Miss Yu, I believe I already offered you very generous terms. You may not fully understand the significance of this black gold token. You wanted me to give Yang a chance, and I agreed. But you said joining the Military Region Alliance only for 1 year. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? The atmosphere instantly tensed. The atmosphere in the living room noticeably became oppressive. Everyone held their breath. Only Yu Xiaohua remained unaffected. She calmly poured tea and sipped it. Lowering her eyes, she spoke calmly. Whether it's reasonable or not is unimportant. What's important is that you're begging me now. So, if you agree to my terms, it's a deal. If not, Vice Alliance Commander Chu, you can leave with your people. These words immediately lowered the temperature in the living room. The other members of the Military Region Alliance, including the 3 members of the Yang family, felt that today's negotiations were about to fall apart. It seemed unlikely to end well. Chu Jianchun stared into Yu Xiaohua's eyes, trying to get her to back down. Yu Xiaohua raised her dark eyes and looked back at Chu Jianchun. Unyielding. Chapter 115. Time seemed to stand still. For the first time in his life, Chu Jianchun felt utterly helpless. Because Yu Xiaohua was telling the truth. The reality was that their Kyoto Military Region Alliance needed a strong person like Yu Xiaohua to join them. In this apocalyptic world, which organization wouldn't want a powerful individual like Yu Xiaohua? After a long pause, Chu Jianchun suddenly burst into laughter and clapped his hands. Good, Miss Yu's boldness is admirable. I, Chu Jianchun, can agree to both of your conditions. It will be for 1 year. This black gold token is now yours. I see that Miss Yu and the Yang family are getting along very well. Tomorrow morning, I will personally come to pick up Miss Yu and take her to our Military Region Alliance. What do you think? In the living room, everyone's expressions were quite interesting. The 3 members of the Yang family all looked delighted. As for the people Chu Jianchun brought, when he agreed to Yu Xiaohua's conditions, everyone's jaws dropped. The Vice Alliance leader actually backed down? Just like that? These were all powerful individuals, and the Vice Alliance leader had never treated them this way before. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. No, it was enough to make one want to vomit blood. Yu Xiaohua nodded, her reaction still calm. It seemed she had anticipated Chu Jianchun would agree to this condition all along. Chu Jianchun rubbed his nose. This Yu Xiaohua didn't look like a girl in her early 20s at all. She looked more mature and composed than him, considering he was over 40. Today's negotiation truly made him understand what it meant for the younger generation to surpass the older. From the moment he entered, Yu Xiaohua had already begun to subtly control the entire situation. From the very beginning of the negotiations, today's outcome was already predetermined. Chu Jianchun was impressed by her composure and calmness. He had witnessed the young woman's grace and poise today. As Chu Jianchun and his men were about to leave, Yu Xiaohua called him aside. Tomorrow, the zombies will evolve and will no longer fear sunlight, allowing them to move freely during the day. Yu Xiaohua told Chu Jianchun, instructing him to prepare with the military alliance personnel. She said it, whether Chu Jianchun believed her or not, that was his business. That was all she could do. At the same time, in Liao City, thanks to the tireless efforts of Bai Ryuan, Yu Chong, and Shen Nanji, the 10 special zones of the apocalypse were beginning to take shape. These special zones not only had sturdy fortifications, but also comprehensive living facilities, providing a relatively safe haven for the survivors of Liao City. To further strengthen the base's capabilities, Bai Ryuan had recently been recruiting teams of people with special abilities. The superpowered team's mission is to explore the surrounding area, search for resources and other survivors, and deal with potential dangers. The construction of the 10 special zones is also in full swing. Bai Ryuan stood atop the city wall, his expression grave. Counting the days, The boss said tomorrow is the day the zombies evolve. From tomorrow onwards, the zombies will no longer fear sunlight. He has already made preparations. Tomorrow will be the first test for the Special Zone base. From now on, life will be even harder for humans. Meanwhile, the eastern base is also raising the last few meters of its city wall. Similarly, Yu Xiaohua also informed Pei Xiankei in advance of the time of the zombies' first evolution when she left City B. Pei Xiankei didn't ask any further questions. When Cyan left the office, the people outside have been busy for half a month. Xiankei, aren't you losing your mind? Miss Yu said the zombies will undergo their first evolution tomorrow, that they no longer be afraid of sunlight? For half a month, you haven't let the people at the base go out to find supplies. You've been strengthening the outer defenses and construction. If the zombies don't undergo their second evolution tomorrow, there will definitely be dissatisfaction in the base. When Cyan didn't distrust Yu Xiaohua. But how could Yu Xiaohua know so clearly? Tomorrow is the first evolution of the zombies? Could it be that she can predict the future or something? It's truly unbelievable. He remained skeptical. Pei Xiankei slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it to his lips, and the flame instantly leaped up. He lit it, and the smoke slowly rose, forming a thin mist in front of him. She would never speak carelessly unless she was absolutely certain. You have no right to question her, Si Yin. Get out. When Si Yin knew Pei Xiankei's personality, if he continued, this kid would go crazy and could kick him out with a laugh. When Si Yin sighed helplessly, turned around, and left. Just as when Si Yin stepped out of the office door, a long leg stretched out towards him. When Si Yin's eyes flashed, and he gently grasped her ankle, afraid of hurting her, he didn't use any force. Nonsense! Pei Xingyu withdrew her leg, crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and looked at Wen Si Yin. Her face was clearly gloating. Oh, Wen Si Yin, you finally have a day when Xiankei dislikes you, huh? You two are birds of a feather, conspiring together. Now look what happened. When Cyan said in a deep voice, Xingyue, these two idioms aren't used like that. When Cyan always had inexhaustible patience with Pei Xingyue. Pei Xingyue pouted. Fine, fine, only you, second master one, are cultured, okay? At this moment, this young lady truly misses my sworn brother. A hint of doting flashed in Wen Cyan's eyes. The sworn brother Pei Xingyue mentioned was Yu Chong, who shared her ideals. Pei Xingyue could tell that Wen Cyan was in low spirits. It had been like this since childhood, when Cyan's emotions could be hidden from anyone else, but not from her. She could always tell at a glance whether Wen Cyan was happy or sad. However, Pei Xingyue truly couldn't bear to see Wen Cyan unhappy. Alright, when you went in, didn't you mention Xiaohua? These past few days, Xiankei has had everyone at the base focus solely on accelerating the base's construction, all because of Xiaohua's words. Ultimately, it's because you don't trust Xiaohua, right? Mentioning this, Pei Xingyue became much more serious. When Cyan nodded. Xingyue, I do doubt you Xiaohua's words. After all, do you really think this is normal? Pei Xingyue paused. When Cyan, on this matter, Xiankei and I share the same stance. We absolutely and completely believe every word Xiaohua said. When Cyan's pupils contracted slightly. Xiankei believed Yu Xiaohua's seemingly absurd words because he had fallen in love with her. He would assume for now that Xiankei's actions stemmed from love. But Xingyue's personality, seemingly carefree, was actually extremely guarded. From childhood to adulthood, besides him and Xiankei, Xingyue didn't trust anyone else. But today's words showed that Xingyue believed Yu Xiaohua. This seemed simple, but gaining Xingyue's complete trust was definitely not easy. When Cyan had a headache. Was Yu Xiaohua really that good? He even began to suspect that Yu Xiaohua had cast some kind of spell on Xiankei and Xingyu. How could they both trust her so much in such a short time? When Cyan sighed. Pei Xingyue stepped forward, looking into his eyes. When Cyan, I know your worries, but you should know what kind of person Xiankei is. Do you really think Xiankei would fall in love with a stupid woman who talks nonsense and spouts lies? Chapter 116. Pei Xingyue's words silenced Wen Cyan for a moment. Yes, how could Xiankei fall in love with such a woman? If Yu Xiaohua were that kind of woman, Xiankei probably wouldn't even give her a second glance. This time, he had been stubborn. He should believe Yu Xiaohua, and even more so, he should believe Xiankei and Xingyue's judgment of people. After Wen Cyan figured this out, his expression instantly improved. Pei Xingyue looked at Wen Cyan, only to see his serious face. This appearance suddenly stirred a desire in Pei Xingyue to tease him. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth, taking a light step forward, like a nimble little deer. She blinked her clear autumn water-like eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, gazing at Wen Xian with tender affection. The tenderness in her eyes was something Wen Xian had never seen before. He was completely captivated by Pei Xingyue's sudden tenderness. He was stunned. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Wen Xian's throat bobbed involuntarily. He wanted to say something, but found his voice seemed blocked by something. He couldn't utter a sound. He knew Xingyue was doing it on purpose, but even this moment of tenderness was enough for him to be immersed in. Self-deception is the highest level of human ability, not being deceived by others, but deceiving oneself. Pei Xingyue reached out and placed her hand on Wen Xian's belt, pulling it tightly. She looked up, stood on tiptoe, and gazed into Wen Xian's dark, bright eyes. Her other hand circled his chest. Her breath carried her unique sweetness. "Brother Xian, my feet hurt. Can you carry me back to my room?" Wen Xian paused, seemingly having read Pei Xingyue's mind. Pei Xingyue breathed softly, calmly. How did this rascal know what she was thinking? Yes, she must be overthinking it. Seeing Wen Xian didn't move, Pei Xingyue moved closer to him. "Brother Xian." Actually, the moment Pei Xingyue uttered the first "Brother Xian," she didn't know that Wen Xian's heart was already churning with turmoil, utterly defeated. Now, wasn't he just feigning composure? He knew Xingyue was playing around. But, as long as she was happy. After a while, Wen Xian finally made a move. Without a word, he suddenly reached out his hands. Like holding a child, he tightly embraced Pei Xingyue. Pei Xingyue was completely unprepared for Wen Xian's sudden action. She stared wide-eyed in astonishment at Wen Xian. For a moment, she was completely speechless. Wen Xian lowered his head, meeting Pei Xingyue's gaze. His eyes were deep and focused, as if he could see into her very soul. His voice was deep and magnetic as he slowly said, "Okay, I carry you back to your room." Before the words were even finished, Wen Xian strode confidently towards Pei Xingyue's room. His steps were steady and powerful, each one firm and resolute. It seemed nothing could stop him. Once they reached the room, Pei Xingyue's foot pain subsided. She helped Wen Xian sit on the sofa. Then, she went to pour him some water. After pouring the water, Pei Xingyue, with her back to Wen Xian, took out a white pill from her pocket. Hee. This good stuff was an aphrodisiac that Shen Nanji specially researched for her before leaving the city. It was said to be colorless and odorless, dissolving in water. Once drunk, even an elephant wouldn't be able to resist its effects and would have to obey. Today, Pei Xingyue secretly vowed in her heart that she would unleash Wen Xian's beastly nature. She would possess Wen Xian. Pei Xingyue put the white pill into the water, and it immediately dissolved, becoming completely undetectable. Pei Xingyue turned her head and saw Wen Xian's deep gaze. Her hand trembled guiltily. "Why are you looking at me like that? Honestly, it's like I'd done something wrong." Wen Xian lowered his eyes. "I wanted to see you." Pei Xingyue was stunned. Is this still Wen Xian? He can actually say such cheesy pickup lines? Holy crap, he hasn't even taken the aphrodisiac yet. Pei Xingyue deliberately put on a stern face and handed the water to Wen Xian. "Here, drink it. Don't leave a single drop. Don't waste it, understand? Water resources are indeed very important in the apocalypse. However, the Eastern base currently has no less than 300 water-type ability users, and it can still guarantee the base's basic water supply every day." Pei Xingyue was burying her head in the sand. Wen Xian took the water glass. Seeing that Pei Xingyue clearly cared about the water, but pretended not to look at him, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Without saying anything, he drank the entire glass of water in one gulp. Pei Xingyue saw that the drugged water had been drunk up by Wen Xian. She chuckled, rubbed her hands together, and then, could she finally do whatever she wanted to Wen Xian? In an instant, countless erotic scenes flashed through her mind. For so many years, although she constantly claimed to be attracted to men, she had never actually done so. For a woman like her, this was truly a test. Today, she was finally going to get her wish. Thank heavens, thank earth, thank the sun shining on the earth. Ha ha ha. Wen Xian calmly glanced at Pei Xingyue, who was lost in thought, her face flushed. The moment the water entered her mouth, he sensed something was wrong. Xingyue's little movements were too clumsy. Adorably silly. Who administers drugs like this? Everything was flawed. It would be difficult for Wen Xian to pretend he didn't see it. Pei Xingyue snapped out of her thoughts, and saw Wen Xian with his head down, not saying a word. Her eyes lit up. Could the drug be working so quickly? The exciting moment had finally arrived. Pei Xingyue coughed. "Wen Xian, are you feeling unwell? Like, are you feeling hot all over, or your mind is foggy?" Wen Xian didn't speak. Pei Xingyue's heart tightened suddenly, A sense of foreboding washed over her. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, I really messed up. Could it be that something had really gone wrong with the medicine Nanji's sister developed? Without time to think further, Pei Xingyue anxiously reached out to take Wen Xian's hand, wanting to check on him. However, the moment her fingers touched the back of Wen Xian's hand, a burning sensation instantly assaulted her. She wasn't touching human skin, but a blazing furnace. This sudden heat startled Pei Xingyue. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back. But in that instant, Wen Xian slowly raised his head. Pei Xingyue's gaze met Wen Xian's, and she was stunned by the sight before her. Wen Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his once clear gaze now filled with an unnatural daze. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face was as red as a ripe apple. The next second, Pei Xingyue was tackled onto the bed by Wen Xian, sweat dripping from his forehead. His voice was hoarse. Xingyue, is this what you wanted? Before Pei Xingyue was rendered unconscious, only one thought occupied her mind. Would she see the sun rise tomorrow? Chapter 117. Kyoto. That night, the Doomsday Military Region Alliance held an emergency, crucial meeting. Upon returning from the Yang family, Chu Jiansheng immediately reported the information Yu Xiaohua had revealed to him to the Alliance leader. Thus, this meeting took place. In the rooftop conference room, everyone sat together. Those present were naturally important leaders of high status and position. At the very center, the Doomsday Military Region Alliance leader, Lian, looked solemnly at Chu Jiansheng. The others had varying expressions. After hearing Chu Jiansheng's words, they all expressed their doubts. Chu Jiansheng, of course, knew they were all doubting the veracity of Yu Xiaohua's words. He stood up, looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, I know your doubts, but this matter is of utmost importance. I think we should prepare as soon as possible. If what Yu Xiaohua said is true, and the zombies evolve tomorrow and can emerge during the day, it will be another devastation for humanity. We must take precautions. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers began to circulate in the conference room. Among them, a man in his 30s stood up. His name was Jiang Hao. After the apocalypse, he awakened a power-based ability, and was now a core member of the military alliance. With a displeased expression he said, Vice Alliance Leader Chu, I think this is utterly absurd. What evolution? Since the apocalypse, zombies have only been active at night. This Yu Xiaohua, even if she is truly powerful, her claim about zombie evolution is completely unbelievable. How does she know this? Based on just one side of the story, we have to mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources from the military alliance to prevent it. If it's false, this is no small matter. Upon hearing this, everyone else showed expressions of agreement, indicating that Jiang Hao was right. Clearly, most people present supported Jiang Hao. Going to such lengths for a woman's words? Was he crazy? Yes, Jiang Hao is right. This woman from who knows where, even if she's powerful, how could she know about zombie evolution? Isn't that pure nonsense? Exactly. How could Vice Alliance Leader Chu believe such unreliable nonsense? Right, I don't believe it. Zombie evolution? It sounds too far-fetched. The meeting room erupted in commotion. Chu Jiansheng looked at everyone's expressions, recalling Yu Xiaohua's expression when she told him this during the day. So calm and composed. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it. But it was Yu Xiaohua who said it, and he inexplicably believed it. Although today was the first time he had met Yu Xiaohua. However, he felt that Yu Xiaohua was definitely not the kind of person who would speak carelessly. He believed it. Chu Jiansheng slammed his fist on the table. Enough. I, Chu Jiansheng, am willing to vouch for Yu Xiaohua. There's not much time left. In 6 hours, it will be dawn. If we don't prepare early, if the zombies really do evolve, it will be too late. At that time, it will be a devastating blow to both superhumans and ordinary people. The others looked displeased. However, given Chu Jiansheng's status and usual authority, he was angry, and no one dared to say anything more. Everyone looked at each other, their opinions written all over their faces. Jiang Hao reluctantly sat down, letting out a cold snort. What Yu Xiaohua? Has Chu Jiansheng lost his mind? This morning, not only did he make a big show of it, personally inviting this Yu Xiaohua to join their military alliance with his trusted subordinates, but he also actually gave her the black gold token. A woman? Even if she's powerful? How powerful could she be? Isn't that a bit too much? 10 black gold tokens. Everyone in the Doomsday Military Alliance would fight tooth and nail for them. But in the entire Doomsday Military Alliance, besides the Alliance leader and deputy leader, only he man, who awakened dual elemental abilities, possesses one. Now, some woman has one too. seemingly out of nowhere. When Jiang Hao learned of this, his jealousy reached its peak. Today, at the meeting, he immediately stood up to refute. Mostly out of his own selfishness and jealousy. Everyone looked at Lian, waiting for him to make a decision. Believe it or not. Should we give the order? The final decision rests with the alliance leader. Lian looked at Chu Jiancheng, his gaze darkening. Old Chu, do you know what you're saying? You're willing to vouch for Yu Xiaohua? If the zombies don't emerge by tomorrow morning, you know the consequences. Chu Jiancheng sighed. I know, alliance leader, I'm not acting impulsively. You know my personality, I don't easily vouch for anyone. But this time, I'm willing to believe this Miss Yu. I believe she's not lying. What good would lying do her? I believe she's acting entirely out of good intentions. Therefore, I'm willing to vouch for her. Please give the order, alliance leader. I, Chu Jiancheng, will bear all the consequences. Chu Jiancheng, of course, knew how serious the consequences of this matter were. The others whispered amongst themselves, most speculating whether Chu Jiancheng had been bewitched. How can he be so irrational? He's determined to vouch for Yu Xiaohua no matter what. He's insane. Lian gave him a deep look, then finally tapped the table. The room fell silent. The next second, Lian surveyed the room, scrutinizing every expression, and spoke in a deep voice, "This matter is of paramount importance and cannot be taken lightly. Therefore, I have decided to follow Vice Alliance Leader Chu's advice. Now, issue my order. All ability users in the Military Region Alliance are to enter a state of martial law. Patrols must be intensified, not only in regular areas, but also in potentially overlooked corners. At the same time, the number of patrolling ability users must be increased to ensure sufficient manpower in each area. No oversights are allowed. Remember, there can be no slackening. Everyone must take this matter very seriously, and not be careless." After everyone left the meeting room, Chu Jiancheng remained alone. Lian sighed. "Old Chu, we've known each other for so many years, and you never easily trust others. Today, you only met this Miss Yu once, and you already trust her so readily? Don't you think you're being a bit blindly trusting? The military alliance is still in its early stages, and people's hearts are not yet stable. You know how many people are eyeing your position. You can't afford any mistakes. Tomorrow, at dawn, if the zombies don't appear, how many people are watching you, wanting to bring you down and take your place? At that time, even I can't protect you. Old Chu, you're too impulsive." Chu Jiancheng paused. "Alliance Commander, I know what you mean. If this is false, I just resigned from my position as Deputy Alliance Commander. You know I never cared about these things. But if what Yu Xiaohua said is true, and we have no precautions, we will suffer heavy losses. Our military alliance can't afford to gamble, Alliance Commander." Chapter 118. Lian was somewhat helpless. "Your temper has always been like this. We worked together for so many years. How could I not know you don't care about these things? All right, this order is mine. Whatever the outcome, we two old brothers will share the responsibility. The order has been given now, they just have to wait until dawn to know the result." Lian seemed thoughtful. "It seems you have an exceptionally high opinion of this Miss Yu. Old Chu, over the years, although you valued talent, you never gone this far. To recruit this Yu Xiaohua, you really gone to great lengths, giving her the black gold token that you, as the vice leader, could allocate, and then making concessions, agreeing to let her join for only 1 year. Just now, in public, you even vouched for her. I admit she is indeed talented, but Old Chu, did you really have to go to this extent?" Chu Jiancheng nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, he spoke. "It's worth it, Alliance Leader. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, humanity's survival environment has become extremely difficult. Every step is fraught with unknowns and dangers. The zombies are closing in, shrinking our living space. And what about the future? We don't even know where hope lies. Under these circumstances, isn't everything we do to fight for a glimmer of hope for humanity? Even if there's only a tiny bit of hope, we cannot give up. Yu Xiaohua was able to kill so many zombies and crystal cores in one night. Since the apocalypse, I never seen anyone like her. Just how terrifying and powerful is she? Nobody knows. Even today, I haven't seen a trace of her strength. We can't let such a talent slip by, even if we have to back down. Otherwise, we will definitely regret it." Lian frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "You mean, even you couldn't see through Yu Xiaohua's strength?" Chu Jiancheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I can't see through her. Mysterious and unpredictable." Lian thought for a moment. "I'm really curious, just who is this Miss Yu? That you would rate her so highly?" Chu Jiancheng said, tomorrow, I will personally pick her up and bring her to the Military Region Alliance. Alliance leader, once you see her, you understand why I trust her so much. Time will give the best answer. That night, at the Kyoto Military Region Alliance, everyone stayed up all night. They were all waiting for dawn. After Lian gave the order, all the ability users in the Military Region Alliance were mobilized. At 4 in the morning, in Qing City, when Xian washed Pei Xingyue's body, placed her on the bed, and kissed her forehead. Looking at her exhausted sleeping face, his eyes filled with tenderness. She was indeed exhausted that night. The aphrodisiac did indeed stimulate a person's inner and physical desires. However, after an hour, the effects of the drug wore off. From then on, it was all about instinct. The silly girl thought it was the aphrodisiac's effect and begged for mercy again and again. When Xian dressed, closed the door, and went to his office. Upon arriving at the office, he learned that Pei Xianke had gone to the outer perimeter of the base. He rushed over immediately to join him. There was only an hour and a half until dawn. Would the zombies come out? Liao City? Bai Ryuan, Shin Nanji, and Yu Chang, along with their recruited superpowered team, were also on high alert. Finally, 10 minutes left. Dawn broke. Kyoto. Top floor. Lian and Chu Jiancheng stood shoulder to shoulder. Their gazes met, both revealing a solemn expression. The sky gradually turned a pale white, the dawn's light struggling to pierce through the clouds. As time passed, the answer seemed to draw ever closer. Like the approaching dawn, it evoked both anticipation and fear. Will the zombies evolve? This question lingered in their minds. If zombies could truly evolve, would they become immune to sunlight? This would undoubtedly pose a greater threat to humanity. Time ticked by, each minute feeling like a trial. Only their heartbeats remained. The sky gradually brightened. Finally, dawn broke. The moment of daybreak was like a silent command. Countless zombies, lurking in every corner of the city, unleashed themselves like awakened demons. The zombies surged forth in a frenzy. Once hidden in the darkness, they now surged onto the streets like wild horses. The zombies let out chilling roars. These zombies were utterly irrational. Their only goal was to bite anyone they saw. Whether old or young, man or woman, none could escape their clutches. The streets and alleys were filled with bloodshed and carnage. Fortunately, the members of the military alliance had anticipated this situation and made thorough preparations. They quickly organized themselves, forming strong defensive lines and engaging in fierce battles with the zombies, suppressing their advance. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, the military alliance members were well trained and coordinated, successfully repelling the first wave of attacks. Throughout Yin Kingdom, chaos reigned once more. In Qing City, when Xian stood atop a high wall, watching the waves of zombies rushing forward below, and the ever-appearing zombies in the distance, he turned to look at Pei Xianke, expressionless, his long, slender fingers toying with a lighter, his eyes sharp and piercing. He was still stunned by what he had witnessed. Yu Xiaohua's words were indeed true. Had the zombies really evolved? He couldn't imagine the chaos the base would have descended into, or how many people would have died, without these 2 weeks of preparation. All of this was thanks to Yu Xiaohua. He shouldn't have doubted Yu Xiaohua. When Xian said in a deep voice, "Xianke, miss you, you're truly amazing." Meanwhile, in Liao City, Bai Ryuan, Shin Nanji, and Yu Chang, along with other ability users, began clearing out the zombies. In Kyoto, a knock sounded at the door. A subordinate rushed in, his face equally shocked. "Report?" Lian and Chu Jiancheng exchanged a glance. "Speak." "Report?" "Alliance leader, deputy alliance leader, just now, the zombies swarmed out, triggering an unprecedented mass riot. Now, whether it's a bustling street or a quiet alley, these ferocious zombies have taken over. The situation is extremely critical. However, fortunately, we were prepared for this. The ability users in the alliance have quickly mobilized and are engaged in fierce battles with those ferocious zombies, doing their utmost to carry out rescue work." Lian waved his hand, turned to look at Chu Jiancheng. "Old Chu, this Miss Yu is indeed a capable person. The zombies seem to have really evolved. All our plans have been disrupted. We need to redeploy now," Chu Jiancheng said gravely. He continued, "The zombies are even harder to deal with now that they evolved. You take your men and arrange the deployment. I take some men to the rescue first. We talk again when I get back." Lian patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, go ahead. Be careful. You're getting old, don't push yourself like a young person. I wait for you to return to discuss it further." Chapter 119. The Yang family received an uninvited guest, Lu Xiaonie's husband. Since Lu Xiaonie's death, her useless husband had been unable to do anything, relying solely on their previous supplies and huddled in their house. They were barely surviving. Early this morning, the zombies came out in droves. Now, outside, in the streets and alleys, there were hordes of zombies. The Yang family, being an older resident, naturally had a large number of zombies outside their building. Lu Xiaonie's husband scrambled upstairs, afraid to make a sound. Fearing he would attract the zombies, he could only humbly knock on the door of the Yang family's house. Aunt Yang, Uncle Yang, the zombies are out. I can't survive alone. You watched me grow up. You can't just stand by and watch me die. My parents were alive, and you took care of me. How could you face my parents? Open the door for me, please. Yangwen, we're best brothers. Before, my wife was unreasonable. She stirred up trouble between us. Now that she's dead, shouldn't you be satisfied? Such a small matter, are you going to keep harping on it? Inside the house, the Yang family elder's eyes were red with anger. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless things? Yangwen turned his wheelchair to look at the Yang family elders, his eyes calm. When he'd lost his leg saving Lu Xiaonie and her husband, and they hoarded all the supplies. He had been angry, resentful. Hated himself for being blind to save such people. Resentment, bitterness. But after meeting Xiao Yu, he no longer had those emotions. Because such shameless people are not worth being angry or furious about. It's just a waste of your time. Dad, don't worry about him, Yangwen said. The two elders of the Yang family looked at Yangwen with relief. Alright, let's ignore him. The more you pay attention to someone like him, the more shameless he becomes. Just as they finished speaking, Lu Xiaonie's husband's furious voice came from outside the door. Fine, you have the guts not to open the door. I misjudged you. If I get bitten by a zombie, I won't let you off the hook. You just wait. Incompetent people only know how to make threats. The footsteps faded away. Yu Xiaohua's door slowly opened. Today, she was wearing a black leather jacket. Leather pants tightly hugged her long, slender legs, outlining a perfect curve. They shimmered faintly in the light, forming a striking contrast with her fair skin. Cold and elegant. Yu Xiaohua's hair was shorter than before. Its original shoulder length was now just above her ears, neatly falling on either side of her face. Her short hair made her look even more rebellious, capable, and efficient, further highlighting her wild and unrestrained personality. The three members of the Yang family were instantly drawn to her. Yangwen exclaimed, Little Yu, you look so cool today. Grandma Yang nodded. You child, why are you dressed so lightly today? Quick, put on your long johns. It's already cold outside. You catch a cold if you're dressed so lightly, Grandpa Yang said anxiously. Quickly, find Little Yu a pair of long johns. What if she gets cold in this weather? Yu Xiaohua, seeing the three's concerned looks, spoke up, stopping Grandma Yang who was about to go find long johns. Yu Xiaohua told the three of them that she was going to the Military Region Alliance. Yangwen frowned. But didn't that Deputy Alliance Commander Chu say he would come to pick you up personally? Little Yu, aren't you going to wait for him? Yu Xiaohua shook her head. No need. Chu Jiansheng can't make it today. I go by myself. Then Yu Xiaohua said, Grandpa Yang, Grandma Yang, I filled the kitchen with food and supplies. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I won't be coming back. In 10 days, people from the Military Alliance will come to pick up Brother Wen for his assessment. If Brother Wen passes the assessment, they bring you all to live with them at the base. Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang looked at Yu Xiaohua with reluctance. Even though the two elderly people were reluctant to let her go, they knew that someone like Yu Xiaohua wouldn't stay here forever. Alas, their connection ended today. Grandma Yang stepped forward and patted Yu Xiaohua's head with tears in her eyes. Yu Xiaohua lowered her head slightly, letting Grandma Yang gently stroke her. Little Yu, Grandma will miss you, but I know someone as capable as you should do even greater things. Go, Grandma believes in you and wishes you all the best. Wherever Grandma is, she will always be there to bless and pray for you. Yu Xiaohua paused, then grasped Grandma Yang's rough hands. Our bond won't end here, Grandma. See you at the base. The three members of the Yang family stood at the door, watching Yu Xiaohua go downstairs. Their faces all showed the same reluctance and sadness. Until Yu Xiaohua's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs. Grandpa Yang said, Go back. After going downstairs, Yu Xiaohua didn't rush to leave. She went up to the third floor, to Lu Xiaonie's door, and kicked it open. The heavy security door, weighing over 100 pounds, was kicked open with one kick. Inside, standing there was Lu Xiaonie's husband, looking completely bewildered. He stared dumbfounded at the collapsed security door, his hands trembling at his sides. Eyes wide with terror, he stared at Yu Xiaohua bursting through the door. Has this woman gone mad? Is she a bandit? Yu Xiaohua walked in step by step, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Lu Xiaonie's husband was terrified. You, what are you doing? Are you crazy? This is trespassing. Yu Xiaohua approached, raising an eyebrow slightly. She didn't say a word. The next second, Yu Xiaohua reached out and, with lightning speed, gripped his neck. Her eyes were like cold blades, and the pressure on her hand increased steadily. Until Lu Xiaonie's husband's legs left the ground, his face turning a deep purplish red. Help! Help me! No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape Yu Xiaohua's grasp. Yu Xiaohua spoke slowly, each word carrying a terrifying ruthlessness. I hate trouble, especially disgusting trouble like you, so you can die now. To the Yang family, Lu Xiaonie's husband was like a reptile that didn't bite, but was still a nuisance. Yu Xiaohua tightened her grip. With a snap, Lu Xiaonie's husband's neck broke. He was then tossed aside like trash, his death horrific. Yu Xiaohua circled the house. It was like a pigsty. She saw a pile of supplies in the kitchen, all of which should belong to Yangwen. Yu Xiaohua casually waved her hand, and the supplies vanished instantly. Yu Xiaohua then carried all the supplies to the Yang family's door before turning to leave. Just outside the building, she saw 3 or 4 hideous zombies roaming in the distance. She swiftly and cleanly dealt with the surrounding zombies. They got in the car and headed towards the military region alliance. Along the way, the streets of Kyoto were filled with roaming zombies and the maimed bodies of humans. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Yu Xiaohua sped through the zombie-infested streets. Suddenly, a massive horde of zombies appeared in front of the car, densely packed and completely blocking the road. Chapter 120. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua swiftly turned the steering wheel. Smelling the scent of living beings, the zombies surged towards Yu Xiaohua's car like hungry wolves. These terrifying zombies, each with bared fangs and claws, had ferocious faces. They emitted chilling roars from time to time. Yu Xiaohua calmly observed this scene, showing no sign of panic. Without hesitation, she rolled down the car window, facing the swarming zombies directly. A slight smile played on her lips, a captivating grin. The next second, a heavy machine gun appeared out of thin air in Yu Xiaohua's hand. This machine gun was entirely black, gleaming with a cold light, exuding an incredibly powerful sense of oppression. It was one she had specially commissioned from the black market before the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua skillfully set up the machine gun and then steadily aimed it at the horde of zombies behind her. His gaze was cold and resolute, utterly fearless. The zombies were caught off guard by the sudden attack, falling to the ground one after another, but more zombies surged forward in droves. Just then, in the distance, several military vehicles were approaching. The people in the military vehicles also spotted Yu Xiaohua's car in the distance and sped over. Report, Captain. There are people fighting zombies over there. So many zombies. Requesting reinforcements. Such a massive zombie horde. Even the superhumans from the military alliance had never seen anything like it before. Has this person disturbed a zombie horde? The situation was extremely serious. The superhumans in the military vehicles were prepared for a bloody battle. The soldiers in the military vehicles sprayed machine gun fire at the surrounding zombies, trying to clear a path. The people from the military alliance parked their vehicles, just about to get out and provide support. The driver, shocked, pointed into the distance. Holy crap, look! Look, everyone! They were all stunned, staring dumbfounded at the roof of the car opposite. Across the way, Yu Xiaohua stopped the car, cleanly and nimbly flipping onto the roof. She leaped onto the roof with agile movements, like a light swallow in flight. The machine gun in her hands was like a deadly work of art. She quickly set up the machine gun, aiming at the surging horde of zombies ahead. The moment she pulled the trigger, the machine gun emitted a series of crisp, loud shots. Bullets rained down like a storm. Every bullet accurately hit its target. The zombies were torn to shreds. A gruesome sight. However, the number of zombies seemed endless. They continued to advance. Despite this, her firing rate did not slow down at all. On the contrary, it increased. Every shot hit its mark. Finally, the machine gun was empty. Yu Xiaohua's movements didn't falter. She skillfully retracted the machine gun into her spatial storage. Standing on the roof of the vehicle, she surveyed the chaotic and bloody scene before her. In the sunlight, her figure appeared exceptionally tall and slender. Her beautiful face was like a finely sculpted work of art. Stunningly beautiful. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, focused her mind, and continuously gathered the supernatural energy within her body to her fingertips. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and she soared into the air like a graceful swallow. In the air, Yu Xiaohua rapidly waved her hands. At this moment, she seemed to be conducting a grand concert. However, this time, she was not playing beautiful music, but rather a raging fire. With her movement, a blazing flame ignited in her left hand. The flame shot like a burning meteor. Immediately afterward, another flame bloomed in her right hand. Echoing the flame in her left, they formed a dazzling wall of fire. These two flames, like two ferocious beasts, roared and pounced on the swarming zombies. The zombies seemed to sense the powerful heat and the dangerous aura. Their movements suddenly slowed, and they hesitated. With this first evolution, the zombies were no longer afraid of sunlight. Furthermore, even the lower-level zombies began to evolve their consciousness. Within a few days, more level 2 and higher-level zombies would appear. Wherever the flames passed, wherever they went, there were the shrill screams of zombies. Those hiding in the streets and alleys watched this scene, staring in shock at Yu Xiaohua. At this moment, she was like a goddess descending, breathtakingly beautiful. Inside the military vehicle, the Alliance military personnel opened the door and witnessed the same scene. Such powerful superpowers. Such a formidable woman. These hundreds of zombies. She killed so many effortlessly in the blink of an eye? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Was she even human? What about them, who risked their lives to kill even a few zombies? Just trash. They were all stunned. After a long while, Yu Xiaohua withdrew her hand. After the zombies were burned, they left behind a pile of crystal cores. Several greedy eyes lurked in the shadows. However, no one dared to approach and snatch the crystal cores. They were envious. But who would be so reckless? The military alliance members were also envious. That's over 100 crystal cores. How long would it take them to kill them? But they knew even more that they couldn't afford to offend the woman before them. She was clearly more terrifying than the zombies. Unless they wanted to be burned alive like those zombies they had just encountered. Yu Xiaohua looked at the military alliance members and nodded. She jumped off the car roof, opened the car door, blocking everyone's view, and took out a large sack from her spatial storage. To conceal her identity. She didn't want to expose her spatial storage. Seeing Yu Xiaohua take out the large sack, the military alliance members opposite her. The corners of their mouths twitched. Their expressions were indescribable. This huge snakeskin sack, so down to earth. Using a snakeskin sack to store crystal cores? This operation. You can't help but admire it. Hu Tian, the first squad leader of the military alliance, quickly called to his team. Approaching, Wu Tian said, "Hello, miss. How about we help you collect them? Don't worry, we're from the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. We would never steal anything. With so many crystal cores, it would take you forever to collect them all by yourself." Yu Xiaohua looked at the excited Wu Tian, her gaze falling on the insignia on his chest. District 1, Yu Xiaohua nodded. Okay, thank you. Wu Tian's eyes lit up. What if he could recommend this young lady to the Military Region Alliance? Such a capable person was exactly what their Military Region Alliance needed. Next, Wu Tian led the people from District 1, eagerly collecting all the crystal cores on the ground and handing them to Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua took out 10 crystal cores. Your reward? Wu Tian was stunned, looking at the crystal cores Yu Xiaohua had taken out. Unbelievable. Behind them, the team members stared wide-eyed. A windfall? They hadn't done anything, just helped this young lady pick up the crystal cores from the ground. And they got 10 crystal cores? Good heavens. If this were before the apocalypse, they'd be winning the lottery. Wu Tian. This, miss, these are 10 crystal cores. We only helped out, there's no need for this. We feel unworthy. Chapter 121. Wu Tian was an upright man. He genuinely felt embarrassed that he and his teammates had only helped collect the crystal cores, yet they had so easily obtained 10. Seeing the embarrassed Wu Tian, Yu Xiaohua directly placed the crystal core in his hand. What's yours is yours. I don't take back what I give. Take it. The dozen or so teammates behind Wu Tian were already ecstatic. Wu Tian accepted the crystal core and saluted. Miss, may I ask your name? Yu Xiaohua. Wu Tian nodded. So you're Miss Yu. I'm Wu Tian, the captain of the 1st District of the Military Alliance. It's a pleasure to meet you. Where are you going, Miss Yu? We can drive you there. Wu Tian immediately realized his mistake. Miss Yu was so capable, she didn't need their escort. He quickly changed his tune. No, that's not what I meant, Miss Yu. What I meant was... Yu Xiaohua shook her head. I'm going to the Military Region Alliance. Wu Tian and the team members behind him were stunned. The Military Region Alliance? This is too much of a coincidence. Miss Yu is going to the Military Region Alliance? Is she going to seek refuge with some relatives? I never heard of any relative having such a powerful figure. Wu Tian nodded happily. The team members behind him surged forward. They chattered all at once. Miss Yu, you're also going to the Military Region Alliance? Perfect timing. We finished our mission and are heading back too. What a coincidence. Miss Yu, let's go together. Yes, Miss Yu, ride in our car. The dozen or so team members from District 1 introduced themselves enthusiastically. They all genuinely admired the strong. Having just witnessed Yu Xiaohua's prowess, they all looked at her like devoted fans. Their eyes were practically sparkling. Yu Xiaohua nodded, agreeing to return to the military alliance with them. After getting into the military vehicle, Wu Tian drove. For the rest of the journey, Yu Xiaohua closed her eyes to rest. Wu Tian didn't disturb her, driving quietly. The other team members assumed Yu Xiaohua was tired, so they sat up straight and breathed softly. The people in the car were afraid of disturbing Yu Xiaohua's rest. In reality, Yu Xiaohua was communicating with Qin Tian about Ji Yunlan using her mind. Soon, at the entrance of the military alliance, all the ability users of the military alliance had gone out last night, and they were still fighting, finally clearing most of the surrounding zombies. Wu Tian parked the car and whispered, "Miss Yu, we arrived." The next second, Yu Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear, and nodded. Wu Tian immediately got out of the car, walked to the passenger side, and opened the door respectfully. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car. Wu Tian closed the door, watching her back. He didn't know what was wrong with him. This Miss Yu's aura was just too strong. He unconsciously became as obedient as a child facing a teacher. He swore he was following his heart. Fear of following his heart. Behind him, a dozen or so team members watched their captain's cowardly appearance, suppressing their laughter. Even their captain had a day like this. Hee. Yu Xiaohua looked at the sign for the Military Region Alliance, lifted her foot, and walked forward. Wu Tian coughed, turned around, and looked at his team members. What are you laughing at? No. I'm not laughing. Captain is mighty. Wu Tian and his team members quickly followed Yu Xiaohua. At the gate, the person guarding the gate was clearly someone familiar with Wu Tian. Brother Tian is back. Who's this? Brother Tian, did you bring her back? The higher-ups are cracking down hard right now. Does this young lady have the necessary paperwork to join the alliance? Just as Wu Tian was about to speak, 5 military vehicles appeared in the distance. Wu Tian's gaze darkened as he saw the license plate of the lead vehicle. The guards immediately stood at attention and saluted. Soon, the 5 military vehicles stopped at the gate, and the windows rolled down. A truly unpleasant face was revealed. His eyes were gloomy. The person in the military vehicle was Jiang Hao. He had just returned from a mission that lasted all night. Although it was said to have been a mission that lasted all night, in reality, he had been sitting in the vehicle the whole time, maintaining a haughty demeanor, directing his men to clear out the zombies. In the end, his men were exhausted, and when they reported back, all the credit went to Jiang Hao. He and Wu Tian were destined to meet again today. Yu Xiaohua was blocked by the team members from District 1, so Jiang Hao didn't see her immediately. He got out of the car. The team members behind him followed, standing behind Jiang Hao, each with an arrogant expression. The post-apocalyptic Military Region Alliance was strictly hierarchical. Region 1 was merely the lowest-ranking team. Jiang Hao looked at Wu Tian and sneered. Captain Wu, how many zombies did you kill last night? Did you just spend the night loafing around? The team members on both sides were well aware of Jiang Hao's targeting. The team members behind Wu Tian were furious, their faces flushed. They clenched their fists, wishing they could rush up and fight. Their captain was clearly better than Jiang Hao in every way, but he was too honest and didn't know how to flatter. Several times before, even though their captain had risked his life killing zombies and searching for supplies, Jiang Hao had always taken the credit. Afraid that the higher-ups would think it was all Jiang Hao's doing, Jiang Hao rose through the ranks from captain to his current position as commander. And he shamelessly boasted about his position every time. They seized every opportunity to belittle their captain. It was utterly shameful. They were all loyal to their captain. Jiang Hao tried to bribe them several times, but they all refused. Therefore, Jiang Hao increasingly targeted their captain. Of the 12 squads, theirs was the most disliked. They never got the best weapons. They did all the hard and tiring work, and no one even remembered them. They were constantly targeted by the other squads, all at Jiang Hao's behest. Their squad was the most aggrieved. Today, Wu Tian and his teammates knew they were about to be humiliated again. The gatekeepers all lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything. Jiang Hao's domineering nature was notorious throughout the entire military region alliance. No one at the lower levels dared to offend him. Wu Tian clenched his fist, looking at the smug Jiang Hao, neither humble nor arrogant. Commander Jiang, we killed 96 zombies last night, and obtained 96 zombie crystal cores. My team members did their best. Wu Tian didn't mention the 10 crystal cores Yu Xiaohua had given him. He didn't want to cause Yu Xiaohua any trouble. If someone like Jiang Hao knew that Miss Yu had easily given him 10 crystal cores, Jiang Hao would definitely be envious and scheme against Miss Yu. A contemptuous smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips, a cold laugh. 96 crystal cores? You dare to boast about this achievement? I bet you were all slacking off in some corner all night. His voice was full of mockery and disdain, as if he completely disregarded Wu Tian and the others' efforts. Hearing this, the team members behind Wu Tian felt a surge of anger. They had worked hard, fought desperately against the zombies, and finally obtained these crystal cores. Finally, they felt deeply wronged and angry at being so belittled by Jiang Hao. In the team, a member named Lao Wu finally couldn't contain his dissatisfaction. He stepped forward, faced Jiang Hao directly, and shouted, "Commander Jiang, why are you speaking so harshly? We haven't rested for a single minute all night. Our captain has been leading us non-stop killing zombies. How can you criticize us like this without reason? You're always targeting our captain. What's the point of doing this?" Chapter 122. Old Five's words exploded like thunder in the crowd. Everyone's expression changed instantly. They all knew Jiang Hao's personality. He was notoriously vengeful. Old Five's open defiance of him would likely cause him considerable trouble. Wu Tian naturally understood this as well. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Old Five, trying to quell the disturbance. As expected, Jiang Hao's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, as if shrouded in a dark cloud. His eyes were fixed on Wu Tian and Old Five, filled with rage. Jiang Hao's voice was cold and stern. He reprimanded them mercilessly. "Wu Tian, look at your good teammate. Openly defying his superior, utterly lacking in discipline. The Military Region Alliance will absolutely not tolerate someone who defies their superiors like this. You immediately report him to get him out of the Military Region Alliance." These words caused an uproar among the team members behind Wu Tian. They shouted angrily, expressing their strong dissatisfaction with Jiang Hao's decision. "Captain, we can't fire Lao Wu. Captain, he's going too far. Yes, Captain, we're not having it." The team members' voices rose and fell, filled with resentment towards Jiang Hao and support for Lao Wu. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, feeling immense anger at Jiang Hao's despicable actions. He knew Jiang Hao was using this as an excuse. On the surface, it was targeting Lao Wu, but in reality, it was to suppress him. Wu Tian straightened his back, fearless, meeting Jiang Hao's gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Impossible, Commander Jiang, I absolutely will not submit this report. Lao Wu did nothing wrong." His words were firm and powerful. This time, he would not back down. Unfortunately, rank still held sway, even in the apocalypse. Jiang Hao's face grew increasingly grim as he stared intently at Wu Tian. Anger and resentment flashed in his eyes. "Wu Tian, don't forget your place. You're the captain, you should obey my orders. What, do you intend to openly defy me?" Jiang Hao's voice was filled with authority and oppression. Wu Tian's body trembled slightly, his teeth clenched. He knew Jiang Hao was right. As the captain, he should indeed obey his superior's orders, even if those orders were wrong. You better think carefully about your men. What kind of predicament will their families face without the Alliance's protection? Jiang Hao continued, his words like a sharp sword piercing Wu Tian's heart. Wu Tian's face paled even more. The faces of Lao Wu and the other team members' families flashed through his mind. He knew that if he disobeyed orders, he wouldn't care about himself, but he would implicate these innocent people. "I advise you not to act impulsively. Only when your position surpasses mine will you have the right to refuse. Now, you can only obey," Jiang Hao said smugly. Wu Tian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping from between his fingers. Endure? Could he only endure? Just then, Lao Wu suddenly stepped forward, his eyes firm and resolute. "Captain, I said I take responsibility for my actions. You don't need to find a chance to make things difficult for our captain. I leave myself." "Lao Wu, don't be impulsive," Wu Tian quickly called out. Lao Wu resolutely turned around and walked towards the door. "Fifth brother," Wu Tian cried out in anguish. His teammates gritted their teeth. Wu Tian hated his own powerlessness. He couldn't even protect his own brothers. Were they just supposed to watch fifth brother leave? Jiang Hao watched Wu Tian's pained expression, a smug satisfaction spreading through him. A subtle, sinister smile played on his lips. The next second, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Stop! The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a magical power, shaking everyone to their core. Fifth brother involuntarily stopped. Everyone turned to look. Then, Yu Xiaohua slowly emerged from behind the team. Every step she took felt like a blow to their hearts. Her figure gradually came into focus. Sunlight bathed her, highlighting her tall figure and long legs. Her appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. She exuded an undeniable authority. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This woman is beautiful. Seeing Jiang Hao's lecherous gaze, Wu Tian quickly turned and walked to Yu Xiaohua's side. Miss Yu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved, it will implicate you. Jiang Hao is targeting me, you can't be dragged into it. Yu Xiaohua glanced at the worried Wu Tian. It's alright. I'm the kind of person who likes to reason. Wu Tian was taken aback. Miss Yu likes to reason? It doesn't seem like it. Where Yu Xiaohua passed, the team members made way for her. Yu Xiaohua walked up to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's sinister expression vanished instantly. This beautiful lady, I am Jiang Hao, the commander of the Military Region Alliance. It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your relationship with Wu Tian? He really underestimated Wu Tian. He actually had such a unique and beautiful woman hidden away. It's a waste of talent for her to be with Wu Tian. Such a beauty deserves someone like him. The air around Yu Xiaohua seemed to freeze. Her deep eyes revealed a dangerous allure. She slowly curled her lips into a smile, but her gaze was cold and ruthless, bringing an intense sense of oppression. The next second, Yu Xiaohua suddenly raised her foot and kicked Jiang Hao's knee, ruthlessly and accurately. Jiang Hao hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to move so swiftly. Although his reaction speed was extremely fast, trying to quickly dodge this fatal kick, he was still a fraction too slow. A crisp crack rang out as Yu Xiaohua's foot struck Jiang Hao's knee with perfect accuracy. With that crisp sound, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Dozens of eyes simultaneously fell on Jiang Hao. Disbelief was written on everyone's face. Holy crap! Someone couldn't help but exclaim softly, unable to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Hao, known for his arrogant and domineering manner, had been kicked to one knee. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with a vicious, murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour Yu Xiaohua alive. Just as he raised his head, Yu Xiaohua reached out and grabbed his hair tightly like an iron clamp. The movement was clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. She looked down at Jiang Hao, her eyes cold and resolute, as if looking at a defenseless prey. Jiang Hao was a strength-based ability user. But his pride and joy, in Yu Xiaohua's eyes, was nothing more than child's play. Insignificant. Jiang Hao used all his strength to try to break free from Yu Xiaohua's grasp. But no matter how much force he used, Yu Xiaohua's hand wouldn't budge. Wu Tian and his teammates exchanged glances. How could they have forgotten? Miss Yu is the one who could burn hundreds of zombies with a single move, let alone a mere Jiang Hao. Chapter 123. Since the apocalypse, Jiang Hao had enjoyed a smooth and unobstructed rise to power. He had never before been so easily subdued by a woman, publicly humiliated and stripped of all face. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua stared at him expressionlessly. Jiang Hao, an insignificant existence like an ant. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke. Her voice was clear and firm, each word striking everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. I advise you not to act rashly. Only when your position surpasses mine will you have the right to refuse my demands. But now, you can only obey. Wu Tian and everyone present were stunned, because they suddenly realized that Yu Xiaohua's words were exactly the same as what Jiang Hao had just said. What did this mean? Everyone was completely bewildered. Jiang Hao's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, and he glared fiercely at Yu Xiaohua. Her eyes flashed with venomous light, and she gritted her teeth. What do you mean? Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a slight, contemptuous sneer. She was completely unfazed by Jiang Hao's anger and questioning. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was enraged. He whirled around to his men. He roared hysterically. Are you all dead? Seize this woman right now. Wu Tian and the men behind him stepped forward without hesitation. They quickly formed an impenetrable human wall around Yu Xiaohua. Instantly, the tension was palpable, the atmosphere incredibly tense. A fierce clash seemed inevitable. Yu Xiaohua kicked him again, and with a crack, Jiang Hao fell to his knees. Now, his last shred of dignity was completely gone. Wu Tian said, "Miss Yu, you go first. We handle this." Wu Tian stood there, mentally prepared for any punishment. He knew this matter wouldn't be easily resolved, but he didn't regret his decision, because he knew Miss Yu had stood up for Lao Wu entirely. Therefore, no matter the consequences, he was determined not to let Miss Yu be implicated in anything. Just then, Yu Xiaohua suddenly grabbed Jiang Hao's hair and ruthlessly threw him across the street like trash. Caught off guard, Jiang Hao tumbled and scrambled. However, what followed was even more humiliating. Yu Xiaohua casually tossed away the clump of hair she was holding, as if it were worthless trash. It wasn't Jiang Hao's hair at all, but a pile of disgusting garbage. This action was undoubtedly a humiliating defeat for Jiang Hao, utterly destroying his dignity. Jiang Hao was enraged, his eyes bloodshot, as if spitting fire. He roared hysterically like a mad dog that had lost its mind. "Kill her! Arrest her! I want!" 10 minutes later, Wu Tian and his team stood there, utterly bewildered, their faces filled with disbelief, their mouths slightly agape. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with confusion and shock. They were supposed to protect Miss Yu's safe retreat. Just now, Jiang Hao and his men attacked together. Miss Yu waved her hand, signaling them to step aside. What followed was a one-sided beating. One person beat up a group of people. Over 20 ability users, and Miss Yu effortlessly took them all down. They didn't even see them clearly, they were all afterimages. One after another they fell. What kind of speed is Miss Yu? Even Jiang Hao's team members didn't have a chance to use their abilities. Miss Yu just threw one punch, and then that person was knocked to the ground? Miss Yu, is that even a human fist? Old Five swallowed hard. Captain, is she even human? It's unbelievable. Miss Yu isn't just powerful in terms of superpowers, my god, her martial arts skills are amazing too. And this is a group of over 20 men. Holy crap, I, Wu Tian, have truly seen something amazing today. Wu Tian's shock was indescribable. He couldn't help but exclaim, after the apocalypse, most people who awaken superpowers don't necessarily become much stronger. They often rely solely on their unique abilities. However, a woman like Miss Yu not only possesses powerful superpowers, but her martial arts skills are also so formidable. This is the first time I ever seen anything like it. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Yu Xiaohua moved like a ghost, instantly knocking the last man to the ground. She stopped her attack and slowly walked to the kneeling Jiang Hao, looking at him expressionlessly. Jiang Hao was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe that this seemingly frail woman was so powerful. This woman's fighting skills are absolutely freakish. He's no match for her. You, Wu Tian, you're just going to stand by and watch this woman beat up your superior. Are you crazy? Don't you want to quit? Jiang Hao roared furiously, I'm telling you, this won't end here. The higher-ups definitely won't let you off the hook. However, Yu Xiaohua remained completely unmoved by his threat. She casually raised her hand, as if it were just an ordinary gesture. Before Jiang Hao could react, a sharp slap rang out. Yu Xiaohua's hand had landed heavily on his face. The slap made Jiang Hao see stars, and his body involuntarily leaned backward. He covered his face, staring at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief, fear and anger churning within him. Just then, the gate of the Military District Alliance was suddenly pushed open. A dignified voice rang out, What's going on here? Everyone looked at the group of people who walked out of the gate, led by Chu Jiansheng. He was dressed in military uniform, exuding authority. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully wherever his gaze fell. Of course, those who had fallen to the ground got up and stood shakily to one side. Jiang Hao knew his disheveled state. He wanted to stand up, but the power of Yu Xiaohua's 2 kicks was obvious. He couldn't stand up even if he wanted to. The scene fell silent. Chu Jiansheng looked at the mess, his brows furrowed, until he saw Yu Xiaohua turn around. His anger, which had been about to erupt, instantly dissipated. His eyes brightened slightly. Everyone who had been prepared to bear Chu Jiansheng's wrath. Seeing Chu Jiansheng's sudden change from a violent, murderous outburst to a calm demeanor, they were even more bewildered. Was the vice commander on his period? Why was he frowning one moment and smiling the next? So unpredictable, Jiang Hao had completely abandoned all pretense of decency. He preemptively accused, Vice Commander, Wu Tian has gone mad. He actually teamed up with this woman to cause trouble at the entrance of our military region's alliance, and even injured me and my teammates. Vice Commander, you must severely punish Wu Tian and arrest this woman. Jiang Hao waited for Chu Jiansheng to take charge. Chapter 124. Chu Jiansheng was always extremely impartial, and never showed favoritism. Wu Tian was absolutely finished today. And this woman wouldn't get away with it either. She would repay the humiliation she suffered today tenfold. Chu Jiansheng looked at Jiang Hao and his men, their faces bruised and swollen, looking utterly pathetic. He knew that Yu Xiaohua hadn't held back at all. How could she have driven this aloof Miss Yu to such a point? Jiang Hao must have done something shameless or outrageous. He could only say that Jiang Hao deserved it. He didn't think much of Jiang Hao. If it weren't for the alliance leader's continued promotion of him, praising his intelligence and competence, he wouldn't have been given the commander's position. Chu Jiansheng coughed. He stepped forward. His guards stood in a line, exuding an imposing aura. Chu Jiansheng didn't even glance at Jiang Hao. Instead, he looked at Wu Tian. Wu Tian, the captain of District 1, held a low rank and had only average abilities. He wasn't very familiar with him, but he had heard of his upright and stubborn character. Tell me, what exactly happened? Is what Jiang Hao said true? Yu Xiaohua stood there, glancing indifferently at Chu Jiansheng. Chu Jiansheng seemed to realize something, and looked at his trusted aide. This young lady looks a bit tired, go get her a chair. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions were a mix of emotions. What was going on? How could the deputy commander of the military alliance proactively ask his trusted aide to get a chair for a woman? This was outrageous. Shouldn't Deputy Commander Chu be reprimanding him now? How could she be so friendly? Jiang Hao was utterly incredulous. His face flushed red. What went wrong? Could it be that Chu Jiansheng had also fallen for this woman? This Chu Jiansheng, who seemed indifferent to women, was just a hypocrite. Only Chu Jiansheng's trusted confidants knew the truth. This Miss Yu. Heh. How much effort did their deputy alliance leader put in? He made 2 concessions to get Miss Yu to agree to join their military alliance. Furthermore, this morning, Miss Yu had accurately predicted the zombie evolution. Miss Yu is such a treasure. Even if today's action was to embarrass Jiang Hao at the military alliance's gate, as long as the deputy alliance leader was here, no one could touch Miss Yu today. Commander Jiang Hao was no match for him. His confidant glanced sympathetically at the bewildered Jiang Hao. Of all people to mess with, this guy had to target Miss Yu. Now he really bitten off more than he could chew. Today, who's in charge is truly uncertain. Some people's plans have probably backfired. The confidant settled into a chair and whispered, Miss Yu, please have a seat. No one heard what the confidant said, they only saw his respectful demeanor. Completely baffled, Yu Xiaohua sat down unhurriedly, looked at Chu Jiansheng, and nodded. Chu Jiansheng looked at Wu Tian and said, You continue. Wu Tian saluted. Reporting to Vice Alliance Leader Chu, today, I led the team from District 1 to encounter this Miss Yu fighting zombies on the street. From the conversation, we learned that Miss Yu was coming to our military regional alliance, so my team and I brought her back. When we arrived at the entrance, we happened to run into Commander Jiang and his men. Commander Jiang first inexplicably accused us of slacking off during the zombie clearing process. My team member couldn't stand it, and stood up to speak the truth. Commander Jiang used this as an excuse to force my team member to leave the military region alliance. Miss Yu couldn't stand it either, so she stood up. Then Jiang Hao spoke rudely to Miss Yu, which is why Miss Yu taught Commander Jiang a lesson. After speaking, Wu Tian straightened up. Vice Alliance Leader, if there's any punishment for today's events, I, Wu Tian, will bear it alone. It has nothing to do with Miss Yu, and please don't blame my team members. Wu Tian intended to take full responsibility. Chu Jiansheng looked at him with a hint of appreciation. This Wu Tian is quite good, and also a lucky one. Chu Jiansheng nodded, his attitude very gentle. I understand the matter. This matter ends here. I will not punish you, nor will I punish anyone else. Your team member, Lao Wu, will not have to leave the military region alliance. Chu Jiansheng's words shocked everyone again. That's it? Vice Alliance Leader Chu isn't going to pursue this at all? Wu Tian had already prepared himself for punishment, but hearing this, he was somewhat at a loss. What incredible luck had he gotten, after all, attacking Jiang Hao, his superior, and not being punished. This just didn't seem to make sense. Everyone was bewildered. Especially Jiang Hao's team member, whose face was bruised and swollen. They all stared at Chu Jiansheng in disbelief. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Jiang Hao was furious, practically going crazy. Of course, he was indignant. He shouted, Deputy Alliance Commander, you can't just listen to his side of the story. This woman attacked me without any explanation. She's not even part of our military region alliance. What right does she have to stand up for that old fifth brother? Deputy Alliance Commander Chu, You can't be so blind to right and wrong. I demand to see the Alliance commander. I must get justice for myself. Jiang Hao spoke righteously, even using Alliance Commander Lian to pressure Chu Jiansheng. Unfortunately, Chu Jiansheng wasn't buying it. He turned to look at the enraged Jiang Hao, his face darkening, and said, Commander Jiang, are you questioning my decision? What do you want to pursue about today's events? Is it that you were outmatched, or that you publicly doubted your subordinates, spoke recklessly, lacked any superior conduct, or even insulted a woman? Don't you really want to save face? As for whether this Miss Yu is qualified, as you said? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. Vice Alliance Leader Chu, of course she, a woman, is not qualified. Chu Jiansheng shook his head and sighed helplessly. He looked at Yu Xiaohua sitting there, his tone devoid of any blame. Today, it was my fault. I was busy with official duties and couldn't get away. Chu Jiansheng's first words were full of apology. Now, everyone present was completely unsettled. Their Vice Alliance Leader Chu was apologizing? What kind of apology was he giving? Were they hallucinating? Wu Tian's teammates looked at each other. Why did they feel so incredibly satisfied? Jiang Hao had originally wanted Vice Alliance Leader Chu to back him up. But Vice Alliance Leader Chu not only didn't back him up, but also brought Miss Yu a chair and apologized immediately. What kind of female protagonist wish fulfillment novel is this? Even a fool could see that Chu Jiansheng and Yu Xiaohua knew each other. Wu Tian suddenly understood. Could it be, Miss Yu, that you're from the Military Region Alliance and came to see Deputy Alliance Commander Chu? So, you're related to Deputy Alliance Commander Chu? Jiang Hao's expression changed drastically. No wonder Chu Jiansheng didn't help him. So this woman surnamed Yu is actually Chu Jiansheng's relative? Is he openly favoring Deputy Alliance Commander Chu's relative? Everyone's gaze towards Yu Xiaohua shifted repeatedly. Chu Jiansheng was helpless. If he had a relative like Yu Xiaohua, that would be incredibly fortunate. He'd be burning incense in his past life. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Chapter 125. Chu Jiansheng was quite helpless seeing that Yu Xiaohua still hadn't revealed her identity even at this point. Looking at the puzzled and confused faces of the crowd, he spoke in a deep voice. Alright, since you're all curious about Miss Yu's identity, let me formally introduce her. This lady before you is Yu Xiaohua. She is the mysterious person who, many days ago, at the First Research Institute, single-handedly killed hundreds of zombies that night. Yesterday, Miss Yu formally accepted my invitation. She is now a member of our Military Region Alliance. Tomorrow, the warrant will be issued, and Yu Xiaohua will officially assume the position of Senior Commander of the Military Region Alliance. Chu Jiansheng looked at Yu Xiaohua and smiled warmly. You should have shown your black gold token sooner. Even if Jiang Hao had 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to disrespect you. These words seemed like a reproach for Yu Xiaohua not showing her black gold token sooner. But Chu Jiansheng's friendly attitude didn't seem like a reproach at all. It was more like favoritism. It was more like telling everyone present that Yu Xiaohua's position was beyond question. Everyone present stared in shock at Yu Xiaohua, who sat there. So, she was the hottest figure in the military region these past 2 days? Wu Tian and his teammates were the most bewildered, exchanging bewildered glances. What incredible luck they had. They just randomly bumped into someone on the street, and she was this powerful. Old Five swallowed hard, pinching his thigh. Ouch. Captain, my god, Miss Yu is actually the mysterious big shot our Deputy Alliance Leader Chu is looking for? Wu Tian, barely suppressing his excitement, appeared calm, but inwardly he was ecstatic. My family's ancestral graves must be emitting auspicious smoke, Chu Jiansheng said, turning to look at Jiang Hao, who was stunned and shocked. Now you know who she is, right? What she said is perfectly valid. You expect Wu Tian to obey you, his superior, and similarly, you should obey Yu Xiaohua, the high-ranking commander. So do you have any more questions? Unconsciously, Jiang Hao felt as if he'd been slapped across the face. Today, at this moment, he was utterly humiliated. No wonder Yu Xiaohua relayed his words verbatim. So, she was the woman Chu Jiansheng had insisted on inviting despite everyone's objections. She was that mysterious powerhouse? Yu Xiaohua did this on purpose. If she had revealed her identity earlier, why would he have caused trouble for Wu Tian in front of her and clashed with her? And in the end, he suffered such humiliation. The facts were undeniable, leaving Jiang Hao no room for doubt. Yu Xiaohua stood up and walked up to Jiang Hao in front of everyone. Jiang Hao, already terrified, reflexively retreated. Yu Xiaohua completely ignored him, not even glancing at him. She walked directly to Chu Jiansheng's side and said indifferently, "Let's go." Chu Jiansheng turned to look at Jiang Hao, whose face was filled with resentment. He waved his hand and said sternly, "What are you all still doing there? Quickly help Commander Jiang back." Jiang Hao was taken away by his men. His venomous gaze lingered until he disappeared from sight. Wu Tian and his team saluted, watching Yu Xiaohua and Chu Jiancheng leave. After the two left, Wu Tian sighed and looked at Lao Wu and the others behind him. "Lao Wu, if it weren't for Miss Yu today, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. It's my incompetence as captain." Wu Tian's weaknesses and his strong sense of loyalty were clear to all the team members present. They were all sworn brothers who had risked their lives in the apocalypse, and Wu Tian held deep feelings of loyalty and concern for others. In the apocalypse, people are often powerless to control their own lives. Therefore, neither Lao Wu nor the other team members blamed Wu Tian. Wu Tian, as their captain, had it even harder than they did. Lao Wu said, "Captain, this isn't your fault. I acted impulsively. That treacherous Jiang Hao will probably target us even more in the future. Our days in the military region alliance will likely be even harder." Wu Tian remained silent. Everyone wore a heavy expression. Life was tough, but they had to keep going. Meanwhile, Chu Jiancheng led Yu Xiaohua on a tour of the apocalyptic military region alliance, explaining in detail the functions of each region and the various organizations within the alliance. For example, Wu Tian was the captain of the first special ability team. There were 12 teams like his, and Wu Tian's team, based on strength, ranked low. Their team was considered weak. There are currently 5 commanders, like Jiang Hao in the military region alliance, each with specific functions. Jiang Hao is responsible for a portion of resource allocation. As for the high-ranking commander position that Chu Jiancheng gave to Yu Xiaohua, there are only 3 in the military region alliance. Chu Jiancheng said in a deep voice, "Today, you had such a big conflict with Jiang Hao. I don't think highly of him, he's vindictive. From now on, since you're both in the military region alliance, try to avoid meeting him. Jiang Hao has some influence within the alliance, so you need to be careful." Chu Jiancheng was entirely acting in Yu Xiaohua's best interest. Yu Xiaohua paused. "If he doesn't provoke me, I won't touch him." Chu Jiancheng smiled helplessly, knowing what she meant. If Jiang Hao actively sought trouble with her, then next time, Yu Xiaohua would probably be prepared to kill him. Chu Jiancheng felt a little sorry for Jiang Hao. Of all people to offend, he had to offend Yu Xiaohua. He could only hope for the best. "Let's go, I take you to see the alliance leader." Inside the room, the doctor had just come to check on him. Jiang Hao had injured his knee, and even with the help of a healing-type ability user, Jiang Hao wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. And the most irreversible thing about Jiang Hao was that he had gone bald. Jiang Hao stared intently at himself in the mirror. His once thick hair was now thinning. A large bald patch appeared on his head, instantly making him look old and haggard. His gaze was like that of a demon from hell, revealing endless anger and resentment. His subordinate, standing to the side, watched Jiang Hao with trepidation. He held the ointment in his hand, and cautiously stepped forward. Jiang Hao suddenly spoke in a grim tone, that Yu Xiaohua was with Chu Jiancheng. Did they go to see the alliance commander? The subordinate was startled by Jiang Hao's voice, and quickly nodded. Yes, Vice Alliance Commander Chu accompanied them the whole way. I heard their atmosphere was very harmonious, and Vice Alliance Commander Chu seemed very happy. Moreover, it's already spread throughout the military region. Everyone says that Commander Yu is Vice Alliance Commander Chu's deep trust, and her future is definitely limitless. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Jiang Hao suddenly glared at him fiercely, startling him into silence. Jiang Hao's face grew even darker. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Continue." Vice Alliance Commander Chu has already given the order to everyone in the military region alliance. You know how much weight this senior commander Yu carries with her black gold token. Now everyone in the military region alliance is thinking about how to curry favor with her. Even in the apocalypse, the Chinese people's understanding of human relationships is deeply ingrained. Chapter 126. Upon hearing that everyone was trying to curry favor with Yu Xiaohua, Jiang Hao was furious. Fine, I see how these people fawn over this Yu Xiaohua. But she's just entered the military region. Besides Chu Jiancheng, the deputy alliance leader, she has no power whatsoever. Even with the black gold token, so what? Can she even gain a foothold? His subordinates, hearing Jiang Hao's sinister tone, didn't dare raise their heads. After a long while, Jiang Hao suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Investigate where this Yu Xiaohua has been staying. If I can't kill her, can't I kill the people around her? I will repay her 1,000-fold, 100-fold for today's humiliation. Seemingly having thought of an even better way to deal with Yu Xiaohua, A glint of ruthlessness and calculation flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. In the office, Lian had already heard about what happened at the entrance of the Military Region Alliance today. He looked at Yu Xiaohua on the sofa before him. Miss Yu, your appointment as a senior commander will be issued tomorrow. I imagine Vice Alliance Commander Chu has already told you about the responsibilities of this senior commander. It's been a year since the apocalypse, but resources are dwindling, and zombies are constantly mutating and evolving. Humanity has nowhere left to retreat. Your abilities are undeniable. I think, besides overseeing the military region, I also hope you can lead a team on missions. With you there, I believe we can minimize our casualties. Yes, 3 days from now, I think it would be better if you led the team to the southern suburbs, where there are large numbers of zombies. Chu Jiancheng frowned. Alliance Commander, this. Commander Yu has just taken office. Sending her on a mission in 3 days seems a bit too hasty. She's not yet familiar with the area. If someone is needed to oversee this mission, I handle it myself. Lian didn't agree. Instead, he looked at Yu Xiaohua. Clearly, he disagreed with Chu Jiancheng's idea, and he was waiting for Yu Xiaohua to speak. Yu Xiaohua raised her eyes, her gaze like a lake at midnight. Calm and still, yet concealing unfathomable undercurrents. Was Lian so eager to send her on a mission? It seemed there were quite a few rumors about her within the military alliance. She had the black gold token. She had to accept this mission. Okay. Without another word, Yu Xiaohua agreed. Lian was somewhat surprised. He had expected some difficulties. Anyone with eyes could see that this mission was thankless. She had just arrived at the military region and knew nothing about the capabilities of her subordinates. To select someone to accompany her on a mission made things even more difficult. If the mission failed, Yu Xiaohua would never be able to hold her head high in the military region again. Lian smiled with satisfaction. Good, as expected of someone old Chu has his eye on. You have guts. You can personally select the team members. All the ability users under the Military Region Alliance are at your disposal. After Yu Xiaohua left, Chu Jiancheng turned to Lian. Alliance leader, why? You're arranging for Yu Xiaohua so hastily, with a mission in 3 days. Isn't that a bit too much of a targeting of her? You're not one to use your position for personal gain, so what's the purpose of this arrangement? Lian shook his head, looking at the anxious Chu Jiancheng, and offered his explanation. Old Chu, you lost your composure. I know you value Yu Xiaohua's talent, but you must understand that giving her the black gold token has already caused discontent among many. The position of high-ranking commander has attracted the envy of countless people. Even if you have no personal motives, and I understand your character, what about others? They only think you're trying to cultivate your own power base. Old Chu, therefore, Yu Xiaohua must quickly prove her strength to the entire military region alliance. Only her strength can quell the rumors and doubts within the military region. The mission 3 days from now is the best opportunity, and I know it will be difficult for Yu Xiaohua. But if she doesn't even have this much ability, she's unworthy of this black gold token, Chu Jiancheng sighed. Alliance leader, I have no selfish motives towards Yu Xiaohua. My conscience is clear, and I don't need to explain myself to anyone. However, I understand your predicament. Yu Xiaohua has already accepted the mission, and I believe in her abilities. You heard about what happened today, haven't you? Lian nodded. I heard. Yu Xiaohua's personality is a double-edged sword, old Chu. Her temperament might cause big problems sooner or later. It might not be a good thing that you value her so much. Lian, as the alliance leader of the entire military region, had his own concerns and considerations. Upon meeting her today, he knew Yu Xiaohua was a dangerous person. No one could control someone like her. Today, regardless of the reason, she didn't hesitate to attack Commander Jiang Hao in public. The entire military region was in an uproar. Such an outspoken and difficult-to-control personality was not to his liking as a superior. Chu Jiancheng continued to defend Yu Xiaohua as always. Alliance leader, a talent like Yu Xiaohua naturally has her own temper and personality. In my opinion, that's precisely what makes her valuable. As for whether it's a good thing or not, it's too late to draw conclusions now. Lian, seeing Chu Jiancheng's unwavering resolve, said nothing more. The room Chu Jiancheng personally arranged for Yu Xiaohua was clearly meticulously planned. Attention to detail was evident everywhere. The pink bath towel was particularly eye-catching. Yu Xiaohua had run the water, taken a bath, and just changed her clothes. Dinner was delivered, 1 meat dish and 3 vegetable dishes. This was the highest standard in the entire military alliance after the apocalypse. Only commanders and above received such treatment. After the food was brought in, the door closed, Yu Xiaohua casually waved her hand, and roast duck, rice, kebabs, and juice reappeared on the table, all from her spatial storage. Yu Xiaohua had just finished eating. A knock sounded at the door. Yu Xiaohua opened the door, and saw Wu Tian carrying a familiar sack. Little Yu, no, Commander Yu, you forgot your zombie crystal core in our car. I brought it to you. During the day, when he met Yu Xiaohua on the street, she was an ordinary person. That evening, she was a high-ranking commander. The difference in their status was like heaven and earth. Even if they had briefly crossed paths before, it was all in the past. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the sack on Wu Tian's shoulder. She had already secretly stored the sack full of crystal cores in her spatial storage, when no one was looking. Wu Tian was an honest man. He must have given it to her without even looking at the contents. This guy could be cultivated. Yu Xiaohua stepped aside. Come in. Wu Tian was taken aback, flattered. He carefully carried the sack into the house. He didn't even dare to glance at the room. He felt somewhat awkward. He secretly berated himself for being so pathetic. At least he was almost 30. How could he act so unlike himself in front of Miss Yu? Embarrassing. Yu Xiaohua poured Wu Tian a glass of juice. Wu Tian saw the fresh orange juice and quickly declined. In this apocalypse, fresh juice was a precious commodity. How could he drink it? Yu Xiaohua saw his thoughts. Drink it, I have plenty here. Wu Tian was touched. How could there be so much fresh juice? Commander Yu really was a good person. Chapter 127. Wu Tian took a sip of orange juice and put it down. Yu Xiaohua, seeing his awkwardness, paused before speaking. The alliance leader gave me a mission. In 3 days, I lead a team to the suburbs to clear out zombies. Are you and your squad willing to come with me? Wu Tian nodded without hesitation. Miss Yu had done them a great favor. If it weren't for Miss Yu, Jiang Hao would definitely not have let their squad off today, and Lao Wu would have been kicked out of the military alliance. In truth, Wu Tian knew all too well that this was a thankless task. By following Yu Xiaohua on the mission, they were showing everyone in the military region that their squad was on Miss Yu's side. From now on, they would be labeled as Miss Yu. Miss Yu became a high-ranking commander as soon as she joined the military alliance and even received a black gold token. Now, in this post-apocalyptic military region, countless people are watching Miss Yu, waiting to see her move. The relationships within the military region alliance were complex, and their team was already disliked. But today, Wu Tian felt he had to repay this kindness. Wu Tian said, "We're willing. Miss Yu, just say the word, and my teammates and I will follow you without reservation." This was Wu Tian's promise. But Wu Tian had no idea how much this promise would change his life in the future. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Don't you need to think about it anymore? I'm now a target of gossip. Behind my back, countless people are watching me. What does it mean for you to follow me? I think you know perfectly well. Once you make a choice, you have to bear the consequences. So are you really sure? Wu Tian thought Yu Xiaohua didn't believe him, and stood up excitedly, his face flushed with anxiety. No, Miss Yu, don't worry. I, Wu Tian, am a man of my word. My team and I are extremely grateful to you, Miss Yu. Although we are not strong, we will do our best and have no regrets. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Good. She added, don't worry, follow me. I won't treat you unfairly. Wu Tian scratched the back of his head, suddenly seeming to think of something. His face showed difficulty. Miss Yu, there's something you might not know. Half of the military region's supplies are allocated to Jiang Hao. Today's incident has caused such a stir. Jiang Hao is a vengeful man. I'm afraid he won't easily hand over the supplies for this mission. He'd definitely make things difficult for you. There have always been many zombies in the suburbs. The military region has already sent several groups there, suffering heavy losses. The first 2 groups didn't return. That's a tough nut to crack. This mission doesn't know how many days it will take. We need enough food and weapons, otherwise. This was the main reason why Wu Tian had been suppressed by Jiang Hao yet still endured it. Every time they went on a mission and needed supplies, their team always faced the most difficulties. They were almost always subjected to all sorts of difficulties, and always given the smallest amount. Many times, they completed missions on empty stomachs. Wu Tian, fearing that Yu Xiaohua was under too much pressure, quickly reassured her. Miss Yu, don't worry. You're a high-ranking commander. Even if Jiang Hao wanted to make things difficult, he wouldn't dare to do it openly. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Of course, Wu Tian didn't know that supplies were the least important thing to Yu Xiaohua. As long as you can name it, she'd definitely have it in her inventory. Yu Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian, who was very worried and trying to comfort her. She patted him on the shoulder. Go back and prepare first. We set off in 3 days. Don't worry about supplies. Wu Tian sighed, wondering where Miss Yu got her confidence from. Okay, Miss Yu. No, Commander, I go back and tell the team right away. They'd be ecstatic to know they're going on a mission with you. The next day, Yu Xiaohua handed the selected list to Chu Jiancheng. Chu Jiancheng's expression darkened when he saw the list only had a dozen or so people on it. Clearly, he strongly disagreed. Xiaohua, are you joking? Don't be careless. I know you're strong, but this isn't a solo operation. There are at least 800, if not 1,000, zombies in the suburbs, not to mention the possibility of even stronger zombies after this evolution. The military alliance has many powerful ability users. Wu Tian and his team are too weak. It's very unwise for you to lead only a dozen or so of them. I won't give this list to the alliance leader yet. You can choose again in the next 2 days, okay? Chu Jiancheng said when he saw the list Yu Xiaohua handed him. My head is spinning. What's the difference between this and children playing house? Everyone else goes on missions with elite troops. But she's brought almost the weakest team in the military region. Chu Jiancheng, afraid his stern face wouldn't look good, forced a smile, though it looked somewhat stiff. He's an old man, naturally not one to smile. Yu Xiaohua sat on the sofa, looking at Chu Jiancheng, expressionless, her fingers tapping the armrest. She spoke calmly, no need. Wu Tian and his partner are fine with me. No need to add anyone else. Just submit their names. Chu Jiancheng sighed. He knew Yu Xiaohua's temperament to some extent. This guy is really stubborn, no one can persuade him. He shouldn't even think about it. After meeting Yu Xiaohua, Chu Jiancheng became much more self-aware. Alright, then I give this list to the alliance leader later. These zombies evolved yesterday, and today, the streets and alleys are full of roaming zombies. Most people have been sent out to clear them out. By the way, Jiang Hao went to see the alliance leader early this morning, implying that he wanted the alliance leader to make decisions for him. The alliance leader is in a difficult position regarding assigning tasks. I hope you can understand the alliance leader. Yu Xiaohua slowly sipped her tea. I don't need to understand him, and he doesn't need my understanding. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. A leader like Lian, and she would never be on the same path. Chu Jiancheng paused for a moment upon hearing this, then sat down opposite her. He poured Yu Xiaohua another cup of tea. Yu Xiaohua immediately asked, Does Jiang Hao have some kind of secret relationship with the alliance commander? Given Jiang Hao's abilities, even with flattery, he could never have reached his current position in this apocalyptic world. Unless he has exceptionally strong connections. In this military alliance, who has a stronger relationship than Alliance Commander Lian? And Jiang Hao went to the Alliance Commander this morning, asking him to make a decision? That's even more interesting. Yu Xiaohua asked frankly. Chu Jiancheng didn't want to hide anything. He said, You're too smart. You guessed right. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao's father was the Alliance Commander. They were inseparable, having worked together since the military region. Their families were very close. Back then, Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Tian, sacrificed himself to save the Alliance Commander. So, even though Jiang Hao's abilities weren't up to par after the apocalypse, the Alliance Commander still promoted him to Commander. Actually, the Alliance Commander knows his character and abilities well, but it was a life-saving grace, and the Alliance Commander had no choice. He entrusted his son to someone on his deathbed. The Alliance Commander is a man of great loyalty. Chapter 128. Yu Xiaohua sneered. Loyalty? So you turned a blind eye to Jiang Hao's tyranny, letting him run rampant in the military region, taking credit for others' work, suppressing subordinates, and abusing his position to bully anyone he didn't like. It's already the apocalypse, and you're still playing these social games? The alliance leader really is loyal, huh? Chu Jiancheng's face grew increasingly grim with Yu Xiaohua's words. He wasn't angry, but powerless. He knew perfectly well that this was the truth. The alliance leader's indulgence of Jiang Hao was entirely out of self-interest, but he was powerless to change the situation. He was angry at himself. In the end, all his unspoken words could only be condensed into a deep sigh. Little Yu, the alliance leader also. Yu Xiaohua stood up, interrupting Chu Jiancheng's attempt to defend Lian. He has his reasons, but in this apocalypse, who doesn't? Vice alliance leader, don't use the reasons of those in power to demand forgiveness from those in lower positions. Why should those oppressed by Jiang Hao forgive the reasons of the alliance leader, who is high and mighty? Don't you find that ridiculous? Chu Jiancheng was unable to refute. He fell into deep thought and confusion. Yu Xiaohua spoke again. Vice alliance leader, have you ever considered the future? Although the military region alliance was the first to be established after the apocalypse, you should know how rotten it is internally. It's only been a year since the apocalypse began, the future is unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen. The military region alliance is divided. Everyone has their own agenda. How far do you think it can go in this apocalypse? Yu Xiaohua finished speaking, glanced at the silent Chu Jiancheng, turned, and left. Only after Yu Xiaohua left did Chu Jiancheng slowly raise his head. His gaze was unreadable, his eyes seemingly filled with a myriad of thoughts. For 2 whole days, Yu Xiaohua did not appear. She had thoroughly refined the crystal core given to her by the Yang family elders at the market, and her spiritual sea of consciousness had become even more vast. Because Yu Xiaohua did not appear, those who had wanted to curry favor and build connections could only wait and see. Those who held positions in the military alliance were all shrewd individuals. They were all waiting to see how Yu Xiaohua's mission would go. Could Yu Xiaohua finally crack that tough nut in the suburbs? Since Wu Tian told his team that they would be accompanying Yu Xiaohua on a mission to the suburbs, everyone was putting in their best effort and began intensifying their training. They were afraid that their team would hold Yu Xiaohua back. After all, they had witnessed Yu Xiaohua's strength firsthand that day. It was their good fortune that Commander Yu had chosen them to join her. After all, their squad had always been disliked by their superiors, and had never had such an opportunity. Wu Tian led his squad in intensive training, naturally drawing scorn from many. Everyone laughed at them, wondering what they could possibly achieve in just 2 days. It was nothing more than a show. And now Yu Xiaohua, he hadn't been seen for 2 days, who knew if he was going to desert. Rumors were rampant in the military region, fueled by one person, Jiang Hao, still recovering from his injuries. He had people spread rumors about Yu Xiaohua. On the last day, Yu Xiaohua emerged from his spatial dimension. He had just changed his clothes when Wu Tian arrived. Opening the door, Wu Tian's face was filled with indignation. Clearly, he had suffered some unfair treatment. "Commander, something's happened." Yu Xiaohua spoke without hesitation, immediately naming someone. Jiang Hao. Wu Tian nodded, still unable to hide his anger, and recounted what had just occurred. It turned out that in the morning, Wu Tian led his team to the supply depot to retrieve the supplies and military provisions needed for tomorrow's mission. However, the depot staff insisted that there were too many supplies, and the paperwork was incomplete, requiring Jiang Hao's personal approval before issuing them. This was clearly an attempt to make things difficult for them, a deliberate delay. The incomplete paperwork was all an excuse. Jiang Hao was intentionally making things difficult for them. This was blatant targeting. After listening to Wu Tian's story, Yu Xiaohua remained calm. She seemed completely unsurprised by Jiang Hao's direct obstruction. What sophisticated methods could someone so incompetent, arrogant, and aloof relying on the alliance commander possibly possess? Wu Tian was taken aback. "Commander, you're really not angry?" Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Angry?" Under Yu Xiaohua's gaze, Wu Tian inexplicably calmed down. "Commander, what do we do now?" Yu Xiaohua's voice was utterly calm. "Reasoning." Wu Tian looked at Yu Xiaohua's indifferent expression. "Reasoning?" He felt that the reasoning Commander Yu spoke of was not the same as the reasoning he understood. A murderous aura emanated from Yu Xiaohua. Let's go see." Wu Tian quickly followed. When the two arrived at the entrance of the supply depot, a circle of people had already gathered. The members of Team 1, Jiang Hao's men, and the guards of the supply depot. Jiang Hao, his face grim, sat in his wheelchair. Seeing Yu Xiaohua and Wu Tian arrive, his expression darkened even more. And the guards of the supplies, just moments before, had been swaggering and bullying Team 1. Now that Yu Xiaohua had arrived, they were much more subdued. After all, the incident at the military region's alliance gate had spread throughout the entire region. These lowly underlings dared to make things difficult for Team 1. But seeing Yu Xiaohua, they immediately cowered, lowering their heads, not daring to look. Yu Xiaohua's appearance instantly exuded an aura of immense power. Where she passed, people automatically parted to make way, not daring to look up. Yu Xiaohua walked to the opposite side of Jiang Hao, with Wu Tian following behind him. The members of Team 1 looked excited. Before, they were bullied and dared not fight back. Now they had someone to back them up. They could finally stand tall. With Yu Xiaohua's arrival, the atmosphere on the scene changed imperceptibly. Jiang Hao stared at Yu Xiaohua's face, snorted coldly, and gave a forced smile. "Commander Yu, it's just a small matter. Why bother you to come all this way?" "It's all because my men are ignorant. What's with all this paperwork?" He then scolded the people beside him. "Don't you know the rules? What's wrong with missing a paperwork for Commander Yu's request? It's a small matter. Why make such a fuss? What have I always told you? Apologize to Commander Yu right now." The gatekeeper immediately bowed his head. Commander Yu, the supplies and provisions you requested won't be ready until tomorrow morning. There's simply not enough time today. These past few days, everyone has been collecting supplies and going out to clear zombies. The supply depot is just too full, that's why there's been a delay. But rest assured, we will definitely prepare the necessary supplies for you first thing tomorrow morning. Please understand. His words were impeccably crafted. Yu Xiaohua stood there, quietly watching Jiang Hao and his subordinates put on this show. A half-smile played on his lips as Jiang Hao looked at Yu Xiaohua without speaking. He continued, Commander Yu, if you're worried, none of you will sleep tonight. Work overtime to get it ready. You hear me? Don't delay Commander Yu's work. Everything else is secondary, leave that for now. Chapter 129. The guards looking after the supplies exchanged glances, all wearing troubled expressions. Even though Yu Xiaohua hadn't said a word since arriving, Jiang Hao had been arbitrarily labeling them. But now it seemed that Yu Xiaohua, this high-ranking commander, was deliberately making things difficult for her subordinates. If this got out, who knew how many rumors would circulate? Jiang Hao kept calling her a high-ranking commander, his tone so sour it was almost palpable. Everyone present could clearly sense his ill intentions. His pretentious manner was nauseating. Wu Tian watched this scene, feeling anxious for Yu Xiaohua. However, Yu Xiaohua's face remained completely expressionless. Her calm, still face was like a bottomless lake, making it impossible to discern her true thoughts. Yu Xiaohua glanced lightly at Jiang Hao, who was sitting in a wheelchair. That glance was devoid of any emotion, only absolute contempt and indifference. It seemed to tell Jiang Hao that in her eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant and disgusting existence. It also seemed to tell him about his petty, lowly tricks. Sometimes, a simple look conveys a message far more powerful than 1,000 words. Yu Xiaohua's glance struck Jiang Hao like a thunderbolt. His hands, resting on either side of his wheelchair, tightened involuntarily. It reminded Jiang Hao of the humiliation he had suffered 2 days ago at the entrance of the military alliance. That scene replayed in his mind like a movie. Anger surged within him, accompanied by a fear he was unwilling to acknowledge. That day, Yu Xiaohua's ruthlessness was something Jiang Hao would never forget. Yu Xiaohua slowly took a step forward. A powerful pressure, like a tidal wave, emanated from her, instantly enveloping everyone present. This pressure was like a violent storm, making it impossible to breathe. Jiang Hao, sitting in his wheelchair, had initially been trying to appear calm. But under the impact of this pressure, his body involuntarily trembled. He seemed to have been struck by an invisible force. All eyes were on Jiang Hao. They saw his momentary loss of composure, their faces showing various expressions of surprise and astonishment. Although no one said it aloud, everyone knew in their hearts. Jiang Hao's reaction had completely exposed his inner fear and unease. Who could have imagined that the usually arrogant Jiang Hao would be so humiliated? Commander Yu hadn't even said a word, and he was already this frightened. At this moment, even those who followed Jiang Hao felt ashamed and couldn't hold their heads up. Jiang Hao clearly realized his loss of composure, and his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. His previous pretense was completely torn away at this moment. He could no longer tolerate this feeling of being publicly humiliated, and he was furious. Commander Yu, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to lay a hand on me? Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly upward, forming a smile that wasn't quite a smile. However, this smile didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it revealed a chilling indifference and disdain. Lay a hand on you? Today, I don't want to dirty my hands. Jiang Hao's face was so pale it looked like he wanted to eat someone alive. Yu Xiaohua looked at the heads of the supply depot. The two heads were already ashen-faced, not daring to lift their heads. Yu Xiaohua spoke, supplies, by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, you better be ready. Of course, you can stop making excuses, but I have a bad temper. As for how bad, you can ask Commander Jiang. The two heads nodded quickly. Definitely, we'd be ready by 6 o'clock. They didn't want to end up like Commander Jiang. That bald guy, who wouldn't be scared? Yu Xiaohua beckoned. Wu Tian quickly stepped forward. Now calculate how many missions you've been on, how much supplies they withheld from your team. Make sure you know it. Tomorrow, I want to see it. Not even a single loaf of bread is enough. Understand? These words were obviously meant for Jiang Hao and his two heads. The withholding of supplies was something no one dared to say openly. It was all complained about privately. It was like an unspoken rule. No one expected that the person who broke this rule would be Yu Xiaohua, who had only been in the military region for a few days. The two responsible persons looked ashen-faced. If this matter blew up and reached the ears of the alliance leader, they would be in deep trouble. In his wheelchair, Jiang Hao's face was grim, staring at Yu Xiaohua like a demon. This woman, to stand up for Team 1, actually demanded the return of the supplies she had withheld from them in public. Wu Tian and the team members behind him almost stood up and cheered. Their faces were filled with excitement, their fists clenched. My God, Senior Commander Yu is so cool. She actually stood up for them in public. She revealed that Jiang Hao had been withholding supplies from their team. It was incredibly satisfying. Yu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Hao, completely unfazed by the murderous intent in his eyes. She spoke the harshest words in the calmest tone. Commander Jiang, remember my words today. If there's even a fraction less in supplies tomorrow, you be in this wheelchair for life. The entire scene fell silent. Wu Tian and his team looked at Yu Xiaohua as if she were a savior. Having suffered so much unfair treatment, at this moment, it was as if a ray of light had shone into their hearts. Bright. Carrying hope. Jiang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. He stared at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yu Xiaohua was blatantly threatening him. She was insane. This woman was a complete madwoman. After speaking, Yu Xiaohua turned and left without hesitation, completely disregarding Jiang Hao. Following her were Wu Tian and the rest of the team, who also quickly left the scene. When they arrived, every member of the team wore a look of resentment. Now, as they left, they all held their heads high. Only Jiang Hao and his men remained in place. For a moment, the entire scene became eerily quiet. Everyone held their breath, not daring to even exhale. Jiang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot. Fine, fine, Yu Xiaohua. I, Jiang Hao, will never forgive you. I make you die. On the other side, Lian, who was working, heard about this and his expression darkened. Yu Xiaohua had just entered the military region and already caused a huge uproar. His temper showed no restraint. He insisted on clashing with Jiang Hao. The military alliance didn't need a troublemaker like Yu Xiaohua. If everyone followed suit, how could he manage the military region? That evening, Chu Jiansheng specifically sought out Yu Xiaohua again, bringing along another commander, Gao Shan. Gao Shan had been to the suburbs a few days ago and had been injured, but had recently recovered. Gao Shan explained the situation in the suburbs to Yu Xiaohua in detail. After the two left, Yu Xiaohua changed into black clothes and quietly left the military alliance. She went to the First Research Institute. Just now, Qi Tian contacted her and said that Ji Yunlan was acting strangely tonight. Chapter 130. The office door of the Kyoto First Research Institute was tightly closed and locked. Ji Yunlan stood in the center of the room, a sharp knife gripping her hand tightly. The blade pressed against her pale neck, trembling slightly. Across from her stood Wu Feng, disheveled and furious. His face was covered with several gruesome scratches, blood seeping from the wounds, staining his collar and cheeks. His eyes were unusually sinister, like those of a hungry wolf. At this moment, he stared intently at Ji Yunlan, revealing a chilling malice. Just now, Wu Feng had used the pretext of discussing experimental matters. He had summoned Ji Yunlan alone to this office. Ji Yunlan never imagined that Wu Feng would harbor such disgusting thoughts about her. After she entered the office, Wu Feng suddenly locked the door. Then, Wu Feng pounced on her like a ferocious beast, attempting to forcibly possess her. Ji Yunlan was terrified, but she didn't give in to Wu Feng. She strained with all her might, scratching his face with her nails, temporarily preventing him from succeeding. However, Wu Feng, being a man, was far stronger than her. Ji Yunlan gradually felt her strength waning. Now, the two faced off like this. A tense atmosphere filled the room. Ji Yunlan's heart pounded rapidly, her hands trembling slightly from excessive tension. But her resolve was unwavering. Even if she died today, she would never let Wu Feng succeed. Wu Feng gritted his teeth. Ji Yunlan, don't be ungrateful. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. What are you pretending to be, this virtuous and chaste woman? Your childhood sweetheart, Situ Quan, you already slept with him, haven't you? Otherwise, why would he risk his life to come see you every few days? Humph, let me tell you, tonight, I arranged for everyone on this floor to leave. No one can save you. You better obediently submit to me, and I might be a little gentler with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Wu Feng made no attempt to hide his disgusting motives. The higher-ups had been paying close attention to Ji Yunlan's project. If successful, Ji Yunlan could very well replace him. He absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. Therefore, he had to possess Ji Yunlan before the research was complete. Once he slept with her, everything about Ji Yunlan would be his. Besides, Ji Yunlan was so beautiful, he had long been tempted. Tonight, he had gone to great lengths to get Ji Yunlan. Even when pushed to the brink, Ji Yunlan remained proud and unyielding. Ji Yunlan said coldly. Wu Feng, stop dreaming. I will never submit to you. Even if I die today, I will not let you touch me. You despicable, vile, disgusting thing. It's a disgrace to have a director like you at the First Research Institute. Wu Feng, you beast in human clothing. Wu Feng was enraged, glaring fiercely at Ji Yunlan. Ji Yunlan, oh well, you're so ungrateful, aren't you? Let me tell you the truth. You think I'm the only one eyeing you? There's also Commander Jiang Hao of the Military Region Alliance. He's had his eye on you for a long time, just waiting for your experiment to succeed so he can possess you. You think all your hard work researching drugs to increase human strength will amount to nothing? You're destined to be a caged bird, haha, so naive. Ji Yunlan froze. Jiang Hao's hypocritical face and his malicious gaze flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over her, making her want to vomit. So Jiang Hao, like Wu Feng, was a two-faced monster. On the surface, they encouraged and believed in her, but in reality, they harbored ulterior motives. Wu Feng, seeing Ji Yunlan's absent-minded expression, mistakenly thought she had finally come to her senses, and continued to deceive her. Little Ji, look, the apocalypse has arrived. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a woman, and you still need to rely on a man. In this world, men are dominant. As long as you're willing to follow me, I guarantee I give you the best of everything. You know, I have connections with my protection. You thrive in this apocalypse. So think it over carefully. After a long pause, Ji Yunlan raised her head, her gaze incredibly resolute. Looking at the confident Wu Feng, her eyes were filled with determination and unyielding spirit. She, Ji Yunlan, could die, but she would never submit to scum like Wu Feng and Jiang Hao. Wu Feng, keep dreaming. I, Ji Yunlan, will not yield to you. Ji Yunlan gripped the knife tightly. She thought of Sitaquan. In this world, he was her only hope. Before the apocalypse, they had planned to get married. But the apocalypse struck, and everything changed. She spent all her time in the lab, researching experiments and developing drugs. After the apocalypse, they both survived, but they saw each other very rarely. Each time, Sitaquan went to great lengths and overcame numerous difficulties to see her. She had wronged Sitaquan. If there were a next life, she would definitely love Sitaquan well. The next second, Ji Yunlan raised the knife in her hand, pointing it at her neck. Wu Feng was also shocked. He hadn't expected Ji Yunlan to be so despondent, actually wanting to commit suicide. Now, Wu Feng panicked. Despite his tough words, if Ji Yunlan really died, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors. Stop! In a flash, the office door was kicked open. Wu Feng stiffly turned to look at the figure in the doorway. Ji Yunlan, her knife just inches from her neck, froze, staring in disbelief at the broken door. At the door, Yu Xiaohua withdrew his foot, his gaze falling on Ji Yunlan and the knife in her hand. He frowned. Just a little bit more, any later, and it would have been too late. In this life, something unexpected happened, but thankfully, it was still in time. Put down the knife, I'm here, he can't touch you. Ji Yunlan looked wary, but slowly lowered the knife. Behind her, Qin Tian sprang out. Seeing Qin Tian, Ji Yunlan reacted, calling out, Qin Tian. Qin Tian jumped into Ji Yunlan's arms. Wu Feng stared at the suddenly appearing Yu Xiaohua and the broken door. A panic gripped his heart. You, who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards at the gate? Do you know where you are? Are you out of your mind? Wu Feng tried to intimidate Yu Xiaohua with his authority as the dean. The next second, Yu Xiaohua strode forward and kicked Wu Feng to the ground. Then, a whip appeared in her hand. The whip was barbed. Wu Feng, seeing the whip appear out of nowhere, turned pale with fright. You're actually a space ability user. Yu Xiaohua didn't give him a chance to speak, raising her hand and lashing out with the whip. The barbed whip struck Wu Feng's stomach, and he let out a pig-like scream. Ji Yunlan, holding Qin Tian, silently stood to the side. Although she didn't know why the woman in front of her was helping her, she knew this was her savior. She had come for her. Chapter 131. For the next while, Wu Feng was beaten until he screamed like a banshee. He brought this upon himself, in order to force himself on Ji Yunlan. He had dismissed everyone in the entire research institute. So even now, no matter how loudly he screamed, no one would hear him or come to his rescue. Wu Feng never imagined that despite his thorough preparations, he would never have anticipated the unexpected appearance of Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua didn't give Wu Feng a chance to speak. Each lash of the barbed whip struck Wu Feng like a thunderbolt. Until his skin was torn open, blood gushing out, He was unrecognizable, on the verge of death. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ji Yulan watched, holding Qin Tian, unable to hide her shock. Because, since the apocalypse, this was the first time she had seen such a powerful woman. Each lash was exhilarating to watch. She watched Wu Feng being beaten like a dog, kneeling and begging for mercy. Recalling his despicable, treacherous, and smug face just moments before. Looking at Wu Feng's current state, Ji Yulan's earlier grievances gradually dissipated with each lash of Yu Xiaohua's whip. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaohua cleanly and efficiently put away the whip. Wu Feng was unrecognizable, his face disfigured, and he was no longer identifiable. Blood spread from his body, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Wu Feng had been beaten unconscious. Only then did Yu Xiaohua casually glance at Ji Yulan. She hadn't awakened any special abilities, but she possessed the power to change the fate of humanity. The future was fraught with peril. Ji Yulan stepped forward, looking into Yu Xiaohua's eyes, and inexplicably felt a sense of peace. She also found it strange that she felt a sense of security from a strange woman. But at this moment, she still had countless questions. "Hello, I'm Ji Yulan." Yu Xiaohua nodded, saying calmly, "Yu Xiaohua, would you like to come with me? Are some people truly on the same path? Can one glance be enough to tell?" After a long pause, Ji Yulan raised her head again, looking at Yu Xiaohua. "Miss Yu, I want to know, why did you come to save me tonight?" Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on Qin Tian, who was feigning death in Ji Yulan's arms. Ji Yulan looked down. "Qin Tian?" Qin Tian raised its head, scratched its head with its paw, and the next second, it jumped down from Ji Yulan's arms, heading straight for Yu Xiaohua's. Then, it stared at the stunned Ji Yulan with its big round eyes. Ji Yulan was surprised. "Qin Tian? Is that your cat?" Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, it's mine. Tonight, it was him who sent me to rescue you. Before, I also brought Qin Tian to your side to protect you." Talking to someone as intelligent as Ji Yulan, if Yu Xiaohua wasn't honest, Ji Yulan, a person of principle, would absolutely not go with her. And Ji Yulan didn't press further about why a cat like Qin Tian could tip her off and come to her rescue. At this point, pursuing such questions was pointless. Some things don't need to be investigated thoroughly. It's a fact that this Miss Yu saved her. Ji Yulan's gaze deepened slightly before she spoke again. "Miss Yu, if you say that, can I understand that you already guessed Wu Feng would attack me, or that I would be in danger, so you brought Qin Tian to my side? I'm just an ordinary researcher. What is it about me that warrants such an arrangement from Miss Yu?" Yu Xiaohua put down Qin Tian. Qin Tian arrogantly raised its head. "Discarding the millstone after it's done its work. No, discarding it like a cat after it's done its work." And walked to the side. As it passed the unconscious Wu Feng, it slapped him across the face. The slap exposed bone. Yu Xiaohua shook his head. "Ji Yulan, if you were just an ordinary researcher, you wouldn't be under such tight protection here, and this guy on the ground wouldn't be so scheming to take you away. You're not ordinary, and your current research is equally groundbreaking. To put it bluntly, I want to recruit you, Ji Yulan. I can guarantee you enough time and space, a stable life, allowing you to focus on your experiments without distractions. I know you have no selfish motives, all your research is for humanity. I also promise you, the final outcome of your research will be your decision." Ji Yulan's pupils constricted, seemingly shocked by Yu Xiaohua's bluntness in stating her innermost thoughts. Yet, she seemed unable to refuse these conditions. In the apocalypse, a stable life, enough time and space, respect for her experimental results, and the right to decide. All of this seemed unrealistic and unattainable. If it were someone else, in a different setting, she wouldn't believe it. She would only think it was a fantasy, utterly unbelievable. But she trusted her intuition, believed that the woman before her named Yu Xiaohua wasn't lying. She believed that the promise Yu Xiaohua made would be kept. Ji Yulan finally nodded. "Miss Yu, I believe your promise, I believe you will keep it. As for my current research, I think you know something about it. If one day I succeed in my research, as long as you don't use my research results on bad people, I promise you, all my research results in this lifetime will belong to you. This is also my promise, Ji Yulan." In the apocalypse, two women simultaneously made their promises. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward and extended her hand. Ji Yulan, though disheveled, couldn't hide the light in her eyes. She extended her hand, and the two made a high five as a pledge. Ji Yulan smiled. "From now on, I won't call you Miss Yu anymore. Since I'm following you, how about I call you boss?" Ji Yulan was also a free-spirited woman. Yu Xiaohua smiled. "Of course, once boss, always boss. I won't let you down." A warm current surged through Ji Yulan's heart. Okay, boss. So where do we go now, boss? Do you have a place to stay in Kyoto? By the way, how did you get in? There are superhumans from the Military Region Alliance guarding the entrance. Ji Yulon suddenly remembered this. Could it be that boss had a conflict with those people from the Military Region Alliance? The Military Region Alliance was powerful. If that were the case, things would really be difficult. Yu Xiaohua saw the worry in Ji Yulon's eyes. He walked in. Ji Yulon was stunned. Boss, what were you joking about? Were the people from the Military Region Alliance crazy? How could they let boss walk in so openly? Don't worry, openly. Hearing this, Ji Yulon was even more confused. Then, boss, what about Wu Feng? He's connected to Jiang Hao of the Military Region Alliance. Jiang Hao is the commander of the Military Region Alliance, with a lot of power. He's a very insidious and despicable person. He absolutely cannot find out about what happened today, otherwise, Jiang Hao will definitely retaliate. Yu Xiaohua shook her head. Jiang Hao can't be controlled. Ji Yulon was even more confused, completely bewildered. The next second, Yu Xiaohua, expressionless, casually waved her hand. A blazing flame erupted from her palm, heading towards Wu Feng. Chapter 132. Soon, Wu Feng was burned to ashes, completely reduced to ashes. Yu Xiaohua turned her head. Don't worry anymore, let's go. Ji Yulon looked at the ashes on the ground, then at Yu Xiaohua, her eyes brightening slightly. The boss is a dual elemental ability user? That's amazing. At this moment, she realized just how powerful a patron she had been. Okay, boss, before we leave, I need to take all my research data and potions with me. This data is very important. Yu Xiaohua followed Ji Yulon, taking all the experimental data, potions, and some supplies Wu Feng had hoarded into her spatial storage. Upon reaching the entrance, Ji Yulon, holding Qi Tian, saw the guards from the Military Region Alliance standing at the gate, and froze. So the boss hadn't taken down these gatekeepers? She knew in her heart that while the higher-ups claimed to be protecting her, in reality, they were keeping her locked up, not letting her leave at all. Wait, are they about to make a move? Otherwise, these people wouldn't have let her leave so easily. Boss, shouldn't we find a way to avoid these guards? They're watching me. They won't let us leave like this. Just as she finished speaking, the guard at the door turned around, their eyes meeting. Ji Yulon stepped forward. Boss, wait, I talked to them. Senior Commander Yu. Attention! Senior Commander Yu. Salute. Ji Yulon stiffened, slowly turning her head to look at Yu Xiaohua behind her. Shocked. Senior Commander Yu? Boss. Is a senior commander in the Military Region Alliance? How is that possible? How could those men in the Military Region Alliance give a woman such a high position? How strong must the leader be? To carve out his own niche in a world dominated by men? Boss Yu. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, standing beside her, a smirk playing on his lips. Not long. Ji Yulon was stunned, immediately understanding what Yu Xiaohua meant. The thing everyone wanted, the leader actually said he wouldn't stay in this position for long. What kind of arrogant mentality is that? The guards approached Yu Xiaohua, bowing respectfully. Yu Xiaohua said, Ji Yulon, I'm taking her away. I will directly inform Vice Alliance Leader Chu about this. Upon hearing the word inform, the guards dared not utter a word, bowing even deeper. Commander Yu, you have the final say. Your power in the military region is second only to the Alliance Leader and Vice Alliance Leader. Ji Yulon, you can take her away. The news of Jiang Hao being beaten into a wheelchair had spread throughout the Military Region Alliance. Even if they had 10 lives, lower-ranking people like them wouldn't dare stop her. Ji Yulon left the first research institute and stood at the entrance. She still had a surreal feeling. So easy? The guards' attitude towards their boss was clearly not just respectful, but also fearful. So what did their boss do? She was genuinely curious. Yu Xiaohua led Ji Yulon into the car. The moment Qi Tian disappeared into the car, Ji Yulon's pupils contracted. The boss's space could even allow living beings to enter? In the passenger seat, Ji Yulon looked at Yu Xiaohua, her eyes filled with gratitude. The boss's space could store living beings? Such an important matter, and he hadn't hidden it from her. This was telling her that it was absolute trust. Although they only known each other for one night, the boss treated her this way. She, Ji Yulon, would never betray this sincerity. Otherwise, may she be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. As for why Yu Xiaohua revealed this? Because of Ji Yulon's integrity from her past life. A person who would rather die than submit, having already acknowledged her as their boss, would not betray her. Even if Ji Yulon truly betrayed her, would they even have the ability to take her things? Yu Xiaohua didn't rush to start the car, but lit a cigarette. The faint scent of tobacco filled the car, not unpleasant. My power isn't in Kyoto, it's in Liaoshe, Yulan. You need to go to Liaoshe. My brother and friends are there. My future goal is the north. I want to establish a base there. Liaoshe already has its first special zone. Following me, you be constantly on the move, unable to properly conduct your research. Only in Liaoshe can you focus on your experiments. Are you willing to go to Liaoshe? Ji Yulan hadn't expected her boss's ambition to be so grand. Establishing a special zone base in the north? She seemed to already envision that day, the boss, the king of the north? Ji Yulan nodded, her face resolute. Boss, I'm willing to follow you, willing to go to Liaoshe. In Kyoto, besides one person, there's nothing worth staying for. After the apocalypse, my parents are gone, and I only have a fiancé. He truly cares for me. Without him, I would have died long ago. I'm willing to go to Liaoshe, but I must take him with me. Yu Xiaohua paused. In her past life, she hadn't heard of Ji Yulan having a fiancé. It seemed her fiancé hadn't survived his past life. Yu Xiaohua certainly wouldn't break them up. A man who would risk his life to protect his fiancé in the apocalypse couldn't be bad. Okay, you two can go to Liaoshe together. Ji Yulan nodded happily. Thank you, boss. Since the apocalypse, she had been confined to the first research institute, only able to see Situ 2 days a month. Now, they could finally be together. Along the way, many zombies roamed the streets, which Yu Xiaohua dealt with cleanly and efficiently. Swift and decisive. Killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores, the whole process was fluid and effortless. In the car, Ji Yulan watched Yu Xiaohua kill one zombie after another. She was shocked. Boss's superpower? Won't it run out? Impossible. Is boss even human? It's unbelievable. What followed scene after scene shattered Ji Yulan's understanding. When Yu Xiaohua drove Ji Yulan to the antique shop, she looked at the familiar doorplate and found it quite interesting. So, after all this time, Ji Yulan's fiancé was actually Situ Quan, the owner of the antique shop? Yu Xiaohua released her mental energy to confirm there were no zombies around before letting Ji Yulan get out of the car and knock on the door. When the door opened, Situ Quan, dressed in a blue robe, looked at Ji Yulan, who had suddenly appeared at the door, and his face lit up with immense joy. He stared intently at Ji Yulan, seemingly unable to believe she had suddenly appeared there. His hands trembled as he reached out and hugged Ji Yulan tightly. Yulan, Yulan! How did you get here? How did you get here? Situ Quan quickly checked Ji Yulan's body, wondering if she was injured. Ji Yulan, seeing Situ Quan's anxious expression, patted his back reassuringly. Situ, I'm fine. It's a long story, but I tell you slowly once we're in the car. In short, I left the first research institute tonight. Wu Feng tried to take advantage of me, but now he's dead. I decided to go to Liaoshe. Situ, would you be willing to leave Kyoto with me and go to Liaoshe in the north? Chapter 133. Situ Quan froze. He looked deeply at Ji Yulan, his eyes filled with guilt and inner turmoil he had never seen before. Ji Yulan thought he was just overthinking things, unable to make a decision. After all, even in this apocalyptic world, the Situ family's ancestral property was still here. It was normal for him to be reluctant. Ji Yulan continued. Situ, there's no time left. Just come with me, okay? Let's go to Beishur and start over. Believe me, I will definitely succeed in developing my potion. Please, okay? For so many years, Ji Yulan had been with Situ Quan, and she had never begged him, never asked him for anything. This was the first time. Situ Quan's expression was full of inner turmoil and pain. Finally, he slowly released Ji Yulan's hand. Yulan, I can't go with you. There's something I always wanted to tell you, but I didn't know how to bring it up. Please forgive my cowardice. Ji Yulan had never seen Situ Quan like this before, and a strange, inexplicable panic welled up in her heart. Her voice became slightly hoarse. Situ, what do you want to say? What's wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, a soft, feminine voice came from inside. Brother Situ, what's wrong? At this moment, Situ didn't need to say anything more, all explanations would be futile. Ji Yulan looked at the guilt-ridden Situ Quan. After all these years, it felt like she was only just getting to know this person. A knife had been plunged into her heart, drawing blood. She had never imagined that she and Situ were childhood sweethearts, inseparable since they were little. They had been together for over 10 years, Situ loved her, and she had reciprocated with all her heart. She hadn't imagined Situ would betray her like this? With another woman? How ridiculous. Just now, when Wu Feng forced himself on her, Even facing death, the only person she thought of was Situ. But now, hearing the woman's voice, Ji Yulan felt a chill run through her body. Ji Yulan was proud. Even if she was riddled with wounds, she told herself she couldn't cry. Every tear she shed now was worthless. Ji Yulan's trembling voice echoed in the darkness. So that's how it is. Those 4 simple words caused Situ Kwan's expression to change drastically. From the moment he cheated, he knew there was no turning back for him and Ji Yulan. Situ was silent for a few seconds. Yulan, I know you never forgive me after you find out. I saved Xiaoxiao by chance. Her parents died in the apocalypse, and she's all alone. She's well-behaved and sensible. One day I was drunk and mistook her for you, committing this unforgivable mistake. Yulan, I don't love Xiaoxiao, but I have a responsibility to her. I can't abandon her. Xiaoxiao isn't as strong and brave as you, she needs protection. I'm with her now. I wanted to find a chance to tell you, but I didn't have the courage. Yulan, you will always be the love of my life. Situ Kwan's gaze towards Ji Yulan was as deep as ever. Ji Yulan took a step back, looking at Situ Kwan before her, looking at his pained and wretched expression. At this moment, she only felt cold and disgusted. Is this the man she's loved for so many years? He's clearly cheated on her, yet he can still righteously tell her he loves her. Situ, you know, every word you say right now disgusts me. You say you love me, but your body has fallen for another woman. Drunk? Is there really a man in this world who gets so drunk he doesn't even know who he slept with? Enough. You can fool some naive young girls with that excuse. Drinking is just a pretext. You're just knowingly and deliberately cheating. Don't try to make it sound so nice. It's just self-deception. Situ's face contorted with increasing pain after his thoughts were exposed. Yulan was right. He had been drinking, but he was sober. He simply needed a woman's comfort. But at that time, only Xiaoxiao was by his side, so he betrayed Yulan. Ji Yulan watched Situ's silence after being exposed and gave a self-deprecating smile. You say other women are obedient, sensible, and weak, needing protection just because I'm strong? So being strong is my fault? Situ, you're so despicable. For the past 20 years, I never truly seen through you. Perhaps, this is just who you are, you only pretended for so many years. Situ looked pained. I was wrong, 1,000 times wrong, it's all my fault, Yulan. But you never known what I wanted. All I wanted was a home, whether before or after the apocalypse, all I wanted was a peaceful life as a family of 3. But how much of your heart was with me? Your experiments, your ideals, were always more important than me. How much time did you leave for me? What you can't do, Xiaoxiao can, so I chose her. Your ideals are too grand. You want to develop a drug to save all of humanity? Yulan, wake up! You can't do it. This isn't something you can do alone. It's a pipe dream. You're just a woman, what makes you think you can? If it were an ordinary person, they would have been swayed by Situ Kwan's words long ago. Ji Yulan looked at Situ Kwan, not doubting herself because of his words. Even in her current agony, she remained rational and clear-headed. Because I am Ji Yulan, so what if I'm a woman? I believe that one day, my research will succeed. 1 year, 2 years, as long as I live, I will persevere. My life will be more meaningful because of my ideals. Situ, today I understand that you have never respected me, just because I am a woman. Therefore, you have always looked down on my ideals. Ji Yulan took another step back. After this step, it was over between them. Situ, after the apocalypse, you had countless opportunities to tell me the truth, to tell me that you had another woman. I, Ji Yulan, am not the kind of person who clings on relentlessly. You know that if you had just told me, I would never have bothered you. But you didn't, because deep down you still wanted to have your cake and eat it too. You wanted Xiaoxiao's gentleness and daily companionship, but you couldn't bear to part with me, your childhood sweetheart, could you? Ji Yulan's words tore away Situ's last veil of pretense. His hands clenched tightly, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Because this was his truest thought. Ji Yulan slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on Situ Kwan for the last time. Her eyes revealed endless disappointment and resolve. At this moment, she ripped him completely from her heart. Situ Kwan, Ji Yulan's voice was calm and cold, after tonight, our ties are severed. We will never have anything to do with each other again. Never see each other again in this life. Her words struck Situ Kwan's heart like a heavy hammer, making him tremble involuntarily. Just as Ji Yulan turned to leave, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Chapter 134. Immediately afterward, large raindrops began to pour down, pelting Ji Yulan and soaking Situ Kwan. Ji Yunlan didn't stop for a moment. She resolutely walked into the rain, her figure staggering, step by step. Situquan stood still, letting the rain soak his body. She watched Ji Yunlan leave, her heart filled with immense pain. She couldn't come to her senses for a long time. Late-blooming affection is cheaper than grass. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Situquan suddenly rushed into the rain like a madman, his hair soaked and plastered to his face. Rain streamed down his cheeks. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, his mouth constantly calling out, "Yunlan, Yunlan!" trying to get Ji Yunlan to stop and look at him one more time. He regretted it. He didn't want to lose Yunlan. However, Ji Yunlan completely ignored Situquan's heart-wrenching cries. She continued walking forward resolutely. Despite the rain soaking her clothes, she showed no sign of turning back. She would never forgive. Suddenly Ji Yunlan stumbled, her body lurching forward. Just as she was about to fall, Situquan's heart tightened. He quickened his pace, wanting to rush forward and support her. In the next instant, a jet-black umbrella swiftly appeared above Ji Yunlan's head, shielding her from the torrential rain. At the same time, a slender hand with distinct knuckles, like an iron clamp, firmly supported Ji Yunlan's swaying body. The owner of this hand was none other than Yu Xiaohua. Exhausted, Ji Yunlan struggled to lift her head. Her gaze pierced through the waterfall of rain, meeting Yu Xiaohua's indifferent yet exquisitely beautiful face. Yu Xiaohua's skin was as white as snow, her jade-carved face exuding a cold, aloof aura. Her eyes were deep and bright, like cold stars in the night sky. In that instant, Ji Yunlan seemed to forget everything that had just happened. Her eyes were fixed only on Yu Xiaohua's stunning face. Ji Yunlan, who had never shown weakness in front of others, felt a surge of grievance welling up inside her, and her eyes reddened. "Boss, let's go!" Yu Xiaohua looked at the disheveled Ji Yunlan, soaked to the bone by the rain. Her brows furrowed slightly. Then, her gaze fell on Situquan, who was catching up in the distance. She had overheard the conversation between Ji Yunlan and Situquan. So, in her past life, this Situquan had another woman. "You get in the car first." Ji Yunlan took the other umbrella from Yu Xiaohua. In the end, she said nothing more, lifted her foot, and walked towards the car. Situquan caught up and saw Yu Xiaohua standing before him, her expression grim under a black umbrella. He froze. How could it be her? Clearly, he recognized Yu Xiaohua as an acquaintance. After all, once you've seen Yu Xiaohua's face, it's hard to forget it. Situ never expected that these two would know each other. And judging from Yunlan's trusting attitude towards her just now, their relationship was clearly extraordinary. Situ was filled with doubt and confusion. How did they meet? Situquan stared at Yu Xiaohua, trying to find some clues in her expression. He immediately questioned, "So you're the one who wanted to take Yunlan to the north?" "Miss, how did you and Yunlan meet? Yunlan has never mentioned you to me." Yu Xiaohua noticed the confusion in his eyes. But she showed no intention of answering. Yu Xiaohua stared expressionlessly at Situ, a black pistol suddenly appearing in her hand. The dark muzzle was pointed directly at Situ's chest. Rain lashed down, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Situquan's face turned deathly pale instantly. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to so decisively draw a weapon without a word, and to point it directly at him. Faced with this sudden threat, his body involuntarily tensed, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. "Miss, what does this mean?" Without a word, Yu Xiaohua fired. Situquan couldn't dodge. The bullet wounded Situquan's arm, and blood seeped out. Inside the car, Ji Yunlan watched this scene, turning her head away, no longer feeling any pity. Situ clutched his wounded arm, his face filled with shock. Yu Xiaohua's expression was utterly indifferent as she spoke. "This shot tells you, never look down on any woman's dream. Who told you this apocalypse is a man's world? Remember my words today? 5 years from now, Ji Yunlan will be someone you can't even dream of reaching. Just live well and wait for that day." Situ's face turned completely pale. The rain washed over the wound on his arm, causing him excruciating pain. After speaking, Yu Xiaohua turned away. This shot she fired today, washed by the rain, will be enough to keep Situquan in wounds for at least 6 months. Every rain after the apocalypse contains substances harmful to the human body. Combined with this gunshot wound, this is what Situquan deserves. Yu Xiaohua got into the car, and Ji Yunlan's face was also very pale. Yu Xiaohua took out new clothes and a bottle of spiritual spring water from his spatial storage. He told her to drink the water first, then change her clothes. Otherwise, Ji Yunlan, having just been caught in the rain, would definitely fall seriously ill. Yu Xiaohua drove. After drinking the spiritual spring water and changing her clothes, Ji Yulan's complexion finally improved a little. He parked the car at the intersection. Yu Xiaohua took Qin Tian out of his spatial storage. Ji Yulan held Qin Tian, finally feeling a little warmer. Yulan, tonight, you must leave for Liushur immediately. Ji Yulan paused. Boss, I'm going to go from Kyoto to Liushur all by myself? Yu Xiaohua didn't say anything, his gaze falling on Qin Tian, who was pretending to be dead in Ji Yulan's arms. Try pretending again? Ji Yulan was stunned, then looked down. Qin Tian had stretched out his paw to cover his eyes. It's the mighty Golden Dragon Lord. Objection overruled. Qin Tian proudly raised its head, looking at Yu Xiaohua, before awkwardly lowering it again. Yu Xiaohua smiled. You're not alone, you have Qin Tian. You just drive, it will protect you. If Yu Xiaohua hadn't said it, who would have thought Ji Yulan would have doubted her? Was she joking? How could Qin Tian, a cat, protect her? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Ji Yulan looked at Qin Tian, then at Yu Xiaohua. Boss, are you serious? Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes, don't worry. Qin Tian's combat power is no match for ordinary zombies. With it, you reach Liushur in a week. Ji Yulan knew her boss wasn't joking. So Qin Tian must be very powerful. She accepted. Afterwards, Yu Xiaohua took out 3 letters and the dragon-patterned ring from her pocket and handed them to Ji Yulan. Once you arrive in Liushur, give these 3 letters to Bai Ruyuan. He will make arrangements for you. As for this dragon-patterned ring, give it to Yu Chang for me. He's my younger brother, he knows once he reads the letters. I already filled up the car with gas. The trunk has enough gas, food, drinks, and other necessities for you to get to Liushur. Chapter 135. Ji Yulan packed the letter and the dragon-patterned ring, then drove off with Qin Tian. Yu Xiaohua stood there, watching the car disappear from sight. Qin Tian and she had a connection, she could stay in touch with him anytime, anywhere. Therefore, she wasn't worried about Ji Yulan's safety. Yu Xiaohua took out a jeep from her spatial storage, then drove back to the Military Region Alliance. In the morning, Wu Tian and his 12 squads were already fully prepared and ready to depart. Full of spirit, they waited at the entrance of the military region, eagerly anticipating their arrival. This time, they were departing for Kyoto in 3 off-road vehicles. The supplies depot had already prepared the provisions. Wu Tian had just checked them. Not only were the supplies for this mission replenished, but also all the supplies that Jiang Hao had previously withheld from them had been replaced. Just as Yu Xiaohua had said, not a single loaf of bread was missing from the replenished supplies. At exactly 6 o'clock, Yu Xiaohua appeared precisely at the entrance of the Military Region Alliance. Upon seeing Yu Xiaohua arrive, Wu Tian and his team immediately lined up, their faces filled with excitement. A collective salute followed. Commander Yu, good day. Today, Yu Xiaohua wore a black jacket, exquisitely tailored with smooth lines, perfectly complementing her slender figure. Black trousers perfectly outlined her straight, slender legs. She wore black marten boots, the boots reaching mid-calf. She looked dashing and heroic. A black baseball cap covered her head, the brim slightly pulled down, partially obscuring her face, yet adding to her mysterious aura. When Yu Xiaohua appeared before everyone, she instantly attracted all eyes. With her arrival, a powerful aura rippled outwards. The warehouse manager retreated sullenly to the side, not daring to even raise his head. Terrified that Yu Xiaohua would notice them, these lowly lackeys, they trembled with fear. Wu Tian stepped forward and bowed. Commander Yu, the supplies have been inventoried, everything is fine. Yu Xiaohua waved his hand dismissively. Let's go! Yu Xiaohua stepped into the lead vehicle, and Wu Tian followed, getting into the driver's seat. The team members quickly boarded the 2 vehicles behind. The group set off for the outskirts of Kyoto. Only after Yu Xiaohua and his men had left did the warehouse manager dare to raise his head. He wiped the cold sweat that had somehow seeped onto his forehead. Just now, Commander Yu seemed to have glanced at them. That one glance had sent chills down their spines. In the office, Jiang Hao sat in a wheelchair, holding the documents his trusted aide had just delivered. After reading them, a sinister smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. Well, this Yu Xiaohua, I really thought she had no weaknesses. So, the condition Yu Xiaohua agreed to for joining the military alliance was that Yangwen, who lost both legs, passed the assessment to enter the military region? It seems the Yang family is very important to Yu Xiaohua. Jiang Hao said with a sinister smile, his voice full of malice. Commander, since Yu Xiaohua entered Kyoto, she has been living in the Yang family. She must value the Yang family very much. Why don't we start with the Yang family? Yangwen, who lost both legs, wanting to pass the military region assessment is simply a pipe dream, unless Deputy Alliance Commander Chu goes easy on him. I think you can tamper with this matter, Commander, and prevent Yang Wen from passing the assessment. That way, Yu Xiaohua will have no choice but to accept it. It can also sow discord between Commander Yu and Deputy Alliance Commander Chu. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? You really think this will make up for all the humiliation I suffered these past 2 days? Jiang Hao continued. That woman, Yu Xiaohua, doesn't she value the Yang family highly? Fine, then I make the entire Yang family die. I make her watch everything she cherishes crumble before her eyes, make her feel unprecedented pain and despair. His words revealed a madness and resolve. You make the arrangements. When Yang Wen is taken to the military region for the assessment, send someone to the Yang family quickly and efficiently. Lure the zombies to where they live. I want to see how those 2 old geezers of the Yang family resist them. Even if Yu Xiaohua manages to complete her mission and return, the Yang family will be reduced to ashes. Let's see how Yu Xiaohua can still be so arrogant then. Ha ha ha. Seemingly already imagining Yu Xiaohua's collapse and despair, Jiang Hao felt extremely satisfied. He downed the wine on the table in one gulp. Ever since being injured by Yu Xiaohua, Jiang Hao, relying on his control of supplies, had been indulging in excessive drinking and self-destruction every day. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua drove the vehicle, speeding along with Wu Tian and his group. Time ticked by, and for a full 3 hours, they hadn't stopped. Along the way, they encountered numerous scattered, wandering zombies. Wu Tian and his companions decisively attacked, eliminating these zombies one by one. Yu Xiaohua skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, dodging zombie attacks. Wu Tian and his companions used their weapons to fiercely strike down any approaching zombies. Despite the large number of zombies along the way, the team's excellent coordination and effective tactics allowed them to successfully eliminate a significant number of them. After dealing with wave after wave of zombies, the group rested briefly before continuing their journey. The drive, originally expected to take only 3 or 4 hours, was completed when Yu Xiaohua, Wu Tian, and their team reached the edge of the outskirts. Night had already fallen. Exhausted, the group quickly and efficiently pitched their tents and lit a campfire. The roaring flames danced in the darkness, bringing warmth and life to this otherwise silent and dangerous place. Everyone gathered around the campfire, each taking out their allotted dinner. Dinner was really just some simple food. Dried meat, instant noodles, bread, and some drinking water. While the food wasn't lavish, it was precious in this post-apocalyptic world. They discussed the day's journey, sharing their feelings and experiences. Despite the rudimentary conditions and the lurking dangers, everyone was in high spirits. The 5th brother picked up a bottle of mineral water. Commander Yu, I, the 5th brother, am a rough man and don't know how to say nice things. Thank you for letting me stay. If it weren't for you, I would have been expelled from the military alliance by Jiang Hao. I, the 5th brother, will repay any kindness. From now on, as long as you don't look down on me, Commander Yu, just give me any orders, and I do my best. I offer you water instead of wine, Commander Yu. One by one, the others stood up. I'm the 2nd brother, I toast you, Commander Yu. I'm the 3rd brother, I toast you. I'm the 4th brother, I toast you. Finally, all 12 stood up in turn, with Wu Tian at the very end. He stood up and bowed deeply to Yu Xiaohua. Commander Yu, we, your 12 brothers, hereby pledge that from this day forward, we will follow your lead without question. We will brave any danger, even mountains of knives and seas of fire, without uttering a single word of dissent. Yu Xiaohua sat there, looking at the 13 men before her, including Wu Tian. She raised her water bottle. Do you want to follow me? The prerequisite is absolute trust and obedience to my commands. Those who betray me will die. Chapter 136. I will lead you to carve out a new world in this apocalypse. What I promise you is freedom and dignity. These words silenced the entire room. They looked at each other, the 13 grown men standing in a row like school children. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A remarkably unified expression. Then came excitement. Wu Tian looked at Yu Xiaohua sitting there, her face completely nonchalant. But he knew the weight of those words. Commander Yu was definitely not speaking lightly. She asked them if they were willing to follow her. If they agreed, then no matter where Commander Yu went in the future, they would follow? Perhaps they would have to return to a life of wandering. But these 13 men showed not a trace of fear or hesitation. Wu Tian looked behind him, at the expectant and excited gazes of everyone. He already knew his brother's choice. No regrets. In the past 6 months in the military region, they had suffered too many unfair treatments. Once, they believed the military alliance was a place where they could realize their ambitions. But reality eventually wore down all their edges. If they hadn't met Commander Yu, they might have resigned themselves to their fate, giving up the struggle and only seeking stability. But tonight, Yu Xiaohua's few words rekindled their hope. He knew Commander Yu was giving them only one chance. If they missed it, it would be gone forever. After a long pause, Wu Tian said in a deep voice, "Commander Yu, we 13 brothers are willing to follow you. No matter where you go, we are willing to follow. In this life, as long as you don't leave us, we will never abandon you." Behind them, every face was resolute, their eyes gleaming. They were willing. Yu Xiaohua stood up, looking at Wu Tian and his team. A smile played on her lips. "Don't worry, I know your concerns. After this mission, I arrange everything. You personally escort your families from the military alliance to Liushi. There's a post-apocalyptic special zone base there. My brother is there, they protect your families, so you won't have any worries." Wu Tian hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so thoughtful. Even their only concern had been addressed. The fifth brother shouted, "Boss is mighty." Wu Tian nodded and shouted, "Boss, mighty." Then, everyone shouted in unison, "Boss, mighty." They recognized Yu Xiaohua as their boss. Once they called her boss, they'd be her boss for life. Yu Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian and the others before her, a slow smile playing on her lips. The group exchanged smiles. Within 5 years, she planned to establish 10 special zones. The first special zone, centered on Liao City, is under the control of Bai Riyuan. The second experimental special zone in the north is under the control of Nanji. The third weapons special zone base is under the control of Shaochang. The fourth special zone pharmaceutical base is under the control of Ji Yunlan. Wu Tian is the fifth special zone she has chosen to manage. Although Wu Tian does not yet possess such abilities and strength. A year is enough time for him and his team to grow. She believes Wu Tian will not let her down. The future is promising. This zombie cleanup operation in the suburbs is the beginning of Wu Tian's training. That night, everyone took turns on duty. Nighttime is the best opportunity for zombie attacks. No one dared to slack off. The night passed safely, there were no zombie attacks. The group continued their journey, venturing deeper into the suburban center. For the last stretch of the journey, the group parked the car at the entrance to the forest. Deep in the suburbs of Kyoto, the zombies hadn't been completely eradicated. It was because of this forest, separated by a grove. The zombies used the forest's cover to their advantage, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Twice in a row, the military forces sent their suffered heavy losses in this forest. Especially at night when the fog rolled in, visibility was extremely poor. According to those who returned, this forest became very eerie at night. Wu Tian stepped forward and handed the prepared gas mask to Wu Xiaohua. "Boss, this forest is called the Whispering Forest. Before the apocalypse, it was a favorite spot for many explorers, rife with legends, though most were wildly exaggerated and based on hearsay. After the apocalypse, large numbers of zombies appeared nearby. The Alliance sent several waves of people, each suffering heavy losses. Eventually, the Alliance abandoned the area, unwilling to invest any more manpower or resources. There's hardly anyone around here anymore. They all fled. This mission was a hot potato in the military region. Nobody wanted to take it. Everyone avoided it like the plague, not wanting to lose any of their own men. Boss, if we go in now, according to the map, we need to stay in this forest for at least 3 nights. But if things don't go smoothly, it might take several days to get out. Be prepared." The people who came back also said there's poisonous miasma in this forest. We need to wear gas masks to enter. Yu Xiaohua nodded, took the gas mask, and put it on, revealing only a pair of dark, deep eyes. A chilling aura emanated from them. "Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we have to go. All personnel on alert, move out." Everyone shouted okay. They quickly and efficiently pulled out their equipment, slung their packs over their shoulders, and put on their gas masks. A minute later, the group cautiously made their way into the forest. This seemingly ordinary forest concealed countless secrets and dangers. The moment they stepped into the forest, a chilling aura swept over them like a cold front, sending shivers down their spines. The forest was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of birds. The trees were rotting, their trunks covered in moss and fungi, long since dead. Scattered leaves lay scattered on the ground, forming a thick carpet that crunched underfoot. A foul odor permeated the air, the smell of decay and rot. It was nauseating and unsettling. This odor seemed omnipresent. No matter how they tried to avoid it, they couldn't escape its pervasive influence. Yu Xiaohua walked at the front, strolling leisurely. Wu Tian and his men followed behind her, watching her so nonchalantly, step by step, as if she were in her own backyard. Despite the obvious danger, they felt a strange sense of security looking at Yu Xiaohua's back. Old 12, the youngest, was only 18 and walked in the middle. "Captain, don't you think our boss isn't afraid of this bamboo forest at all? It's like the danger in the forest doesn't even register on her mind. Are we being too tense?" "Perhaps." Wu Tian looked at Old 12's carefree attitude and spoke in a deep voice. "Only strength brings peace of mind. Boss is like this because he's strong. As for our strength, 12, stop joking." 12 chuckled. "Captain, just kidding. You're just teasing me, you little rascal." Fifth brother patted 12 on the shoulder. "All right, 12, don't be careless. This forest is definitely not that simple. Don't let your guard down just because the boss is leading the charge, understand?" Chapter 137. Yu Xiaohua led the vanguard, advancing with a dozen or so men. They walked for a full hour, finding nothing but miasma in the entire forest. At noon, the group ate some dry rations and continued their journey. Another night passed. The group chose a clearing in the forest and set up camp. Since they hadn't encountered any danger during the day, Wu Tian and the others were no longer as tense as when they first entered. After dinner, they took turns keeping watch, just like the previous nights. In the latter half of the night, suddenly, pairs of brown eyes appeared in the jungle. Inside the tent, Yu Xiaohua abruptly opened her eyes. She got up quickly, put on her coat, and then stepped out of the tent. A whistle blew. The other tents also stirred, and soon, Wu Tian, Lao Wu, and the others emerged one after another. Seeing Yu Xiaohua standing there, ramrod straight, facing the bushes, motionless, a dagger in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. Something's happened. The group was still somewhat bewildered, not knowing what had occurred. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Boss, what happened?" Upon reaching them, Wu Tian and the others stared at the pairs of glowing brown eyes emerging from the jungle. In the darkness, they resembled countless burning will-o'-the-wisps, radiating an eerie and terrifying aura. The group was instantly dumbfounded, completely stunned by the sight before them. "Boss, what are these things?" Old 12's voice trembled. Before he could finish speaking, a whoosh sounded, and the thing darted out of the jungle like lightning. The group looked closely, and then they saw the true nature of these things. A group of enormous gorillas. These apes were clearly different from ordinary apes. Their bodies, ravaged by the apocalypse and radiation, had undergone terrifying mutations. Their faces were contorted in a ferocious grimace, bearing their sharp fangs. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce light, as if they wanted to tear everything in their path to shreds. Each ape was a full 2 meters tall, their massive bodies appearing particularly terrifying in the moonlight. Their black fur stood on end like steel needles, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. Wu Tian's team had always dealt with zombies. This was their first time dealing with mutated apes. It would be a lie to say they weren't bewildered. Wu Tian's expression was serious. He knew tonight would be a difficult and bloody battle. They were definitely at a disadvantage against the mutated apes. "Line up. Listen to the boss's commands. Be extremely careful. Boss, what should we do now?" Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the distant, menacing mutated apes, their eyes growing ever darker. The mutated apes, which only appeared in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, are here so early. In my previous life, mutated apes were definitely among the most troublesome opponents. These creatures underwent rapid evolution after the apocalypse, becoming exceptionally powerful. Their bodies became incredibly agile, muscular, and possessed astonishing strength. Ordinary humans were practically defenseless against them. Not only that, they also possessed high intelligence and agility, making them even more difficult to deal with in combat. What's even more troublesome is that ordinary weapons are almost ineffective against these mutated apes. Their skin is as hard as iron. Ordinary bullets and swords cannot cause them any real damage. This made fighting them exceptionally difficult, almost impossible. However, precisely because these mutated apes were so powerful, the crystal cores within their bodies became extremely precious. These crystal cores contained immense energy, undoubtedly rare and valuable. There were at least 20 mutated apes here. Yu Xiaohua looked at Wu Tian and the others. Their combined strength was barely enough to handle 1 or 2 apes. That meant she would have to deal with the remaining 17 or 18 apes. In less than 2 minutes, Yu Xiaohua had already formulated a plan. For her, these 17 or 18 apes were no easy task. They were a tough nut to crack, and a difficult battle to fight. Yu Xiaohua looked at the mutated apes before her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She wanted to see where her current strength limit lay. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at the tense group. There are 20 mutated gorillas here. After the apocalypse, gorillas underwent mutations. Their consciousness has improved the fastest among all animals, so don't underestimate their brains. When we fight them, we can't be careless for a second, or we surely die. Hearing Yu Xiaohua say this, Wu Tian and the others realized even more how terrifying these mutated gorillas were. They didn't even have time to wonder why Yu Xiaohua knew everything. How could she know so much? In the distance, the mutated gorillas seemed to be waiting for the right opportunity to attack. They hadn't approached, wandering around on the opposite side. Wu Tian asked, "Boss, do these mutated gorillas have any weaknesses?" Everyone's faces immediately lit up with anticipation. That's right, while the mutated gorillas are strong, if we know their weaknesses, we can exploit those weaknesses. Yu Xiaohua paused and shook his head. The mutated gorillas are top tier in strength, speed, and intelligence. Their only weakness is their brains, but that's not really a weakness. Wu Tian and the others hadn't expected the gorillas to be so strong after the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua quickly explained his battle plan. You four form a group, divided into 3 teams. Each team must have different abilities, and cooperate to have any chance of dealing with these mutated gorillas. Each team will focus on 1 gorilla. You 12 will take on 3 gorillas. Wu Tian will provide support. Everyone was stunned. There were 20 mutated gorillas here, and they were only going to take on 3? What about the remaining 17? Could it be? In an instant, everyone seemed to realize a possibility, looking at Yu Xiaohua in disbelief. What was their boss going to do? The 5th brother anxiously said, "Boss, we're only going to take on 3 gorillas. Are you going to take on the remaining 17 by yourself? This won't do." Everyone spoke at once, all wanting to fight alongside Yu Xiaohua, sharing life and death. Yu Xiaohua raised her hand, and a chilling aura erupted from her like a raging storm. Under the moonlight, her figure appeared exceptionally tall and imposing. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated a cold and mysterious light. It was as beautiful as the most dazzling star in the night sky, almost too beautiful to look directly at. Everyone fell silent instantly. With your current strength, dealing with 3 gorillas is already your limit. I know what's going on with the remaining 17. I have a plan. That's an order we must obey. While we're observing these mutated gorillas, they're also observing us. But within 5 minutes at most, they attack. Chapter 138. Yu Xiaohua's gaze swept across the crowd. Remember, only by increasing your strength and becoming more powerful can you survive in dire straits. This battle against the mutated apes will indeed be difficult for you, but in this apocalypse, to survive, you can only become stronger through repeated brushes with death. Now, what you need to think about is how to kill these mutated apes later. We don't have much time left. Do as I say. The crowd composed themselves and quickly gathered around. 2 minutes later, Yu Xiaohua, leading Wu Tian and the others, slowly took a few steps forward. Thus, the distance between them and the mutated apes grew closer and closer. At this tense moment, the battle between humans and apes seemed to be on the verge of erupting. As Yu Xiaohua had predicted, those already ferocious-looking mutated apes had long been impatient. As they saw Yu Xiaohua and the others approaching step by step, their eyes revealed even more ferocity. These fierce glints seemed to erupt from the depths of their hearts, revealing extreme hatred and hostility towards humanity. Their ferocious gazes sent chills down one's spine. It was as if they would pounce on Yu Xiaohua and the others like hungry tigers at any moment. Only when they got closer could Wu Tian and the others truly see just how enormous these mutated apes were. Each one was like a giant. They now understood what their instructor had just said. With mutated apes like these, even divided into 3 groups, killing 3 was already quite an achievement. Their current strength was indeed insufficient. Soon, the mutated apes in the distance let out a collective roar. It was as if they shared some kind of language or unspoken understanding. Just then, without warning, these mutated apes, which had been lingering in the distance, seemed to be enraged by something. Suddenly, they roared in unison, and then, like a surging torrent, they swept towards Yu Xiaohua and her companions. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble slightly with their frenzied charge. Faced with this sudden attack, Yu Xiaohua remained calm. Her figure flashed, as swift as a ghost, to the side of a large tree. Then, she gripped the tree trunk tightly with both hands. Using the tree's strength, she leaped into the air. She soared through the air like a graceful swallow. In midair, Yu Xiaohua spread her arms, like a phoenix spreading its wings. Her movements were elegant and agile. Everyone watched her, their hearts filled with awe. "It's not time to be amazing yet," Wu Tian shouted. "Form ranks according to the groups." The crowd quickly divided into 3 teams, as Yu Xiaohua had instructed. They lined up in order, ready for battle, not daring to relax for a moment. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing. She slowly focused her attention, releasing her spiritual power like a clear spring. This spiritual power seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly traversing the air. It flew straight towards the largest mutated gorilla at the head of the group. The next second, something astonishing happened. The mutated gorilla, which had been exceptionally fierce and hostile, suddenly seemed to be under a spell. Its gaze became dull and lifeless, as if it had lost its soul. The fierce light that had burned in its eyes vanished like smoke dispersed by a gust of wind. In its place was a confused and disoriented expression. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohua was overjoyed. She knew her mental power had successfully interfered with the leader of the mutated apes. Following her lightning, fire, and water elemental abilities, she had now awakened a mental ability. For elemental abilities, Yu Xiaohua wasn't satisfied. She decided to further increase her mental power output. She closed her eyes tightly, concentrating fully, mobilizing the mental energy within her body. She directed it like a surging tide, continuously flowing towards the mutated ape. At the most crucial moment, Yu Xiaohua once again pushed her limits. She would use these mutated apes to elevate her mental power to a higher level. Although it was an extremely risky undertaking, and one wrong move could completely shatter Yu Xiaohua's mental consciousness, once he made up his mind, he had no intention of backing down. Yu Xiaohua continued to hypnotize the leading mutated ape, then quickly left the area. The mutated ape led the dozen or so apes behind it to turn and chase after Yu Xiaohua. In the end, only 3 apes remained, leaving Wu Tian and his group alone. Everything was proceeding according to Yu Xiaohua's plan. Seeing that most of the mutated apes had indeed followed Yu Xiaohua, Wu Tian and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Just moments before, they had been on tenterhooks over their leader's plan, but now, seeing this scene, they were still shocked. Their leader really lured these mutated apes away? How did he do that? Before anyone could think further, the remaining 3 gorillas were already upon them. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua's figure darted through the forest, pursued by mutated gorillas like madmen. The forest ground trembled, shadows swayed, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Xiaohua stopped. She turned, looking at the mutated gorillas that had caught up. Quickly, Yu Xiaohua suddenly spread her hands, and a blue light burst forth from her palms, as if endless water was surging within them. This time, she decided to use her water-based ability. Faced with the impenetrable mutated gorillas, Yu Xiaohua knew that conventional attacks would be utterly ineffective. Therefore, she would try a method of overcoming strength with gentleness. She decided to use the properties of water to subdue these powerful mutated gorillas. At the same time, the dozen or so mutated gorillas that had been chasing them seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from Yu Xiaohua. They all stopped, watching her warily. Then, it let out a series of low growls, seemingly warning her not to act rashly. Yu Xiaohua was not intimidated by the aura of these mutated apes. She took a deep breath, concentrated her mind, and gathered all her strength into her hands. In an instant, Yu Xiaohua, expressionless, waved her hands. A massive water dragon, like a detonated bomb, erupted from her hands. This water dragon was powerful and majestic, like a ferocious beast, roaring and baring its fangs. With overwhelming force, it pounced straight at the leader of the mutated apes. Wherever the water dragon passed, water splashed everywhere, as if the entire world was being submerged by the monstrous waves it created. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon, like a nimble python, tightly coiled around the bodies of the dozen or so mutated apes. Caught off guard, these mutated apes were firmly trapped by the water dragon. They struggled desperately, trying to break free from the water dragon's restraints, but the water dragon's power was as indestructible as steel. Chapter 139. But soon, the lead mutated ape suddenly let out a deafening roar. This roar exploded in the air like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Then, something unexpected happened again. The mutated ape's body began to emit eerie red light. This red light, like thin red threads, continuously surged from the mutated ape's body. It was as if its body was a giant energy source. These red threads intertwined and coiled in the air, forming a complex net of light that enveloped the entire space. And the water dragon that Yu Xiaohua unleashed, which had been charging menacingly towards the mutated ape, was stopped the moment it touched the red threads, as if by an invisible force. The water dragon's speed noticeably slowed. Moreover, as time passed, the red lines began to gradually devour the water dragon. Yu Xiaohua frowned slightly as she watched this. Indeed, in her past life, mutated gorillas were extremely difficult to deal with. While her water-based abilities were effective against these mutated gorillas, at the rate at which the red lines were eroding them, her water dragon would soon be unable to hold on. Using the time the mutated gorillas spent struggling to break free of the water dragon, Yu Xiaohua carefully observed their weaknesses. Even the most powerful mutated gorillas must have weaknesses. Besides their brains, there must be other vulnerable points that could be exploited. Yu Xiaohua stood there expressionless. The next second, her right hand slowly rose, and she drew a massive long-handled sword from her spatial storage. This long-handled sword, about 3 meters long and weighing 20 kilograms, gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. The moment the sword was drawn, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure spreading out. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It was specially crafted by Yu Xiaohua at great expense before the apocalypse. She had prepared this powerful weapon in advance. After the apocalypse, sometimes ancient cold weapons were more useful than modern firearms. Especially when dealing with the mutated monsters of the post-apocalyptic world, the power of the sword was not to be underestimated. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, mobilized all her strength, and unleashed another massive water dragon. The water dragon roared and charged towards the lead mutated ape, instantly binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. This mutated ape was clearly the strongest among the group. It was enormous, its muscles bulging, and its entire body exuded a powerful aura. Yu Xiaohua knew that to defeat this group of mutated apes, she had to eliminate the leader first. However, this leader was not so easy to deal with. Despite being trapped by the water dragon, it continued to struggle, trying to break free. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohua dared not relax her guard for a moment. She then focused her attention, maintaining the power of the water dragon to ensure it wouldn't break free. After trapping the leader, Yu Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, swiftly raising her long-handled broadsword, and staring at the other mutated apes on either side. While these mutated apes weren't as powerful as the leader, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua charged towards one of the mutated apes. The broadsword flashed through the air, slashing straight at the other mutated apes. The Mo Dao, wielding the force of lightning, struck one of the apes. As expected, the Mo Dao displayed its true power. The massive ape, under the Mo Dao's fierce strike, had one of its thick arms severed. Blood splattered everywhere, landing on the surrounding trees and grass. The ape, suffering such a severe injury, let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream echoed through the forest, sending chills down everyone's spine. Yu Xiaohua, holding the Mo Dao, had a slight glint in her eyes. The Mo Dao in her hand seemed to transform into a god of death, radiating a chilling killing intent. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua swung the Mo Dao again. As swift as lightning, it struck the wounded ape. Each strike carried boundless power and killing intent. The mutated ape was utterly helpless, only able to scream in agony as its wounds multiplied and deepened. One wound after another appeared on the ape's body. Its body gradually became mangled and broken, finally collapsing helplessly to the ground, utterly lifeless. After the first one, there was the second. The third. Each swing of the Mo Dao required the utmost effort. The Mo Dao itself weighed tens of kilograms, making it difficult for an ordinary person to wield, let alone use for an extended period. However, Yu Xiaohua not only had to bear this immense weight. She also had to continuously swing the Mo Dao in battle, each swing consuming a vast amount of physical and mental energy. At the same time, Yu Xiaohua could not concentrate all her attention on the enemy before her. She had to divert some of her energy, focusing all her supernatural abilities on the lead mutated ape. This mutated ape was clearly the leader of the monsters. Its strength and speed far surpassed the others. If she couldn't firmly control this lead mutated ape, once it broke free, it would be even more difficult to deal with. While Yu Xiaohua was completely focused on dealing with the mutated apes, seeing their companions killed, became increasingly agitated and frenzied. Their roars were deafening, seemingly piercing the sky. As one mutated ape after another died, Yu Xiaohua's body reached another limit. Cold sweat gradually seeped from her forehead. She took out spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and drank it all in one gulp. The spiritual spring water entered her body, and her strength finally recovered somewhat, but it was far from enough. Half an hour later, the forest was a mess, except for the lead mutated ape. The remaining mutated apes had all been slain by Yu Xiaohua's Mo Dao. The corpses of these mutated apes lay scattered on the ground, their blood staining the surrounding earth. The water dragon trapping the leader of the mutated apes was now shrinking smaller and smaller. As time passed, the water dragon's power gradually weakened, becoming transparent, and it seemed poised to dissipate at any moment. Yu Xiaohua stood beside the water dragon, her strength nearly exhausted. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face had turned somewhat pale. But her gaze remained resolute, fixed on the mutated ape trapped within the water dragon, showing no sign of retreat. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, adjusting her condition. Using her Emo Dao for support, this battle was not over yet. The real battle had just begun. Taking advantage of the leader mutated ape's last moments of struggle to break free from the water dragon, Yu Xiaohua once again took out the spiritual spring water, drank it all in one gulp, and regained some strength. In that short hour, Yu Xiaohua pushed herself to the limit time and time again. She was pushing herself to the limit. She was forcing herself into a do-or-die situation. Chapter 140. In the blink of an eye. Near the end, the leader of the mutated apes let out another deafening roar. It broke free from Yu Xiaohua's water dragon restraints, its eyes wide and round like copper bells. Yu Xiaohua gave the mutated ape no time to react, seizing the opportunity. Holding her long-handled broadsword, she charged forward like the wind. As expected, this leader of the mutated apes was far stronger than the others. It was also more intelligent. Its massive body moved nimbly, dodging Yu Xiaohua's attack. Next, a thrilling battle ensued between the two. This mutated ape was enormous, like a small hill. Each of its swings carried the force of thunder, seemingly capable of tearing the air apart. Yu Xiaohua, however, skillfully used her agile body. She constantly sidestepped, leaped, and rolled. With astonishing speed, she dodged every ferocious attack from the mutated gorilla. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand for a time. Although the mutated gorilla's attacks were fierce, Yu Xiaohua always managed to escape danger at the last second. While Yu Xiaohua's evasions were skillful, the mutated gorilla didn't give her much of a chance to breathe. And as the mutated gorilla couldn't kill Yu Xiaohua, its stamina gradually diminished. The mutated gorilla was completely enraged. It emitted bursts of red light again, eerily covering its entire body. This red light seemed to possess a mind of its own, heading straight for Yu Xiaohua. The red light was the mutated gorilla's ultimate attack. Once it touched the body, it would begin to corrode it. Yu Xiaohua, of course, knew the power of this red light. She straightened her body. The next second, Yu Xiaohua vanished from the spot. The red light missed its target, landing on the ground, which instantly turned black from corrosion. The mutated ape saw Yu Xiaohua suddenly disappear without a trace. A hint of doubt seemed to flash in its eyes, and it let out an even louder roar. Just then, in the blink of an eye, a fluctuation of energy appeared in midair. By the time the mutated ape reacted, it raised its massive head. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared, purple lightning blotting out the sky. Suddenly, a huge and sharp broadsword descended from the sky like lightning. With astonishing speed and force, it pierced straight into the mutated ape's head. This mutated ape's body was huge and heavy, originally the source of its great strength. But now it had become its fatal weakness. Faced with this sudden attack, it had no time to react. In the end, the mutated ape could only watch helplessly as the broadsword mercilessly pierced its skull. Purple lightning crackled around the long sword, like a messenger from hell, carrying the power to destroy everything. When the long sword pierced the mutated ape's head, the purple lightning erupted instantly, completely destroying the ape's brain. In an instant, brain matter splattered everywhere, blooming in the air like a flower of blood. The gushing blood formed a thick cloud of mist, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Yu Xiaohua landed from the air, regaining her footing. Her face was ashen, and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. The terrifying scene she had just witnessed had almost exhausted all her strength. In the final moments, she had relied on her precise spatial awareness. With her last ounce of strength, she launched this desperate, fatal attack. Finally, the most powerful mutated ape collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Yu Xiaohua stared at the fallen mutated ape, her gaze still resolute. She felt as if all the energy had been drained from her body, and she could no longer support herself, falling from midair. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her lips, the price she paid for forcibly unleashing the power of lightning. She wiped the blood from her lips. On the ground, besides the stench of the mutated ape's corpse, lay a shimmering crystal core. Yu Xiaohua braced herself and stored the mutated ape's crystal core in her spatial storage. She drank some spiritual spring water, leaned against the wall, and rested for a while to recover her strength. When Wu Tian returned with his men, they could see the scene ahead in the distance. As they drew closer, their steps involuntarily slowed. Finally, they reached the summit and saw everything clearly. Everyone stood frozen in shock, as if under a spell, unable to move. Lying haphazardly on the ground were the severed limbs and broken legs of many mutated apes, blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding earth and forming a horrifying blood mist. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Yu Xiaohua leaned quietly against a large tree, seemingly detached from the world around her. Her body was slightly bent, her knees bent at a comfortable angle, her right hand resting casually on her knee. Her black jacket, which should have been neat and stylish, was now soaked with blood. The color turned a dark red. Blood seeped from his clothes, dripping onto the ground, forming a small dark red stain. Yu Xiaohua's face was partially obscured by shadows, making her expression difficult to discern. But from the faces of those around her, it was clear that everyone was filled with extremely complex emotions. Wu Tian and the others wore expressions of shock, admiration, and deep amazement. Wu Tian and every member of the team had sustained numerous injuries. Their battle against the 3 mutated apes had already been extremely difficult. Each of them had fought a life-or-death struggle, using all their strength and abilities. They had almost died from the mutated ape's hands and the red light. The difficulty of 12 people fighting 3 apes was already incredibly challenging. How much more difficult it was for their leader to face more than 10 mutated apes alone. And that exceptionally powerful leader gorilla, the danger just now was unimaginable. Yu Xiaohua's pale face seemed to confirm their suspicions. The next second, Yu Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes, her gaze dark and unfathomable. "You come." As if the danger had never happened. She stood up and walked out of the blood mist, each step resonating in the hearts of Wu Tian and the others. At this moment, everyone felt awe for the strong, respect and recognition for Yu Xiaohua. Having such a leader was the greatest blessing their team could ever have. If they were strong enough, their leader wouldn't have had to fight over a dozen mutated gorillas alone. Ultimately, they weren't strong enough. They needed to become stronger. At this moment, something subtly changed. Wu Tian looked back at his teammates, seeing the unwavering determination and resolve in their eyes. He felt a surge of satisfaction. The arrival of the eldest brother has truly changed a lot in just a few days. Chapter 141. Boss, are you alright? Boss, how are you? Boss, you're awesome. Wu Tian and the others rushed over. In the night, every face was so vibrant and full of life. Although Wu Tian and his team were covered in blood and wounds, their eyes shone brightly. Since the apocalypse, this was the most powerful thing they had faced. But it was also their most exhilarating battle. Yu Xiaohua's gaze swept over everyone, and he spoke calmly. You did very well. You worked hard. Even 3 mutated apes were no small feat for Wu Tian and his team. Well done, they deserve praise. And Yu Xiaohua was never stingy with praise. Wu Tian and the others looked at each other, and finally, they lowered their heads in shame. Where had they worked hard? The one who truly endured the hardship, the danger, and the arduous battle alone was their boss. Wu Tian stepped forward, his gaze more resolute than ever before. Boss, tonight we finally understood just how weak we really are. From this moment on, we promise you we train twice as hard when we get back. We absolutely won't slack off. From now on, we be strict with ourselves and become the most powerful blade in your hand, boss. No one knew that this night, fraught with danger, would later become the #1 superpowered team in the apocalypse, invincible and feared by all. And now, they were just ordinary superpowered individuals struggling in the apocalypse. Behind them, 12 people nodded in unison, their voices deafening. We will definitely do it. Boss, we will definitely do it. This was the collective promise of 13 men, planted today, waiting to grow into a towering tree one day. Yu Xiaohua lowered her gaze slightly, looked at them, and nodded. Even without saying a word, just a nod. Wu Tian and the others felt encouraged and satisfied. Yu Xiaohua had repeatedly pushed her limits, and her body was still weak. She needed to return to her spatial dimension to recover her strength. She led Wu Tian and the group back to the place where they had pitched their tents. After the battle with the mutated gorillas, the place was a mess. Wu Tian and the others quickly reorganized the tents and lit a campfire. Then, everyone sat together, took out medicine from their backpacks, and applied it to each other. If the injuries weren't serious, in the post-apocalyptic world, medicine was such a precious thing that they wouldn't easily use it for minor injuries. They would save it for emergencies. Yu Xiaohua knew that Wu Tian and the team were reluctant to use medicine. Using her gaze, she reached into her backpack, actually, from her spatial storage, and retrieved the finest wound medicine, handing it to Wu Tian. Looking at the precious medicine scattered on the ground, 1 box, 2 boxes, after checking, there were a total of 30 boxes, plus anti-inflammatory drugs. Before the apocalypse, these things could be bought at any pharmacy. But after the apocalypse, these medicines were practically non-existent. Even the military alliance, when distributing supplies based on missions, only gave them 1 or 2 pills at a time. Even before, when they were injured, they would break the pills in half to conserve them, often just enduring the pain. Many others, suffering from a simple cold, had no medicine and could only silently wait to die in the apocalypse. When they saw these medicines, Wu Tian and his team exchanged glances and collectively swallowed hard. It's no wonder they were so nervous. In fact, all these medicines combined were, to put it another way, equivalent to a traditional courtyard house in a prime location in Beijing before the apocalypse. Who could remain calm? It was impossible to stay calm. Wu Tian was considered relatively composed, but even his voice trembled slightly when he spoke, betraying his inner excitement. Boss, are these all for us? Yu Xiaohua calmly nodded. Yes, use them. You regret it if you don't? There's plenty. These medicines, which Wu Tian and his team considered extremely precious, were already piled up like mountains in Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage, all kinds, everything imaginable. Upon hearing this, the 10 grown men looked at each other, almost bursting into tears. What to do if you want to cry? Is this what it feels like to be kept by a rich woman? Before the apocalypse, they thought men who were kept were disgusting. Now, they realize how fake they were. 12 clutched the medicine boxes to his chest, a silly grin spreading across his face. Like a fool, he chuckled lewdly. Everyone looked at him, and silently lowered their heads. This guy isn't their brother. 12 exclaimed excitedly. Boss, from now on, I'm yours in life and in death. If you take a fancy to my 5th brother, I can even warm your bed. Boss, don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. Just say get lost, and I'd be right there. 12 was already incoherent. Clearly, the medicine had given him a huge shock. Actually, he wasn't the only one agitated. Wu Tian and Lao Wu stepped forward and tightly covered 12's mouth. Boss, 12's just too excited, he might be going crazy. Lao Wu nodded frantically. Not just maybe, boss, 12's gone crazy. Don't worry, I beat him up. The others nodded in agreement. Yeah, boss, he's gone crazy. He's lost his mind. 12, his mouth covered, cried out inwardly. Don't stop him, he's going to offer himself up. Yu Xiaohua smiled. All right, apply the medicine. With that, Yu Xiaohua turned, went back to the tent, zipped it up, and blocked everyone's view. After his mouth was released, 12 cheerfully held the medicine. His dimples were incredibly cute. 12 was the movie-style puppy type. Usually, his brothers doted on him. 12 was the youngest. What else could they do but spoil him? Like now, all the dozen or so older brothers had expressions of helplessness on their faces. 12 stroked his chin, then said something that made everyone want to slap him. Brothers, what if the boss really likes me? What do we do? Oh dear, should he politely refuse? Or should we go along with the boss? This is really difficult. Wu Tian stepped forward and kicked 12 in the butt. 12 rubbed his butt. Captain, you're heartless. You actually hit me like that. Wu Tian said seriously. You, stop fooling around. Didn't you see the boss's face wasn't looking good? He fought so many mutated gorillas just now. Even if he won, he must be injured. His body has reached its limit. The boss needs to rest now. 12 immediately quieted down, feeling somewhat guilty for not noticing. Wu Tian patted him on the shoulder. All right, kid, you need to grow up and be more mature. You're not a child anymore. 12 nodded. Captain, I understand. I will definitely grow up as quickly as possible, and not be a burden to the boss or the older brothers. The others also smiled with relief. After this mission, they believed that 12 would mature quickly. Chapter 142. Afterwards, he took the medicine box and distributed it to his brothers one by one. After distributing the medicine, tonight, we keep watch together. There are only 3 hours until dawn. Except for 7th, 9th, and 10th brothers, who are the most seriously injured and need rest, the rest of you must hold on through the night. We must protect our leader, ensure he gets a good rest and recovers his strength. We can't slack off even a little, understand? Everyone nodded. Tonight, their leader protected them. And now, it's their turn to protect their leader's safety. The best relationships are always two-way, not one-sided. Inside the tent. It was already empty. Yu Xiaohua appeared in the space, and as soon as she entered the villa built within, she collapsed to the ground, her body completely exhausted. Just now, in front of Wu Tian and the others, Yu Xiaohua had indeed been forcing herself to use her last bit of strength. She lay there quietly. Tonight, this battle made her realize that her strength was still not enough. Although, since her rebirth, she had never stopped striving to become stronger. But that wasn't nearly enough. She needed to be stronger. To some extent, She knew her obsession with becoming stronger ran too deep. Because everything that happened in her past life told her, in the apocalypse, only the strong have a voice, and only they won't be slaughtered. Yu Xiaohua slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, she was truly exhausted, but she only allowed herself this short rest. Dawn. When Yu Xiaohua reappeared before Wu Tian and the others, she had recovered. Wu Tian and the others were relieved to see Yu Xiaohua's appearance. "Boss, you're recovered." As soon as Yu Xiaohua stepped out of the tent, she saw everyone stand up in unison. Their gazes were fervent, but they couldn't hide the exhaustion and bloodstains on their faces, their tattered clothes. Yu Xiaohua paused, then stepped out, her gaze sweeping over each person. Wu Tian and the others didn't want Yu Xiaohua to know they had kept watch all night. Old Five hid his hastily bandaged hand behind his back. "Boss, we just got up. You know what? You can even see the sunrise in this forest. Hee hee, it's pretty beautiful." The others were about to chime in, trying to cover up their own mishaps, when they turned around and realized the sunrise was completely blocked. Now it was awkward. Yu Xiaohua looked at their embarrassed expressions, but didn't expose their act of guarding. Sometimes, some things don't need to be said, everyone understands each other's feelings. Yu Xiaohua simply nodded. "Go change your clothes, wash up. We continue our encampment this morning." Wu Tian was taken aback. "Boss, aren't we in a hurry to get going?" "We're fine, we can continue." Yu Xiaohua glanced at Wu Tian casually. "Continue what? Are you all tired of working? Are you out of your minds? The mission is important, but you are more important. Go." Wu Tian and the others nodded gratefully. Since joining the Military Region Alliance, Jiang Hao had used his power to suppress their team. Other teams also ostracized them because of Jiang Hao. Every time they went on a mission to collect supplies, the Military Region Alliance had only one requirement: complete it at all costs. This was the first time someone had told them that they were more important than those so-called missions. After Wu Tian and the others returned to their tents and changed their clothes, Lao Ba and Lao San, two water-type ability users, found a place and filled it with water. After all, men and women are different, so they had to find another place to wash up together. When Wu Tian and the others returned, they could smell the aroma of meat from afar. Everyone quickened their pace. The smell of that meat. Goodness. Forgive them for drooling uncontrollably. Upon reaching them, they saw a campfire burning in the center of the tents. A whole roasted lamb was roasting on it, and Yu Xiaohua sat beside it, leisurely brushing on layers of seasoning, sizzling and dripping with oil. One could only imagine how fragrant this whole roasted lamb must be. A whole roasted lamb. Who could eat such a fresh whole roasted lamb in the apocalypse? It was like a dream. Were they dreaming? Yu Xiaohua didn't even turn his head, saying, "Come on, the roasted lamb is ready, you can eat now." Finally, a dozen or so grown men each took a piece of roasted lamb and ate heartily. Half an hour later, Wu Tian and the others, full and satisfied, patted their bellies. Today was the best and most filling meal they had had since the apocalypse. Now, they finally knew what a golden thigh, a metaphor for a powerful, influential figure, meant. 12 sighed, "Boss, I never imagined in my life that I could eat such delicious roasted whole lamb after the apocalypse. It's like a dream." Without a word, none of them asked where such fresh lamb came from. Yu Xiaohua casually opened a snakeskin bag beside him. Inside were over a dozen bottles of fresh juice. The moment they saw the juice, everyone's eyes lit up again. What kind of treasure was their boss's snakeskin bag? Fresh juice too. Unbelievable. Not even a little bit. In the end, everyone had a bottle of fresh juice, drinking it with complete satisfaction. Even the usually serious Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. Is this even a human life? The remaining few shook their heads in unison. No. Yu Xiaohua looked at them, a slight smile playing on his lips. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The group shouldered their equipment and set off again. According to the map, at their current pace, they would reach the zombie-infested area in another night. That night. Peaceful and uneventful. Nothing happened, and everyone passed through safely. However, the appearance of the mutated gorillas constantly reminded them how many dangers lurked in this forest. Therefore, Wu Tian and the others dared not relax their guard at all. The third day. Noon. Yu Xiaohua led the group out of the forest. Outside the forest lay a vast, open expanse, with a wide-open view in the distance. A few dilapidated houses remained. Clearly, they were long gone. This was the place where the Military Alliance had discovered the roaming zombies. The Military Alliance had sent people here several times, but all had returned empty-handed, suffering heavy losses. No one knew how many zombies were lurking here. At least for now, Not a single zombie was visible. Finally, the group went to one of the dilapidated houses, several connected together. Upon opening the door, the marks on the house suggested it had originally belonged to an elderly couple. Wu Tian and his men thoroughly cleaned the house inside and out. After all, they didn't know how many days they would be stationed here to guard against the zombies, so cleaning it up would make it more comfortable for everyone. Finally, they set up several tents in the courtyard for the night watchman. Yu Xiaohua's room was in the center. The others were shared by 4 people each. By the time everything was almost finished cleaning, the sun was gradually setting. At dusk, everything was so peaceful and serene, as if this apocalypse had never existed. Smoke curled from the chimneys in the courtyard. Chapter 143. After arriving in the apocalypse, everything seemed to revert to the most primitive methods. The group sat in a row in the courtyard, a dozen or so grown men, each more obedient than the last. As soon as Yu Xiaohua appeared, everyone turned to look at her, their eyes pleading. Like hungry wolves. Now, they tacitly understood that their leader was undoubtedly a space-age ability user. Otherwise, why would there be roasted whole lamb and fresh juice? Yu Xiaohua spoke calmly. What do you want to eat? Let's start with Wu Tian. One by one, name your names. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Wu Tian, their eyes already filled with anticipation. Wu Tian immediately stood up, very politely, and raised his hand. Boss, I want instant noodles. Second brother, boss, I want beef. Third brother, boss, I want pork chops. Fourth brother, boss, I want rice. Fifth brother, boss, I want pizza. Finally, the 12th brother stood up. Boss, I want to eat kebabs, hot pot, fried chicken, cola, and oh yeah, spicy hot pot and rice noodles. Everyone looked at him, with only one thought. Is this guy 12 treating the boss like a wishing well? He asked for anything. Shameless. So shameless. 12 became increasingly guilty as he spoke, and seeing everyone's gaze, he touched his nose. His confidence waned further. What? How do you know the boss doesn't have any? You guys, don't underestimate the boss, okay? Fifth brother spat. 12, can you spare your face? The remaining dozen or so people, though silent, were already cursing him. 12 looked intently at Yu Xiaohua, rubbing his hands pitifully. Boss, if you don't have any of these, can I have some instant mala tang? You don't know, before the apocalypse, I was a mala tang fanatic. Now, I just want a bite of mala tang. Before the apocalypse, 12 was a huge glutton. Wu Tian and the others thought it was unlikely. Even if the boss's space had food, it couldn't possibly be this complete, right? Even mala tang? Yu Xiaohua stepped forward. The next second, she casually waved her hand, and a huge pile of food appeared on the open ground. They had everything they had ordered. Fried chicken, instant noodles, pork chops, beef, pizza, and even 12's favorite mala tang. They were all stunned. Completely dumbfounded. My god, the boss actually has everything? Even mala tang. Everyone swallowed hard. After the apocalypse, who wouldn't go crazy seeing all this delicious food? If this were outside, it would be a fight to the death. The fifth brother stroked his chin. Captain, now I finally understand what the boss meant when he said he wouldn't mistreat us. This isn't just won't mistreat us, it's practically spoiling us rotten. I feel like the boss is a kindergarten principal, and we're the little kids. Before Wu Tian could speak, the fifth brother roared, 12, leave some for me. Don't hog it. The brothers instantly joined the fray. The scene was chaotic. 12 stepped forward and hugged the instant spicy hot pot to his chest, looking like he's seen his lover. Heavens above, earth below, I can finally eat spicy hot pot today. Thank you, heavens. Thank you, earth. Thank you, boss, for shining your light on us. Wu Tian sighed helplessly. What happened to the promise that everyone except 12 would be mature and steady brothers? Everything has changed. If this continues, it'd be more childish than a kindergartner. Hey, can't you be a little more composed? Hey, put down my instant noodles. Yu Xiaohua looked at the chaotic yet lively scene before her. The noise of people and shouts rose and fell. She slowly turned around, walked to a worn-out chair, and sat down. The chair creaked and groaned, as if telling a story of bygone years. Yu Xiaohua tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The setting sun, as red as blood, dyed half the sky crimson, casting a shadow of despair over the entire world. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Yu Xiaohua, outlining her tall figure. After the dozen or so people finished distributing the food, they turned around and saw this breathtaking scene. Some people, just sitting there, were a beautiful painting. Even without speaking, they seemed to tell a story. Everyone fell silent. 12 clutched his heart. Oh my god, I'm going crazy for boss. I go mad for boss. I bang my head against a wall for boss. I decided, if I can't have boss, I never marry. The next second, 12 received another slap. Fifth brother said, come on, you think you can use boss's standards to find a girlfriend? It's the apocalypse. Even if you wanted to marry, what girl would want to marry you? Go wash up and go to sleep. 12, looking pitiful, threw himself at Yu Xiaohua's feet. Boss, please help me. Yu Xiaohua looked at the silly 12, a smile playing on his lips, and gently patted his head. Go wash up and go to sleep. 12 was on the verge of tears. After 12's antics, everyone relaxed a little. After everyone had finished their satisfying dinner, they were full and content. Tonight, they knew it might be another fierce battle. What strange things might appear this time? Darkness fell. Tonight, Lao Wu and Wu Tian kept watch in the tent outside the door, while the others went to rest. The first night passed. Nothing happened. For the next 5 days, things seemed to exceed everyone's expectations. Peaceful and uneventful. No hordes of zombies. No terrifying mutated creatures like the mutant gorillas. Yu Xiaohua stayed in a room, almost never coming out. Without encountering danger, Wu Tian and the others never knocked on her door to disturb her. 5 days later, the group sat together, discussing whether or not they should leave. Yu Xiaohua sat in the center. 12 opened a bag of potato chips, which, of course, was from Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage. These past few days, 12 had been well fed by Yu Xiaohua and had already gained 2 pounds. Boss, we've been on this mission for almost 8 days, and apart from the mutated gorilla we encountered in the forest, we haven't seen a single zombie. I'm wondering if the Alliance's intelligence is wrong? The others nodded in agreement. This time, they shared 12's opinion. Even Wu Tian was starting to doubt whether there were any zombies left at all. They had been patrolling the area daily for the past few days, and hadn't seen anything unusual. Boss, perhaps the zombies here really have left. After all, you said that after zombies evolved, their consciousness also evolved. Is it possible that these original zombies have already left and gone somewhere else? Shouldn't we leave and go back to report? Is there any point in staying here any longer? Although, in some ways, this place really does resemble a paradise. However, people ultimately have to face reality. The group discussed whether or not they should leave now. Finally, they all looked at Yu Xiaohua. Ultimately, it was up to her to decide. Everyone was waiting for her to make the decision. Chapter 144. After a long pause, Yu Xiaohua spoke. Have you considered that after these zombies underwent their second evolution, their consciousness evolved, and they can now sense dangerous environments and choose to hide? Hide? Everyone's expressions froze. The zombies were actually smart enough to choose to hide, and for several days at that? They were already this smart during their second evolution. What about the next evolution? What changes will occur? No one questioned Yu Xiaohua's words. That was the only thing on the minds of the dozen or so people. In the future, with each evolution of zombies, how difficult will the human survival environment become? Seeing the silence, Yu Xiaohua continued to guide their thinking. Have you considered why so many zombies are gathered here, while there aren't any around? Before coming here, Yu Xiaohua had guessed that something here might be attracting so many zombies. In his previous life, 3 years into the apocalypse, humanity discovered a previously unknown substance, the crystal core. The most significant characteristic of the crystal core is its ability to attract zombies. Of course, for humans, it's only slightly more useful than a level 2 crystal core. It was indeed precious in the early stages. However, for zombies, once a zombie attracts it, it can evolve into a higher level zombie. Therefore, later, to stop zombie evolution, humans had no choice but to join the zombies in vying for crystal cores. In 10 years of the apocalypse, less than 1,000 crystal cores had been discovered. This shows just how precious crystal cores are. And she suspected that there must be some such valuable crystal cores hidden nearby. In the late stages of the apocalypse, its value was immeasurable. The zombies had been avoiding them for the past few days, likely sensing danger. Her mental energy, covering a wide area, hadn't detected any zombies. They must have their own hiding places. Now, her 4 elemental abilities, after the battle with the mutated ape and the absorption and evolution in the space over the past few days, had all reached level 3. These zombies could naturally sense the danger emanating from her. Her ability level could fool humans, but not zombies. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian and the others widened their eyes. Clearly, they hadn't considered this at all. In fact, not only them, But even the higher-ups of the military alliance hadn't seriously considered this matter. Why were there so many zombies gathered here? They all just thought it was a difficult task. Among Lao Lu's brothers, he was considered one of the smarter ones. He immediately realized something, unable to hide his excitement. "Boss, you mean there must be something special about this place that attracts these zombies to gather here? They don't want to leave, but they can sense the danger. The zombies that have undergone secondary evolution are avoiding us." Yu Xiaohua looked at Lao Lu with a hint of satisfaction. Lao Lu was indeed smart. He understood immediately. Lao Lu smiled shyly. Seeing Yu Xiaohua's affirmative gaze, his already shy face flushed slightly. Yu Xiaohua paused, finding it somewhat amusing. Lao Lu, a grown man, was quite easily embarrassed. Wu Tian also suddenly understood. If that's the case, then the things here must be very attractive to zombies. Could it be like how we humans need the crystal cores inside zombies to upgrade our abilities? They also need these things to complete their evolution. Wu Tian found the idea somewhat far-fetched, yet strangely, it also seemed plausible. It was a contradictory guess. The others also thought it unlikely. What in this world could cause zombies to evolve? The next second, Yu Xiaohua nodded calmly. You guessed right. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian himself was stunned. He hadn't expected to actually guess correctly. Really? Yu Xiaohua looked at the puzzled faces of the crowd and explained. After the apocalypse, human bodies mutated, and zombies did the same. This kind of crystal core can indeed allow zombies to evolve another level. Of course, I'm just guessing. Whether it's true or not still needs to be verified. Crystal core? This was the first time they heard such an unfamiliar term. Everyone was stunned, looking at Yu Xiaohua. What was a crystal core? Yu Xiaohua calmly explained the function of the crystal core. In the current apocalypse, information was no longer shared. Therefore, Yu Xiaohua was simply telling Wu Tian and the others that crystal cores had appeared. After hearing Yu Xiaohua's explanation, everyone immediately abandoned their previous intention to leave. If this place truly contained this so-called crystal core, then, once the zombies absorbed it, they would become even more powerful, making them even more difficult to kill. They could leave, but who knew how many ordinary people would suffer? Finally, Yu Xiaohua stood up, looked at everyone, his gaze slightly deep, and slowly spoke. However, you're right. Now, we really shouldn't wait any longer. Since they won't come out, then we lure them out. Everyone paused. Lure them out? How to lure them in? Inside a dimly lit cave, a chill permeated the air. A stench of decay filled the air, nauseatingly strong. Hundreds of zombies wandered the cave like ghosts. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, their skin a strange bluish gray, covered in gruesome wounds and bloodstains. Each zombie was hideous, their empty eye sockets devoid of pupils, only a deathly darkness. Their mouths were wide open, revealing sharp fangs, as if ready to tear apart their prey at any moment. Each zombie exuded a terrifying aura, chilling to the bone. Among this horde, one red-eyed zombie stood out. Its eyes burned like flames, radiating a chilling red light. Just then, this red-eyed zombie suddenly let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed to be a signal. The other zombies, who had been wandering aimlessly, instantly changed direction upon hearing it, as if under a spell, and walked straight towards the red-eyed zombie. Their steps were somewhat stiff, but unusually firm, as if driven by some irresistible force. When these zombies reached the red-eyed zombie, they knelt down one after another, as if submitting to it. The crimson eyes were the symbol of a level 4 zombie. This zombie, after only 1 year in the apocalypse, had already become a level 4 zombie. The red-eyed zombie roared again, stiffly turning its eyes to look into the distance. The dangerous aura emanating from the human had suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Wu Tian and the others watched as Yu Xiaohua disappeared from the spot, their eyes brightening. Chapter 145. Another night passed unscathed. For the next 2 days, Yu Xiaohua completely disappeared. However, the zombies still didn't appear. Wu Tian and the others acted as usual, showing no change despite Yu Xiaohua's absence. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, as the sun set and Wu Tian and his group were about to quickly eat dinner, a series of roars suddenly came from afar. Chaotic footsteps and a thick, pungent smell of rotting blood filled the air. The group exchanged glances. Sure enough, the zombies in this area had been hiding somewhere all along. Only after their leader had been gone for 2 days, did the zombies finally succumb to their urges and reveal themselves. Everything was just as their leader had predicted. These zombies had sensed the leader's aura after evolving and felt threatened, which was why they had hidden themselves until now. What clever zombies! The group quickly gathered their food, picked up their equipment, and prepared to fight the zombies. When Wu Tian and his group emerged, they saw a massive horde of zombies in the distance. Even with their preparations, they were still somewhat alarmed. So many? The sheer number of figures was astonishing. A rough estimate suggested at least 100. Such a zombie horde was something they had never seen before. The scene was truly spectacular, yet filled with boundless terror. Was the crystal core their leader had mentioned really that powerful? Could it really attract so many zombies to this place? The group was secretly amazed, their curiosity about the crystal core's power growing ever stronger. However, before they could investigate further, the zombies in the front row charged forward with astonishing speed, like lightning. Seeing this, Wu Tian quickly waved his hand to signal. The group behind him immediately sprang into action, following the plan he and Yu Xiaohua had devised earlier. Like a well-trained army, they swiftly divided into 4 teams: fire, thunder, water, and wind. Each team member possessed the same supernatural ability. This was their tactical arrangement for the day. Their leader had said that the number of zombies gathered here was definitely not small, and their level would certainly not be low. Now it seemed that what the leader said was absolutely true. Everyone knew that tonight would undoubtedly be another exceptionally difficult and fierce battle. Just as Wu Tian and the others were on high alert, a chilling roar came from afar, as if the entire world was trembling. Looking closely, they saw a dense cluster of black dots appear on the distant horizon. These black dots rapidly expanded, sweeping in like a surging sea. The zombies, like a pack of ravenous beasts, lunged at Wu Tian and his companions, bearing their fangs and claws. They moved with incredible speed, closing in to within tens of meters of them in the blink of an eye. Faced with this terrifying sight, Wu Tian and his group did not retreat. They quickly formed a battle formation. The 4 members of the lightning-based team stood at the forefront, simultaneously waving their hands. In an instant, dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from their palms, striking the onrushing zombies. A series of crackling sounds followed, and the zombies struck by the lightning instantly collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing, emitting a burnt smell. However, the zombies here were at least level 2, possessing physical strength far superior to ordinary zombies. Although struck down by lightning, these zombies quickly and unsteadily rose to their feet, continuing their frenzied attack on Wu Tian and his group. Seeing this, Wu Tian shouted without hesitation, "Go!" Before his words even finished, 3 fire-type ability users behind him shot forward like arrows. With a wave of their hands, raging flames erupted from them, forming a wall of fire that blocked the zombies' path. The flames burned fiercely, instantly engulfing the approaching zombies. Following this, water-type and wind-type ability users also joined the fray. The water-type ability user summoned a giant water sphere, slamming it down on the zombies, knocking them to the ground. The wind-type ability user manipulated a fierce wind, blowing the zombies about wildly. Wu Tian and the others were not to be outdone, each displayed their unique abilities. They fought valiantly against the zombies' onslaught. In an instant, various supernatural abilities intertwined, creating a magnificent yet tragic scene. However, the zombies seemed tireless, surging in relentlessly, their numbers ever increasing. Wu Tian and the other supernatural abilities were constantly being depleted, while the zombies' offensive showed no signs of abating. This was the strength of a level 2 zombie, already terrifying. Even their healing abilities were evolving, each zombie was like a tireless beast. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, launched an attack, and then gave orders to 12. 12? How long can your healing ability last? 4th brother and 5th brother are almost at their limit. Heal them first, we can hold on a little longer. Of course, Wu Tian and the rest of the group weren't in much better shape. They knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Almost an hour had passed, and they had only eliminated a third of the zombies. 2/3 remained, still attacking. 12 watched his brothers fight back desperately. He could only continuously channel his powers into everyone, but it was far from enough. "Captain, I heal 4th brother and 5th brother right away. Be careful." 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian and the others' powers were almost completely depleted. Their faces were as pale as corpses, devoid of any color. Sweat poured down their foreheads like a burst dam, soaking their clothes. Everyone felt as if their last ounce of strength had been drained. Even raising their hands was incredibly difficult. They could only kneel helplessly on the ground, their eyes fixed on the endless stream of zombies surging towards them, their hearts filled with despair. These zombies were like a black torrent, relentlessly attacking them. The sheer number of zombies was still staggering. However, Wu Tian and his companions no longer had the strength to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the zombies drew closer. At that moment, Wu Tian suddenly remembered something Yu Xiaohua had said. "You never know your limits until you push yourself." A chance to survive against all odds? Only in dire straits can one find survival. This phrase echoed in Wu Tian's mind like a mantra. He bit his tongue, forced himself to his feet, and turned to look at the exhausted group behind him. His gaze was resolute. Do you remember what the boss said before he left? Human potential is limitless. Potential depends entirely on ourselves. Find a way to survive against all odds, fight with all your might. We can't give up like this. They had to buy time for their boss. They absolutely couldn't betray his trust. Even if it meant death, they would wait for their boss to return. Chapter 146. The group, already utterly exhausted, as if all their strength had been drained, suddenly, upon hearing these words, seemed to be infused with a powerful force, slowly raising their heads. Their gazes met, their previously dim eyes now bright and resolute. It was as if they saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation or doubt, the next second, the group tacitly helped each other up, struggling to their feet. Although each person's body was still trembling slightly, their steps were exceptionally firm, walking step by step towards their initial positions. Using their last ounce of strength, they all unleashed their final supernatural abilities against the charging zombies. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning intertwined, illuminating the night completely, like daylight. The zombies' screams echoed throughout the night. Seemingly frightened by the aura emanating from Wu Tian and the others, they slowed their pace. They all took a few steps back, seemingly observing Wu Tian and the others' next move. However, having exhausted their last ounce of strength, Wu Tian and the others activated their powers again, each kneeling there, unable to rise again. The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter, a cathartic release. 12 wiped away his tears. That was exhilarating. This is the most exhilarating day of my life. Dying like this is heroic too. In this life, having you brothers, and having such a powerful leader, it's all been worth it. Heaven has been kind to me. I won. Brothers, see you in the next life. In the next life, I still be your brother. The fifth brother laughed heartily, wiping the blood from his face. You little rascal, it's our blessing to be brothers with you. On the road to the underworld, we walk together, not alone. Good brother. Good brother. The sixth brother said calmly. It's fate that we brothers can be together in this life. The luckiest thing in my life is meeting you all and recognizing our leader. It's just a pity we couldn't wait for our leader to return. Even now, Wu Tian and the others were still thinking about how they had let Yu Xiaohua down, not waiting for her return. In the distance, the zombies seemed to realize that Wu Tian and the others were immobilized and swarmed forward again. The next second, a deafening roar was heard in the distance, and then, as if they had a mind of their own, the zombies instantly stopped. Wu Tian and the others felt a sudden chill run down their spines. They stared in astonishment into the distance, where a figure was slowly approaching. It was a tall zombie. Its body was far more robust than that of ordinary zombies, with clearly defined muscles, seemingly possessing boundless power. Every step it took was steady. Wherever it passed, other zombies seemed to be intimidated by an invisible pressure, lowering their heads and daring not to meet its gaze. As this special zombie drew closer, Wu Tian and the others finally saw its appearance clearly. Most striking were its blood-red eyes, like burning flames, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The red light flickered in the darkness, seemingly able to pierce the soul, sending chills down their spines. This was a higher-level zombie. Only higher-level zombies could command the submission of lower-level ones. The real big boss has appeared. This red-eyed zombie is the most powerful of them all. It had been hiding at the back, waiting for their powers to run out before emerging to reap the benefits. For a zombie to have such awareness is terrifying. The red-eyed zombie opened its blood-red maw, revealing ferocious fangs, its eyes gleaming with greedy desire. It seemed impatient, eager to tear Wu Tian and the others apart and devour them. Just at this critical moment, the red-eyed zombie pounced like lightning, bringing a stench of blood as it charged straight at Wu Tian and the others. Wu Tian and the others stared wide-eyed, watching helplessly as the red-eyed zombie drew ever closer. The shadow of death loomed over them. It felt as if, in the next second, they would all be torn apart by this terrifying monster. However, just when everyone thought they were doomed, a miracle occurred. The attacking red-eyed zombie, suddenly, as if struck by an invisible force, stopped abruptly in midair. Its body froze, unable to move, as if under a spell. Everyone stared in astonishment at this scene, not yet able to react. A figure appeared in midair like a ghost. Yu Xiaohua, dressed in black, moved with a graceful, ethereal grace, like a fairy descending to earth. Moonlight shone upon her, as if draping her in a silver veil. making her exceptionally dazzling and radiant in the darkness. Wu Tian and the others looked excitedly at Yu Xiaohua, who had suddenly appeared in midair. Smiles of relief bloomed on everyone's faces. Her appearance was like a ray of light in the darkness, giving them hope for survival. It seemed that as long as Yu Xiaohua was there, they had nothing to fear. With a leader to rely on, there was an absolute sense of security. "Boss, you're back. Boss, you're finally back. Boss, did you find that thing?" Yu Xiaohua landed cleanly and decisively. The red-eyed zombie was still there, trying to break free from Yu Xiaohua's mental power. The other zombies also sensed danger and dared not move, standing still, watching Yu Xiaohua. This was driven by zombie instinct. They feared the aura emanating from Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua turned around and looked at everyone. Everyone was in a sorry state, covered in blood and grime. It was truly remarkable that they had lasted this long. Everyone had pushed themselves to their limits. "Step back, you did a good job. The battlefield from now on belonged to Yu Xiaohua alone." Wu Tian said, "It's no trouble, boss, we're fine." 12 cried excitedly. "Boss, if you hadn't come back, we wouldn't have seen you again." Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Okay, let's retreat to the courtyard." Wu Tian and the others knew they were just a hindrance, so they helped each other back to the courtyard. Yu Xiaohua turned her head. At the same time, the red-eyed zombie broke free from Yu Xiaohua's mental control. After all, it was a level 4 zombie, trapping it was only temporary. Yu Xiaohua looked at the red-eyed zombie not far away, her eyes slightly darkening. A level 4 zombie. Indeed, a formidable opponent. A level 4 zombie can control lower-level zombies and manipulate them. And for the past 2 days, she had used spatial manipulation to conceal her aura. It was all to find the hidden crystal core nearby. Heaven rewards the diligent. Tonight, she finally found the crystal core in a cave. And the cave not far from this crystal core was the place where the zombies had gathered before. She successfully obtained the crystal core and returned as quickly as possible. She was just a little short, but thankfully she made it in time. This red-eyed level 4 zombie must have used this crystal core to level up, reaching level 4 in just 1 year. Chapter 147. Just then, the red-eyed zombie's eyes, like rusty machinery, stiffly rolled. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. This level 4 red-eyed zombie actually took a step back. However, this was only the beginning. Accompanying its retreat, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, as if the entire world trembled. This roar, like thunder, echoed through the air, deafeningly loud. And after this roar, something even more astonishing happened. The zombies behind the red-eyed zombie, as if driven by some mysterious force, surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing straight towards Yu Xiaohua. Clearly, this level 4 red-eyed zombie wanted to repeat its previous tactic. It used these low-level zombies to first deplete Yu Xiaohua's abilities. Faced with this swarming, overwhelming mass of zombies. Overwhelming and unstoppable. Yu Xiaohua, however, showed no sign of panic. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Those once deep eyes now turned as black as ink, like a bottomless abyss. Under the worried gazes of Wu Tian and the others, Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her hands. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. A raging flame suddenly erupted from Yu Xiaohua's hands. This flame seemed to rise from hell, carrying endless heat and an aura of destruction. With the appearance of this flame, the surrounding world seemed to be ignited. Everything became scorching and distorted. The flame, like a ferocious beast, opened its blood-red maw, seemingly about to devour everything around it. Since her 4 elemental abilities upgraded to level 3, the color of her flames had changed. Yu Xiaohua was tightly enveloped in this ball of flame, her body appearing and disappearing within it, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The flames danced around her, seemingly merging with her, making her appear both mysterious and majestic. Then, without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua swung the fireball in her hand. As if wielding a deadly weapon, the flames, like a red lightning bolt, tore through the air, rushing straight towards the zombies. Wherever they went, the flames spread rapidly like wildfire. The zombies were utterly powerless against this terrifying flame. They were instantly engulfed by the flames, letting out shrill screams. The flames mercilessly scorched their bodies, turning them to ashes. Yu Xiaohua continuously swung the flames at the zombies. And those zombies, upon encountering the flames, instantly turned to ash. Half an hour later, the flames in Yu Xiaohua's hand showed no sign of weakening, and the zombies were almost gone. Inside the courtyard, everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Their boss's fire-based ability had actually become this powerful? Half an hour. A full half hour. Under normal circumstances, the ability would have been exhausted long ago. Yet, the boss's flames continued unabated, and there wasn't even a hint of fatigue on his face. He was still full of energy. Was this even human strength? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have truly doubted that they were witnessing a dream. That day, on the street, when they first met their boss, the flames her boss unleashed weren't like this before. In just a few days, it seems her fire-based abilities have grown countless times stronger. The speed at which this ability is upgrading is simply terrifying. For the first time, Wu Tian and the others realized what an insurmountable gap truly meant. After unleashing her fire-based abilities again, the last low-level zombie was burned to ashes, leaving only the level 4 red-eyed zombie. A wave of worry washed over Wu Tian and the others. With her current stamina, could her boss still fight such a powerful red-eyed zombie? Even if her boss was strong, she had still expended so much energy. A level 4 red-eyed zombie? Not to be underestimated, too difficult to deal with. Yu Xiaohua slowly withdrew her hands to her sides, unhurried. Her gaze, like two cold arrows, shot towards the red-eyed zombie in the distance. The red-eyed zombie clearly sensed Yu Xiaohua's gaze. Its body trembled slightly, its already ferocious face becoming even more distorted. However, it seemed to know it had no way out today. As if enraged, it let out a roar. Then, like a maddened beast, it charged straight at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua stood firm, her posture as upright as a pine tree, unwavering. Faced with the red-eyed zombie's ferocious attack, she showed no panic, as if it were all part of her plan. If it had been a couple of days ago, she probably would have struggled against this level 4 zombie. After all, level 4 zombies are no ordinary creatures. Their strength and speed far surpass those of ordinary zombies. Even between level 3 and level 4, the difference between the same level is like heaven and earth. However, she successfully broke through her bottleneck and became a level 3 ability user. This meant that Yu Xiaohua's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Fighting against someone a level higher was no longer an insurmountable chasm for her. So, when the red-eyed zombie hurtled towards her like a cannonball, a slow smile appeared on Yu Xiaohua's lips. She took a step forward and charged directly at the level 4 red-eyed zombie. Just then, Wu Tian and the others in the courtyard suddenly witnessed a scene they would never forget. Yu Xiaohua brandished a fireball even larger than before. The raging flames, like a ferocious beast, lunged at the red-eyed zombie. The red-eyed zombie was clearly startled by the sudden burst of fire. It nimbly dodged to the side, avoiding the fireball's attack. Yu Xiaohua gave it no chance to breathe, unleashing a barrage of fire attacks that rained down on the red-eyed zombie. The red-eyed zombie dodged and weaved, desperately trying to escape the deadly flames. But Yu Xiaohua's attacks were as fierce as a storm, leaving it nowhere to run. The two clashed, neither giving an inch. For a time, the entire area was shrouded in flames and smoke, transforming into a scene of hell. Even later, the smoke grew thicker and thicker. It seemed to envelop the entire space, making it impossible to see anything inside. The flames roared fiercely within the smoke, occasionally leaping out and licking at the surrounding air. In this chaos, the figures of Yu Xiaohua and the zombie appeared and disappeared. Their every movement was obscured by the smoke and flames. All that could be heard was the zombie's increasingly loud roars. The sound was deafening, seemingly trying to break free from the shackles of the smoke. Chapter 148. Suddenly, a deafening roar, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, a huge object crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Smoke billowed, flames erupted, and the entire scene descended into chaos. The group in the courtyard was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared wide-eyed at the billowing smoke, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yu Xiaohua and the zombies. However, as time ticked by, the smoke persisted, and their anxiety grew. What was happening inside? Finally, after a long wait, the smoke dissipated slightly. Everyone looked up hastily, and saw Yu Xiaohua standing motionless. She was covered in dust and soot, her clothes torn. But her expression was unusually calm. The calm was palpable, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. At Yu Xiaohua's feet, the level 4 red-eyed zombie lay motionless on the ground. Its body was mangled beyond recognition, clearly severely injured. Its body was covered in burn marks, and the smell of charred flesh filled the air. The crowd watched this scene, their faces filled with shock and admiration. They simply couldn't imagine how their leader had defeated this powerful zombie in such a fierce battle. This was a level 4 zombie. Just then, a long-handled sword suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaohua's hand. This long-handled sword was 3 meters long, its entire body gleaming with a cold light, like a scythe of death emerging from hell. Wu Tian and the others felt as if the surrounding air had instantly frozen, and the temperature had plummeted several degrees. They stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment at the Mo Dao in Yu Xiaohua's hand. An ancient cold weapon? Yu Xiaohua stood there like a statue. Her figure appeared exceptionally tall and majestic in the darkness. Her beauty was magnified to its extreme at that moment, so breathtaking. One person, one sword, stood there amidst the ruins littered with zombie remains. In the pitch-black night, the cold glint of the Mo Dao in Yu Xiaohua's hand, reflecting her unparalleled beauty, created a scene unforgettable. This scene was destined to become an eternal memory in everyone's hearts, deeply imprinted in the souls of Wu Tian and his companions. Many years later, even when Wu Tian and the others had risen to high positions, they could never forget the scene. Yu Xiaohua brandished the Mo Dao, plunging it into the chest of the red-eyed zombie. The Mo Dao pierced through the chest. The level 4 red-eyed zombie was dead. Yu Xiaohua bent down and deftly pulled the crystal core from the red-eyed zombie's chest. The level 4 zombie's crystal core was a deeper color. The next second, the crystal core disappeared from Yu Xiaohua's hand. When she turned around, she saw Wu Tian and the others still stunned in the courtyard. As if nothing had happened, she spoke softly, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Everyone swallowed hard, nodding, shaking their heads, then nodding again. Look at their boss's aura. He's killed so many zombies, including a level 4 red-eyed zombie. And he can still calmly ask them what's wrong? TSK. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. 12 said dejectedly, I take back what I said about warming the boss's bed. What am I? I'm not worthy. Everyone turned to look at him, nodding. Had a man worthy of their leader been born? Yu Xiaohua, seeing the stunned crowd, walked over to them. With a wave of his hand, dozens more boxes of medicine appeared on the ground, along with various snacks and food, fresh milk and fruit, more than a dozen different kinds. What are you daydreaming about? Apply your medicine, rest tonight, and tomorrow, we return to the capital. Wu Tian and the others glanced at the medicine boxes on the ground, watching Yu Xiaohua enter the house. They exchanged glances. Yes, they were now certain that their leader was the most noble turtle at the wishing well. How could he have everything? By the time everyone had settled in, it was already midnight. They sat down together again. Tonight, the crisis was over, and everyone could finally relax for a while. Yu Xiaohua raised his bottle of mineral water. To each and every one of you. Today, you all broke through your limits. You're all doing very well. Wu Tian and the others lowered their heads shyly. None of the 10 grown men wore the pride of being praised. Yu Xiaohua paused. What's wrong? Don't you like me praising you? Wu Tian and the others immediately shook their heads. They loved it so much. A single compliment from their boss could make them happy for 10 days. But today, how could they deserve such praise? If their boss hadn't returned in time, they would have been wiped out. In the end, they were the ones who held their boss back. Now, how could they have the face to be praised by their boss? To be told they did a good job, they felt unworthy. These past few days, they had eaten and used everything their boss provided, and in a crucial moment, their boss had to come back to save them. Everyone fell silent. Clearly, they were all thinking the same thing. Yu Xiaohua saw what they were thinking and spoke calmly. You're not a burden to me. From the day you acknowledged me as your leader, we've been brothers, comrades in arms. Today, you held on to the very end. You did a fantastic job. There's no need for any self-blame or guilt. The words brother and comrade gradually dispelled the gloom and self-reproach in these grown men's hearts. 12, eyes red-rimmed, what have I done to deserve such a good leader like you? What? Boss, we salute you. Boss, we follow you for life. In life, we're yours. In death, we're yours. Even on the road to the underworld, our souls will be yours. Let's salute our boss together. The others chimed in, and the atmosphere became lively again. Watching this scene, Yu Xiaohua slowly curled her lips into a smile. She really did feel like a kindergarten principal now, but it wasn't a bad feeling. In her past life, she fought alone, betrayed, bullied, and used by those around her. She had no one to fight alongside her. In this life, she had brothers and friends, a new experience. Yu Xiaohua stood up, hands in her pockets, and spoke casually. Also, upgrading your abilities isn't something to rush. Don't push yourself too hard just because I'm strong. A steady, methodical approach is best for you. Okay, you guys eat. I'm going to rest now. Everyone's faces froze. Instantly, their hearts bled. Did their boss know how to stab them in the heart? They wanted to force themselves to quickly improve their abilities? The question was, could they even manage it? Was their boss overestimating them? People really are different. The boss isn't human, she's inhumanly strong. Yu Xiaohua looked at their speechless expressions. What? Did she say something wrong? Her comforting words didn't work? Yu Xiaohua touched her nose, turned, and left. Sure enough, she wasn't suited for comforting people. It was harder than killing zombies. After Yu Xiaohua closed the door, Lao Wu put down his beer and looked at the others. Was the boss insulting us just now? Right. Chapter 149. The others, tears welling in their eyes, took a bite of their large chicken leg and nodded in unison. It was clear their leader wanted to comfort them, but being called useless was far more satisfying than any attempt at comfort. It really hurt their pride. Early the next morning, everyone packed their bags and set off for Kyoto. Meanwhile, in the military region alliance, Yang Wen's family had been brought over, along with Grandpa Yang and Grandma Yang. Yang Wen had passed 2 of the 3-day assessments. Tomorrow, only the final assessment remained. If he passed, he could join the military region alliance and no longer live in fear. Yang Wen had worked tirelessly to provide a stable life for his elderly grandparents. Evening. Grandma Yang prepared dinner. Thanks to Chu Jianqing's special care, the Yang family was allocated a decent family quarters. They brought all the supplies Yu Xiaohua had left behind. Therefore, even in the military region, their meals were quite good. The pile of supplies initially attracted the envy of many. However, after Chu Jianqing gave the order, no one dared to covet the supplies brought by the Yang family. At the dinner table, Yang Wen was utterly exhausted. 2 consecutive days of assessments had left him physically and mentally drained. His hands were trembling as he ate. Grandpa and Grandma Yang felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this, but dared not show it in the slightest. They were afraid of putting too much pressure on Yang Wen. Shall Wen eat more? Tomorrow is the last day, isn't it? Grandpa Yang said. Shall Wen, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if we don't succeed, we can just go back to the old building. Life and death are predestined. Your grandma and I have long since accepted it. Don't risk your life for us anymore. Yang Wen put down his chopsticks and comforted the 2 elderly people. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm fine. Xiao Yu got this opportunity for the Military Region Alliance assessment for me. It wasn't just for you, but also for Xiao Yu herself. I can't let her down. This opportunity is a chance for us to change our destiny. We can't miss it. Grandpa, Grandma, I can manage. Don't worry. The Military Region Alliance is heavily guarded. You shouldn't go out on weekdays to avoid being targeted by malicious people. We don't care, but Xiao Yu is already a high-ranking commander in the Military Region Alliance. We can't cause her any trouble. Grandpa and Grandma Yang understood this and nodded quickly. Xiao Wen, don't worry, we won't go out. We wait for you to come back here. Grandma Yang sighed, a hint of nostalgia welling up in her eyes. I wonder how Xiao Yu is doing. Why has she been away on a mission for so many days? She's still not back, and I feel so empty inside. Yang Wen said, Grandma, don't worry, Xiao Yu will be fine. She's so capable. Let's wait for her to come back. I must pass tomorrow's test, and we surprise her together. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. When Yang Wen passed the final test, Chu Jianqing looked at him with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. At first, when Yu Xiaohua set the conditions, he thought it was a bit ridiculous. After all, what could a person without legs do even if they joined the military alliance? What role could he play? But these 3 days of tests proved that Yu Xiaohua's judgment was correct. This Yang Wen is a good man, calm under pressure, brave and resourceful. Moreover, although he lost his legs, it didn't affect his superpowers. In fact, they were stronger than those of able-bodied superhumans within the alliance. Yang Wen's 3-day assessment silenced the gossip within the alliance. Otherwise, people in the alliance would have kept saying that Yang Wen had risen to his position because of Yu Xiaohua. Their words were extremely harsh. He remembered something Yu Xiaohua had said before leaving, strength is the best way to shut people up. Any further explanation is superfluous. Yang Wen was indeed a promising talent. Yang Wen, you did very well. You proved to everyone her judgment of character and your abilities. Welcome to the Military Region Alliance. Yang Wen turned his wheelchair and gave Chu Jianqing a solemn salute. Vice Alliance Commander Chu, thank you. Chu Jianqing, seeing that he was grateful, smiled. You relied on your own strength. If you didn't have the strength, even if Commander Yu and I gave you an opportunity, you wouldn't have seized it. There are too many people in this world who fail to seize opportunities, but you did, Yang Wen. I have high hopes for you. Chu Jianqing's few words were a public declaration to everyone. His high regard for Yang Wen was also a warning to those who didn't know any better, telling them to shut up. Yang Wen understood Chu Jianqing's meaning, and a touch of emotion flashed through his heart. Although he had lost both legs, he had encountered two benefactors in succession. Heaven had been kind to him. Just as the two were talking, Chu Jianqing's confidant ran over breathlessly, first glancing at Yangwen, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Yangwen felt a sudden pang in his heart, a sharp pain in his chest. Then, the confidant went to Chu Jianqing's side and whispered a few words. Chu Jianqing's expression changed instantly, and he abruptly turned to look at Yangwen. His expression was somber, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Yangwen's hands, resting on his wheelchair, clenched tightly. Vice Alliance leader Chu, what's wrong? Everyone could tell that the matter reported by his confidant was related to Yangwen. Chu Jianqing sighed deeply, his gaze slowly shifting to Yangwen. His eyes revealed heaviness and sorrow. His voice seemed shrouded in an invisible pressure, becoming unusually low and slow. Please accept my condolences, Yangwen. Chu Jianqing's words struck Yangwen's heart like a heavy hammer. Just now, the Alliance sent word that your grandparents. They had just stepped out of the Alliance's gates when they encountered several zombies. The two elders were tragically attacked. The scene was horrific. By the time the rescue arrived, their bodies were torn to shreds. He paused for a moment. He knew Yangwen had risked his life to give his grandparents a peaceful life. How could such an accident have happened so suddenly? Now Yangwen's hope was gone. This should have been a happy day, Chu Jianqing sighed. Their bodies have just been brought back and are placed at the entrance of Gate 1. Yangwen, go and see them one last time. It's the only thing we can do for them. Chu Jianqing's words were like a sharp sword, mercilessly piercing the last glimmer of hope in Yangwen's heart. His face instantly turned ashen, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Having maintained his composure, he could no longer preserve his facade of strength. Tears streamed down his face like a burst dam. A grown man wept uncontrollably. No, it can't be. How could this be? My grandparents, they couldn't possibly have gone out on their own. They knew it was so dangerous outside. How could they have been bitten by zombies like this? They won't die. You're kidding. This must be a joke. Chapter 150. Yangwen couldn't believe his ears upon hearing this devastating news. He was incoherent, staring intently at Chu Jianqing. He desperately wished that Chu Jianqing would tell him it was a lie. Chu Jianqing turned his head away. Yangwen, I go with you. Let's send the old man off on his final journey. Any later, and the body will be burned. Along the way, the veins on Yangwen's hands, resting on either side of his wheelchair, bulged. It was clear how much pain he had endured. When Chu Jianqing, Yangwen, and the others arrived at gate number 1, they saw Jiang Hao, leaning on a cane, standing there, directing people to carry the body away. Jiang Hao's face was full of smugness, showing no pity whatsoever. Stop! Chu Jianqing roared, and the people carrying the body immediately stepped aside. The others saluted and bowed their heads. Jiang Hao, leaning on his cane, saw Chu Jianqing and Yangwen arrive, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Vice Alliance leader Chu, you really think highly of Yangwen. What a pity, the Yang family is truly unlucky. Why didn't they stay in the Alliance? They insisted on leaving the Military Region Alliance, and now they've been bitten to death by zombies. Luckily, our Military Region Alliance has people to collect their bodies. Jiang Hao's words were devoid of any sympathy, filled instead with schadenfreude. Chu Jianqing's face darkened as he stared at Jiang Hao. Normally, out of respect for the Alliance leader, he was unwilling to argue with Jiang Hao and tolerated him in many ways. But today, Jiang Hao's words were truly infuriating. Chu Jianqing stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Shut up, Jiang Hao." Those around him were too frightened to breathe, and quickly lowered their heads. Although Vice Alliance leader Chu was usually serious and rarely smiled, he never lost his temper easily, and everyone respected him. Today, this was a day of fury. This was the first time Jiang Hao had ever seen Chu Jianqing's face so grim. Although he was usually domineering, he dared not act rashly in front of Chu Jianqing, the vice leader of the Alliance. Jiang Hao's face was ashen, his expression frosty, his lips tightly pressed together, not daring to utter a single word. He retreated, backing up to the wall, glancing at his trusted confidant out of the corner of his eye, then subtly giving him a meaningful look. His expression turned fierce. At this moment, Yangwen had no time to pay attention to Jiang Hao's sarcastic remarks. His entire attention was focused on the two corpses covered with white sheets on the ground. The corpses lay there silently, devoid of all life. Yangwen was frantic. Ignoring that he was still in a wheelchair, he used all his strength to scramble towards the corpses. He had only one thought in his mind, to uncover the white sheets as quickly as possible. He couldn't believe that his grandparents, who had cheerfully sent him to his assessment that morning, were gone just like that. Finally, Yangwen reached the bodies. His hands trembled as he slowly lifted the white sheet. The moment the sheet was removed, when he saw the two mutilated faces, he completely broke down. They were two faces he knew all too well, now so grotesque and terrifying. Yangwen's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Instantly, all his strength seemed to drain from his body, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Then, he let out a series of painful cries. Even though they weren't his own relatives, at that moment, seeing Yangwen crying like a child, so helpless and desperate, everyone felt a pang of pity. After the apocalypse, everyone had lost loved ones, and could somewhat empathize with Yangwen's current pain. Only Jiang Hao and his cronies watched coldly. Jiang Hao stepped forward, seemingly respectful, but his words were aggressive from the start. Vice Alliance leader Chu, these corpses were bitten to death by zombies. According to the rules, they should be dealt with immediately. You wouldn't be helping Yangwen stall for time just because these two corpses are his relatives, would you? That's against the rules. Guards, pull Yangwen away. His cronies immediately stepped forward. Yangwen's eyes were bloodshot, like a wounded wild beast, protecting the corpses on the ground. Chu Jiancheng knew Jiang Hao had ill intentions. He was doing it on purpose. However, immediately dealing with corpses bitten by zombies was indeed the Alliance's rule. Chu Jiancheng waved his hand. Enough. Those who were about to step forward could only stop, caught between a rock and a hard place. They turned to look at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and deliberately said, Vice Alliance Commander Chu, are you trying to show favoritism? With such a serious accusation, Chu Jiancheng knew he had ill intentions. Then, Chu Jiancheng leaned down, looking at Yangwen, whose eyes were vacant and filled with despair. Yangwen, the two old people are dead. Their bodies must be burned now. Let go. Yangwen seemed not to hear him. He tugged at the white cloth in his hand, muttering repeatedly. Chu Jiancheng couldn't bear it. Finally, he had no choice but to knock Yangwen unconscious and ordered his trusted men to take him back to his room. Jiang Hao sneered. Vice Alliance Commander Chu, you really do care about your subordinates. Chu Jiancheng gave Jiang Hao a deep look. He had a vague feeling that the Yang family elders' inexplicable departure from the military alliance, and their being torn apart by zombies, might be related to Jiang Hao. If there really is a connection, this matter won't be so easily forgotten once Yu Xiaohua returns. Given Yu's temperament, if someone deliberately did this, they would have turned the entire military region upside down and stood up for the Yang family elders. But could it really be an accident? Chu Jiancheng stepped forward, looked at Jiang Hao, and warned him. Jiang Hao, if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. It's best if this has nothing to do with you, otherwise, you won't be able to withstand her wrath. Jiang Hao's face was full of disdain. Her wrath? I don't understand what Vice Alliance Commander Chu means. What does the death of these two people have to do with me? My leg is still lame. What can I do? Vice Alliance Commander Chu, don't wrong this good person. Also, Vice Alliance Commander Chu, aren't you overestimating Yu Xiaohua? The Military Region Alliance doesn't have the authority of a newly arrived senior commander. Where do you place the Alliance Commander? Heh. As for whether the senior commander you value can return, that's another matter. The entire Military Region Alliance knows how dangerous the suburbs are. Heh, are you really sure she can lead her people to complete the mission and return unscathed? Jiang Hao's words came out like a machine gun, one after another, becoming increasingly smug. His face was filled with a repulsive smile, a completely nonchalant arrogance. Chu Jiancheng coldly watched Jiang Hao's smug expression. A surge of disgust welled up within him. His eyes remained deep and unfathomable, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. Jiang Hao, watch your tone. Jiang Hao choked. Chu Jiancheng felt disgusted even by a single glance at him, turned, and left with his men. Before leaving, he even had his trusted men carry the body away for cremation. Jiang Hao watched Chu Jiancheng's departing figure, and snorted coldly. Sooner or later, the position of vice leader of the alliance would surely be his. This Chu Jiancheng is impervious to reason. He's a complete old fogey. Chapter 151. When Yangwen woke up, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. His gaze was vacant. At this moment, no hope remained in his eyes. His heart had died along with that of his grandparents. He had tried so hard for so long, but in the end, he still couldn't give his grandparents a peaceful life. 2 days later. Outside the room. Chu Jiancheng looked through the window at Yangwen, who lay motionless and pale on the bed. His grandparents had been burning for 2 days. Since waking up, Yangwen hadn't eaten or drunk anything, and hadn't uttered a single word. It was clear he had a death wish. He didn't want to live anymore. He didn't know how to persuade him. However, there was something else that worried him even more. That was that Yu Xiaohua had already led a team on a mission. Almost half a month has passed, and nobody knows what's going on. Could it really be a complete annihilation? Chu Jiancheng still couldn't believe Yu Xiaohua was truly in trouble. A trusted confidant stepped forward. Vice Alliance Commander, if Yangwen continues like this, what's the point of passing the assessment? He's about to die. Should we force him to eat something? Chu Jiancheng shook his head. No one can save Yangwen, unless he does it himself, or Yu Xiaohua does. He knew that only if Yu Xiaohua returned could Yangwen perhaps recover from the grief of losing his parents. Just then, someone rushed in. Vice Alliance Commander, Senior Commander Yu is back. She returned with her team unharmed. Chu Jiancheng was overjoyed. Meanwhile, at the military district gate, Yu Xiaohua, with Wu Tian and the others, had just stepped through the gates of the military district alliance. Chu Jiancheng appeared with a large group of people. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua was indeed unharmed, Chu Jiancheng knew he hadn't misjudged him. Although they had been gone for half a month, their return unscathed was an incredible feat. You're back, Wu Tian said, leading a team behind Yu Xiaohua, their imposing presence and the resilience and transformation etched on their faces. Looking at the drastically different team, the others whispered amongst themselves. The military alliance members hadn't expected that this team, who had only accompanied Yu Xiaohua on a mission to the suburbs, would return with such a changed aura, a completely different person. Could there really be such a drastic change? Even if they didn't believe it, the team was standing right in front of them, they couldn't help but believe it. Yu Xiaohua stood at the front, looking at Chu Jiancheng, and nodded slightly. Yu Xiaohua waved his hand, and Wu Tian and the others immediately pulled out snakeskin bags from behind them. 3 large bags. What was inside? Everyone present knew immediately, their eyes lighting up instantly. So many zombie cores? Could it be that all the zombies in the suburbs had been cleared out? Thinking this, the way everyone looked at Yu Xiaohua changed several times. With Yu Xiaohua's abilities, no one could utter a single word to question her anymore. She was enough to convince everyone. Chu Jiancheng was filled with satisfaction. Yu Xiaohua had used her strength to refute all the rumors and gossip, and hadn't disappointed him. Under the gaze of everyone, Wu Tian stepped forward and opened all 3 snakeskin bags. The light emitted by the cores almost blinded everyone. Everyone's faces showed shock, including Chu Jiancheng's. These crystal cores are unprecedented in the military region alliance since its inception. Who brought back so many zombie crystal cores from a mission? The level of danger is unimaginable. Wu Tian looked at everyone and straightened up. Vice Alliance Commander, these are the crystal cores that Senior Commander Yu led us to retrieve in the suburbs. In this mission, we killed a total of 360 zombies, 360 crystal cores. Please check them. All members of Team 1 are reporting to you today. My God, 360 crystal cores. That's too many. My God. This is the biggest harvest our military alliance has ever had. Look at them. Senior Commander Yu brought his entire team back, not a single one dead. That's amazing. Absolutely. Everyone knows how difficult the missions in the suburbs are. Senior Commander Yu is truly impressive. I'm convinced. From now on, no one will dare say anything. This is a slap in the face with real strength. Before, I even questioned the Deputy Alliance leader's decision, but now I'm convinced. The team members exchanged knowing smiles. Of course, they didn't just kill these zombies in the suburbs. Actually, there were a full 500. The rest, the leader decided, were distributed among them privately. They had no objections. They risked their lives. Handing them all over would be foolish. And that level 4 zombie core, the leader had already absorbed it. If it weren't for the fact that the leader spent a whole day absorbing the level 4 core, they would have returned much earlier. Absorbing a level 4 zombie core is incredibly difficult. Chu Jiancheng had the zombie crystal cores brought by Yu Xiaohua counted in public. 360 crystal cores, not a single one missing. Yu Xiaohua's gaze swept around, and Chu Jiancheng knew who she was looking for. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. But this matter couldn't be hidden. He stepped forward, his gaze darkening. The Yang family elders are dead. Her aura suddenly turned icy cold, as if a gust of cold wind had swept over her. The previously warm air seemed to freeze instantly. The surrounding temperature plummeted, causing everyone to shiver. That chilling aura emanated from her, seemingly capable of freezing everything around her. Feeling this chill, everyone unconsciously retreated, maintaining a certain distance from her. Wu Tian and the others knew about the Yang family's situation. They looked at Chu Jiancheng in shock, then at Yu Xiaohua with worry. The Yang family elders were so good to their eldest son. He had clearly joined the military alliance. How could he be dead? Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her head, her eyes as dark as ink. Pitch black and deep, like an endless night, no light could penetrate that darkness. Her eyes were like a bottomless abyss, inspiring fear in those who looked upon them. When she spoke, her voice was like the biting wind of winter, icy and chilling, capable of freezing the surrounding air. It was a chilling cold of -18 degrees Celsius, sending shivers down one's spine, and making even breathing difficult. The Yang family elders treated her sincerely, asking for nothing in return. They were genuinely kind to her. Those days in the Yang family's old building were a long-lost warmth for her. How did they die? Chu Jiansheng recounted the events of that day. After he finished, Yu Xiaohua let out a cold laugh. You're saying the Yang family elders left the military region on their own without reason and were bitten to death by zombies? Do you think that explanation makes sense, Vice Alliance Commander Chu? Of course, it doesn't make sense. Looking at the madness and ruthlessness surging beneath Yu Xiaohua's calm exterior, Chu Jiansheng knew this matter was far from over. Lil Yu, this is unreasonable. My men are already investigating. That day, the Yang family elders did indeed leave the military alliance on their own. I promised you I would give you an explanation. You just got back, go and rest. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Chapter 152. In the entire military region alliance, who could possibly harm the Yang family elders? Besides Jiang Hao, there wouldn't be anyone else. Chu Jiansheng knew this all too well, but there was no evidence. There was no evidence to prove that Jiang Hao was the one who harmed the Yang family elders. And behind Jiang Hao was the alliance leader. Without evidence, Chu Jiansheng was powerless. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't even dare to look Yu Xiaohua in the eye. His so-called justice, perhaps even he himself didn't know if he could give Yang one. He was trying to appease, to quell the matter. This was the tragedy of being in a high position. Sometimes, one had to compromise on many things, like the matter of the Yang family elders being bitten to death by zombies. Yu Xiaohua looked at Chu Jiansheng and saw the helplessness in his eyes. To hell with those damn rules. In her world, she was the one who made the rules. Where's Yanwen? Take me there. Yu Xiaohua appeared calm, but the calmer she was, the more. Chu Jiansheng knew this was merely the turbulent undercurrent beneath a calm surface. In Building 3, Room 603, I take you there. Yu Xiaohua said nothing, and started walking towards Building 3. Behind him, Wu Tian and his team immediately followed. They all shared the same thought. No matter what their boss was going to do next, even if it meant turning the world upside down, they would follow him without complaint. Chu Jiansheng had the zombie core stored away, and he followed Yu Xiaohua to Building 3. Behind him, a large group of people quickly followed. How would today's events unfold? Spiraling out of control? In room 603, Yu Xiaohua pushed open the door. Except for Chu Jiansheng, everyone else waited outside, peering into the room. Yu Xiaohua's gaze slowly fell upon the emaciated body on the bed. His eyes seemed swallowed by endless darkness, growing ever deeper. At that moment, Yang also heard footsteps, and slowly turned his head. The world seemed to stop turning, only that figure became clearer in Yang vision. Tears welled up in his eyes, like a burst dam, blurring his vision. A grown man cried like that. The instant he saw Yu Xiaohua, he couldn't control his emotions. His throat felt like it was being tightly choked, making it hard to breathe. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but he found his voice already drowned out by pain. He struggled. However, his body seemed to have lost control. He could only helplessly tilt his head back. Letting the tears flow freely, sobs echoed in the air. This pain transcended the realm of words. Even those who didn't know Yang were deeply shocked by his pitiful state. A man who had lost both legs, through sheer willpower, finally passed the military alliance's assessment. But at the very moment, he should have been jubilant, he lost his parents, his only family since childhood. This was the greatest blow imaginable. 2 days had tormented him to this state. Yu Xiaohua walked to the bedside, gazing at him. After 2 days, Yang finally spoke his first words. Little Yu, Grandpa and Grandma are gone. Yu Xiaohua took a bottle from her bosom. It contained spiritual spring water. She nodded, her voice utterly calm. Yes, I know. Get up, drink the water. Whoever did it, I will make them pay with their blood. Wu Tian tried to help him sit up to drink the water. Yu Xiaohua waved her hand, and Wu Tian immediately retreated. Get up. Don't act like a useless piece of trash, and make me look down on you. Yang trembled. He couldn't die. He still had to avenge his grandparents. How could he give up on himself? He used the last of his strength to take the water from Yu Xiaohua's hand and drink it all in one gulp. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Yang Wen immediately regained his strength. He gripped the bedsheets tightly with both hands. Little Yu, I don't even know who my enemy is. How can I take revenge? How can I take revenge? Yu Xiaohua turned around and sat down in a chair. Wu Tian stood behind her, his eyes lowered, filled with worry. If the boss said he would take revenge, he would definitely take revenge. If it really was Jiang Hao who did it, this matter wasn't over. It would definitely escalate. Everyone was stunned. Didn't he say he would take revenge? Why did he sit down? Could it be that he was just saying it casually, fooling Yang Wen, just to cheer him up? Chu Jiancheng was also taken aback. Xiao Yu. Yu Xiaohua didn't even raise her head, simply sitting there. Her hand was caressing the amulet that Grandma Yang had given her before she left, rubbing it repeatedly. These past few days, she had always carried it with her, never letting it out of her sight. The amulet was still there, but the person who gave it to her was gone. 10 minutes later, 6th brother and 12th brother escorted a man in. Seeing the man's face, everyone murmured amongst themselves. Everyone recognized this man. It was none other than Jiang Hao's most trusted subordinate, named Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling had often relied on Jiang Hao, acting arrogantly and domineeringly in the military region. Many had been taught a lesson by him, suffered losses at his hands, and many dared not speak out against him. He was brought into the room, bound hand and foot. The door closed, blocking everyone's view. Inside the room, Chu Jiancheng looked at the bound Cheng Ling, then at Yu Xiaohua sitting there. He instantly understood her meaning. Targeting Jiang Hao's trusted confidant, if it really was Jiang Hao who did it, then Cheng Ling must know. This method was crude. But it worked. At this moment, Chu Jiancheng only felt admiration for Yu Xiaohua. This girl's courage, after the apocalypse, there was no one else like her. He also made up his mind that no matter how much trouble Yu Xiaohua caused today, he would take responsibility. This military alliance needed some work. Some cancers needed to be removed. Chu Jiancheng sat on the other side. He wouldn't interfere in this matter. How would Yu Xiaohua interrogate him? Suddenly, a large hand covered Cheng Ling's mouth. He looked in terror at Yu Xiaohua sitting not far away, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yu Xiaohua sat there expressionless, his eyes like bottomless black holes, radiating a chilling aura. Cheng Ling's heart pounded, a wave of fear washing over him. He had wanted to scream and shout, to beg Chu Jiancheng for help. However, when his gaze met Yu Xiaohua's, he suddenly seemed frozen in place, completely unable to move. Old Six seemed to sense Cheng Ling's intention. He ruthlessly ripped the tape from Cheng Ling's mouth. This action caused Cheng Ling a sharp pain. However, he didn't scream as expected. As if someone had choked him, he couldn't utter a sound. Yu Xiaohua glanced at him. In that instant, Cheng Ling felt as if he were being suppressed by an invisible force. All courage and resistance vanished before this force. He was terrified, too scared to even lift his head. Commander Yu, why did you call me here? Cheng Ling knew better than anyone what had happened. He feigned ignorance, intending to deny everything and stall for time. Chapter 153. He was waiting for Jiang Hao to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaohua was fully aware of his underhanded schemes. Chu Jiancheng understood perfectly well too. Only Yang Wen didn't know who Cheng Ling was. He only knew that this man must be related to the deaths of his grandparents. Otherwise, Yu Xiaohua wouldn't have brought this person here at this time. Yu Xiaohua sat there, looking at Cheng Ling kneeling on the ground. With just a glance, Wu Tian stepped forward and kicked Cheng Ling in the leg. Cheng Ling didn't expect Wu Tian to attack him like that, his eyes wide with anger. You, Wu Tian, are you crazy? You dare to attack me? The commander won't let you get away with this. You wait. The next second, Yu Xiaohua stood up and walked step by step to Cheng Ling. The previously arrogant Cheng Ling immediately became obedient, trembling and shrinking back. Vice Alliance Commander, how could you watch Wu Tian attack me? Chu Jiancheng said in a deep voice. Cheng Ling, since Commander Yu sent you here, she has questions for you. You better tell the truth, otherwise, no one can protect you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ling, already feeling guilty, instantly lost all color in his face. Yu Xiaohua suddenly reached out her right hand and, with lightning speed, grabbed Cheng Ling's chin. Her fingers gripped his jaw tightly, so firmly that Cheng Ling's mouth could not close. Yu Xiaohua's gaze was like a cold star, fixed intently on Cheng Ling's eyes. Her gaze was indifferent and ruthless, devoid of any warmth, as if it could pierce through his soul. It was a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Tell me, how exactly did the Yang family elders die? In other words, what methods did Jiang Hao use to make the Yang family elders willingly leave the military alliance? Cheng Ling shook his head. I don't understand what you're saying, Commander. What does the death of the Yang family elders have to do with us, Commander? I know nothing. You're a high-ranking commander. You can't be so unreasonable, arresting me here. Are you going to use torture to extract a confession? I won't accept this. I want to see the alliance commander. Cheng Ling knew that if he confessed, he was finished. Jiang Hao wouldn't let him off the hook either. He planned to stubbornly deny that he was the one who led the operation. He didn't believe Yu Xiaohua would dare to do anything in front of Deputy Alliance Commander Chu, with so many people watching at the door. He was arrested by the 6th and 12th brothers. Would she dare to lay a hand on him? Yu Xiaohua slowly curled her lips into a smile that sent chills down one's spine, her words piercing through Cheng Ling's thoughts. Delaying time. Waiting for Jiang Hao to come and rescue you. You think that because everyone saw it in broad daylight, I wouldn't dare touch you, so you're fearless? Too bad. I have many flaws. In my world, I am the ultimate rule. So if you don't talk, I send you to your death. Cheng Ling's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. A low growl escaped his throat. You dare? However, before he could finish speaking, the dagger in Yu Xiaohua's hand, like lightning, was swiftly pressed against Cheng Ling's eyeball. The dagger gleamed coldly, ready to pierce Cheng Ling's eyeball at any moment, robbing him of his sight forever. Yu Xiaohua's movements were as fast as lightning, leaving no time to react. Her hand gripped the dagger firmly, without the slightest tremor, as if she did this often. Yu Xiaohua's face was expressionless, her voice light and airy, yet carrying a chilling indifference. Do you think I dare? Look at these disgusting eyes. Chu Jianqing's hand, holding the cup, trembled. Yu Xiaohua truly dared to gouge out Cheng Ling's eyes without even blinking. What could he do? He could only lower his head, drink his water, and pretend he didn't see anything. Cheng Ling was completely panicked. Yu Xiaohua even dared to beat Jiang Hao without warning, even leaving Jiang Hao in a wheelchair. What is a nobody like him? Cheng Ling didn't dare move. Commander Yu, spare me, spare me. Old Six looked at Cheng Ling. Cheng Ling, there's no point in hiding it now. Do you really think the commander would let us bring you here in broad daylight without evidence? This is just giving you a chance to speak up. You better seize it. Our commander has a bad temper. I'm afraid a mere pair of eyes won't be enough to quell his anger. Your life won't wait for Jiang Hao to come and save you. You better think about how to honestly confess and save yourself. Also, do you really think that if you don't confess anything, Jiang Hao will really turn against the commander for you? You know Jiang Hao's character best. You followed him for a year. What kind of person is he? You know best. Chu Jiancheng glanced at Old Six. This was a good interrogation candidate. Sowing discord, this was a good tactic. Old Six's words were always incisive. His words completely shattered Cheng Ling's already wavering resolve. He didn't want to die, especially not for Jiang Hao. Cheng Ling was torn by inner conflict, clinging to a last shred of hope. Yu Xiaohua released his grip, glancing expressionlessly at Cheng Ling before her dagger flashed in her hand. The next second, the joy on Cheng Ling's face froze, and he let out a scream. The dagger was embedded in his leg, blood spurting instantly onto the ground. Chu Jianqing's pupils constricted. He had finally used force, drawn blood. This matter would likely be used against him. Even if Jiang Hao confessed, it would be used against him, accusing him of coercion. Then, Yu Xiaohua gave Cheng Ling no chance to react. Another knife plunged deep into his arm, a scream echoing throughout the room. Yang Wen watched the scene. He only wanted to know the truth. If this person had truly harmed his grandparents, then he deserved to die. Yu Xiaohua stood up, looking down at Cheng Ling, and took out a handkerchief, slowly wiping the blood from his hands. Those blood-stained hands, at this moment, resembled a work of art. Speak, or not speak. Cheng Ling dared not hide it any longer. Cold sweat poured down his face, and he spoke tremulously. I tell you everything, please spare me. Ever since you taught me a lesson, the commander has been in a wheelchair and harbors resentment. He's been looking for a chance to get revenge. Later, he found out that these 3 people from the Yang family are very close to you. Since the commander couldn't do anything to you, he had to target the Yang family. Taking advantage of Yang Wen's last day of assessment, the commander sent me to the place where Yang Wen's parents lived. I told him that if Yang Wen passed the postgraduate entrance exam and wanted to join the military region, they had to be sent away. Yang Wen's parents were afraid of burdening their grandson, so they decided to leave together. On the bed, Yang Wen hadn't expected it to be for such a reason. Jiang Hao had secretly resorted to such ruthless means to get revenge on Xiao Yu. And his grandparents had chosen to sacrifice themselves for his future, willing to die. He didn't blame Yu Xiaohua, only himself for failing to protect his grandparents. Chapter 154. Yang Wen hated his own powerlessness. He had heard about Jiang Hao's background. What justice could there be? He couldn't let Xiao Yu clash with Jiang Hao over this. He couldn't let this grudge drag Xiao Yu down with him. Even if it meant mutual destruction, even if it meant dying together with Jiang Hao, he would never let this murderer go. Listening to Cheng Ling's words, the group could easily imagine the scene that day. How much resolve had the Yang family elders made? How humbly did they plead with the people Jiang Hao sent? In the end, knowing that leaving the military alliance would mean being torn apart by zombies and dying, the two old people still resolutely chose their path to certain death for their grandson's future. How desperate must the Yang family elders have felt at that time. Chu Jiancheng looked at the expressionless Yu Xiaohua and paused. Xiao Yu, now that we have Cheng Ling as a witness, things are much easier. I will absolutely not tolerate Jiang Hao. Detain Cheng Ling first, and I will report this matter to the alliance leader. Jiang Hao's position is not low. This matter definitely requires a decision from the alliance meeting. Be patient and wait. I will definitely give the Yang family justice, and will not let the two elders of the Yang family die in vain. Yang Wen, I promise you, I will stand up for you. Before the words were even finished, Yu Xiaohua spoke up, his voice as cold as ice. No need. I will seek justice myself. Chu Jiancheng frowned, feeling helpless. Xiao Yu, I know the two elders of the Yang family are innocent. I promise you, I will definitely. Yu Xiaohua waved his hand, and Lao Lu and 12 stepped forward and pulled Cheng Ling up. Vice Alliance Leader, don't promise what you can't do. This matter concerning Jiang Hao must have a result today. I will seek justice, and I will personally take Jiang Hao's dog life. After speaking, Yu Xiaohua looked at Yang Wen on the bed. Can you sit in a wheelchair? Do you want to see Jiang Hao's fate with your own eyes? Yang Wen nodded, propping himself up. Wu Tian immediately stepped forward and helped Yang Wen into the wheelchair. After all this commotion, Yang Wen's face was ashen. Chu Jiancheng sighed. Xiao Yu, do you know what it means if you secretly seek revenge against Jiang Hao today? Yu Xiaohua stopped at the door upon hearing this, but didn't turn around. Who said I want to seek revenge in private? Chu Jiancheng was stunned. He didn't understand what she meant. He thought of a certain possibility? His pupils dilated. Today, the military alliance was about to be turned upside down. By the time Chu Jiancheng realized what was happening, Yu Xiaohua had already left with Yang Wen and Cheng Ling, who had been stabbed twice. Chu Jiancheng didn't dare waste any time and quickly followed. Inside the luxurious room, Jiang Hao leaned back on the sofa. Before him, a voluptuous stripper swayed her hips, performing a lewd dance. In front of him lay fresh fruit, red wine, and various snacks. These were things ordinary people couldn't even see after the apocalypse. Jiang Hao watched with relish. He was unaware of Yu Xiaohua's return. He was convinced that Yu Xiaohua and her team had died in the outskirts of Kyoto, never to return. Half a month had passed. If she were alive, she would have returned long ago. How could there be no sign of her now? Ha ha ha, even the heavens were on her side. Therefore, these past few days, even though Jiang Hao was still using crutches, he was in high spirits, spending his days indulging in pleasure in his room. The stripper pounced on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, aroused and about to do something with a woman, was suddenly kicked open, the door slamming shut and kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Hao, who had been ready to act, instantly lost his erection. The woman, terrified, quickly put on her clothes and cowered to one side, trembling. When Jiang Hao's gaze met the people in the doorway, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Standing there was Yu Xiaohua. Not only that, but dozens of people followed behind her. Their expressions varied, many even showing schadenfreude and pity. Jiang Hao's mind went completely blank for a moment. He stared at the scene before him, speechless for several seconds. Wasn't Yu Xiaohua supposed to be dead? How could she suddenly appear here, and seemingly unharmed? Jiang Hao was filled with doubt and shock. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. However, what surprised him even more was that Yu Xiaohua, leading her group, aggressively kicked open his door. In Jiang Hao's eyes, this was undoubtedly a provocation and a sign of contempt. Yu Xiaohua dared to be so presumptuous on his turf. Jiang Hao's anger flared instantly. He stared wide-eyed at Yu Xiaohua, trying to find a trace of fear on her face. Yu Xiaohua completely ignored Jiang Hao's anger. She walked straight towards Jiang Hao. Before Jiang Hao could even stand up, Yu Xiaohua moved with lightning speed. Then, she suddenly launched a flying kick, slamming it hard into Jiang Hao's chest. The kick was incredibly powerful. Jiang Hao didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His body slammed heavily onto the sofa, then was pinned down by Yu Shaohua's foot, unable to move. The people at the door were all dumbfounded. This move completely shocked those who had come with him. They'd seen ruthless people before, but they'd never seen someone come in and kick without saying a word. Ruthless and taciturn, they finally understood. From now on, in this military alliance, who was the person they absolutely couldn't afford to offend? If they messed with him, they'd be crippled if not dead. Jiang Hao clutched his chest, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he glared at Yu Xiaohua. You're insane. You dare come here and kick me? Yu Xiaohua, don't think that just because you have Vice Alliance Commander Chu protecting you, you can treat me like this. You're finished. You just wait. Before Jiang Hao could continue his tirade, Yu Xiaohua stepped forward and grabbed his hair. Jiang Hao tried to retaliate with his supernatural abilities, but Yu Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and used his mental power to control Jiang Hao, rendering him powerless to resist. His already sparse hair was now completely gone. Yu Xiaohua gripped Jiang Hao's hair tightly, dragging him forward without mercy. Jiang Hao's screams echoed in the air, chilling everyone to the bone. But Yu Xiaohua seemed oblivious, continuing to drag him forward. Wherever they went, the once bustling crowd seemed to be dispersed by an invisible force, making way for them. People lowered their heads, unable to bear the sight. A trail of blood stretched across the ground. Jiang Hao's legs were being dragged along the rough ground. The friction against the ground caused blood to seep from his wounds, staining the earth beneath him crimson. No one dared to stop Yu Xiaohua. Nobody wanted to die. Yu Xiaohua dragged Jiang Hao directly to the central square of the Military Region Alliance. The huge square quickly filled with people, all looking at the stage with varying expressions. Chapter 155. Below the stage, Wu Tian and his team formed a cordon. Their mere presence was enough to deter anyone from crossing it. No one expected that, after only half a month, Yu Xiaohua's return to the military region would lead to such a shocking act. On the stage, 12 chairs were placed. Yu Xiaohua slowly turned around. In that turn, she concealed all her emotions beneath her icy expression. She slowly sat down, as if the entire world was under her control. However, in stark contrast to her calm exterior was the chilling aura and murderous intent emanating from her, as biting and piercing as a winter wind. Even the warm midday sun could not dispel this chill. And Jiang Hao, at this moment, was a far cry from his former self. He had been stumbled and dragged along, his clothes tattered, his face covered in wounds and grime. He looked like a dead dog. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. His body was completely out of control, bound by Yu Xiaohua's powerful mental force, making even lifting his head extremely difficult. Despite this, Jiang Hao could still clearly feel the gazes of the people around him. Those gazes, some surprised, some disgusted, all made him feel utterly ashamed. He wanted to struggle, to escape this suffocating atmosphere. But he found his body completely unresponsive. Lying on the ground, he let the gazes of the crowd pierce him like knives. He was going mad, but this was far from enough. Yangwen, sitting in a wheelchair, watched from below the stage, his eyes bloodshot. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill the beast Jiang Hao right now, to tear him to pieces. Soon, more and more people heard about this and rushed over. Many high-ranking officials also arrived at the square, all waiting to see what extraordinary thing Yu Xiaohua was going to do. How big of a fuss would she cause? Yu Xiaohua was waiting. She was waiting for Jiang Hao's biggest backer, Lian, the true leader of the military alliance. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. Some people still didn't know why Jiang Hao was acting this way. Those who had overheard the inside story at the entrance spread the word quickly. Before long, everyone in the audience knew. Some sympathized with Yangwen's plight and understood Yu Xiaohua's anger. Others just felt that even so, Yu Xiaohua's public attack was too irrational and impulsive. Soon, Lian and Chu Jiansheng arrived with their men. When they saw Jiang Hao on the stage, and Yu Xiaohua sitting in a chair, Lian was stunned for several seconds. Before arriving, he thought Yu Xiaohua would at most teach Jiang Hao a lesson. But he didn't expect Yu Xiaohua to be so ruthless. Jiang Hao looked completely unrecognizable. In Lian's heart, no matter how wrong Jiang Hao was, he couldn't change his mind. But his father had saved his life, and he had watched Jiang Hao grow up. What about all those years of friendship? Lian's face instantly darkened. Beside him, Chu Jiansheng sensed Lian's aura and grim expression, knowing he was enraged. Today's events wouldn't end well, but he also had to protect Yu Xiaohua. Seeing Lian and Chu Jiancheng arrive, everyone quickly made way for them. Lian stepped forward, his eyes flashing with anger as he looked at Yu Xiaohua on the stage. Commander Yu, the Deputy Alliance Commander has already reported the Yang family matter to me. I will convene an alliance meeting to punish Jiang Hao. How dare you treat Jiang Hao so cruelly in public, abusing him to such an extent? Where do you place the rules of the entire military region alliance? Lian's opening rebuke was directed at Yu Xiaohua for treating Jiang Hao this way. He glossed over Jiang Hao's crime. Everyone present could see that his side was Jiang Hao. Hearing Lian's voice, Jiang Hao desperately tried to raise his head. Alliance Commander, save me. This Yu Xiaohua is a mad woman. How dare she treat me like this? Uncle, save me. In the end, Jiang Hao had only gotten to where he was today thanks to Lian's protection. He appeared powerful on the surface, but was actually just a fool. His address of Uncle Li only enraged Lian further. Little was known about their relationship, but his address of Uncle Li proved that their relationship went beyond mere superior-subordinate, extending to a closer bond. Lian always valued his reputation and image above all else. What would others think? Sure enough, the faces of those below the stage changed upon hearing Uncle Li. Lian angrily shouted, "Shut up." Jiang Hao had never been yelled at like that by Lian before, and was completely dumbfounded. Lian looked at Yu Xiaohua. Similarly, Yu Xiaohua looked at Lian, stood up, and spoke slowly in front of everyone. Alliance Commander, such arrogance. The rules of the Military Region Alliance are not my rules, Yu Xiaohua's rules. My rules are, a life for a life, a debt for a debt. Jiang Hao plotted and harmed the Yang family elders. He deserved it, and he should be prepared to be torn to pieces. I don't need your rules to seek justice for them. Wu Tian and his team stared intently at Yu Xiaohua. This was their leader. Even standing alone, facing the most authoritative figures, he showed no fear. His brilliance was unparalleled. With each word Yu Xiaohua spoke, the heads of the crowd bowed slightly. Lian's expression was beyond ugly. Since becoming the alliance leader after the apocalypse, he had always been autocratic. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, to defy his will. He had already given Yu Xiaohua a way out, yet she remained so ungrateful. This woman couldn't stay in the Military Region Alliance, otherwise, she would definitely affect the morale of the entire alliance. Ultimately, the one thing Lian was unwilling to admit was that he was afraid of Yu Xiaohua. Chu Jiancheng was at his wit's end. The alliance leader was petty. Such public defiance meant he was probably already considering having Yu Xiaohua leave the Military Region Alliance. This matter is beyond repair today, Lian sneered. Commander Yu, the Military Region Alliance is not for you to decide. You are merely a high-ranking commander, while I am the alliance leader. Since you agreed to join the Military Region Alliance, you must abide by the rules. Even if Jiang Hao was wrong, you shouldn't torture him so cruelly. How can you treat a commander like this in public? What face do you leave for Jiang Hao? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Jiancheng's eyes. The alliance leader was still biased towards Jiang Hao. What face? Even at this point, the alliance leader is still talking about Jiang Hao's face? What about the 2 innocent lives of the Yang family elders? Yu Xiaohua looked at the hypocritical Lian and sneered. No one noticed that Wu Tian, who had just left, reappeared holding a long sword. He stopped in front of Yu Xiaohua, bowed slightly, and then carefully presented the long sword to Yu Xiaohua. The long sword was entirely silver white, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Exquisite gems were inlaid on its hilt, and it exuded a chilling aura. This long sword was one that Yu Xiaohua had retrieved from her spatial storage. It shone even more brightly in her hands. Chapter 156. Yu Xiaohua reached out and grasped the sword hilt. Then, he slowly drew the long sword from its sheath. In an instant, a cold light shot out from the blade, like a bolt of lightning ripping through the sky. This cold light was chilling and sharp, making it impossible to look directly at. An ancient cold weapon? No one had expected to see an ancient long sword appear after the apocalypse. The group of people exchanged glances, seeing everyone's astonished expressions. They were clearly ignorant. Their leader's awesome Tang Dynasty Mo Dao hadn't even appeared yet. What's the big deal? Lian roared. Yu Xiaohua, what exactly do you want? Yu Xiaohua smiled. She stood there, longsword in hand, looking at Lian, each word distinct and clear. Face? The face the alliance commander speaks of is condoning Jiang Hao's tyranny in the military region, condoning him harming 2 innocent lives. Your so-called face is built on human lives. The alliance commander certainly has a lot of face to spare. I don't need your face. Lian's face flushed red. Every word Yu Xiaohua spoke felt like a slap in the face. He sensed the changing gazes of the people behind him. This time, Lian wasn't just angry, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yu Xiaohua keenly noticed that fleeting killing intent in his eyes. The smile on her lips grew even colder, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. Hypocritical dog. Her voice was cold and full of mockery. The next second, Yu Xiaohua swung her long sword without hesitation, her speed as fast as lightning. Everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden turn of events. Their eyes widened in astonishment, completely unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. With a sharp whoosh, the longsword flashed like lightning, slicing through Jiang Hao's eyeball, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Hao let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes were instantly filled with blood, his face contorted in horror. Cries of shock rose and fell from the crowd. They were stunned by the gruesome scene. Some even felt like vomiting. Jiang Hao had already fainted from the pain. Blood dripped from the sword tip, drop by drop, dripping into everyone's hearts. Yu Xiaohua stood there, expressionless. Her long legs were slightly bent. She didn't even flinch. In the wheelchair, Yang Wen looked at Yu Xiaohua. At this moment, he desperately craved power. If Xiao Yu weren't here, he couldn't avenge himself alone. No one would stand up for him. Because she was Yu Xiaohua. Even in front of the entire Military Regions Alliance commander, if she wanted to, she could still smile, raise her sword, and kill without hesitation. Chu Jianqin's pupils constricted. He should have known, Jiang Hao was doomed today. Lian roared in fury. Stop! Stop right now! Men, stop Yu Xiaohua! The team stepped forward, their meaning clear. Today, they weren't members of the Military Region Alliance. They were Yu Xiaohua's soldiers, standing with her through thick and thin. Everyone was even more incredulous at the team's action. This team had not only become stronger after returning from their mission, they were originally the most insignificant team. But now they dared to side with Yu Xiaohua in front of the alliance leader? What future did they have in the Military Region Alliance? This team had staked their entire future on this. Are they all insane today? Has Yu Xiaohua, this madman, brought out a bunch of madmen? Lian never expected that a mere small team would dare to openly defy his orders. You are from the Military Region Alliance. You only went on a mission with Yu Xiaohua once. What? You want to betray us? Get down. Get down now, or you be punished according to military law. Even with Lian's outburst, Wu Tian and his 13 men showed no sign of backing down, remaining completely unmoved. The murmurs grew louder. Today, the alliance leader had completely lost face. The next second, Yu Xiaohua waved his hand, and Wu Tian and the others, in perfect unison, took a step back. This was an unspoken understanding ingrained in their bones. This action was tantamount to another heavy slap in the face to Lian, the alliance leader. He said the whole team was ignoring him. With a wave of his hand, Yu Xiaohua's men obeyed without question. Such a stark contrast. Suddenly, a soft laugh escaped from the crowd below. But at this moment, all was silent, making the laugh seem utterly jarring. Lian's face flushed red. He had held a high position for many years. Even in this apocalyptic world, he was still the alliance leader. He had never been mocked before, and yet, he couldn't even pinpoint who was mocking him. Just then, Yu Xiaohua, expressionless, didn't even glance at Jiang Hao. With a flick of his arm, his longsword flashed out like lightning. A soft swoosh rang out. The sharp tip of the sword easily sliced through the air, carrying a chilling aura, and once again pierced towards Jiang Hao's wrist. Jiang Hao had already fainted from the excruciating pain, but this sudden sword strike was like a thunderclap, abruptly jolting him awake. His eyes widened in terror as he watched the approaching sword tip, trying to dodge, but it was too late. In an instant, the sword tip pierced his wrist without resistance, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Jiang Hao let out a piercing scream, the sound particularly jarring in the quiet environment. His wrist had been cleanly severed, the white bone and flesh clearly visible at the break. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, staining the ground beneath him red. Lian lost his mind. Men, seize Yu Xiaohua. Seize her. The men behind him rushed forward, ready to take Yu Xiaohua down on the spot. However, Yu Xiaohua showed no fear. Holding her long sword, she stood firmly in place, like an unshakable mountain. Yu Xiaohua took a step forward. Her sword strike was powerful and imposing, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth, leaving everyone in awe. Those who had initially been so aggressive involuntarily stopped in their tracks, some even taking a slight step back, upon sensing this powerful aura. Their faces showed astonishment and fear, clearly intimidated by Yu Xiaohua's sword strike. However, Yu Xiaohua's momentum did not diminish. Her voice, like thunder, boomed across the entire square. Arrest me? Try it. 1 comes, I kill 1. 2 come, I kill 2. Today, I, Yu Xiaohua, will show no mercy. I will slaughter this entire military alliance. Her words were as hard as steel, revealing a resolute and ruthless determination. The entire square fell into a deathly silence because of her words. Everyone was stunned by her domineering aura, and for a moment, no one dared to take a step forward. Such arrogant words, spoken by anyone else, would likely not have had such a deterrent effect. But coming from Yu Xiaohua, they truly believed her. Today, Yu Xiaohua would slaughter the entire military alliance for the sake of the Yang family's revenge. Chapter 157. Even Lian hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to dare utter such arrogant words in public. Bloodbath against the military region alliance? You have quite the nerve, Yu Xiaohua. Don't think that just because Vice Chairman Chu went to great lengths to recruit you into the military region alliance, you're capable and talented. But to think you can bloodbath against my military region alliance? You're dreaming. The crowd exchanged glances. It seemed the alliance leader was determined not to tolerate Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua coldly curled his lips. Whether I can bloodbath against the military region alliance or not, you might as well try. Chu Jiancheng stepped forward, blocking Lian's path. Looking at Chu Jiancheng standing in front of him. Lian, enraged, roared, Jiancheng, are you still going to help this Yu Xiaohua? Look at her, so unruly and uncontrollable. Today, you saw it yourself, she was about to publicly torture and kill Jiang Hao, and you're going to stop me? We worked together for years. What kind of spell has Yu Xiaohua cast on you? Are you really going to risk everything to protect her? Lian, the alliance leader, and Chu Jiancheng, the vice alliance leader. The two stood facing each other, locked in a tense standoff, and everyone held their breath. As soon as Lian finished speaking, Yu Xiaohua plunged a sword into Jiang Hao's chest, killing him instantly. He was truly dead. She didn't even glance at Jiang Hao's corpse. Jiang Hao was dead. He died right before everyone's eyes. Lian's face turned ashen. Yu Xiaohua had already tortured Jiang Hao, and now she wasn't satisfied with that. She killed him too? Outrageous. Did she even respect him, the alliance leader? Chu Jiancheng looked at Lian, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he spoke. Alliance leader, what has Jiang Hao relied on to get to where he is today? You and I know perfectly well. He has no real power. After rising to power, he abused his position, misappropriated his subordinates' achievements, bullied others, and embezzled resources. You are aware of these things, yet you chose to protect him. This time, to avenge his personal grudge, he actually ordered his subordinates to lure the innocent Yang family elders to their deaths. He has no humanity whatsoever. Jiang Hao is a cancer in the military region. Today, Yu Xiaohua killed him, but this is not Yu Xiaohua's fault. If Jiang Hao is not executed today, countless more Yang family elders will suffer the same fate in the future. Lian looked at Chu Jiancheng in shock. They had worked together for years, and today, Chu Jiancheng stood against him to protect Yu Xiaohua. He even went so far as to publicly expose Lian's cover-up of Jiang Hao to protect Yu Xiaohua. How could Lian possibly save face and continue managing the military region? Had Chu Jiancheng been eyeing his position all along? At this moment, Lian became suspicious. His relationship with Chu Jiancheng could never be the same again. A year ago, the apocalypse arrived. Originally, the position of alliance leader was shared by him and Chu Jiancheng. Later, Chu Jiancheng withdrew, and Lian became alliance leader. Sure enough, Chu Jiancheng was still resentful of him. Chu Jiancheng looked at the suspicion and anger in Lian's eyes. He knew that from the moment he stood up to stop him, everything was ruined. But Yu Xiaohua, he had to protect her. Such talent is invaluable in this apocalyptic world. Chu Jiancheng continued, alliance leader, turn around and look at these people. How many of them grieve for Jiang Hao's death? How many have been oppressed by him? Today, Jiang Hao's death is what he truly wanted. Since he dared to do it, he must pay for his mistakes. Let this matter end here, alliance leader. Lian turned his head and saw the approving looks in everyone's eyes, his heart filled with extreme anger. He didn't speak, nor did he order anyone to leave. The atmosphere remained tense. On the stage, Yu Xiaohua stared at Lian, unyielding. Chu Jiancheng stepped forward again and whispered, alliance leader, that's enough. With Yu Xiaohua's strength, do you really think she's joking about massacring the military alliance? Even if you eventually capture Yu Xiaohua, how many ability users will you lose? Have you thought about that? For this scumbag Jiang Hao, alliance leader, do you really think we have to go to such an irreversible point? The entire audience awaited Lian's final decision. Lian stared intently at Chu Jiancheng, his eyes devoid of any former affection. His gaze was icy. Finally, Lian glanced at Yu Xiaohua on the stage, then looked back at Chu Jiancheng. He spoke. Good indeed. Vice Alliance Commander Chu has recruited a capable person. Chu Jiancheng's expression was inscrutable. Lian waved his hand, and his trusted aides quickly withdrew. He turned to look at the crowd, his usual serious demeanor returning. It was as if he wasn't the one who had just been enraged and wanted to kill. Today's events are Jiang Hao's own doing. The evidence is conclusive. As Alliance Commander, I will not tolerate this. Now that he is dead, this matter is considered closed. From now on, no one in the Military Region Alliance is allowed to mention this matter again, otherwise, they will be punished according to military law. After Lian finished speaking, he could no longer maintain his composure, and stormed off with his trusted aides. After Lian left, everyone looked at the stage. They had finally understood what true power meant. From now on, everyone present reached a consensus. That is, even if you offend the King of Hell, don't offend Yu Xiaohua. Later, no matter how many years passed, this saying always circulated within the Military Region Alliance. Chu Jiancheng waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. The crowd quickly left the square, and soon everyone was gone. Finally, only Yu Xiaohua on the stage, Yang Wen in a wheelchair, the dead Jiang Hao, and a team of team members remained. Chu Jiancheng turned around, looking at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes showing no blame. He sighed. That's all for today. You're tired, get some rest. I handle the rest. Yu Xiaohua said nothing, stepped off the stage, and walked to Chu Jiancheng. She looked at his furrowed brows, and spoke softly. Today, you don't need to confront Lian for my sake. It won't do you any good. Chu Jiancheng shook his head, frankly speaking his mind. Shall you, actually, after what you told me that day, I've been thinking. The original intention of the Military Region Alliance was to provide a place for everyone to live in the apocalypse, and to protect ordinary people. But in the past year or so, I know that the Military Region Alliance has changed its original intention. With a cancer like Jiang Hao, there will be more people like him, and the Military Region Alliance will only get worse. Actually, everyone felt relieved when you killed Jiang Hao, but they just couldn't say it publicly. I stood up not only for you, but also for the future of the Military Region Alliance. As for what the Alliance leader thinks of me, it doesn't matter. I, Chu Jiancheng, only seek to have a clear conscience and be worthy of heaven and earth. Chu Jiancheng was a man with great love in his heart. He didn't act for himself, but only to save more people. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, when everyone is looking out for themselves, his actions are all the more precious. Chu Jiancheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Besides, with your strength, if a fight broke out, how many superhumans would the Military Region Alliance lose? I know the answer. You're not an impulsive person. If you say you want to massacre the Military Region Alliance, you must have your reasons and confidence. Humans can no longer kill each other. We shouldn't sacrifice innocent lives for the Alliance leader's selfish desires. Chapter 158. Yu Xiaohua said, thank you. She knew that Chu Jiancheng's protection, regardless of its motivation, was rare. She should say thank you. Yu Xiaohua left, and Wu Tian pushed Yang Wen, the group leaving the square. The once bustling square was now completely silent. Only Jiang Hao's corpse testified to the harrowing events that had just transpired. Chu Jiancheng watched Yu Xiaohua and the others leave. A trusted confidant stepped forward. Vice Alliance Leader, from now on, the Alliance Leader will likely consider you and Senior Commander you to be on the same side. Vice Alliance Leader, I dare ask, is it really worth it for you to protect Commander Yu? Just now, the Alliance Leader's expression frightened me. You completely broken with the Alliance Leader for Senior Commander Yu. Chu Jiancheng didn't answer that question, but instead asked his confidant another. What do you think of Yu Xiaohua? The confidant thought for a moment, glancing at the gruesome body of Jiang Hao on the platform. He spoke cautiously. Well, I think Commander Yu is very individualistic, decisive, and clear about right and wrong, but this time, her actions were truly too ruthless. Chu Jiancheng's gaze deepened slightly. Do you also think Yu Xiaohua was impulsive and reckless, that her actions today ruined her own future? For the sake of two elderly people over 50, she didn't hesitate to make such a scene. It was too irrational. The confidant lowered his head sheepishly. Clearly, Chu Jiancheng was saying exactly what he was thinking, but he hadn't dared to say it aloud. Chu Jiancheng shook his head. You see her seemingly impulsive today, but you didn't see the reactions of everyone below the stage. Yu Xiaohua killing Jiang Hao was very satisfying. Today, she established her authority in the military region. From now on, no one will dare to lay a hand on those around her. This is an absolute deterrent. She's telling everyone that anyone who touches her should be prepared to face her wrath. And she already anticipated that I would stand up for her. In just a few interactions, she saw what kind of person I was. She knew I would stand up for her. The confidant, who hadn't considered this possibility, suddenly realized. But Vice Alliance leader, what if you hadn't stood up today? How would Yu Xiaohua handle the situation? Would she really massacre the military region? Chu Jiancheng nodded, his tone certain. If I hadn't stood up today, in her eyes, I would never be on the same path as her. Since we're not on the same path, what do you think she would do to me? As for massacring the military region, she didn't just say it casually, she really could do it. Rather than saying I stood up to protect her, it's more accurate to say she gave me a chance. In the post-apocalyptic world, class and wealth are unimportant. Only the strong can wield power in this world. Can one Yu Xiaohua be worth countless superhumans? That's her greatest confidence. The confidant's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe what he was hearing. What do you mean Yu Xiaohua gave the Vice Alliance leader a chance? This sounds completely contrary to the natural order. Yet, it seemed impossible to refute these words. Yu Xiaohua is clear about her likes and dislikes. She's generous to her people, but ruthless to her enemies. She values relationships, so for the sake of the deceased Yang family elders, she was willing to kill Jiang Hao in public. She knew what she would face, but did she look afraid? A person like her is not to be trifled with. If you do, you pay an absolute price. And I, today, merely showed Yu Xiaohua my resolve and stance. The Alliance leader, and I can't go back to the past. After the apocalypse, people's hearts have long changed. If I want to change the military region alliance and bring it back to the right path, I will inevitably no longer be on the same side as the Alliance leader. This opportunity is good. No one saw Chu Jianqing's ambition. On the other side, Wu Tian pushed his wheelchair while sighing. Boss, do you think the Alliance leader and Vice Alliance leader are now officially estranged after what happened today? It seems the Vice Alliance leader truly protects you, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have broken with the Alliance leader for your sake. Yang Wen looked at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's expression was indifferent. He looked at Lao Lu, who was beside Wu Tian. What do you think? Although Wu Tian was the captain and the strongest, his thinking wasn't deep enough. Clearly, he needed a smart person to assist him. She had high hopes for Lao Lu. In the future, Wu Tian and his group would go to the north to govern a special zone, and Lao Lu would be the best person to assist him. Wu Tian was brave, and Lao Lu was resourceful, a perfect match. Lao Lu stepped forward, his brow furrowed. Clearly, he had a different perspective. Boss, Captain, I think today, the Deputy Alliance leader's protection wasn't just to protect you. Perhaps he had his own reasons. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Today, Chu Jiancheng protected me. He truly values me. On the other hand, he knows that he and Lian, as Deputy Alliance leader, have long since reached a crossroads. His statement today is simply telling everyone in the military region that it's time to choose sides. Yu Xiaohua stopped and turned to look at the three stunned people. Never believe the so-called sincerity of a superior. Even if there is some, it's at most 5/10. If you believe it all, you might be shattered to pieces at any time. She admitted that Chu Jiancheng was a person with great love, but he always had his own calculations and purposes. As long as no one is harmed, what does it matter about motives and calculations? After all, where in this world is there such a thing as black and white? He protected her, but he also used her to make it easier for people in the military region to choose sides later. Yu Xiaohua saw the pain and forbearance in Yang Wen's heart. She waved her hand. Wu Tian and the others immediately retreated to a distance, leaving space for them. Yu Xiaohua pushed the wheelchair to an open space. The distance was hazy and gray, seemingly devoid of any hope or future. After the apocalypse, the sky seemed shrouded in a thick layer of gloom, never again displaying its azure color. People had gradually forgotten the warmth of the sun's rays. How long had it been since they had seen a clear sky? Yang Wen sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the distance, his entire being devoid of life. Yu Xiaohua stood silently beside him, saying nothing, but lighting a cigarette. The smoke rose slowly, like a thin veil, gradually blurring her face. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Only the wisps of smoke danced in the air. Yu Xiaohua quietly stayed with Yang Wen, not disturbing his thoughts. She didn't try to break the silence. After a long while, Yang Wen, his hands trembling, covered his head and began to sob softly. Then his sobs grew louder and louder. It seemed he was trying to release all the pain in his heart. Fireworks danced on his fingertips. Yu Xiaohua seemed oblivious to the pain. If she had returned 2 days earlier, if she hadn't rushed to absorb that level 4 crystal core, would everything still have been alright? Those two kind and gentle old people who genuinely cared for her might not have lost their lives in vain, because Jiang Hao sought revenge against her. Chapter 159. Since her rebirth, she has met many people, changed many people, and protected many people. Only the Yang family elders lost their lives because of her. She ultimately owes Yang Wen 2 lives. In the distance, Wu Tian and his team stood guard, listening to the painful cries from afar. Everyone was deeply moved. 12 said, "Do you think Yang Wen will resent the boss?" After all, 12 didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. After all, if it weren't for the boss, the Yang family elders wouldn't have been schemed against by that despicable Jiang Hao and lost their lives. The group exchanged glances and sighed. Sixth brother looked at Yu Xiaohua's retreating figure in the distance, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Eldest brother seems indifferent to everything, but regarding the Yang family elders matter, he will definitely blame himself. Yang Wen isn't the only one who's sad and in pain. Yang Wen can vent his pain, but eldest brother won't tell anyone about his. Wu Tian nodded. If Yang Wen is a person who can distinguish right from wrong, he won't blame eldest brother. If he really does blame him, it's only natural, but that means he and eldest brother will never be on the same path. Finally, Yang Wen slowly stopped crying. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua stood there quietly, her eyes calm, yet able to pierce through Yang Wen's inner pain and confusion. Yang Wen took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Xiao Yu, thank you so much for what happened today. If it weren't for you, I probably would never have been able to avenge my grandparents on my own." His words revealed deep gratitude towards Yu Xiaohua, without a trace of blame. Then, Yang Wen's emotions surged, and he continued. "Sometimes, I really hate this apocalypse. The people here are so filthy and ugly, like Jiang Hao, a treacherous villain who will stop at nothing. I'm powerless. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't even be able to take revenge." At this point, Yang Wen's voice gradually lowered. Yu Xiaohua listened quietly to Yang Wen's outpouring, her brows furrowing slightly. After a while, she spoke slowly, her voice calm yet penetrating. "Hating your own powerlessness is just a waste of time. Yang Wen, you must understand, in this apocalypse, only by becoming strong can you reach a certain height and control your own life." Yu Xiaohua's words were like lightning piercing the darkness, instantly illuminating the confusion in Yang Wen's heart. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute determination. Yang Wen clenched his fist tightly, as if encouraging himself. "You're right, Xiao Yu. I can't keep wallowing in self-pity like this. I need to become stronger, I need to take control of my voice." At this moment, Yang Wen had something he never had before, ambition. And Yu Xiaohua had instilled in Yang Wen this ambition to climb higher. Whether man or woman, ambition is never a bad thing. And it was precisely this ambition that allowed him to truly reach a great height in the future. And it was these words today that sustained Yang Wen through one difficulty after another in the future. Seeing the change in Yang Wen's eyes, Yu Xiaohua knew he had rediscovered hope and a purpose for living. Yu Xiaohua personally escorted Yang Wen to the room before leaving. Along the way, everyone they encountered instinctively stepped aside, bowing their heads in utmost respect. Today's events had instilled fear in everyone around Yu Xiaohua. Meanwhile, Lian returned to his office. After everyone had left, he finally tore off his mask. His expression instantly turned sinister, all traces of his usual kind demeanor vanishing. This was the real Lian. He had always hidden himself behind a mask of pretense, presenting himself in public as the revered alliance leader. "Yu Xiaohua," Lian gritted his teeth, "today is the most humiliating day of my life." He held a high position, yet a woman had driven him to this point. And Chu Jiancheng, disregarding years of friendship, publicly defying him, even threatening him for Yu Xiaohua's sake, utterly despicable. Lian's gaze fell on the open letter on the table, then a calculating glint appeared in his eyes. For the next few days, Yu Xiaohua, his team, and Yang Wen didn't leave their rooms. Wu Tian and the others were all focused on absorbing the crystal cores they brought back from the suburbs. Everyone was eager to become stronger. Yu Xiaohua personally delivered 40 crystal cores to Yang Wen. Since Jiang Hao's death, no one in the military alliance dared to disturb them. Chu Jiancheng ordered Yu Xiaohua and his team to rest for a month and not go on missions. From that day on, the military alliance appeared calm as usual, but in reality, undercurrents were swirling within. Chu Jiancheng originally held considerable prestige in the military alliance. After his relationship with Lian soured last time, even in routine meetings, the two lacked their former warmth and displayed a hostile attitude. The people below began to take sides. A month passed, and the military alliance had split into two factions. Lian and Chu Jiancheng were locked in a strange, superficial harmony. A month later, Yu Xiaohua emerged from seclusion. The first team emerged a day earlier, having already absorbed all the crystal cores. Everyone's strength had increased by 1 level. The most powerful was Wu Tian, who had become a level 2 ability user. The members of the first team had collectively undergone a transformation. Yangwen, however, had not yet emerged. Wu Tian had already checked on him. Yangwen was fine, but his strength was still somewhat lacking, so he had only absorbed half of the crystal cores. A month later, Yu Xiaohua reappeared, and everyone still treated him with utmost respect. The strong are respected. Even 10 years later, no one dared to forget what happened that day. Yu Xiaohua had just emerged from seclusion, and was having a meal with the first team in the canteen. They were eating simple fast food. Lian's most trusted subordinate, Zheng Dong, arrived. He walked to Yu Xiaohua's table, bowing slightly, his posture impeccable. "Commander Yu, the Alliance Commander requests your presence at today's routine meeting of the Military Region Alliance." Wu Tian and the others put down their chopsticks, looked at Zheng Dong, and nodded. Zheng Dong's gaze, however, remained fixed on Yu Xiaohua, waiting for her to speak. After all, her relationship with the Alliance Commander was already so strained. If she refused, others wouldn't dare, but who knew what would happen to Commander Yu? Zheng Dong simply stood there waiting. The others in the canteen lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Yu Xiaohua slowly finished the last bite of her noodles. 12 immediately handed her a handkerchief. Yu Xiaohua wiped her hands, looked up at Zheng Dong. Zheng Dong smiled, but only he knew how forced that smile was. Yu Xiaohua put down the handkerchief. "Okay, I understand. What time?" Zheng Dong was relieved to see Yu Xiaohua agree. He was really afraid Yu Xiaohua would refuse. He wouldn't be able to explain it to the alliance leader. Chapter 160. Zheng Dong nodded slightly. "Then Commander Yu, I be leaving now. I be waiting for your arrival on time." After Zheng Dong left, Wu Tiantai spoke up. "Boss, this Zheng Dong is the alliance leader's most trusted subordinate. He's been by the alliance leader's side since before the apocalypse, always handling important matters for him. Zheng Dong has never abused his position as the alliance leader's confidant to bully others. He has a very good reputation, and everyone in the alliance respects him. Even when Jiang Hao suppressed us, and no one in the entire military region dared to approach us, Zheng Dong spoke up for us. Once, during a mission, Jiang Hao withheld our supplies, and it was Zheng Dong who stood up for us and got some of the supplies back. If we're talking about it, we still owe Zheng Dong a favor." Lao Lu put down his chopsticks. "Boss, the captain is right. Although Zheng Dong is the alliance leader's confidant, his character is truly impeccable." The others nodded in agreement. After all, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. While everyone else was ostracizing their team because of Jiang Hao, Zheng Dong's willingness to help them, this once was already quite remarkable. Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. "This Zheng Dong is interesting. If what Wu Tian and the others said is true, given his association with such a ruthless and cunning individual, this person can only be terrifyingly intelligent." In the conference room, everyone sat upright. Lian sat in the main seat, with Chu Jiancheng to his left. The rest were seated according to their positions within the military alliance, and to Lian's right was Zheng Dong. Strictly speaking, he didn't hold any official position. He served as Lian's secretary. However, in this kind of meeting, he was able to sit in this position without anyone objecting. This shows how popular he was in the military region. The meeting was missing only one person. Everyone looked at Lian's expression and exchanged glances. Chu Jiancheng remained seated, his face unchanged. At exactly 3 o'clock, the meeting room door creaked open, as if gently pushed open by an invisible hand. Yu Xiaohua, dressed in a black jacket and Doc Martens, walked in. Wu Tian followed closely behind, quietly closing the door. Yu Xiaohua's figure, under the meeting room lights, was exceptionally eye-catching. She was like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A look of amazement flashed in everyone's eyes. But then, remembering Yu Xiaohua standing on the stage that day, killing Jiang Hao, and vowing to massacre the military region alliance, even if there were any other thoughts, they vanished instantly. The somewhat noisy meeting room fell silent the moment Yu Xiaohua stepped in. Everyone, without prior agreement, turned their gaze to her alone. Yu Xiaohua looked around. The conference room was filled with men. And now, in this male-dominated space, Yu Xiaohua was the only woman. Her presence seemed so unique. And she would be in this conference room, alongside these high-ranking men, making decisions about the military alliance. Her appearance was like a vibrant splash of color suddenly blooming in a black ocean. In this male-dominated conference room, she became a unique sight. Among them, Li An's gaze was the coldest. After Yu Xiaohua had humiliated him last time, he knew he couldn't win her over, so he didn't even bother pretending anymore. Yu Xiaohua walked over and sat down next to Chu Jiansheng. There was an empty chair next to him. Of course, whether it was intentional or unintentional, it didn't matter. Chu Jiansheng turned to look at Yu Xiaohua, a faint smile appearing on his previously serious face. You arrived, just in time. As he spoke, in front of everyone, Chu Jiansheng showed no airs whatsoever. He immediately picked up the kettle on the table and poured Yu Xiaohua a glass of water. The others exchanged glances at Chu Jiansheng's smiling face. This deputy alliance leader really has two faces? Just now, before Yu Xiaohua arrived, deputy alliance leader Chu didn't even say a word, let alone smile. His face was sullen. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone owed him 2 million. But as soon as Yu Xiaohua arrived, without saying a word, deputy alliance leader Chu was already pouring tea and taking the initiative to greet him. What a difference! In the entire military region, no one else receives this kind of treatment from the deputy alliance leader. Li An's face darkened further upon seeing Chu Jiansheng's actions. Zheng Dong glanced at Li An's expression and spoke. Alliance leader, I'd like to report on today's agenda. Li An's expression softened slightly upon hearing Zheng Dong's words. Zheng Dong took out an invitation and passed it around. Chu Jiansheng read the invitation and handed it to Yu Xiaohua, who glanced at it casually. His gaze lingered on the signature, then he looked away. Seeing that everyone had read it, Zheng Dong continued, This invitation is from Qing City. After the apocalypse, all communication methods were cut off. A month ago, the alliance leader received this stamped invitation, as you all have seen. Qing City has now established a large base called Dongfang. And the owner of this base, you should all recognize the name and stamp, is the Pei family, Pei Xianke. Before the apocalypse, this name should be familiar to everyone. Now, the Pei family is the owner of the Dongfang base. This invitation is to request that our military alliance send a team to Qing City. Lian tapped the table and looked at everyone. A letter arrived from the Pei family. They discovered a higher-level zombie in a canyon over 100 kilometers from Qing City. According to information from Qing City, this high-level zombie may have exceeded level 5 and is very difficult to deal with. The Pei family wants to cooperate with our military region alliance. Of course, the Pei family has also agreed to provide us with substantial supplies if we cooperate. Even without the supplies, I decided to send people to provide support. Hearing that a level 5 zombie had appeared in Qing City, everyone's faces showed shock. A level 5 zombie had actually appeared. How powerful must it be? Zheng Dong immediately took over the conversation. The alliance leader specifically summoned everyone here today to discuss who should lead the team to Qing City to provide support. In the meeting room, everyone immediately whispered among themselves, discussing the matter. This mission is no easy task. Level 5 zombies are incredibly powerful, sending people there is practically suicide. Exactly. From Kyoto to Qing City, it takes at least half a month. Who knows how many dangers we encounter along the way? We're not even sure if our people will make it to Qing City safely. I don't want to send my men, whether they even come back is a question. Yeah, level 5 zombies. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. So, who does the alliance leader want to send? Who knows? It depends on the alliance leader's decision. Anyway, I don't have a high opinion of this mission. Only Yu Xiaohua sat there, eyes lowered, lost in thought. Beside him, Chu Jiansheng looked unknowingly. The alliance leader went through all this trouble, even holding a meeting to gather everyone together. What was he planning? He understood. It seemed the alliance leader was targeting Yu Xiaohua. Chapter 161. Ignoring the opinions of the others, Lian looked directly at Yu Xiaohua, who was sitting there. He asked, Commander Yu, why aren't you speaking? You are a high-ranking commander recommended by Vice Alliance Leader Chu. What do you think of this matter? I want to hear your opinion. Instantly, everyone fell silent. At this moment, of all people, why ask Yu Xiaohua? Those present were all seasoned veterans. As soon as he said this, everyone knew what he meant. The alliance leader wanted Yu Xiaohua to lead the team to Qing City, leaving aside the fact that this mission involved fighting against level 5 zombies with the Pei family of Qing City. There was another major problem. The Pei family was truly not to be trifled with. Who didn't know the Pei family's reputation, especially Pei Xianke, before the apocalypse, was the underworld overlord of the 7 southwestern provinces. He clearly had connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, yet he managed to uphold the bottom line of the country. His strength was not to be underestimated. And after the apocalypse, the Pei family's rapid establishment of a post-apocalyptic base was also Pei Swank's doing. How could such a man be an easy partner? If Yu Xiaohua, with her personality, were to encounter Pei Xiankei, one can only imagine the consequences. Before Yu Xiaohua could speak, Chu Jiansheng spoke first. Alliance leader, we can send the Elite 3 team over to this matter. After all, they have experience fighting high-level zombies, and their strength is among the top in the Alliance. Qing City is far away, and their experience is the most extensive. Chu Jiansheng's open defense once again caused the atmosphere in the conference room to plummet. Lian's face grew increasingly grim. Chu Jiansheng clearly knew his intentions, yet he was once again standing up for Yu Xiaohua. Okay. All right. Chu Jiansheng showed no intention of yielding. The two seemed quite confrontational over Yu Xiaohua. Zheng Dong glanced at Lian, already having other plans. It seemed today's meeting was going to be another dramatic one. Lian sneered. Vice Alliance leader, you don't need to step forward now to defend Commander Yu before I even made a decision. I know your relationship is close, but Vice Alliance leader, you must separate public and private matters. Don't lose your rationality for Commander Yu. The gazes of the crowd shifted between Yu Xiaohua and Chu Jiansheng. Could it be that Chu Jiansheng was trying to woo Yu Xiaohua? If he was, it would make sense. After all, with Yu Xiaohua's face, what man wouldn't be attracted? That's the male worldview. With just a few words, Lian could easily lead them to wildly speculate about the relationship between Chu Jiansheng and Yu Xiaohua. Chu Jiansheng looked at the crowd's gaze, then at Lian, his eyes filled with disappointment. To smear Yu Xiaohua, they resorted to such shameless and manipulative tactics. Where is the composure of a military district commander? Yu Xiaohua, however, completely ignored the stares of those around her, not even glancing at the two men. She sat there calmly, as if the whole world was irrelevant to her. Amidst the malicious gazes of the crowd, Yu Xiaohua appeared remarkably composed. She slowly reached out and picked up the kettle on the table, her movements elegant and deliberate. Yu Xiaohua poured water from the kettle into a glass until it was full. Then, she slowly picked up the water glass, brought it to her lips, and tilted her head slightly back. This series of movements was so deliberate and measured, yet it exuded an unspeakable authority. Then, she raised her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Her gaze passed over each person, her eyes devoid of anger, only a faint indifference and disdain. When her eyes met theirs, some unconsciously lowered their heads, while others hastily averted their gaze. Suddenly, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yu Xiaohua's lips, a smile filled with mockery and contempt. Instantly, everyone was startled. They realized that they had completely overlooked a fact. The Yu Xiaohua before them was no ordinary woman, someone they could doubt at will. The next second, Yu Xiaohua, expressionless, spoke in an icy tone. If you don't want your eyes anymore, I can grant your wish. These words exploded like a thunderclap in the conference room. Anger immediately surged on many faces. They glared at Yu Xiaohua, their eyes blazing with fury. However, despite their resentment, not one of them spoke first. They stared intently at Yu Xiaohua, their eyes wide with rage, as if they wanted to tear her apart with their gaze. These men were all high-ranking officials. Normally, their subordinates treated them with utmost respect. Who had ever dared to speak such a thing to them so openly in public? Lian and Chu Jiansheng also turned to look at Yu Xiaohua simultaneously. Lian sneered inwardly. This Yu Xiaohua really was going to offend all the upper echelons of the military alliance. Even without his intervention, given Yu Xiaohua's personality, how could someone like Pei Xiankei tolerate her insolence in Qing City? Of course, it would be even better if Yu Xiaohua died in Qing City. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at Lian in the main seat, her long, slender fingers tapping the table. She spoke, I take this mission, but I want half of the reward from the Pei family in Qing City. Otherwise, forget it. Since Lian wanted to trick her into going to Qing City, she would go along with it. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and she had never been free labor. When their own interests were involved, these men finally couldn't sit still. No way. Half the supplies. The Pei family is incredibly generous this time. It's enough for everyone in our military alliance for 3 or 4 months. How dare you take half right off the bat? That's right, Alliance Commander, I disagree too. Commander Yu is asking for an exorbitant amount. It's too much. If not, let's send a different team on the mission. Yes, we're all from the military alliance. Isn't Commander Yu being too selfish? Alliance Commander, you need to think this through carefully. We can't tolerate Commander Yu's behavior. If everyone in the military alliance follows suit, how will we manage our subordinates? That makes sense. We disagree, Alliance Commander. You need to think this through. The argument raged on, the room practically filled with noise. Chu Jiansheng sat down. He was no longer in a hurry. He let them argue. Sure enough, you don't feel the pain unless it's directed at you. When Xiao Yu asked for half of the supplies, these old fogies couldn't sit still. Lian glared at Yu Xiaohua. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so outrageous, daring to ask for half of the Pei family's supplies. It was utterly absurd. Zheng Dong looked at Yu Xiaohua opposite him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Indeed, a smart man. Chapter 162. Yu Xiaohua realized that the alliance leader insisted she go to Qing City. Therefore, she made this request, perfectly understanding the alliance leader's thoughts. She had a condition, and in the end, the alliance leader would definitely agree. Even if the alliance leader achieved his goal by agreeing to half the supplies, his heart would bleed. Moreover, if the alliance leader overruled everyone's objections and actually agreed to Yu Xiaohua's request, those in the meeting room would also be dissatisfied. So, did the alliance leader win or lose in this matter? Who could say for sure? Yu Xiaohua leisurely crossed her legs, her right hand slowly reaching into her pocket. After rummaging around for a while, she pulled out a cigarette. She skillfully put the cigarette in her mouth, then picked up a lighter with her left hand. With a click, the flame suddenly shot up, illuminating her face. The sound of the lighter seemed particularly abrupt in the noisy atmosphere. Like a heavy hammer, it struck everyone's heart. The people who had been arguing suddenly fell silent, as if frozen in place, all turning their gazes to Yu Xiaohua. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. A woman, smoking in front of so many men, and so brazenly at that. However, Yu Xiaohua seemed completely unconcerned by these stares. She took a drag of her cigarette, then slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The smoke billowed before her, blurring her face. But it couldn't conceal her cold and disdainful expression. Yu Xiaohua flicked off the ash, a slight, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Looking at the stunned crowd, she nonchalantly said, "You can continue, don't worry about me. However, I don't have much patience. I give you 3 minutes, and that's it." At that moment, everyone seemed to see a pair of black wings rising behind Yu Xiaohua. A devil. Chu Jiansheng coughed. There's no point in arguing about this anymore. In the end, the alliance leader will make the decision. As soon as Chu Jiansheng spoke, everyone immediately shut up. Then, everyone looked at Lian in the main seat. Lian looked at the disapproving expressions on everyone's faces. He was also caught off guard by Yu Xiaohua's offer to take half the supplies. He had originally thought that as long as everyone pressured Yu Xiaohua in the meeting room, she would have no choice but to accept the mission after some persuasion. Now, the plan was disrupted. Lian was in a dilemma, but he absolutely couldn't let Yu Xiaohua live. She only agreed to this mission because she wanted half the supplies. Fine, he'd see if Yu Xiaohua would come back alive this time. Lian deliberately feigned embarrassment, as if he had made a great decision, before speaking. This time, the mission in Qing City will be led by Commander Yu. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions were filled with dissatisfaction. Only Yu Xiaohua smiled. She wasn't surprised at all. Lian had agreed to her conditions. He wanted to use the Pei family to kill her. How could he do it without paying a price? More than her so-called conditions, Lian wanted to get rid of her. Ignoring the considerable resentment of the crowd, Lian looked at Yu Xiaohua. Alright, I agree to your conditions. You depart for Qing City in 2 days. The zombies in Kyoto haven't been completely cleared, and we need more people. Therefore, the other teams from the Military Region Alliance cannot accompany you. Since you and Team 1 have already worked well together on the last mission, you take Team 1 with you this time to Qing City. No objections? Yu Xiaohua stood up, glancing at Lian casually. Ignoring the gazes of everyone present, she turned and left cleanly and decisively. Chu Jiansheng also stood up and left, without even saying goodbye to Lian. His attitude was clear. The crowd exchanged glances. The military alliance's allegiance was pretty much finalized. Chu Jiansheng caught up with Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua stopped in her tracks. Chu Jiansheng and Yu Xiaohua walked side by side, everyone giving way as they passed, not daring to look at them for long. Chu Jiansheng frowned. Do you know anything about the Pei family, and about this man, Pei Xianke? Chu Jiansheng knew this matter was settled. Since Yu Xiaohua was going to Qing City, he could only provide her with more information about the Pei family, hoping it would help her temper. Pei Xianke was a man who was absolutely not to be trifled with, and should not be trifled with. Yu Xiaohua casually said, "We slept together. I wonder if that counts as getting to know each other? Chu Jiancheng was dumbfounded. Slept together? Looking at Yu Xiaohua's nonchalant expression, he gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to have a sense of humor. At a time like this, she still had the mood to joke with him. He was worried for Yu Xiaohua. Dealing with the Pei family was difficult. I didn't expect, Yu Xiaohua, you're quite humorous. Yu Xiaohua looked at Chu Jiancheng's clearly disbelieving expression. What, is she so untrustworthy? Chu Jiancheng continued, Xiao Yu, Pei Xianke is not only ruthless and decisive, but also incredibly wise and powerful. The Pei family has a history of over 100 years, with deep roots. Even before the founding of the nation, they possessed considerable wealth. After the apocalypse, the Pei family quickly established bases. While other provinces were still gripped by the panic of the apocalypse, Pei Xianke had already led the Pei family to establish the first base in the apocalypse. Nobody knows its current scale. As for Pei Swank's own strength, it is unfathomable. Some say he is capricious, and there's also a rumor that he is a misogynist and has a close relationship with a man surnamed Wen. After a pause, Chu Jiancheng seemed a little embarrassed, hesitating for a couple of seconds. There's a rumor that this man surnamed Wen is Pei Swank's male concubine. Being an older man, Chu Jiancheng felt a little awkward saying this. Yu Xiaohua stopped, looking at Chu Jiancheng's uncomfortable expression, and smiled. Oh, male concubine? Vice Alliance leader Chu's vocabulary is quite rich. Don't worry, I pass on your message to Pei Xianke when I have the chance. Chu Jiancheng froze, dumbfounded. What was she supposed to convey? Watching Yu Xiaohua's departing figure, Chu Jiancheng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What was he feeling? Soon, news spread throughout the entire military alliance that Yu Xiaohua was leading a team to Qing City in 2 days. This time, when Wu Tian and his team went to collect their mission supplies, the warehouse manager greeted them with a smile, even offering to take more than they were entitled to. Since Jiang Hao's death, his influence was wiped out overnight, and the supplies manager was replaced. Now the entire military region knows what happened in the conference room. Who would dare to withhold even a single bit of supplies? That would be truly suicidal. They wouldn't dare even if they had 8 lives. Wu Tian refused. They only wanted fairness, and that was already there. As for this back door, they didn't want it, nor did they care to. Chapter 163. Wu Tian and his team only received the supplies they were entitled to. The supply depot manager watched the departing team inside. You know, after the apocalypse, whenever someone goes on a mission, everyone wants to get the better deal, especially when it comes to supplies. They all try to use their connections to ask for more. This team was really something else. We offered them supplies, but they refused. Now, they have such a powerful commander Yu backing them up, and even Deputy Alliance Commander Chu looks up to them. Things have really changed. Who would have thought they'd be so lucky? Now, who in the entire military region alliance doesn't envy the team for being able to follow Yu Xiaohua? Everyone just keeps quiet about it. That's right. But I heard about this mission. This is unusual. We're dealing with the Pei family of Qing City. The head of Qing City is a man named Pei Xianke. I heard from above that Pei Xianke is a very powerful figure, but he's unpredictable, doesn't care about women, and is ruthless. Commander Yu led a team to Qing City to fight against high-level zombies with the Pei family. Sigh, we don't even know if they'd be back. These big shots affairs have nothing to do with us. Let's just focus on our work. That's true. Wu Tian and his men loaded the supplies they had gathered onto the jeeps. This trip to Qing City involved 3 military off-road vehicles and 1 RV. After loading the supplies, Wu Tian and his team went to find Yu Xiaohua to discuss their route to Qing City. By the time they finished discussing, it was already evening. Wu Tian and the others looked expectantly at Yu Xiaohua. 12 coughed. Boss, it's getting late. You don't need to keep us. We're not hungry. The 13 men unanimously decided that the youngest, 12, would be the one to lose face. They were too old for such a humiliating task. Yu Xiaohua saw their thoughts, smiled, and casually flipped through the map in her hand. She gave a slow, deliberate and then fell silent. The remaining men winked at 12. 12 suddenly collapsed to the ground, as weak as Lin Daiyu, almost coughing up blood the next second. Ouch, boss, my stomach's giving me trouble, my legs are weak. It's okay, you don't need to help me, I can get up by myself. At this moment, Wu Tian and the others could only think of one classic line, Meng Meng, stand up. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. 12 secretly glanced at Yu Xiaohua, looking pitiful. Yu Xiaohua looked up, put down the map, and looked at 12. Not bad, has the potential to be a Hollywood movie star. 12 chuckled. Boss, it's the apocalypse now, where's Hollywood? Probably all the foreign zombies there now. Yu Xiaohua stopped teasing them, and waved her hand casually. There were all sorts of food, including fresh roast duck and chicken, pizza, hamburgers, and cola. As soon as these things appeared, the 13 men went wild. 12's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the boss's favorite type is the delicate, fragile young man. From now on, he followed that path. After everyone had eaten their fill, Yu Xiaohua told them about her other decision. She decided that this time, when she went to Qing City, she would only take Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12, just the 3 of them. The rest of them, on the day of their departure, would leave Kyoto with their families, escorted by the remaining people to Liao City to find Bai Riyuan. The base in Liaoshe was under construction. Currently, Bai Riyuan's biggest need was talent. She needed to continuously send skilled personnel to Liaoshe. After Yu Xiaohua announced her decision, the 13 people didn't ask any questions. They completely obeyed orders. Previously, they had always had reservations because some of their families were in the military region alliance, and they had worries about their family's safety. After sending their families away, they had no more concerns. The 5th brother asked, "Boss, you also established a base in Liaoshe? What's the scale?" Yu Xiaohua thought for a moment. "It's all right." Everyone took it seriously, until they all arrived in Liaoshe. When they saw the post-apocalyptic special zone before them, they finally understood what a top-tier Versailles was. If this was considered all right, then the military region alliance was nothing. Now, they truly felt that the scale of the post-apocalyptic base Yu Xiaohua had described was merely all right. Over the next 2 days, Wu Tian and his men made all the preparations. And on the night before Yu Xiaohua left, she went to see Yang Wen. Yu Xiaohua asked Yang Wen if he would like to go to Liaoshe with the team. Yang Wen's answer was exactly what Yu Xiaohua expected. He said he didn't want to, at least not now. After the devastating loss of his parents, Yang Wen seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. He might have been somewhat naive and impulsive in the past, but now he had become mature and composed. Especially after absorbing the 40 precious crystal cores given to him by Yu Xiaohua, Yang Wen's strength had greatly increased. This not only made him physically stronger, but also brought about a profound change in his inner self. The Yang Wen of today is no longer as naive as before. He has learned to conceal his true thoughts. His eyes are unfathomable, making it impossible for anyone to truly understand him. People often lose their original selves after losing much. Yang Wen knows that, in this life, except in front of Yu Xiaohua, he will never show his true self to anyone else. Yang Wen said, "Xiao Yu, I'm staying. What you said that day, I thought about for a long time afterward. I want to become stronger, I want to reach a higher position, oh I want more say. So, staying in the military region alliance is my best choice. After your mission, you and I are the closest people in the entire military region. Vice Alliance Commander Chu, out of respect for you, I will work hard to get him to give me an important position. Since you killed Jiang Hao, the relationship between Alliance Commander Lian and Vice Alliance Commander Chu has become completely clear. Soon, there will definitely be earth-shattering changes in the military region alliance. In the future, who will rise to power? And I will get everything I want in this bloodless struggle for power." Yu Xiaohua listened quietly to Yang Wen's words. Her gaze was deep and calm, without the slightest ripple, but in that brief silence. Finally, Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke, her voice low and firm. "I hope you get what you want." This simple sentence carried all her blessings and expectations for Yang Wen. A person who climbed up from the bottom step by step, experiencing trials and tribulations. They had witnessed the harsh realities of life, tasted its bitterness and sweetness, and knew the true taste of human suffering. Yang Wen, perhaps, was just such a person. Yu Xiaohua saw through his current ambition. She hoped Yang Wen could achieve his goals. At the door, Yang Wen watched Yu Xiaohua leave. As she departed, the last trace of warmth in his eyes vanished completely. He hoped that when they met again, he could be the brother who protected Yu Xiaohua. Chapter 164. On the day Yu Xiaohua left the military region alliance, Chu Jiansheng personally led a group to see her off. Yang Wen also arrived, pushing a wheelchair. After saying a few words of advice, Yu Xiaohua glanced at Yang Wen before leaving. Then, she said to Chu Jiansheng, "Yang Wen is a capable person." That one sentence was enough. Yang Wen's hands on the wheelchair tightened. Even at this moment, Xiao Yu still spoke up for him to Chu Jiansheng. He would never forget this kindness. Chu Jiansheng glanced back at Yang Wen, his gaze appreciative, then turned and nodded to Yu Xiaohua. Making a promise, "Don't worry, Yang Wen's ability to pass the test I personally set proves his strength. After you leave, I need an assistant by my side, and I already plan to take Yangwen with me and give him important responsibilities. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yangwen inevitably held a hint of jealousy. With Vice Alliance leader Chu personally promoting him, his future was limitless. Yangwen no longer cared what others thought. The journey to Qing City is long, take care. Yu Xiaohua nodded, turned, and, under the watchful eyes of Chu Jiancheng and the others, got into the off-road vehicle. Behind him was a motorhome. Inside the motorhome was a group of surviving relatives. They were going with him too. Yu Xiaohua had spoken to Chu Jiancheng about this. However, he concealed the fact that these people were going to Liao City, only saying that he was going to Qing City with them. Chu Jiancheng tried to dissuade him, as the journey was fraught with danger, and taking such a group of family members would be inconvenient. But Yu Xiaohua insisted on taking them, and Chu Jiancheng finally signed the papers, agreeing that these people would leave the military region alliance with Yu Xiaohua and the others. That evening, upon learning of the situation, Lian summoned Chu Jiancheng and reprimanded him. Now, Lian no longer spoke of their long-standing friendship. Chu Jiancheng simply stated that this was something Yu Xiaohua had strongly insisted on, otherwise, she wouldn't do the mission. Upon hearing this, Lian, even if he wanted to take advantage of the situation, could only suppress his anger. The three SUVs and the RV drove further and further away, gradually disappearing from Yangwen and the other sight. Chu Jiancheng turned to Yangwen. Come report to me tomorrow. Yangwen nodded. Okay. On the other side, aside from Kyoto, the journey was safe. No wandering zombies were encountered. After their second evolution, the zombies began to swell in small numbers, and no longer randomly bit people. After leaving Kyoto, the group split into two. Yu Xiaohua took Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 in one car. The rest of the group escorted their families in the RV to Liaoshi. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 watched their brothers leave. This parting, they didn't know when they would meet again. But everyone had their own path to walk. From now on, the three of them would continue following their leader. That night, Xingtian returned and found Yu Xiaohua and the others. Seeing a clean cat, it suddenly darted into Yu Xiaohua's arms. The three were about to be wary. After all, in this apocalyptic world, even animals had mutated, making them extremely dangerous. A cat shouldn't be underestimated. Yu Xiaohua waved her hand. The three then sat down and looked at the cat in her arms. What kind of look did this cat have? Who did it look down on? Is it appropriate for a cat to be so human? Xingtian, with his golden dragon-like appearance, rubbed against Yu Xiaohua's chest like a child. Young master, I'm back. Why aren't you being enthusiastic at all, woman? Shouldn't you be kissing, hugging, and lifting me up high? Hurry up. Unfortunately, Xingtian was daydreaming. Yu Xiaohua reached out and stroked its fur. Xingtian looked quite pleased, still easily swayed by this. 12 took a bite of bread. Boss, where did this cat come from? My God, it's so beautiful. In this apocalypse, can there still be such a clean cat? 6 brother and Wu Tian exchanged a glance. Clearly, this cat belonged to their boss. Otherwise, given their boss's temperament, this cat wouldn't have even been able to get close to him. It would have been kicked away long ago. Xingtian proudly raised its head. It looked at 12 and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this kid has good taste. 12 touched its nose. Why did it feel like a cat had taken a liking to it? Yu Xiaohua nodded. This is my cat, Xingtian. It will protect you when there's danger. The expressions of Wu Tian and the other two were indescribable. They nodded, but reluctantly. Was their boss kidding them? This cat could actually protect them in danger? It wasn't that they didn't believe him. It was just that his words were incredibly unbelievable. However, 5 days later, when Yu Xiaohua had them fight zombies, 12 almost got bitten. In a flash, Xingtian swung a paw and tore the zombie in half. A mere, effortless paw strike. That zombie was at least a level 2 zombie, and it was just torn in two like that. What did that mean? At that moment, the three of them realized what a real slap in the face meant. After that day, 12 practically slept with Xingtian in his arms. Who would have thought that one day, his sense of security would come from a cat? Every day he wanted to kiss, hug, and lift her up high, while Xingtian wanted to scratch 12 to death. It's a male, and being kissed by a man every day, who can stand up for him? Finally, after Xingtian complained to Yu Xiaohua countless times, 12 stopped sleeping with him. However, on the first day, 12 couldn't sleep. On the second day, 12, with dark circles under its eyes, looked pitifully at Xingtian. The result was indeed effective. Even the dragon Xingtian softened and returned to 12's embrace. A few days later, Xingtian accepted 12 as his servant. At the slightest movement of Qingtian's paw, 12 would bring water. At a glance from Qingtian, 12 would bring food. He bathed him daily, and even specially asked Yu Xiaohua for fabric to sew several small clothes for Qingtian himself. They were all gold, because among all the different colors of fabric, Qingtian preferred gold. 10 days later, Yu Xiaohua and the other 3 arrived in Lake City. After a long and arduous journey, killing zombies every day. Today, Yu Xiaohua decided to let them rest. After starting a fire, he roasted some fish. The 3 sat together, but 12 and Qingtian were nowhere to be seen. These days, 12 and Qingtian, 1 human and 1 cat, were inseparable, so it was no longer surprising. Wu Tian looked around. Whereas 12 taken Qingtian to fool around again. Old 6 silently picked out the fish bones, and placed them on Yu Xiaohua's plate. 12 just said he saw an abandoned amusement park. The rides looked pretty new. It must have been abandoned after the apocalypse. He took Qingtian there for a stroll. After the apocalypse, taking his cat to an abandoned amusement park. Isn't this something a normal person would do? Of course, 12 wasn't a normal person. Yu Xiaohua ate his fish, releasing his mental energy. Sure enough, he saw 12 in the amusement park with Qingtian, the 2 of them, sitting on a carousel, their eyes wide with disbelief. After withdrawing his mental energy, Yu Xiaohua looked at the 2 in front of him. They're riding the carousel. Yeah, they can't move. Chapter 165. Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a silent glance. 12's encounter with Qingtian was a cross-species romance. What could they, as the older brothers, do? They could only offer their tearful blessings. Over there, 12 and Qingtian were having a great time. Although it was an abandoned amusement park, for Qingtian, who had been sealed away for 1,000 years, these were all novelties, and he was having so much fun, he forgot all about home. Just as 12 was about to take Qingtian back to find Yu Xiaohua, suddenly, 8 people entered the amusement park. 6 men and 2 women, all carrying equipment. Clearly, these people were all superhumans. The 2 groups met face to face. 12, carrying Qingtian, didn't want to deal with the strangers, and was about to leave. But who knew, one of the girls, upon seeing Qingtian, suddenly pointed at him with a look of surprise, and immediately started making a scene, insisting that 12 keep Qingtian, offering 3 loaves of bread and 2 bags of biscuits in exchange. Hearing this, 12 looked at the arrogant woman opposite her, and was utterly speechless. How dare she say that? She can present such a paltry thing with such an air of generosity. 12 was so speechless, she didn't even want to speak. To the 8 people opposite her, it seemed that 12 had already made up her mind, and even if she didn't want to, she wouldn't dare refuse them. Among them, a handsome man stepped forward, patted the head of the unreasonable woman, with a very indulgent expression. All right, brother will go ask for you. Don't throw a tantrum. When you're out in the world, don't forget what you promised me. The woman pouted, but still had an expression of relentless determination, pleading and begging the man. The man stepped forward, looking at 12 with a polite demeanor, but his words were anything but courteous. Hello, brother, my sister has loved cats since she was little. She's taken a liking to the cat in your arms. Why don't you give me this cat? My sister promised to use it in exchange for some supplies. If you agree, I give it to you immediately. You can keep the cat. It seemed like a question, but it was really an offer. 12 laughed. There's a saying that goes, genes really are alike. The sister is domineering, unreasonable, and steals other people's things. The brother, seemingly negotiating, is just like his sister, wanting to take. These 2 siblings are truly cut from the same cloth. In 12's arms, Qingtian lazily lifted his eyelids, not even glancing at the other, and continued sleeping. 12 sneered, looking at the man. I said, didn't anyone teach you what manners are? Sorry, I won't trade. 100 bags of bread, 100 biscuits, I wouldn't trade. The man seemed surprised by 12's assertiveness and paused for a moment. The people behind him changed their expressions, looking at 12 with murderous intent. Especially the girl who wanted the cat, she strode forward. Her aggressively, don't push your luck. Let me tell you, it's your cat's good fortune that I've taken a liking to it. You better give it to me right now, or don't blame me for taking action. Clearly, the girl was very confident, obviously spoiled from a young age. Even after the apocalypse, she hadn't suffered any hardship, casually stealing other people's things. It was obvious this wasn't the first time this woman had done this, and the others had undoubtedly chosen to condone it, failing to discipline her at all. Yeah, hurry up and hand over the cat. Stop wasting your breath. Look at you, you don't even have a backpack. You're out of supplies, aren't you? We given you plenty. Don't just stuff it away. With your pathetic state, such a beautiful cat is suffering under your care. Only with our Jiujiu can she have a good life. Don't be selfish. If you're not doing well, don't let it stop your cat from having a good life. Exactly. I'm telling you, you're not trying to ask for more, are you? We're telling you, no way. That's all we have. If you don't leave the cat, we kill you. Hurry up and give the cat to Jiujiu. Don't force us to take action. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. If it were before, 12 might have already been enraged. But after following Yu Xiaohua these past few days, his mindset had changed more than just a little. As the boss once said, what's the point of arguing with an idiot? The more you argue, the more you become mentally deficient. When you encounter an idiot, if you can take action, don't just talk. 12 let them laugh, and the people opposite him mocked for a while. Seeing 12's complete indifference, they gradually stopped laughing. Finally, they became somewhat enraged. Jiujiao's brother looked at 12, clearly losing patience, his face turning cold. The man was completely different from his previous polite demeanor. Brother, since you don't want to hand it over, don't blame us for being unethical. The meaning was clear. If 12 didn't hand over Qingtian, they would attack him and forcibly take Qingtian. 12 wasn't afraid at all. These guys in front of him, let alone being afraid, especially with Qingtian right beside him. The power of Qingtian's claws strike, Who will live, and who will die? We see. 12, while stroking Qingtian in his arms, looked at the group opposite him. Stop talking nonsense. You lot are truly vermin of the apocalypse. Dressed like respectable people, you're utterly disgusting. You done plenty of thieving, haven't you? Today, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, if you got the guts, then fight. With that, 12 rolled up his sleeves. The man's name was Li Mingwei. Seeing that 12 was unyielding, and even threatened to fight, Li Mingwei hesitated for a moment. Had they encountered a tough opponent? Li Jiajiu tugged at Li Mingwei's arm. Brother, I don't care. I want this cat. If you don't get it for me, I go home and tell Mom and Dad you don't spoil me anymore. Li Mingwei nodded indulgently. Okay, my little darling, I get it for you. Li Jiajiu glanced at 12 triumphantly, her eyes clearly saying, you're going to die. 12 scoffed. I say, you're a 20-something-year-old girl, are you still breastfeeding? Going home to complain, TSK, disgusting. Li Jiajiu's eyes reddened with anger. She pointed at 12, her voice fierce. Brother, kill him. I not only want his cat, I want to kill him. Li Mingwei turned to look at 12, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. The people behind them stepped forward, staring at 12 with hostile eyes. A conflict was imminent. 12's gaze fell on the figures appearing in the distance. He had initially acted like a fearless young master, but the next second, his expression instantly changed to one of pitiful vulnerability, transforming him into a wronged puppy. Then, a deafening roar erupted. Boss, help! Someone's trying to steal Qingtian. Captain, they're bullying this poor little guy. It's outrageous. Sixth brother, save your little brother. My little brother's being bullied. What? The 7 people opposite him were stunned by the speed at which 12's expression changed. What kind of face-changing technique was this? They hadn't expected this kid to have accomplices. Chapter 166. The 8 people turned their heads, first seeing Wu Tian and 12. Finally, their gazes settled on Yu Xiaohua. A hint of amazement flashed in the men's eyes. Li Jiajiu and her sister-in-law, Wenru, immediately changed their expressions. In this apocalypse, beautiful women without superpowers are utterly helpless. In the apocalypse, beauty is a sin. Most beautiful women are either abused or kept as pets by men. They live lives that are neither human nor ghost. But the woman before them, in both her clothing and demeanor, did not seem to have been abused in the apocalypse. As Yu Xiaohua and the other 2 approached, 12, carrying Qingtian, ran to Yu Xiaohua's side, pitifully nuzzling her shoulder. Boss, they bullied me and tried to steal Qingtian. Beat them up. Not only that girl named Li Jiajiu disgusted me, acting like she's still breastfeeding. My soul has been corrupted. What sins have I committed? Wu Tian and Lao Lu stood on either side of 12. After hearing what 12 said, they understood what had happened. Although 12 was impulsive, she never actively sought trouble, much less used hurtful words. Unless the other party actively provoked her and tried to bully her, 12's mouth wouldn't be so venomous. Yu Xiaohua glanced indifferently at the 8 people opposite, led by Li Weiming. From their positions, it was clear who was in charge in their group. Li Weiming had designs on Yu Xiaohua. He took a step forward and began to act as before. Miss, my name is Li Mingwei. We are a special abilities team, out on a mission. Meeting is fate. This is a misunderstanding. My sister took a liking to that guy's cat and wanted to exchange it for supplies, but the guy disagreed, which led to the argument. We were in the wrong in this matter. Li Mingwei took the initiative to apologize. What was his purpose? What was he planning? He knew himself. Leaving aside Yu Xiaohua's face, he already had other plans. Just look at the two men opposite him. They weren't easy to mess with. That's why he was willing to feign an apology. A deep jealousy flashed in Wenru's eyes. She had put in so much effort to stand by Li Mingwei's side, driving away so many women to get everything she had now. And the moment this woman appeared, Li Mingwei had other ideas. Li Jiajiu immediately protested, shouting, "Brother, are you crazy? Why should you apologize? This man is clearly greedy, wanting us to give him more in exchange. Don't just..." Before she could finish, Li Mingwei snapped, "Shut up, Jiajiu." Li Jiajiu's eyes reddened, and she looked at Wenru again. "Sister-in-law, look, my brother is yelling at me." Wu Tian frowned. This Li Jiajiu's thought process was truly bizarre. Old Six was speechless. There are always some idiots living in their own world. Trying to trade resources for Qi Tian? That brain of theirs should be fed to the dogs. No wonder 12 used the word disgusting to describe a girl. To be honest, this Li Jiajiu is indeed quite disgusting. Wenru stepped forward gently. "Mingwei, you know Jijia's temper. She's just a little girl who's loved cats since she was little. It's a small matter, why make such a fuss? Don't be mean to Jiajiu." Li Mingwei looked at Wenru with a hint of satisfaction. This woman was someone he carefully selected. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was definitely intelligent and perceptive. Li Mingwei still doted on Li Jiajiu. He deliberately feigned embarrassment towards Yu Xiaohua. Seeing this, Wenru stepped forward. "Miss, could you perhaps ask this young man to give us his cat? My sister-in-law adores it. She's willing to give us anything she wants. Besides, we take good care of the cat since it's with us. And let me tell you, we're from the Qin City Eastern Base's Special Abilities team. Have you heard of the Pei family? Jiajiu is the Pei family's daughter-in-law, and she'd be marrying the Pei family's young master in the future." Wenru's maneuvering was convincing. It showed they were from the Qin City Eastern Base, with powerful backing. Actually, it was just a roundabout threat. Unbeknownst to them, they even brought up the Pei family for a cat. Was it truly clever or just stupid? A smug smile flashed across Wenru's lips. The Pei family, who dared mess with them? These people would have to obediently hand over the cat. After Wenru finished speaking, Li Jiajiu regained her confidence. "She's the future mistress of the Pei family. Who dares to mess with her?" Li Mingwei sighed, seemingly scolding Wenru. "Why are you saying this? Friendships aren't about status or position, as long as we get along. You can leave now." Wenru smiled obligingly. "I understand, husband." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and Shire Qi all looked at Yu Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, they encountered a group of oddballs. Good heavens, she's Pei Swank's fiancé. Pei Swank's taste is truly bizarre. A fiancé like this? What was he thinking? This is indeed a difficult situation. After all, they're about to go to Qin City, and will be cooperating with the Pei family. If they were to clash with the future mistress of the Pei family. Although they weren't afraid, there were still quite a few troubles ahead. But Qin Tian, of course, they wouldn't hand him over just because these people had the Pei family as their backer. Li Weiming's gaze shifted. These 4 people, 3 men, clearly all obeyed this woman. How was that possible? Could this woman be so capable that she could make 3 men obey her every word? All eyes turned to Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly, forming a half-smile. Her beautiful eyes swept over Li Weiming, and the others opposite her, a barely perceptible hint of mockery flashing within them. The future mistress of the Pei family? She murmured softly, as if it were just an ordinary joke. Her half-smile gave her an air of nonchalance. First a male concubine? Now a fiancé? Quite funny. How interesting this world is. Yu Xiaohua spoke slowly, her tone indifferent and devoid of warmth. No way. What are the Pei family? And what are you all? Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and the other 13 exchanged a glance, their eyes full of amusement. Sure enough, it was their boss's style. Even if they brought up the Pei family, their boss would never back down an inch. Those words were so satisfying. The 8 people opposite her paled. She actually dared to say what the Pei family was right off the bat. Was she crazy? Who among the superhumans around here didn't know about the Pei family's eastern base? And she dared to spout such arrogant words? Li Jiajiu was furious. You dared to talk about the Pei family. You country bumpkin, do you even know the Pei family's status? You're asking for death. The next second, Yu Xiaohua's eyes sharpened. Before anyone could react, he swung his arm. A bright red handprint appeared on Li Jijia's face. Ah! After a scream, Li Mingwei and the others looked at the handprint on Li Jijia's face, then turned to look at Yu Xiaohua, their gazes immediately changing. Chapter 167. Is this woman a superhuman? The slap was undeniably powerful. Wenru's eyes narrowed, but she showed no pity for Li Jiaju, who had been slapped. As for the others, they were all shocked, staring at the slap mark on Li Jiju's face. Li Jiju had never been hit before. She was going crazy, rushing forward and unleashing her water-based superhuman ability at Yu Xiaohua. You're going to die! Li Mingwei didn't stop her. Li Jiaju was his beloved younger sister, whom he had cherished since childhood. Now that she had been slapped, he couldn't let it go so easily. Furthermore, he wanted to see Yu Xiaohua's strength first. A woman who could say what the Pei family was? He felt she might not be an ordinary person. Li Jiajiao, someone with only a level 1 superhuman ability, could only unleash a water dragon with limited power. Such a water dragon was utterly insignificant, not only against Yu Xiaohua, but even against the slightly weaker 12. 12 calmly placed the towering figure in his arms gently into Yu Xiaohua's embrace. Boss, I handle this kind of thing. 12 was also a water-based ability user, and his strength was clearly far superior to Li Jijia's. Two water dragons collided violently in midair. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, as crisp and melodious as silver beads falling onto a jade plate. However, the water dragon unleashed by Li Jiaju was like paper, easily pierced through the opponent's water dragon at the moment of impact. On the opposite side, Li Mingwei and the people behind him changed their expressions repeatedly. They hadn't expected that the seemingly unremarkable man was actually a powerful water-based ability user. Of course, 12's strength was also largely due to Li Jijia's contrast. Li Jiaju took a step back in disbelief. She looked at the water dragon she had been knocked down, her face flushed. Zhu Ling, who had secretly loved Li Jiaju for many years, immediately stepped forward, wanting to seek justice for her. Zhu Ling was a wind-type ability user. Li Jiaju said viciously, Zhu Ling, kill him. I'm going to kill them all. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed, and his body emitted waves of wind-type ability. He sped away like a whirlwind, his target 12. However, at this critical moment, Sixth Brother appeared unusually calm. He simply took a step forward unhurriedly. Then, with a light flick of his arm, Sixth Brother easily pulled 12 behind him like a chick. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Lao Lu's body. This wind, like a tidal wave, slammed into Zhu Ling with boundless force. Zhu Ling was knocked off his feet, sprawled on the ground, utterly disheveled. The faces of the 8 men were increasingly grim. 2 men had attacked in quick succession, both utterly defeated. It was a complete disgrace. Zhu Ling scrambled to his feet. Li Jiaju slapped him across the face, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Useless. Zhu Ling lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Zhu Mingwei finally understood. Today, they had bitten off more than they could chew. Even if Jijia's ability was weak, Zhu Ling's was slightly inferior to his. The guy called Lao Lu had easily beaten Zhu Ling so badly with a single move. It's easy to imagine his strength. 12 laughed so hard, he almost fell over. I say, with your level, you call yourselves a superpowered team? Boss, it seems the team recruited by the Pei family's eastern base isn't very strong either? A blatant mockery. Yu Xiaohua stroked Qin Tian in his arms, a slow smile playing on his lips. Qin Tian looked completely content. This kind of superpowered team would be the worst in the eastern base. Looks like another bunch of people relying on powerful connections. Across from them, Li Mingwei and the others were speechless. Wenru saw the gloomy look on Li Mingwei's face, and spoke softly. Let's forget about today's matter. It was all a misunderstanding. We're all superpowered individuals. After the apocalypse, we should unite. It's just a cat. Jiao, be good. Since they don't want to exchange it, then forget it. Your sister-in-law will find you a nicer one. Don't make a fuss. They were the ones who threatened 12 to hand over Qin Tian earlier, and now they were saving face. What else did Li Jiaju want to say? Li Mingwei turned and glanced at her. Li Jiaju could only turn her head away. She had to accept the slap, whether she wanted to or not. In the apocalypse, strength speaks volumes. Li Jiaju felt utterly humiliated and ran away crying, Zhu Ling immediately chasing after her. Li Mingwei looked at Yu Xiaohua. Miss, what happened today was wrong of us. May I ask your name? Wenru's hands, which were placed at her sides, tightened. Before Yu Xiaohua could speak, Twelve said, "I seen shameless people, but I never seen 8 of you so shameless. You dare ask my boss's name? Heh, you're not worthy." 12's mouth was like a poison knife. Li Mingwei's face was deathly pale. Yu Xiaohua said nothing, turned and left. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 immediately followed. From beginning to end, they completely ignored Li Mingwei's attempts to curry favor. Li Mingwei watched the departing figures of Yu Xiaohua and the others, his eyes filled with a terrifyingly gloomy light. Wenru stepped forward. "Husband, you taken a fancy to that woman from earlier?" Li Mingwei sneered. "That woman is too beautiful. Look at her face. Isn't she the type that Fourth Master Pei likes? And that personality, Fourth Master Pei definitely likes her. If we can offer her to Fourth Master Pei, then Jiaju can marry into the Pei family, and we'd be like fish in water at the base." Wenru's eyes lit up. Fourth Master Pei Du, that's infamous. Pei Swank's fourth uncle, who has lived a life of luxury and extravagance since childhood. His favorite pastime is toying with women with strong personalities, and he has many other unusual fetishes. Several times he nearly caused deaths, almost getting expelled from the family by Pei Xiankei and shot dead. Later, it was Pei Jun, the eldest son of the Pei family and Pei Swank's father, who intervened and saved Pei Du's life. However, Pei Du's leg was broken by Pei Xiankei, and he became even more insane. Being a member of the Pei family, even in the apocalypse, Pei Du, without awakening any superpowers, could still live a life of luxury in the eastern base. Husband, but this woman is a superpowered individual, and she has 3 men with her, all very strong. Even if we wanted to give her to Fourth Master, it might not be easy. Husband, have you thought of a good way? This wasn't the first time Li Mingwei had offered Pei Du a woman. But a woman like Yu Xiaohua, a rare gem in the apocalypse, was extremely precious. Li Mingwei frowned. "We follow them. I can tell they're probably heading towards Qin City. We figure out a way to make our move then." She nodded gently. "Honey, with this woman, we can get Fourth Master to put in a good word for you and try to get you into the Pei family's young master's guard. Isn't that your long-held wish? This is the perfect opportunity." Chapter 168. Li Mingwei pinched her buttocks. "You're right. This woman is my best chance to join the Pei family's guard team. I absolutely can't let her go." The Pei family's guard team, before the apocalypse, was an elite force trained by Pei Xiankei. After the apocalypse, it became the dream of all the ability users in the eastern base. Because the Pei family's guard team consisted entirely of the most powerful ability users. Moreover, and most importantly, working under Pei Xiankei meant access to the core secrets of the entire base. However, the selection process for the Pei family's guard team was extremely rigorous. Even a recommendation was incredibly rare. Pei Du, the fourth master of the Pei family, had no face in front of Pei Xiankei. But in front of his older brother, Pei Jun, he did. Because Pei Xiankei had broken his leg, Pei Jun felt indebted to his younger brother, and therefore indulged him greatly. Li Mingwei had wanted to join the Pei family's guard team for a long time, but his strength was too weak, he was simply not qualified. Now, he had no choice but to find another way. If it weren't for the relationship between the Li family's patriarch and the Pei family, Li Mingwei and Li Jiaju would have had a hard time even entering the eastern base. As for Winter's claim that Li Jiaju was to marry into the Pei family through a political alliance. Naturally, the marriage partner wasn't Pei Xiankei, but rather Yang Xian, Pei Jun's adopted son. However, the Li siblings never publicly revealed that Li Jiaju was marrying Yang Xian, their adopted son, allowing outsiders to misunderstand and speculate. Meanwhile, after Yu Xiaohua and the others returned to their SUV, they recalled what had just happened. 12 said, "Boss, this Pei Xiankei is supposed to be clever, ruthless, and cunning. Just look at his taste in women, he's no better. People say you can tell what kind of man a man is by the women he's with. As for Pei Xiankei, let's just forget about him. Once we get to Qin City, if Pei Xiankei finds out we slapped his fiancée, who knows what he'd do to us?" Wu Tian started the car. "Boss, I think what 12 said makes sense. If what that woman said is true, then Li Jiaju is the future mistress of the Pei family. We inevitably run into her after arriving in Qin City. If Pei Xiankei is a man who can't distinguish right from wrong, he definitely cause us trouble." Sixth brother, however, had a different opinion. "I don't think so. First of all, these people say that Li Jiaju is the Pei family's marriage prospect, but ultimately it's just talk. We don't know for sure if she is. Even if she is, someone like Pei Xiankei, who has reached this position, even if his taste in women is a bit poor, should know that we're representing the military alliance on this mission with him. He shouldn't be so confused as to let this little thing affect us. If Pei Xianke were really so clueless, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today. The three looked at Yu Xiaohua in the passenger seat. Pei Xianke has a good eye for women. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and fell silent. These words left Wu Tian, sixth brother, and 12th speechless. What did the boss mean by that? What did he mean by Pei Xianke having good taste in women? Could he be talking about that unreasonable and viciously Jiajiu? 12 reached out, mustered her courage, and touched Yu Xiaohua's forehead, then her own. She muttered to herself, "Hey, boss, you don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense?" Yu Xiaohua smiled. After driving for a while, Wu Tian suddenly stopped the car. "Boss, someone has been following us since just now." The next second, Yu Xiaohua opened her eyes. She had noticed it earlier. Someone was following their car. As for who it was obvious that it was Li Mingwei's group from before, and no one else. "Keep driving, don't worry about it, follow if you want," said Lao Lu. "Captain, listen to the boss, keep driving, the boss knows what's going on." 12 was fast asleep in the back seat. Wu Tian started the car again. For the next 4 days, they drove ahead, with Li Mingwei's car following at a distance. They thought they were hiding well, but little did they know, their every move was under Yu Xiaohua's control. As they got closer and closer to Qing City, finally, Li Mingwei, who had been following them for so long, couldn't wait any longer. That night, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 set up their tents. After dinner, they went to their tents and went to sleep. Li Mingwei and his group waited cautiously for 3 hours after the firelight in the distance disappeared before making their move. In the middle of the night, Li Mingwei and his 8 men cautiously approached the vicinity of Yu Xiaohua's tent. Then, they lit a drug that could induce unconsciousness. Several people covered their noses, waiting until the fire had burned out and confirming that Yu Xiaohua and the others were no longer moving. The 8 men wore triumphant smiles. Li Jiajiu laughed and said, "Brother, your idea was really good. We've been following them for so long, and finally we found an opportunity to strike. How come they're so lucky? We encountered so many dangers on the way here, but following them, we haven't encountered a single zombie. These bastards, they really have good lives." Wenru stepped forward. "Jujiao, bastards have cheap lives. Who can compare to the life of a privileged girl like you? When the time comes, we take that woman back to Qing City and send her to Master Pei's bed. She suffer. Don't be angry. Your brother loves you the most. It was only to avenge that woman slapping you that I went to such lengths to drug these people." Li Jiajiu snorted. She was easily swayed by this. "Brother, I knew you avenged me. Zhu Ling, go drag that woman out later. I want to beat her face until it's swollen too, only then will I feel satisfied." Zhu Ling looked at Li Jiajiu with doting eyes. "Okay, Jiajiao, I go right now." Zhu Ling had loved Li Jiajiu since childhood. Even if she asked him to die, he would be willing. Li Jiajiu only treated him like a dog, ordering him around at will. Just as Zhu Ling was about to step forward, Li Mingwei scolded him. "All right, Jiajiao, once your brother takes her to Master Pei, you think he won't torture her to death? Right now, you can't touch her face. If her face is ruined, Master Pei won't want her anymore." Li Jiajiao had no choice but to give up. Li Mingwei walked to Yu Xiaohua's tent and just reached out his hand. Wenru suddenly spoke up, "Honey, dragging her out is such a small thing. Why do you need to do it yourself? Aren't you afraid of getting your hands dirty? Jiajiao will be angry. You all go, drag that woman and those 3 men out." Li Jiajiu clung to Wenru's arm. "Sister-in-law understands me best. Brother, you're not allowed to touch that woman, otherwise, I never speak to you again." A hint of displeasure flashed in Li Mingwei's eyes. He actually had ulterior motives, but couldn't say it openly. He was thinking of taking advantage of her, but he didn't expect to be interrupted. Li Mingwei let go of her arm. Fine, I won't touch her. With your temper, when we get back to Qing City, you need to tone it down. The Pei family isn't so easy to get into." Li Jiajiao didn't seem to care. "The Pei family values promises most. Our marriage was arranged by both our grandfathers. The Pei family won't break the engagement. Brother, don't worry, I won't be so willful in front of them." Chapter 169. Li Mingwei and Li Jiajiao dared to speak like that outside. It was because Li Jiajiao's marriage to the Pei family was arranged by Pei Swank's grandfather. Zhu Ling, with 2 men, had just lifted the veil on the tent where 12 was. They froze instantly. Inside the tent, 12, holding Qi Tian, the 2 stared at them, one big eye to big eye, and lazily yawned. Qingqian's eyes clearly conveyed two words. Idiots. 12 chuckled. Hello, idiots, you're so slow. Zhu Ling took a step back, his expression shocked. You weren't drugged? Hearing Zhu Ling's exclamation, Li Mingwei and the others immediately approached. 12, carrying Qingqian, walked out of the tent. Now, Li Mingwei, his sister, and Winra looked at 12, and the cat in his arms, who swaggered out of the tent with disdain. His expression had completely lost its previous smugness. 12 looked at them. With your pathetic tricks, you dare to attack our boss? TSK, I don't know whether to call you stupid or utterly stupid. Our boss has been waiting for you bunch of idiots to make your move. These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Li Mingwei and the other 8 completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their ears. Tonight's plan was meticulously crafted and kept absolutely secret. How could these people have known beforehand? However, before they could recover from their shock, something even more unexpected happened. The next second, the curtains of the other tents were lifted, and Lao Lu and Wu Tian emerged. This scene nearly made Li Mingwei and the others' jaws drop to the floor. They stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment at the two men. Then, the curtain of the last tent slowly opened. Yu Xiaohua walked out expressionlessly, dressed in all black, blending seamlessly into the night. Only his face remained authoritative, standing there like a beautiful painting in the darkness. Yu Xiaohua, like the other 3, stood ramrod straight, his eyes clear, showing no signs of being drugged. This scene left Li Mingwei and the others completely dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped open, but they couldn't utter a sound. You, how could this be? Li Jiaoju stammered, her voice filled with disbelief and fear. Wu Tian sneered. If you had acted openly and honestly, we might have respected you. The future mistress of the Pei family only knows how to use such low-class methods, utterly disgusting. His words left Li Mingwei and the others speechless. After all, they flaunted their status and knew their actions were low-class. It was all an open secret, being exposed was shameful. Li Mingwei quickly composed himself, his gaze falling on Yu Xiaohua. He had realized that here, Yu Xiaohua was the one in charge. Miss, tonight, we were just... Yu Xiaohua raised her eyes, and Li Mingwei's attempt to argue abruptly ended. What kind of look was that? Cold, as if she were looking at them as if they were dead. Old Six asked softly, Boss, what should we do with them? Yu Xiaohua slowly replied, tie them to the back of the car. If they want to follow, let them follow. 12 turned around and scurried over a chair from a distance. Boss, sit down and hold Qingqian first, don't tire yourself out. Just watch how we beat them to a pulp. Yu Xiaohua sat down, holding Qingqian. Tonight, the group of Li Mingwei and his companions opposite them were indeed a good practice ground for Wu Tian and his 2 friends. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the men opposite them changed drastically. They gritted their teeth, thinking they were going to tie them to the back of the car? Don't be so arrogant. There are 8 of us, and only 4 of you. Stop spouting nonsense. Wenru stepped forward. Mingwei, now that things have been exposed, they can't be allowed to live. Kill them. Yeah, brother, kill them. This woman is too arrogant. Let's all go together. Yeah, big brother, there are 8 of us. Are we afraid of 4? Even if they're strong, they're outnumbered. Kill them! Li Mingwei gritted his teeth, nodded, and his eyes instantly turned sinister, his face filled with murderous intent. All right, let's attack together and kill them. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and the 13th exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. Their movements were fluid and natural. They simultaneously flashed forward like arrows, launching a coordinated attack. Against them stood 7 people, led by Li Mingwei. Of these 8, only Winra lacked supernatural abilities. Faced with a sudden attack from Wu Tian and his companions, Li Mingwei and the others frantically rushed towards them. On the surface, the battle seemed to favor Li Mingwei's side. After all, they had 7 people, while Wu Tian's side only had 3. But in reality, from the very beginning, the situation was completely controlled by Wu Tian and his companions. Wu Tian's supernatural power was like a thunderbolt. Every attack he made carried astonishing force, which Li Mingwei simply couldn't withstand. Lao Lu's supernatural power was like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. He often delivered a fatal blow where Li Mingwei and his companions least expected it. And 12's supernatural power was even more impossible to defend against. Not only that, the teamwork between Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and Lao Lu was astonishing. Their coordination was flawless, every movement, every attack was perfectly timed. This was because they had fought together countless times. Remembering what their leader had said that night, that some idiots had willingly offered themselves as punching bags for them to practice on, they were allowed to unleash their full potential. Therefore, the three of them applied all the combat techniques Yu Xiaohua had taught them to Li Mingwei and his companions. In contrast, although Li Mingwei and his group outnumbered them, their teamwork appeared somewhat clumsy. Moreover, their supernatural powers were suppressed by Wu Tian and Lao Lu, unable to unleash their full potential. Thus, this battle, seemingly a mismatch in strength, turned into a decisive victory. In reality, Wu Tian and his two companions easily gained the upper hand. Wu Tianyu and his two friends were simply toying with Li Mingwei and his group, just to practice. They gave them a taste of victory, then dealt them a heavy blow. Li Jiajie suffered the most. This match was less a battle between the two sides. More like Wu Tian and his group were dominating Li Mingwei and his group, using them as human punching bags. On the chair, Qing Tian said, "Master, your training these past few days has been quite effective. 12 has improved the most. Not bad, not bad, worthy of being the servant I chose." Yu Xiaohua gave a casual, then looked at the three. "Have you had enough?" 12 nodded with a grin. "Yes, boss, let's call it a day. Captain, Sixth Brother, the boss said we're calling it a day." Wu Tian and Sixth Brother exchanged a glance. In that instant, they simultaneously released their supernatural abilities. Chapter 170. Wu Tian's superpower was wind manipulation. With a wave of his hands, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged forth. At the same time, Lao Lu activated his lightning-based superpower. Under the combined attack of these two powerful superpowers, Li Mingwei and the others were utterly unable to resist. They were swept up by the wind, flying through the air like kites with broken strings, before crashing heavily to the ground. All 7 of them were knocked to the ground, spitting out blood. They couldn't believe that after fighting for so long, their opponents had been toying with them, treating them like fools. Everyone felt a lump in their throat. Now, they were even more afraid of being tied to the back of the car. This was a cruel way to torture them to death. When Rose stood there, completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected to lose so badly tonight. It's over, it's all over. She had only one thought. Could she run? But it was just a thought. She had no superpowers. Even if she ran, she would be torn to pieces by the zombies. At this moment, she was completely at a loss. She panicked. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, looking at the 8 people who were utterly defenseless. This disorganized bunch, their strength was like that of weaklings. They even tried to steal from others. Their overestimation of their abilities had been thoroughly exposed. Stupid and oblivious. Li Jiajie was truly terrified. She cried, "Brother, brother, please beg for mercy. I don't want to be tied to the back of the car. I die. I really will die. You promised Mom and Dad you take me home safely. It's all your fault, brother. Why did you provoke them? Why did you set your sights on this woman? Now everything is ruined." Li Mingwei's face darkened. He knew he had spoiled Li Jiajie growing up. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she could utter such accusatory words. Wenru reacted, gritting her teeth, and threw herself at Li Mingwei. "Jiao, how can you say such things about your brother? Your brother was only doing it for the good of the Li family. If you hadn't provoked this man and insisted on stealing his cat, would we be in this situation today? What right do you have to accuse your brother?" Li Jiajie looked at Wenru, who usually always coaxed her, now accusing her. She dared not speak. "Wenru, don't think that just because you're my sister-in-law, you have the right to talk to me like that. You..." Li Mingwei slapped her across the face. The slap mark that had just begun to heal was now deeper. Li Jiajie was completely stunned by the slap. "Shut up. What are you arguing about at a time like this? I spoiled you too much, haven't I?" Zhu Ling saw Li Jiajie being hit, and stepped forward to protect her. "Young master, Miss Jiajie didn't mean it. Please don't hold it against her." Li Jiajie raised her hand, venting all her anger on Zhu Ling, who loved her. He slapped Zhu Ling across the face. "Get out of here, you useless thing. If you were so capable, how could we have ended up in their hands? It's all your fault for being incompetent. Why don't you just die? Go die." "That's right. If Miss Jiao hadn't insisted on having their dog, would we have gotten ourselves into trouble with such powerful people? Now, it's all over. What do we do? Think of something." Li Jiao blushed crimson. At this point, beside Zhu Ling, who still treated her like a young lady, her life was hanging by a thread. "Stop arguing. What's the use of arguing now?" Li Mingwei grabbed Li Jiao's arm, making her wince in pain. "Brother, what are you doing? You're hurting me." "Jiao, Go apologize to them and make them let us go. Hurry up, otherwise we all die here today. You don't want to die, do you? Li Jiju's face paled. She gritted her teeth. Getting her to apologize was harder than killing her. Yu Xiaohua watched this dog-eat-dog scene. At this moment, he was a complete bystander. This dog-eat-dog drama was more exciting than a stage play. 12 pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, watching with great interest. Captain, 6 brother, come on, have some sunflower seeds. You get to see the show for free. TSK, not bad, not bad. Dog-eat-dog, what a mess. Winru seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked timidly at Yu Xiaohua. Then, disregarding her image, she scrambled forward. Tears streaming down her face, Winru pleaded, Miss, we really know we were wrong. We never do it again. Please forgive us. We don't deserve to die. We just had a moment of wicked thinking. Gigi was wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please, have mercy and forgive us this time. We do anything you want, just let us go. Li Mingwei and the others looked at the pleading Winru, their eyes filled with hope. Seeing that Yu Xiaohua still didn't speak, Winru looked at the 3 men, clutching her stomach, her expression pitiful. I'm pregnant, over a month along. How could you be so cruel to a pregnant woman? Why can't you let us go? Give us a way out. Our child can't be without a father. Li Mingwei didn't care whether Winru had a child or not. He was shocked for a moment, then overjoyed. He pointed to the child, saying that if he could live, everyone else could die, even Winru, who was pregnant, he could abandon. Li Mingwei quickly put on an expression of remorse and surprise. Wife, you're pregnant. Why didn't you tell me? Your husband was wrong. I'm sorry, I apologize to you all. We really know we were wrong. Wu Tian finished his melon seeds, clapped his hands, and looked at the people kneeling and crawling in front of him. Boss, it's the apocalypse, and they still have the mind to go through this, having a child. What kind of good child can parents like that raise? Pure evil. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwei's face burned, and the veins on his hands bulged. He vowed that if he escaped today, he would find Yu Xiaohua and his group and kill them. Winter's face paled slightly. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, bent down, and reached out to lift Winter's chin. Winter feigned fear, shrinking back to appear completely victimized, but dared not look Yu Xiaohua in the eye, for she felt guilty. Yu Xiaohua smiled. To survive, you say anything. How about I give you a chance to live? Winter froze, her eyes lighting up instantly at the thought of a chance to live. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on Li Mingwei and Li Jiju. Only one of the two can live. Yu Xiaohua pointed at the terrified Li Mingwei. You and him, who lives is up to you. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua seemed like a mad woman to Winru and the others, uttering the most tender yet cruel words with a smile. A choice between two? At this moment, humanity was being tested. Wu Tian stepped forward, offering a handkerchief with both hands. Yu Xiaohua took the handkerchief and carefully wiped the hand that had just touched Winru's chin clean. You have 2 minutes to think it over. If you don't, this opportunity is gone. All 8 people stared wide-eyed in shock at Yu Xiaohua, as if they were seeing a demon. What a ruthless woman. Chapter 171. Li Mingwei never imagined that one day his life would be in the hands of 2 women. He had never respected any woman. In his view, after the apocalypse, all women were appendages of men. Only by pleasing men could they have any hope of survival. At this moment, Li Jiaju remembered Zhu Ling beside her and moved closer to him. Zhu Ling's face lit up with joy. Tonight, it would be worth it if he could die with Jiajiao. The others trembled, not daring to utter a sound. Now that they were all struggling to survive, who would care about anyone else's life or death? Li Mingwei looked at Winru, whose gaze was vacant. Winru, don't listen to her. This woman has bad intentions. She's toying with us. She just wants to see us kill each other. Come here. I love you. Have you forgotten all the good I've done for you since the apocalypse? Li Mingwei's eyes were filled with love and pain as he looked at Winru. A flicker of struggle crossed Winru's eyes. Li Mingwei had never treated her well, yet she truly loved him. Kill him with her own hands? Now, only one of them could survive? What to do? What should she do? Time ticked by, and Winru remained undecided. But time was running out. Yu Xiaohua sat in her chair, watching Winru's seemingly conflicted expression, a slow, sly smile playing on her lips. The last minute, Li Mingwei was frantic. Winru, hurry, come here. We're going to be together. Didn't you say you loved us? We die together. In the afterlife, the 3 of us can be reunited. We won't be coerced by this woman. To die with you, I have no regrets in this life. 12 continued cracking sunflower seeds. 6th brother, it seems Li Mingwei really loves Wenru. True love, huh? 6th brother shook his head. Not necessarily. Wenru, moved to tears, gritted her teeth, crawled to Li Mingwei's side, and nestled in his arms, crying pitifully. Mingwei, I knew you loved me. You're right. What, choose one of two? I won't choose. Let the three of us die together. What a touching scene. If one hadn't seen the fleeting ruthlessness and murderous intent in Li Mingwei's eyes, one would truly believe that these two were deeply in love, inseparable even in death. The next second, a cold light flashed like lightning, drawing everyone's attention. Li Mingwei swiftly pulled a sharp knife from his pocket, its cold light gleaming. This sudden turn of events completely stunned Li Jiajiu and the others. Their eyes widened in astonishment. No one had expected Li Mingwei to suddenly pull a knife from his pocket. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, watching helplessly as the knife plunged towards Wenru's chest. However, in that breathtaking instant, Li Mingwei's hand seemed to be frozen in midair by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, the knife wouldn't move an inch. His body suddenly trembled, as if he had lost control of himself. Then, he abruptly turned his head, his face contorted with rage, his gaze landing on Yu Xiaohua, who sat not far away. A chilling smile played on Yu Xiaohua's lips. Li Mingwei's face instantly turned pale. He cried out in terror, You have mental power? At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Wenru in Li Mingwei's arms. Her hand was tightly gripping a dagger, the tip of which was only 2 inches from Li Mingwei's abdomen. It seemed that with just a little more force, it could easily pierce his body. The answer was self-evident. Just now, Li Mingwei and Wenru were both acting. They both chose to live, but only to lower each other's guard. Li Mingwei was restrained and unable to move. He looked down at the knife in Wenru's hand, horrified. You, Wenru, you bitch, you actually want to kill me. How cruel you are. In her arms, Wenru's eyes were devoid of any emotion. She sneered, Li Mingwei, didn't you want to kill me too? You want to live, and I want to live, so what? Li Jiajiu cursed, you bitch, you really dared to kill my brother. Li Mingwei was terrified and looked at Yu Xiaohua. You said you wouldn't die? It's a choice. I can kill Wenru, or I live. I want to live. Let her die. 12 sighed, 6th brother, life really is like a play, all about acting. These two are really good at it. Wenru also looked at Yu Xiaohua, afraid she would agree to Li Mingwei's request. Yu Xiaohua smiled and rested her chin on her hand. I said, the choice is hers, not yours. Don't you understand? A huge weight was finally lifted from Wenru's heart. She had been worried that Yu Xiaohua might suddenly change her mind, so she only breathed a slight sigh of relief after seeing that Yu Xiaohua showed no signs of backing down. However, just as Li Mingwei was about to speak, Wenru acted without hesitation. She gripped the sharp dagger tightly in her hand, her movements swift and decisive as lightning. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger flashed through the air, a cold light streaking across the sky, and plunged towards Li Mingwei's abdomen. The force and speed of the thrust were so great that there was no time to react. In an instant, the dagger was deeply embedded in Li Mingwei's body. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. Li Mingwei's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had never expected Wenru to be so decisive in attacking him. Li Mingwei collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open. Wenru immediately lowered the knife, her voice trembling as she spoke. Now I can live, right? You promised, you can't go back on your word. Yu Xiaohua nodded slowly. Of course you can live. Li Jiajiu looked at Li Mingwei lying dead on the ground, and suddenly screamed like a mad woman. Ah, brother, devils, all devils, you're not human. Zhu Ling reached out and hugged her. At this moment, he still wanted to fight for Li Jiajiu's last glimmer of hope, looking at Yu Xiaohua. As long as you let Jiajiu go, I can die. Jiajiu is the future mistress of the Pei family. If you kill her, you won't get away with it. Yu Xiaohua stood up and walked step by step to Zhu Ling. Li Jiajiu hid behind him. Yes, you gave Wenru a choice. I can choose too. Let Zhu Ling die, then please let me go. Zhu Ling felt bitter. Yu Xiaohua said, I didn't say you had a choice. But don't worry, I let you live. I take you to Qing City, the future mistress of the Pei family. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Wu Tian and the others were a little confused. What kind of trick was their boss playing? Letting Li Jiajiu go was one thing, but he was even taking her to Qing City. Were they walking into a tiger's den? Was their boss going to confront the Pei family head-on? Chapter 172. Upon hearing that she wouldn't die and would be sent back to Qing City, Li Jiaji was utterly incredulous. Looking at Yu Xiaohua, Li Jiaji thought she was insane, completely mad. She was the future daughter-in-law chosen by the Pei family. Even if she married the Pei family's adopted son. So what? Yang Xian was the apple of the Pei family patriarch's eye. He still held a position in the eastern base. As long as she returned to Qing City, Yang Xian would definitely stand up for her. This woman was doomed. Blinded by joy, Li Jiajiao had lost all sense of reason. Even Zhu Ling and the others knew something was wrong. How could anyone be so foolish as to make such a decision? But Li Jiajiao's mind was now filled only with thoughts of her own survival. You're serious? You're willing to send me back to Qing City? Yu Xiaohua didn't answer her, turned around, and waved her hand. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 exchanged a glance, immediately understanding what she meant. Apart from Li Jiajiao, none of these villains could survive tonight. Tonight, if they really fell for her tricks, their fate would be the same. They would all die. But now, they had won. So the ones who would die were Li Mingwei and his group. Human kindness should never be used in this way, because that's not kindness, that's stupidity. Li Jiajiao's eyes were filled with the joy of living. She didn't see the corpse of her beloved brother not far away. She didn't care about her own brother's death. Wenru's face stiffened. No, you can't do this. She had just killed Li Mingwei with her own hands. Once Li Jiajiao returned to Qing City, she would be finished. The Li family won't let her go, she'll still die. She needs to go back to Qing City, and rely on the Li family to survive. Li Jiajiao can't live. Everyone here can't live except her. Li Jiajiao looked at Wenru, gritting her teeth. You bitch, you wait. As soon as I get back to Qing City, I tell Mom and Dad that you killed my brother. You killed my brother. I make sure you die a horrible death. Wenru grabbed Yu Xiaohua's trouser leg, acting like a mad woman. Please, kill Li Jiajiao. Are you crazy? You're insane. How could you send Li Jiajiao back to Qing City? The Pei family will kill you. What are you thinking? Are you crazy? In Wenru's eyes, Yu Xiaohua was a complete lunatic. How could she make such an outrageous decision? Yu Xiaohua said nothing. She only glanced at Wenru's hand, and Wenru reflexively pulled her hand back. Now, do as you please. With that, she picked up Qing Tian and got into the jeep. Yu Xiaohua's casual remark caused everyone's expressions to change again. Li Jiajiao tentatively asked, do as you please, if I kill Wenru, will you intervene? Old Six stepped forward. Our boss won't interfere in your feud. Li Jiajiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Wenru, whose face had drastically changed. Zhu Ling, kill her. Kill this bitch for me. Avenge my brother. Zhu Ling stood up, about to strike. Wenru quickly covered her stomach. Jiao, I had no choice just now. It was a choice between two options. I'm carrying your brother's child, the flesh and blood of your Li family, the hope of your Li family. How can you bear to kill me? I will give birth to the child properly, raise him, and atone for your brother's sins, okay? Please let me go. Let's go back to Qing City together, and pretend that tonight's events never happened. Wenru still hoped to escape Li Jiajiao's clutches by using the child in her womb. Unfortunately, her wishful thinking was wrong. Li Jiajiao didn't even care about her own brother's death, so why would she care about a child in Wenru's belly that didn't even exist? Li Jiajiao laughed loudly. You still want to live with a child in your belly? What use is your child after you killed my brother? Without my brother, what are you? Zhu Ling, kill this vile woman right now. Wenru gritted her teeth, got up, and tried to run. Behind her, a blade of wind pierced her body. She looked down at her pierced abdomen, stiffly turned to look at the smug Li Jiajiao. You die a horrible death. After saying that, she fell to the ground, dead. Originally there were 8 people, now only 6 remained. However, just when they thought they could survive by sheer luck, Wu Tian suddenly stepped forward, his face expressionless. Wu Tian activated his supernatural ability without warning. A powerful force, like a surging wave, swept towards them. Zhu Ling charged towards Li Jiajiao with lightning speed, unhesitatingly using his own body to block the attack. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. All 4 of Li Mingwei's henchmen were pierced through. Li Jiajiao screamed. Zhu Ling looked at Wu Tian and the other 2, as if he already understood what was going on. He turned to Li Jiajiao. Jiajiao, they have no intention of letting anyone go except you. From now on, I can't protect you anymore. You better live well. Li Jiajiao's face was filled with disgust, seemingly disgusted by Zhu Ling's impending death. She showed no reluctance whatsoever, instead, she was increasingly impatient. Sixth brother, Why don't we let this man go? He's too infatuated. It's really hard to bring ourselves to do it. Sixth brother stepped forward, but his eyes held no sympathy or pity. He knew 12 had felt pity. 12, you pity Zhu Ling, but have you considered this? How many heinous things has Zhu Ling done for Li Juju? How many people has he harmed for her? Can he even count them all? You think he's devoted and pitiful, but the person he's devoted to is Li Jiaju. How many acts of aiding and abetting evil have he done? 12 was stunned. He hadn't thought things through enough. Someone like Li Jiaju, whether before or after the apocalypse, probably committed countless evil deeds. Sixth brother, you're right. I shouldn't pity such a person. Zhu Ling committed suicide in front of Li Jiaju. Li Jiaju didn't even glance at his corpse, looking warily at Wu Tian and the others. You're taking me to Qing City. You won't go back on your word, will you? Wu Tian nodded slightly, reassuring Li Jiaju, and continued, our boss always keeps his word. Hearing this, joy immediately appeared on Li Jiao's face. But before she could even feel happy, Wu Tian's next words were like a bucket of ice water, completely extinguishing her joy. 12. Tie her to the roof of the car and let her brain get a good chill. Wu Tian's tone was calm and indifferent, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary. Li Jiaju was struck dumb, completely stunned. She never expected Wu Tian and the others to treat her like this. In the past, she was the one who devised ways to torture and abuse others, making them kneel and beg for mercy, suffering unbearable pain. Now, the tables had turned, and today it was her turn. Chapter 173. However, before she could react, 12 acted swiftly, skillfully tying the crying and screaming Li Jiaju to the roof of the car. After tying Li Jiaju up, Wu Tian and 12 returned to the car. Dawn was approaching. Wu Tian sat in the driver's seat, while Yu Xiaohua sat in the passenger seat. The car slowly started moving, continuing towards Qing City. On the roof, Li Jiaju was tightly bound, struggling desperately, constantly screaming. 12 opened the car window and sighed helplessly. Boss, this Li Jiaju, listen to her screams. So loud and clear, it hurts my ears. Soon, all the zombies within a 10-mile radius will be drawn here by her. Sixth brother looked at 12's innocent expression. You know, that's what the boss wanted. Otherwise, wouldn't you have been the one to gag her? 12 suddenly realized. Boss, brilliant. That's a great move. Letting her screams attract the zombies, and we can gain more combat experience. A win-win situation. Great, Captain, drive faster. Wu Tian floored the accelerator, and the sound from the roof of the car grew many times louder. 2 days later, Yu Xiaohua and his group finally arrived in Qing City. Qing City wasn't a large city. After the apocalypse, Pei Xianke demonstrated extraordinary leadership and organizational skills, quickly transforming the entire Qing City into a solid base. Now, the eastern base, after more than a year of development, has matured. As Yu Xiaohua and his group approached the entrance to Qing City, the first thing they caught their eye was the towering city wall. This city wall was not only tall and majestic, but also appeared exceptionally sturdy, giving the impression of being indestructible. Only with these high walls could the zombie attack be completely stopped. On either side of the entrance stood men in uniforms, each exuding an imposing aura. Yu Xiaohua got out of the car, his gaze falling on the entrance, where flags fluttered in the wind. Each flag bore a large, conspicuous character Pei. The guards at the entrance instantly went on alert upon seeing Yu Xiaohua and his group. Who are you? Where are you from? The Eastern Base accepts ordinary people and welcomes those who wish to join as superhumans. Regardless of who they are, they must first register their information with the guards for subsequent arrangements. Ordinary people and superhumans have different accommodation areas within the base. Wu Tian stepped forward, pulling out a letter from the Pei family sent to Kyoto, bearing the Pei family's seal. The guards glanced at the cover, their expressions changing. So you're from the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. Please wait a moment, I inform my superiors immediately. The guard saluted and turned to leave. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua spoke up. Tell your young master Pei, his fiancée is in my hands. Hearing this, the guard's eyes widened, they exchanged bewildered glances. Holy crap. When did the young master get a fiancée? And he came with people from the Kyoto Military Region Alliance? That's not right. Their young master is indifferent to women. Let alone a fiancée, he doesn't even have a female mosquito by his side. All of the young master's confidants are men. How come he suddenly has a fiancée? Oh my god, this is bombshell news. Could it be that the young master met some girl near B City last time, and ended up getting engaged to her in secret? Now, they come knocking on our door with the military alliance. Demanding justice? The guard, looking bewildered, entered the base to report. Wu Tian walked to Yu Xiaohua's side. Boss, this Pei Xianke has really made the eastern base quite impressive. The guards are exceptionally skilled, and their abilities are probably quite high. I wonder how the base is built inside. Is it full of hidden talents? The young master of the Pei family truly lives up to his reputation. 12 snorted. Forget it, what do you mean by well-deserved reputation? His taste in women is really terrible. No matter how capable a person is, if their judgment is flawed, they're doomed. 6th brother frowned. 12th, at their doorstep, watch your words. It's better to avoid trouble. Who knows what might happen later? Don't say anything careless. The boss knows what's going on. 12th brother nodded. Don't worry, 6th brother, I definitely won't say anything carelessly. Wu Tian turned around, took a folding chair from the car, unfolded it, and Yu Xiaohua sat down. She was still holding Qi Tian in her arms, stroking its fur intermittently. Qi Tian had gradually adapted to its new identity as a cat, and now it even somewhat enjoyed being petted. A little while later, the guard who had reported earlier returned, accompanied by a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time, Zheng Shushu. Logically speaking, given his busy schedule, even if it were someone from the military alliance, someone of his status wouldn't need to personally greet them. Moreover, this letter seeking cooperation with the military alliance was sent at Pei Jun's behest, not Pei Swank's. Today, when the guards reported this, Zheng Shushu had no intention of personally receiving them. However, Pei Jun intervened, instructing him to personally greet them to show his importance. He had no choice but to obey and come over. When Zheng Shushu's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua sitting in the chair by the door, his steps suddenly stopped, his face changed, as if he had seen something unbelievable. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. My God, what was Miss Yu doing here? She came representing the military region alliance. Since their parting in B City, they only knew that Yu Xiaohua had gone to Liao City. They knew nothing else. He never imagined that Yu Xiaohua would join the military region alliance by chance. Now she was a representative of the military region alliance, and had come to Qing City. The people below, seeing Zheng Shushu suddenly stop, all lowered their heads. Completely bewildered. Only Zheng Shushu knew the extent of the shock he was experiencing. The next second, Zheng Shushu, who had been walking at a leisurely pace, suddenly seemed to have a motor activated, almost running, with the people behind him following in a daze. Wu Tian and the other two watched as a man hurriedly ran out of the base. Behind him followed the guards, who had just gone in to report, along with a group of people. They knew he must be from the eastern base, a high-ranking and powerful figure. The three straightened up slightly. When Zheng Shushu arrived, they looked at the real Yu Xiaohua before them. He almost roared with joy. Thank God, Miss Yu's arrival was perfectly timed. Recently, the young master had been training them day and night. Even second master one, and the eldest young lady hadn't escaped the young master's clutches. Now, a savior had descended from the heavens. If the young master knew that the representative from the military region alliance was Miss Yu, he'd probably go crazy with joy. Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her eyes, and saw that the person who had arrived was Zheng Shushu. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever. It was quite a coincidence. Wu Tian's gaze remained fixed on Yu Xiaohua, even as Zheng Shushu was observed. Frowning, he stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, we are representatives of the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. This is our senior commander, Yu Xiaohua, and I am Wu Tian. 6th brother, Qin Moyan. 12th brother, Jiang Mao Mao. After giving their names, the three looked at Zheng Shushu, waiting for him to speak. Chapter 174. Zheng Shushu was stunned for a moment. As expected of Miss Yu, she's a formidable figure wherever she goes. In such a short time, she's become a high-ranking commander in the military region alliance. He had a fairly good understanding of the internal structure of the military region alliance. A high-ranking commander, that's second only to the alliance leader and deputy leader, right? Has Miss Yu risen like a rocket? Also, now, he was a little unsure of Miss Yu's intentions. Miss Yu's reaction was too calm. So should he say he knew her or not? Zheng Shushu, usually so adept at reading people, was truly baffled this time. But why did he inexplicably feel that Miss Yu seemed to have a faint hint of anger about her? Who offended Miss Yu? It couldn't be the young master, could it? But that's absolutely impossible. The young master and Miss Yu haven't seen each other since they parted ways in B City. He couldn't have offended Miss Yu. Meanwhile, the guard who went to report had been gossiping all the way there in his haste. When it came time to report, he was in such a rush that he forgot to relay Yu Xiaohua's earlier words. Tell your young master Pei, his fiancée is in my hands. Zhang Shushu of course didn't know. He was just guessing. However, he had a very bad feeling. Although Miss Yu was a bit cold, she was still very polite. Just now, however, she didn't even glance at him. Could it be that the guards had offended Miss Yu? In a few moments, Zhang Shushu had already considered 800 possibilities. Zhang Shushu could only smile and return the handshake. Hello, Zhang Shushu. Then, looking at Yu Xiaohua, his attitude was completely different from the coldness he had shown to Wu Tian and the others. He forced a smile. At this moment, the curve of Zhang Shushu's smile was definitely the largest he had ever seen. 8 standard teeth. Miss Yu. Halfway through his sentence, a piercing scream suddenly came from the jeep in the distance. Is that you, Master Zhang? Master Zhang? Save me! Help me! Wu Tian and the other two exchanged glances, then collectively took a step back and stood behind Yu Xiaohua. Today, Qing City shouldn't be so easy to enter. What will the Pei family's reaction be after seeing Li Jiajiu like this? Nobody knows. Zhang Shushu paused. Where did that ghostly wailing come from? What ghost is calling him? Why is it so eerie? This voice sounds somewhat familiar. His gaze fell on the SUV in the distance. On the roof, a figure bound hand and foot. If one didn't look closely. Looking closely, could anyone see the person bound sprawled out on the roof of the car? What's going on here? The fact that this woman is tied to the roof means Miss Yu really doesn't intend to let her go. But if she didn't intend to let her go, Miss Yu should have killed her long ago. How come they ended up in Qing City together? And this woman calls him Master Zhang, which means she knows him. Good heavens! Which idiot who knows him dared to offend Miss Yu so recklessly? Is Miss Yu angry because she's taking it out on him? So, is it too late for him to change his name? Zhao Qian's son, Li, he take it all. He wants to change his surname. Yu Xiaohua slowly raised his head, then gently waved his hand. Wu Tian, standing to the side, nodded knowingly, indicating he understood. Immediately afterward, Wu Tian strode towards the jeep parked not far away. When he reached the jeep, he reached out and grabbed Li Jiajiu, who was tied to the roof. Li Jiajiu was tightly bound to the car roof, unable to move an inch. Wu Tian's movements were swift and swift. He effortlessly pulled Li Jiajiu off the roof. With this pull, Li Jiajiu crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Having been bound to the car roof for 2 days, Li Jiajiu's body had become extremely weak. Her face was covered with wind-blown scratches. Her once pretty features were now unrecognizable. She was almost unrecognizable. Upon seeing Zhang Shushu, Li Jiajiu immediately disregarded everything else. Wu Tian released her, and Li Jiajiu ran towards Zhang Shushu like a madwoman. Master Zhang, save me. It's me, Li Jiajiu. Quick, arrest them. This woman killed my brother. Li Jiajiu shouted as she ran. Zhang Shushu was stunned when he heard her identify herself as Li Jiajiu. He couldn't believe the ghost running towards him was Li Jiajiu, the usually flamboyant and domineering woman. This? Zhang Shushu suddenly looked at Yu Xiaohua, who sat there expressionless. He seemed to understand why Miss Yu was angry. Li Jiajiu, this woman is really lucky. She actually ran into Miss Yu and her group. Given Li Jiajiu's personality, she must have said something she shouldn't have in front of Miss Yu. She'd probably just boasted about her daughter-in-law, whom the Pei family had chosen. And she certainly didn't say it outright, that the man she married was that Yang Xian, merely the Pei family's adopted son. The young master hadn't even given Li Jiajiu a second thought. But the old man was confused, insisting that Li Jiajiu was just a little girl with no bad intentions, and that the young master didn't have time to deal with someone like her. But now, it's over. He silently burned 2 incense sticks for his young master in his heart. Dear young master, may you rest in peace. Miss Yu must have misunderstood something. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiajiu ran over, reaching out to grab Zhang Shushu's sleeve. Zhang Shushu quickly took a step back. Li Jiajiu missed her target and fell to the ground. She looked up, revealing an expression of utter injustice. But she didn't know that this injustice-filled expression, combined with her current face, was truly terrifying. Master Zhang, it's me, it's Li Jiajiu. What are you doing? Zhang Shushu looked at Yu Xiaohua's half-smiling gaze. I know, what's the matter? Li Jiajiu was even more dumbfounded. She was in this state, and Zhang Shushu wasn't thinking of saving her. He calmly asked her what was wrong. Didn't he realize that she was being abused by this woman? Li Jiajiu scrambled to her feet, her hand trembling as she reached out. Pointing viciously at Yu Xiaohua, Li Jiajiu returned to Qing City and, upon seeing Zhang Shushu, regained her confidence. Master Zhang, she almost killed me. She tied me to the roof of the car for 2 whole days. She also killed my brother and our special abilities team. I'm the only one who survived. Arrest her. Oh, and she had the audacity to say things like, what is the Pei family? What is young Master Pei? She disrespected the Pei family. Arrest her. Kill her. Zheng Shushu didn't move. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 stared intently at Zheng Shushu's expression. The 3 of them wore wary expressions. How would Zheng Shushu react? Would he fight them? Or remain calm? If Zheng Shushu knew their inner thoughts, he'd probably cry. He still wants to fight? Does he want to die? Zheng Shushu was inwardly speechless. He looked at the frenzied Li Jiaojiao, then glanced at Yu Xiaohua. Chapter 175. Miss Yu said the Pei family is nothing. Isn't that normal? What is the young master? Isn't that even more normal? What's the big deal? If the young master were here, he'd be thrilled if Miss Yu said that. Then, he'd definitely add casually, I'm nothing, I'm just yours. Following that, he'd have to use every trick in the book to get Miss Yu to look at him again. Faced with Li Jijiao's eager and expectant gaze, Zheng Shushu seemed oblivious. His expression was calm, and he strode forward without a ripple. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Zheng Shushu. What was he going to do? Zheng Shushu walked up to Yu Xiaohua. He slowly lowered his head. Miss Yu, long time no see. Zheng Shushu's voice was deep and magnetic, overflowing with respect. As he spoke, his body bowed slightly, forming a perfect 90-degree angle. This scene left everyone present speechless. Their expressions instantly froze, and all eyes turned to Yu Xiaohua, who sat there. Wu Tian and his 2 companions were even more astonished. They never expected that their boss knew this Zheng Shushu, and judging from Zheng Shushu's respectful attitude, their relationship was clearly far more than just a simple acquaintance. Amidst this atmosphere of shock, the most bewildered was Li Jiaojiao, who stood rooted to the spot. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief as she stared at what was happening before her. She couldn't understand why Zheng Shushu was so respectful to Yu Xiaohua. Then, Li Jiaojiao let out a piercing scream. Master Zheng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? She's a woman. Zheng Shushu turned to look at Li Jiaojiao. Shut up. Li Jijiao's face drained of color. She stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. Then, without even glancing at Li Jiaojiao, Zheng Shushu smiled at Yu Xiaohua. Why isn't Miss Yu saying anything? He was truly panicked. Someone save him. After a long while, Yu Xiaohua slowly stood up, her gaze falling on Zheng Shushu's face, which was practically splitting open with a smile. She was silent for a moment before finally speaking. She said, she's the future master of the Pei family. Yes, indeed. Pei Shuangzai is not bad. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shushu's eyes widened like saucers, his face filled with disbelief. He abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Li Jiaojiao, inwardly cursing, this idiot, spouting nonsense in front of Miss Yu. What future mistress of the Pei family? Utter rubbish. Zheng Shushu shook his head frantically, trying to explain to Yu Xiaohua as quickly as possible. However, Yu Xiaohua seemed unconcerned with his explanation. A faint smile played on her lips. She walked up to Zheng Shushu, raised her hand, and gently patted his shoulder. Very well, so you want to catch up with me here, right? Zheng Shushu looked at the almost imperceptible smile on Yu Xiaohua's lips. His heart tightened. He quickly said, Miss Yu, please come in with me. I arranged new accommodations for you right away. The previous place wasn't quite right. Having said that, Zheng Shushu secretly gave himself a pat on the back. He was secretly pleased with himself. Thankfully, he was quick-witted. The building next to the young master's was still empty. Wouldn't it be perfect for Miss Yu to move in? That way, wouldn't the young master and Miss Yu be able to get closer and develop feelings for each other? He really went to great lengths for the young master's love. Yu Xiaohua's smile remained unchanged. She nodded slightly, then strode forward. Seeing this, Zheng Shushu quickly followed. Wu Tian and the other 2 exchanged glances, but they quickly recovered and hurriedly followed Yu Xiaohua. As they passed by Li Jiaojiao, she stood there, looking utterly lost. Clearly, she hadn't expected things to develop this way at all. Zheng Shushu not only knew Yu Xiaohua, but his attitude towards her was so respectful, and he didn't even seem to have any intention of avenging her. Li Jiaoji was filled with doubt and resentment. She simply couldn't understand where things had gone wrong. After all, she was, the fiancée of Yang Xian, the adopted son of the Pei family. Yu Xiaohua, however, didn't even glance at her and simply left. Just then, Zheng Shushu walked up to Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao suddenly reached out and grabbed Zheng Shushu's sleeve. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Zheng Shushu. She seemed to want an answer from him, an answer that could explain everything. She began to speak incoherently. Why, Zheng Shushu? Don't think that just because your young master Pei's right-hand woman, I'm Yang Xian's fiancé. In the future, I'll also be a member of the Pei family. I order you to arrest her. Don't try to take advantage of me. I'm going to tell the old man. The old man will definitely stand up for my brother. Then, I make sure the old man punishes you severely. At this very moment, Li Jiaoju was still trying to use Pei Jun to pressure and threaten Zheng Shushu. Zheng Shushu looked at Li Jiaoju's frantic state and almost laughed. Using the old man to pressure him, if it were someone else, he might have hesitated a bit. But miss you, haha, if the old man dared to make a move, the young master could kill him. What crazy things wouldn't the young master do for miss you? And Li Jiaoju was still asking him why. Fine, he'd be a good Samaritan today, and let Li Jiaoju die knowing the truth. Zheng Shushu stared at Li Jiaoju expressionlessly, then ripped open his sleeve. Looking at Li Jiaoju's reaction, Zheng Shushu's lips curled into a cold smile. He spoke in a cold and mocking tone. Do you know who that damn person you're talking about really is? Li Jiaoju's body trembled violently, her face turned pale, and her lips began to tremble slightly. Zheng Shushu didn't give Li Jiaoju a chance to answer. He continued, let me formally introduce her. Her name is Yu Xiaohua. She is the young master's most cherished person, the rightful future mistress of the Pei family. Who do you think you are? His voice was soft, yet it struck Li Jiaoju's heart like a heavy hammer. Li Jiaoju's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. Impossible. Li Jiaoju murmured to herself. Young Master Pei is such a godlike man. He's always been aloof from women. How could he possibly like this Yu Xiaohua? However, Zheng Shushu's words echoed in Li Jiaoju's mind like a curse. Fiancé. Mistress. Chapter 176. The next second, Li Jiaoju suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zheng Shushu took a step back in disgust to avoid being splattered with blood. He could only say that Li Jiaoju deserved it. She was no pushover. Before the apocalypse, relying on her grandfather's marriage agreement with the Pei family, she caused a lot of trouble. Once, if it weren't for the old man protecting her, the young master would have already ground her to dust. Her disgusting deeds included bullying other girls in school, driving one to suicide. After the apocalypse, she abused her power in the base, relying on the old man. According to the agreement between the two families' grandfathers, Li Jiaoju should indeed marry the young master. But why would the young master marry someone like this? The young master directly stated in front of the old man that if she dared to mention this matter again, he would skin her alive. Only then did Li Jiaoju dare not mention it again. Finally, the old man, having no other choice, sent his adopted son, Yang Xian, to fulfill the agreement between the two families and marry Li Jiaoju. Li Jiaoju, relying on Yang Xian's connections, began frequenting the Pei family home, acting obedient and subservient in front of the old man. Feeling indebted to Li Jiaoju, the old man indulged her excessively, leading to her growing increasingly unruly behavior. Li Mingwei and Li Jiaoju, the siblings killed by Miss Yu, were also in the same boat. A few days ago, the Li siblings said they were going on a mission to prove their abilities. Serves them right, as they encountered Miss Yu. Logically, Miss Yu would never indiscriminately kill innocent people. Therefore, the Li siblings must have done something to scheme against Miss Yu. That's why Miss Yu killed them, and brought Li Jiaoju back to Qing City. Zheng Shushu stared expressionlessly at Li Jiaoju, who was yelling and screaming like a shrew. A wave of disgust washed over him. He gave the order to the guards on either side, lock her in the basement, and await the young master's judgment. Hearing this, Li Jiaoju became even more agitated, her voice shrill and piercing. Zheng Shushu, how dare you? I won't let you get away with this. What right do you have to treat me like this? I'm the old master's man, she shouted, trying to break free from the guard's grasp. Zheng Shushu's lips curled into a chilling smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He was respectful to Yu Xiaohua, but others didn't have that right. He sneered. Li Jiaojiao, have you lost your mind? Don't you know who you offended? Even if the old master were here, he couldn't protect you. With that, Zheng Shushu waved his hand, signaling the guards to drag Li Jiaoju away. However, Li Jiaoju was clearly unwilling to be taken away so easily. She struggled desperately, trying to resist. Seeing this, Zheng Shushu's eyes flashed with impatience. He swiftly reached out and struck Li Jiaoju on the back of the neck like lightning. With a thud, Li Jiaoju's body went limp like a doll without support, instantly losing consciousness. The guards, seeing this, dragged Li Jiaoju away without hesitation. Zheng Shushu watched the direction Li Jiaoju was dragged away, his expression instantly turning serious. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then quickly caught up with Yu Xiaohua ahead. After Zheng Shushu settled Yu Xiaohua in, Wu Tian and the other two looked at the luxurious room before them. They then looked at Zheng Shushu. The room's luxury clearly exceeded their expectations. Zheng Shushu stepped forward. "Miss Yu, if there's anything you're not satisfied with in this room, I have it rearranged immediately." Li Jiajiao, I already locked her in the basement." Wu Tian and his companions had just witnessed Li Jiajiu being forcibly dragged away, and their shock was indescribable. After all, Li Jiajiu had repeatedly claimed to be the future mistress of the Pei family. How could she have been knocked unconscious and locked in the basement like that, all day long? Wu Tian and his companions were completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua stood quietly by the window, his gaze fixed on the small courtyard beside him, his expression unreadable. Just then, Zheng Shushu coughed, seemingly somewhat embarrassed, and offered an explanation. That courtyard actually belongs to our young master." "Hee, what a coincidence." Wu Tian and his companions were speechless upon hearing Zheng Shushu's words. "What kind of talk is this? What do you mean by quite a coincidence? This was clearly arranged by him on purpose, bringing them here. Is Zheng Shushu blatantly lying? Does he think he can fool them like 3-year-olds? Is this even plausible?" Zheng Shushu was embarrassed after saying that. Yu Xiaohua gave Zheng Shushu a half smile, seeing through him, but not saying anything. The courtyard looked so deserted, it was definitely not a place for ordinary people to live. Besides Pei Xianke, who in the entire eastern base could live in such a location? Where are they arranged? Zheng Shushu quickly replied, "Miss Yu, don't worry, I arranged everything for these 3 brothers. They're in District 1, but it's a bit far from here. I take them there first. The young master is in a meeting, and the eldest young lady and second master went to the next city to collect supplies. They won't be back for at least 2 days. The eldest young lady talks about you every day. If she knew you were here, she'd be so happy. Ever since the young lady met Miss Yu, it's been a love-hate relationship, a deep and passionate one. Second master has worked so hard for so many years, only to have Miss Yu easily win the young lady's love. According to the young lady herself, she feels a deep connection with Miss Yu, a genuine attraction. In other words, Miss Yu possesses a fatal attraction for both the young master and the young lady, a complete and utter attraction." Yu Xiaohua nodded casually. "All right, take them to their lodgings." Zheng Shushu turned to Wu Tian and the other 2 standing there, extending her hand. "The 3 of you, please follow me. You must be tired from your journey. Please rest well tonight. We can discuss anything else tomorrow." Wu Tian and the other 2 glanced at Yu Xiaohua, and seeing her nod, they followed Zheng Shushu. It took Zheng Shushu a full 15 minutes to lead them to their lodgings. Zheng Shushu had no choice. With that jealous young master, if he dared to arrange for Miss Yu to stay so close to these 3 men, he probably won't even see the sun rise tomorrow. 12 couldn't hold back any longer. While Zheng Shushu was arranging their rooms, he finally asked the question that had been nagging at him all day. Mr. Zheng, if I may ask, does young Master Pei and the young lady you mentioned know our captain? Are they very close?" Zheng Shushu turned to 12, smiled, and nodded, not hiding anything. "Yes, they know each other. Miss Yu is our young master's sweetheart. If nothing unexpected happens, and Miss Yu agrees now, tomorrow she will be the mistress of the Pei family." Chapter 177. Zheng Shushu looked at the 3 shocked faces opposite him, giving them ample time to process their thoughts. Of course, perhaps he wasn't entirely accurate. If Miss Yu had nodded today, the young master would have been eager to announce to the world tonight, hand in hand with Miss Pei. He had a wife. The one who wanted recognition was never Miss Yu. But their young master, who would believe it? But it was an undeniable fact. At this moment, Wu Tian inexplicably recalled the captain's smile when he heard that Li Jiajiu was the future young mistress of the Pei family. So, the truth was actually like this. The eastern base, the Pei family's young master, Pei Xianke, was the boss's man. No wonder the boss wanted to bring Li Jiajiu to Qing City. Now, he completely understood. Old Six remained silent. If the alliance leader knew that he had gone to great lengths to scheme for the boss to come to Qing City, and even offered half of his reward, and Pei Xianke is the boss's man, the alliance leader is probably half dead. He inadvertently facilitated this meeting between the boss and Pei Xianke. 12 was the most exaggerated. He had barely reacted and his mouth dropped open. My God, I knew it. Why did the boss specifically drag that Li Jiajiu to Qing City? It turns out she claimed to be the future mistress of the Pei family, But the real future mistress of the Pei family isn't her. It's my boss. Holy crap, this is enough to write a novel. Amazing. Zheng Shushu nodded, explaining Li Jiajiao's situation. After hearing it, Wu Tian and the other two couldn't help but admire Li Jiajiao's shamelessness. So she was engaged to the Pei family, but the young master of Pei didn't fancy her and rejected her. Finally, she was actually going to marry the adopted son of the Pei family. Then, she shamelessly declared to everyone that she was the future mistress of the Pei family. Her shamelessness was truly thicker than a city wall. At this point, Zheng Shushu said, "Brothers, could you tell me everything about your encounters with Li Jiajiao, from beginning to end, so I can go back and tell the young master?" The sixth brother nodded. Next, the 12th brother recounted his encounters with Li Jiajiao over the past 2 days. The more Zheng Shushu listened, the darker his face became. These Li siblings are really courting death. First they tried to steal Miss Yu's cat, then they drugged Miss Yu. Those despicable dogs deserve to die. If the young master finds out about this, he'd dig up the Li family's ancestral graves. Zheng Shushu left. Inside the room, Wu Tai and the other two stared at each other, bewildered. How to put it? It seemed they needed some time to process this. What incredible luck they had in their past lives to be following their boss, and this one? 12 stroked his chin. Captain, sixth brother, what do you think of this young master of the Pei family? At this moment, only 12, with his erratic thinking, could still be curious about such things. He valued Pei Swank's looks more than his strength. After all, their boss was so handsome, it wouldn't do if he had someone unworthy standing beside him. Looks and strength were both indispensable, because their boss deserved it. He could have both. Others might not, but their boss could. Wu Tian interrupted his fantasy. Do you think our boss would be interested in someone ugly? On the other side, Zheng Shushu hurriedly returned to the main building. Pei Xianke was still in a meeting. He had no idea what was happening outside. Unbeknownst to them, the person they longed for had already arrived in Qing City. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone was frozen in place, afraid to move an inch. All eyes were fixed on Pei Xianke, seated at the head of the table. His posture was upright. His face was expressionless. His facial features were sharply defined, like a knife's edge. Beneath his high, straight nose, his lips were tightly closed, devoid of any smile or other expression. He was utterly enigmatic, impossible to fathom. He merely tapped the table. The dozen or so people in the conference room immediately lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Pei Xianke held absolute control over the entire eastern base. Everyone was convinced, and no one dared to disobey him. For the next month, continue to reinforce the outer perimeter of the base. For ordinary people in District 6 through 10, ensure their basic survival. Superpowered individuals are not allowed to attack ordinary people indiscriminately. If discovered, any superpowered individual who attacks an ordinary person without cause will be severely punished. Since you enter the eastern base, if you can't abide by the rules, get out. All eyes turned to the man in his 30s sitting at the back. He was now sweating profusely, unable to stop. Even his hands on his lap were trembling, his lips were pale, and he dared not lift his head. The first rule of the eastern base was that superpowered individuals were not allowed to attack ordinary people. This was a rule personally established by Pei Xianke. Initially, some people took advantage of the situation, relying on their superpowered status to act arrogantly, and even attack ordinary people. Later, Pei Xianke publicly severed the troublemaker's limbs, and threw him out of the base. The newly joined superhumans finally understood that this rule could not be broken, otherwise, they would suffer severe consequences and costs. From then on, no one dared to break this rule. Until 2 days ago, a superhuman who had joined through connections. He was still unconcerned, relying on his uncle, the administrator of District 6. This was the man who could no longer even lift his head. The man's nephew acted recklessly, taking a liking to a beautiful woman. District 6 consisted of ordinary people, and the girl fought back fiercely, even refusing to submit even at the cost of her life. That's when things escalated. When Pei Xianke found out, he ordered Zheng Shushu to arrest the superhuman in public, sever his Achilles tendons and wrist tendons, and throw him out of the base. Regardless of what happened outside after the apocalypse, in the eastern base, this was the rule. The man stood up shakily, then immediately knelt on the ground. Young master, I really didn't know anything about this. My nephew is just confused. What he did has nothing to do with me. The man repeatedly claimed that his nephew's crime was unrelated to him, trying to evade responsibility. Pei Swank's face was ashen, his deep eyes were now covered in frost, revealing a chilling coldness. He picked up the documents on the table, and casually swung his arm. throwing the stack of documents violently at the man standing before him. The documents spun rapidly through the air like lightning, striking the man's face. A crisp smack rang out as the documents struck the man's cheek. Because the edges of the documents were very sharp, the blow left a shallow cut on the man's face. Blood slowly seeped out, flowing down the man's cheek. The man lowered his head even further. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was extremely tense. The only sounds were the man's constant pleas and kowtowing. Everyone avoided his gaze. Chapter 178. At this moment, who would plead for the man? Knowing it was the young master who personally established the rules, why would they condone their nephew's actions? Wasn't that just courting death? The man quickly picked up the documents from the floor, and his face changed when he saw the first page. The man knew his little scheme had been discovered. His face turned ashen. He didn't even need to see the last page to know he was doomed. Pei Xianke waved his hand, and the men in black beside him stepped forward and dragged the man away. Everyone had already anticipated the man's fate. There are always some people who overestimate themselves, trying to pull some tricks under the young master's nose. The conference room door reopened, and Zheng Shushu walked in. An undisguised joy spread across his face. Everyone was somewhat surprised. They had never seen Master Zheng with such an expression before. Master Zheng always had a cold face. What was wrong with him today? Pei Xianke looked over. Zheng Shushu quickly walked to him, leaned down, and whispered a few words. Pei Shuang's hand on the table suddenly tightened, his gaze softened instantly, and his aura changed completely. A fleeting smile crossed his lips, a very faint smile, but everyone watching intently still saw it. Then, the entire conference room was filled with a collective expression of stunned silence and horror. They had never seen their young master smile before. Not even once? Just now, did they see it? Everyone seemed unable to believe what they had seen. Then, they looked at each other. They confirmed it with their eyes. They had all seen it. They hadn't been mistaken. The sky had fallen. The conference room. Everyone was shocked. Why was Master Zheng acting so strangely? What did he say? What exactly did he say? This became the biggest question in everyone's mind at that moment. The next second, Pei Xianke stood up and said meeting adjourned, leaving only 2 words before striding out of the conference room. Everyone seemed to sense his inner joy from his retreating figure. Someone couldn't help but stand up, look out the window, then turned back to the crowd, shaking their head. No red rain. These people, who were usually in high positions, were now acting incredibly childish. Everyone else turned to look at Zheng Shushu, their cautious gazes revealing their collective curiosity. Zheng Shushu looked expressionlessly at the gossipy crowd and dropped a bombshell. Oh, the young master's sweetheart has arrived. The Pei family is going to have a mistress. Those present had all served Pei Xianke for several years. Except for the one who was dragged out earlier, who was recommended by Pei Jun. The rest were all trusted confidants of Pei Xianke. So Zheng Shushu didn't hide anything. After all, he was genuinely afraid that someone might be foolish enough to offend Miss Yu, and then it would be the young master who suffered. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone seemed nailed to their seats, completely motionless, like statues. Zheng Shushu looked at the crowd's reaction, completely expecting it. After all, these were people who had been with the young master for many years, and they probably all thought he was destined to live a lonely life. Let them be shocked. There are even more shocking things waiting for them in the future. If these people saw how the young master treated Miss Yu, their jaws would probably drop. What's the shock now? An even bigger surprise is yet to come. Now, this is just the appetizer. At the doorway, Yu Xiaohua stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Pei Xianke. Pei Xianke was also staring at her, his eyes fixed, unmoving, seeing only her. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The whole world consisted only of the two of them. Even without words, Yu Xiaohua could clearly feel the deep longing in Pei Shuang's eyes. This emotion was like a burning flame, intense and scorching, as if it would devour her. Yu Xiaohua took a step forward. And the instant she approached, Pei Xianke reached out and pulled her into his embrace without hesitation. His arms wrapped tightly around her waist, as if afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. Yu Xiaohua could feel his body trembling slightly. Was it from excitement or nervousness? At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The whole world consisted only of the two of them. Their breaths mingled, their heartbeats synchronized. Yu Xiaohua let Pei Xianke hold her. You lost weight. Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her head, her ink-black eyes like unfathomable lakes. She stared at the handsome Pei Xianke before her, her movements elegant and slow. Finally, Yu Xiaohua reached out her slender, jade-like hand, and gently pinched Pei Swank's chin. Her fingers tightened slightly, causing Pei Swank's head to tilt upwards. Their gazes met. A faint smile played on Yu Xiaohua's lips. Her voice teasingly said, "It's been many days, but young Master Pei's beauty remains as captivating as ever." Faced with Yu Xiaohua's teasing, Pei Xianke felt a surge of pleasure, his body even slightly flushed. He simply watched her quietly, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. His already deep eyes were now like a bottomless pool, drawing one in. At the same time, Pei Swank's rough palms were gently caressing Yu Xiaohua's slender waist. His movements were gentle and delicate, feeling the softness and warmth of her waist. His voice was hoarse. "Then, would you like to try it?" His eyes swept over Yu Xiaohua's lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. His gaze was hot and aggressive, his fingertips brushing against her wrist, his eyes lowered in a soft smile, a dark undercurrent surging within. Yu Xiaohua released his hand. "Sorry, I don't have an appetite, I don't want to eat." She turned and went inside, leaving Pei Xianke alone at the door. Pei Xianke entered the room and closed the door. As soon as he stepped inside, he was pinned against the wall, his legs slightly bent, lowering his stance. "Want to hit me?" Yu Xiaohua tilted her head and nodded seriously. "Yeah, I hit you." Pei Xianke laughed. "Fine, I do it myself." "If you do it, your hand will hurt." The next second, Pei Xianke raised his hand. If Yu Xiaohua didn't speak, he would have slapped her. Yu Xiaohua took a step back. "Pei Xianke, I'm hungry." A triumphant smile flashed in Pei Swank's eyes. She had finally softened towards him. He even wondered, what if he stabbed him? Yu Xiaohua turned around. This man, now he's even learned to play these tricks. Heh. After Yu Xiaohua finished eating, she simply told Pei Xianke to leave. Pei Xianke said goodnight and left. "She's already here, there's no rush." Zheng Shushu stood at the door, waiting quietly. When the door was pushed open, he quickly stepped forward. "Young master. Li Jiajiu has been taken to the basement and has already been tortured." Pei Xianke stopped in his tracks, his eyes still filled with a chilling indifference. His voice was calm and deep. "Go to the basement." Chapter 179. Zheng Shushu had already sealed off all news about Li Jiajiu, and no one dared to leak the matter. After all, Li Jiajiu was still deeply favored by the old man. If the old man came demanding her, the young master certainly wouldn't hand her over. In this dimly lit basement, not a single ray of light could penetrate the tightly closed windows. The entire space seemed swallowed by darkness, creating a sense of oppression and suffocation. On the floor, a figure lay curled up, seemingly resisting some kind of fear or cold. Hearing the door open, Li Jiajiu, already beaten and bruised, excitedly raised her head. Looking at the doorway, she hoped Pei Jun or Yang Xian would come to rescue her. Until she saw Pei Xianke standing there. Li Jiajiu reacted, frantically retreating, her face filled with terror. Seeing Pei Xianke was more terrifying to her than seeing a ghost. "No, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Pei Xianke walked steadily into the basement. His figure was indistinct in the darkness. The instant he stepped into the basement, the previously pitch-black space was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light. It was as if the entire basement was swallowed up by this bright light. The light was exceptionally strong, illuminating every corner of the basement. "Li Jiajiu, how dare you!" Pei Swank's words sent shivers down Li Jiajiu's spine. She scrambled to Pei Swank's feet. Zheng Shushu stepped forward, blocking her way. "Young master, I really know I was wrong. I really didn't know that woman. No, Miss Yu, was your fiancée, the future mistress of the Pei family. If we had known, even if you gave me and my brother 800 lives, we wouldn't have dared to scheme against Miss Yu. I go apologize to Miss Yu. Please let me go. The old man loves me the most, young master. I'm going to marry Yang Xian, and he's your nominal brother. Even if I did something wrong, young master, I already been beaten like this. For the sake of the old man and Yang Xian, please let me go." Zheng Shushu was speechless. Pleading was one thing, but bringing up Yang Xian was another. This wasn't pleading, it was suicide. Pei Xianke stared expressionlessly at Li Jiajiu. His eyes, like a deep pool, were calm and undisturbed. Li Jiajiu wasn't even worth a flicker of emotion from him. Li Jiajiu was being whipped. The whipping by the Pei family guards was extremely skillful. Each lash struck a pressure point precisely, ensuring excruciating pain without killing her. But dozens of lashes would damage her internal organs. Li Jiajiu, looking at Pei Swank's face, was nearly driven mad. From childhood, the person she admired most was Pei Xianke. She once thought he disliked all women. The Pei family valued promises, Pei Xianke would agree to a marriage alliance with her. But later, Pei Xianke publicly declared that if she wanted a marriage alliance, he would grind her to dust. She dared not do it again. She could only marry Yang Xian. But she believed that no woman in this life was worthy of Pei Xianke. What if Pei Xianke changed his mind one day after she married into the Pei family? But now, this bitch Yu Xiaohua appeared out of nowhere and stole Pei Xianke away. What right did she have? What right did she have to steal Pei Xianke? Li Jiajiu suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, a terrifying sound, her defenses gradually crumbling. Her mental state had collapsed. Young master, what are you trying to do? Speak. I really didn't know she was your woman. My brother has already been killed by her, paid the price, and she's gotten away with it. How could you do this to me? You're so cruel. I loved you for so many years, and you haven't even glanced at me. But what about Yu Xiaohua? What has she done? Why do you like her? Why can't you look at me? Look at me! I'm beautiful too. I'd die for you. Isn't that enough? Young master, I give up everything if you wanted. I could be your mistress. Just look at me, and I wouldn't marry Yang Xian. It was my brother. He insisted on drugging Miss Yu. He wanted to give her to Master Pei. It's all his fault. I had no choice. I could only listen to my brother. He's dead now. As these words left her lips, an invisible chill seemed to envelop the entire basement. The already somewhat gloomy environment became even more sinister and terrifying. Standing not far away, Pei Xianke's cold aura was almost tangible, sending shivers down one's spine. His already deep eyes were now as cold as ice, as if capable of freezing a person instantly. Zheng Shushu looked at the utterly lifeless Li Jiajiao. How could she have the nerve to say she wanted to be the young master's mistress? The young master's choice of someone would never change. What mistress? What fourth mistress? If Miss Yu were keeping a male concubine, that might be possible, but for their young master, it was absolutely unthinkable, even unthinkable. The next second, in the confined basement, Pei Swank's icy voice echoed. My woman? Watch your words. I, Pei Xianke, am Yu Xiaohua's man. Listen closely, and you can even hear a hint of smugness in Pei Swank's voice. Of course, Li Jiajiu was already nearly driven mad, she couldn't hear it. But Zheng Shushu understood perfectly. Well, as expected, once Miss Yu appeared, the young master's love-struck brain would kick in again. The young master seizes every opportunity to show off, regardless of who it is. He even flaunted his love to Li Jiajiu. This young master is hopeless, this love-struck idiot. Li Jiajiu blurted out whatever came to mind. All she could hear was that one sentence. Pei Xianke is Yu Xiaohua's man? What does this mean? It means that in Pei Swank's heart, Yu Xiaohua holds a superior position. How could this be? He is Pei Xianke, a man everyone should look up to. How could this be? Li Jiajiu let out a piercing scream, muttering to herself. She seemed to have gone mad. Impossible. It's all fake. It's all a lie. How could you love a woman so much? You're heartless. You shouldn't be able to love. You're incapable of loving. Ha ha, it's all fake. It's all a lie. It must be a lie. Zheng Shushu frowned. Young master, Li Jiajiu has gone mad. What should we do with her? Pei Xianke turned around. Got mad? Heh. Deal with her. Send her body back to the Li family. Tell them I disposed of her. Tell them the reason too. Zheng Shushu nodded. The young master was undoubtedly announcing Miss Yu's identity to everyone in the base. This roundabout way of demanding recognition, it really takes their young master's methods. But the old man's situation is also a problem. Li Jiajiao, who had been muttering to herself, froze. Her eyes widened. She wanted to feign madness to escape this predicament. No, let me go, let me go! No matter how Li Jiajiu cried out behind her, Pei Xianke remained unmoved and turned to leave. Zheng Shushu turned to look at Li Jiajiao, swiftly struck, and ended Li Jiajiu's life. Chapter 180. The next morning, a major incident occurred at the base. Early in the morning, Zheng Shushu led his men to return Li Jiajiao's body to the Li family. Upon seeing Li Jiajiao's body, Li Jiajiao's parents, their voices hoarse, questioned Zheng Shushu, demanding to know what had happened. Zheng Shushu recounted the entire story, emphasizing a truthful answer without concealment. Li's parents were shocked to learn that Li Mingwei and Li Jiajiu had offended Pei Swank's woman. In the end, they were both dead, executed on Pei Swank's orders. Li's parents were dumbfounded. Pei Xianke, the young master of the Pei family, was known for his aversion to women. Where did this future mistress of the Pei family come from? Who was she? But this was Zheng Shushu's own testimony. They could question or disbelieve others, but this was Zheng Shushu. He was Pei Shuang's most trusted confidant. He wouldn't lie, nor would he dare to lie. This must be true. When Zheng Shushu left, Li's parents collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazed, their expressions shocked. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire base. In just one day, by evening, it had reached every corner of the base. Everyone knew the news. People were talking about it privately. Pei Xianke had actually flew into a rage because of a woman, even going so far as to execute Li Jiajiu. After all, Li Jiajiu had always been very flamboyant in the eastern base. Everyone knew she was the fiancée of Yang Xian, Pei's adopted son. He killed her without hesitation. Of course, many who had been bullied by Li Jiajiu felt a sense of vindication. In an old house in District 8, a couple clutched a portrait of Li Jiajiu and wept bitterly. They had finally waited for this day. Li Jiajiu was finally dead. Their daughter was driven to her death by Li Jiajiu. Just because Li Jiajiu was jealous of their daughter's beauty. Li Jiajiu had her brother disfigure their daughter's face. Before her death, Li Mingwei raped their daughter, and then threatened to burn their house down if they dared to cause trouble. They were ordinary people, and dared not resist. Unexpectedly, heaven had eyes, and they finally saw this day. But what truly shocked everyone was not Li Jijia's death, but Pei Xianke himself. Pei Xianke had a woman by his side. This was like an explosion. Completely unexpected. Wherever the base went, this was the hottest topic. Everyone was speculating. Which woman could capture their young master's heart? And why would their young master risk everything for her? While the discussion outside was in full swing. Inside the room, Pei Xianke knelt on the floor, slowly massaging Yu Xiaohua's feet. After eating and drinking his fill, he radiated a sense of pleasure. Of course, Yu Xiaohua was in a good mood too. After all, pleasure isn't limited to men in matters of the heart. It's less that Pei Xianke slept with Yu Xiaohua, and more that Yu Xiaohua slept with Pei Xianke. In the evening, Li's parents had Li Jijia's body carried to Pei Jun's place. They knelt at the villa's entrance, demanding Pei Jun give them justice and an explanation. Pei Jun had learned of this at noon and was furious. Enraged, he sent someone to invite Pei Xianke. The person he sent was immediately turned away by Zheng Shushu. In the end, he didn't even get to see Pei Shuang's men before being sent back. As for the matter Pei Jun wanted to investigate, with Pei Shuang's orders, no one dared to reveal a single detail. Yang Xian, in front of Pei Jun, used Li Jijia's death to constantly sow discord between Pei Xianke and Pei Jun. He insisted that Pei Xianke was targeting him. Therefore, he escalated the matter, insisting on killing Li Jiajiu. Just after calming Yang Xian down, Li's parents came to him again, carrying the body, begging him to seek justice for Li Jiajiu. Pei Jun hadn't had a moment's peace all day. The moment Li's parents entered, they began to weep without saying a word, their cries heart-wrenching. Pei Jun's head ached from their weeping. Finally, he had no choice but to tell them to stop crying and get up to talk. Pei Jun told the Li family to go home first. He would give the Li family an explanation for this matter. With Pei Jun's promise, the Li parents left with Li Jijia's body. In the living room, Yang Xian poured a cup of tea, offering it with both hands, watching Pei Jun's increasingly grim expression. He said, "Father, perhaps I should go and invite my brother myself? Please don't be angry. Jiajiu has had bad luck. It's my fault for dragging her down. If she weren't my fiancée, my brother wouldn't have been so cruel. In the end, it's my fault that Jiajiu is a victim. Father, please send me away. Otherwise, I'm truly afraid that one day, my brother will also turn against me. You know, my brother has never liked me, and I don't have any special abilities. If he wanted to kill me, it would be easy. Father, I should leave." Pei Jun took the teacup, took a sip, and looked at Yang Xian with a hint of affection in his eyes. Unlike Pei Xianke, Yang Xian had grown up by his side since childhood. Yang Xian was sweet-talking and knew how to please people, and he was happy to coax Pei Jun. Pei Jun was very susceptible to his act. Seeing his fearful expression, he immediately softened. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're my adopted son. Xianke wouldn't harm you for no reason. He's not that kind of person. All right, stop talking about it. Just stay by my side. You've been fine all these years." Yang Xian feigned even greater fear, tentatively asking, "Father, do you think these rumors are true? That my brother really has a woman he likes, and even killed Li Jiajiu for her? I think that's too far-fetched. We all know my brother's character. We never heard of any woman appearing around him. How could a woman suddenly appear, claiming to be the future mistress of the Pei family? Even if this woman exists, you haven't approved her entry into the family yet. Mentioning this, Pei Jun's expression softened slightly. After all, the fact that Pei Xianke hadn't had a woman by his side for so many years had become a major worry for him. If there really was such a woman, it would be something Pei Jun had been longing for. Seeing Pei Jun's improved complexion, Yang Xian gritted his teeth. Pei Xianke threw Li Jiaojiao, whom he didn't want, to him. But when he heard that Pei Xianke had a woman by his side, his attitude changed completely. He had just been angry. This was his own son. Pei Jun claimed to treat them all equally, but it was clearly favoritism. Pei Jun shook his head. This matter came from Zheng Shushu's mouth, so it must be true. He wouldn't dare to lie. This must have been instructed by Xianke. Otherwise, Shushu, with his calm nature, wouldn't say such unfounded things. Xianke must have a woman by his side. Yang Xian gave a stiff smile. Father, if there really is a sister-in-law, I'd be happy for my brother. But what kind of person is this sister-in-law? Isn't she a bit too ruthless? Jiao Shi. Chapter 181. When Yang Xian brought up the deceased Li Jiaojiu again, Pei Jun's gaze suddenly darkened. Sometimes, he wasn't unaware of Xianer's little thoughts. But after all, she had grown up by his side and been raised for so many years. There was also the life-saving grace Yang Xian's father had shown him years ago, so sometimes he was indeed more willing to indulge Yang Xian. Xianer, I said, as long as I live, I will protect your safety. You don't need to always speak ill of Xianke in front of me. Xianke is my own son, and no one can change that. I've seen his excellence and outstanding qualities. Jiao is also a child I watched grow up. However, if what Shushu said is true, then Jiao has offended the future mistress of the Pei family, Xianke's sore spot. Touching it will lead to certain death. Even if I were there, no one could stop her. As for who the woman Xianke has chosen is, it doesn't matter. I still trust Xianke's judgment. This brat is like a 1,000-year-old iron tree that has finally blossomed. A good thing. Pei Jun wasn't really angry with Pei Xianke. Ultimately, what angered him was that Pei Xianke had already chosen the future mistress of the Pei family, yet hadn't brought her to him yet. Yang Xian lowered his head, his fingers clasped tightly at his sides. A dark, brooding look settled in his eyes. Sure enough, Pei Jun had repeatedly said he valued him, but in the end, his heart still belonged to his biological son, Pei Xianke. Father, I just feel so insecure, Yang Xian said, feigning weakness. Pei Jun softened again, letting out a deep sigh. All right, without Li Jiaojiao, your father will find you someone you like. Try to appease the Li family, after all, they've been friends for generations. Yang Xian nodded. I understand, godfather. I will try my best to persuade uncle and aunt at the Li family and appease them for you. What about my brother? Pei Jun waved his hand. Don't send anyone to Xianke anymore. His temper is too strong. Sending anyone else will likely anger him. We already have many misunderstandings between us, father and son. We can't let this small matter affect our relationship. You don't need to worry about anything else lately. Just handle the Li family's affairs. Yang Xian remembered something else. Godfather, the people from the Kyoto Military Region Alliance have arrived. It was arranged by Zheng Shushu, but I don't know how. What's going on? I had already arranged the accommodations, but Zheng Shushu changed her mind at the last minute. She split the Military Region Alliance people into two groups. The three men were in one area, but the high-ranking commander, I heard, is a woman. She was put in that long vacant house near my brother's. Don't you think this is too strange? No one has ever been inside the house next to my brother's. The furnishings were all personally arranged by Zheng Shushu. How could she let people from the Kyoto Alliance stay there? Yang Xian originally wanted to use this opportunity to establish a connection with the Kyoto Alliance. That's why he strongly urged Pei Jun to send a letter of cooperation to the Kyoto Alliance. But unexpectedly, the Kyoto Alliance only sent 4 people. One of them was a woman. What can a woman do? But he didn't even see her shadow before Zheng Shushu took her away and put her in the house next to Pei Swank's. He couldn't go near that place, otherwise, Pei Xianke would definitely be furious. It's been a whole day, and the Military Region Alliance people haven't even shown their faces? What exactly is going on? Nobody knows. Pei Jun frowned, a thoughtful look creeping into his eyes. You mean, Shushu let a high-ranking commander from the Military Alliance, a woman, stay in a house near Xianke? Pei Jun seemed to be thinking of something. He remained silent for a few seconds, then waved for Yang Xian to leave. After Yang Xian left, Li Si entered. The two brushed past each other and went inside. Grandpa, we can't find anything. You know the entire guard is the young master's confidant. If the young master gives the order, even if they're reduced to ashes, they absolutely won't reveal a single thing about the young master's sweetheart. This matter can only be discussed with you by the young master himself. Pei Jun suddenly laughed, stroking his beard. That brat, all right. I roughly know what's going on. No need to investigate further. This brat can't hide for long. Sooner or later, he'd be exposed to his old man. Li Si looked helplessly at Pei Jun. Master, look at you. You clearly dote on the young master the most, but in front of him, you insist on playing the strict father. You never smile. And you excessively pamper and indulge young master Yang Xian. You've been at odds with the young master since he was 5 years old. When will this end? Can't you just take the initiative to soften your stance? Pei Jun's beard twitched with anger. What kind of father apologizes to his son? What did I do wrong? Xianer's father saved my life. I brought him back and raised him from a young age. I only hoped that Xian Ke could be more lenient with Xianer, that they could get along peacefully. That's all I asked for. Tell me, is my request too much? But ever since I brought Xianer back, Xian Ke has acted as if I'm not his father. For over 20 years, Pei Jun and Pei Xian Ke hadn't exchanged a proper word. Whenever father and son met, they either ignored each other or started arguing after a single sentence, always ending in a bitter argument. Later, Pei Xian Ke went to his maternal grandfather's house, completely severing ties with Pei Jun, not seeing him for 3 years at a time. As he grew older, he and Pei Jun became even more alike, as if they would never speak to each other again. If it weren't for the apocalypse, forcing them to work together to build a base, it's likely that this father and son would never have been able to spend their lives together. Master, you always say the young master isn't close to you, but look at your treatment of him. Are you treating him the same as you treat young master Yang Xian? You cherish young master Yang Xian like a precious gem, but he's had to undergo the most rigorous training since childhood. Young master Yang Xian had a complete childhood, with your love and care, but your demands on him increase year by year. He hasn't had a single easy day. It hasn't been easy for him. The hardships and difficulties the young master has endured to reach his current position are unimaginable to ordinary people. Even with his extraordinary talent, without day after day, year after year of rigorous training and unparalleled self-discipline, how could the young master possess such formidable strength? Through countless days and nights, the young master has repeatedly challenged himself, pushing his limits. Every training session is a double test of both body and will, but the young master has never given up. And those unwavering demands pained him deeply. The young master's pursuit of perfection is uncompromising, allowing no room for the slightest flaw. It is precisely because of these unseen efforts that the young master has achieved his current success. The young master's success has never been accidental. Pei Jun recalled the way Pei Xianke trained in the past. How could he not feel heartache? But there was no other way. The children of the Pei family could not be mediocre. They had to succeed. Chapter 182. Master, I think this is a good opportunity. The young master has someone he loves, so you must treat her well. A woman the young master likes must be someone extraordinary. But tell me, what kind of person is the woman the young master likes? Gossip is human nature, even for the usually composed Li Si. He didn't want to gossip. Really, the young master's sudden announcement of having a beloved woman was just too explosive. Pei Jun thought about it, and agreed with Li Si. He had always wanted to ease tensions with Xian Ke, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Oh right, go and get all the betrothal gifts that Madame prepared for her future daughter-in-law before she passed away. Check them all, especially that set of imperial green jadeite fans. Even though it's useless in this apocalyptic world, it's still a token of her affection. Also, take 100 zombie crystal cores I collected last time and prepare them in advance. If that brat suddenly brings people to our door one day, I can't be unprepared and let the girl laugh at me. Li Si readily agreed with a smile. His master had finally come to his senses, and knew how to please his future daughter-in-law. He thought the day when his master and young master broke the ice wouldn't be far off. Meanwhile, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and the 12-13 others living in District 1 spent the day mainly doing nothing. Food was delivered to them morning, noon, and night. The service was impeccable. 12 lay sprawled on the sofa, sprawled out in all directions. Ever since joining their boss, they've been constantly on missions in the suburbs or in Qin City, always on the go, fighting zombies and collecting crystal cores. They were practically exhausted. This sudden change of pace, with nothing to do, was a bit disorienting for them. Habits are truly terrifying. Captain, sixth brother, I feel like this eastern base has been treating us like pigs all day. All we do is eat and drink, and we're waited on hand and foot. I'm a bit bewildered. Are we here to cooperate on a mission, or to retire. Sigh, I haven't seen Qingtian all day. I wonder how little Qingtian is doing. Sixth brother looked at Wu Tian. Captain, should we go out for a walk and learn more about the eastern base? Wu Tian thought for a moment. Zheng Shushu told them before leaving that they could go out for a walk if they wanted. Since she said so, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's go out for a walk. Upon hearing that they could go out, 12 immediately perked up. He jumped up from the sofa, completely impatient. As soon as the three of them stepped out, Yang Xian was already waiting at the door. He couldn't get close to where Yu Xiaohua was, so he could only try his luck in District 1. Unexpectedly, he actually ran into Wu Tian and the other two coming out. Yang Xian stepped forward, a smile on his face. Hello, I'm Yang Xian, the adopted son of the Pei family. I was supposed to pick you up yesterday, but unfortunately, something came up and I couldn't get away. The base construction is busy, and I'm simply overwhelmed. Please forgive me. Yang Xian practically had busy as hell written all over his face. This blatant boasting of his importance made Wu Tian and the other two feel a little uncomfortable, their expressions indescribable. The Pei family's adopted son? Is this the type? He's a typical sissy. Every move he makes, that hoarse voice. Good heavens. What were the Pei family thinking? How could they accept such a scoundrel? A strange thought suddenly flashed through 12's mind. Could the young master of the Pei family, that the eldest brother liked, also be like this? It's over. If that's the case, he'd rather die than miss the wedding. Yang Xian saw the three of them standing there speechless, their faces full of strange expressions, and deliberately coughed. Wu Tian and the others already thought this guy's words were unpleasant. But this effeminate cough almost sent them packing. Moreover, yesterday they already knew whose fiancé Li Jiaji was. One is influenced by one's company, so what kind of good person could Li Jijia's fiancé be? They really didn't want to know him. Sixth brother was the first to recover. Hello, he simply said, without any further words. Then, Wu Tian and sixth brother also only greeted him. The three of them stood there, and then, there was a long silence. An eerie silence fell. Yang Xian's forced smile was faltering. This was completely different from what he had expected. Shouldn't the people from the Kyoto Military Region Alliance be fawning over him, and trying to curry favor with him after learning his identity? Why were they acting like this? First, he lost his fiancée, and today, Pei Jun reprimanded him for sowing discord. Nothing had gone right for Yang Xian. He had thought he would be fawned over by Wu Tian and the other two. However, Wu Tian and the other two were just standing there like idiots. They didn't even speak to him, let alone offer him any flattery. Yang Wen smiled insincerely. The three of you? Didn't you say there were 4? I heard your commander wasn't assigned to you, but instead, he was assigned to the vicinity of my brother's house. Wu Tian and his two companions exchanged glances. So, this guy was here to probe their background? He wanted to know about their boss. Ha! Who gave Yang Xian the nerve? The three exchanged another glance, perfectly in sync, none of them speaking. They watched silently, wondering what kind of trouble Yang Xian was going to cause. Yang Xian looked at the 3 men opposite him, standing like wooden stakes. Are you all mute? Yang Xian suppressed his anger and continued, Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. You don't know, my brother is indeed capable, but his temperament is unpredictable, and he's especially ruthless towards women. I'm worried about your commander. Her residence is my brother's private property. He doesn't allow anyone to set foot there normally. Perhaps one of his subordinates made a mistake, which is why your commander was placed there. If she accidentally offends my brother, he won't let her off easily, no matter where she comes from. Wu Tian looked expressionlessly at the hypocritical Yang Wen. We heard of the Pei family's young master's reputation in Kyoto, Yang. A smug smile flickered across Yang Xian's lips. You might not know, but this joint operation was something I strongly urged my godfather to do in cooperation with the military alliance. I was genuinely worried about your commander, which is why I said that. Please don't take offense. Actually, it's quite a coincidence. My brother, the future mistress of the Pei family, arrived at the base these past 2 days. I'm afraid my future sister-in-law is just like my brother, unpredictable and unreasonable. What if she clashes with your commander? My brother killed my fiancée for her sake. My poor fiancée, so kind, what did she do wrong? As he spoke, Yang Xian even pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Chapter 183. Hearing Yang Xian's shameless words, and watching his clumsy, affected performance, Wu Tian and the others finally understood why he and Li Jiaji were engaged. Indeed, there's a reason why people can be together. 12 suddenly sighed, deliberately making an exaggerated expression. His eyes revealed deep worry. Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance, knowing exactly what 12 was up to. His acting urge was kicking in. 12 looked at Yang Xian, thinking, damn, it's just acting, anyone can do that. Really? Mr. Yang, is our commander in danger? How could young Master Pei be such a person? I must tell our commander, never cooperate with him. Oh my god, thank you so much for reminding us, Mr. Yang, we will never forget your kindness. As he spoke, 12 strode forward and grabbed Yang Xian's hand. He used all his strength. Yang Xian felt like his hand was about to be torn off. He took a deep breath. He thought 12 was doing it on purpose, but seeing his incredibly sincere gaze, it seemed there was no other intention. He could only endure the pain in his arm, his smile growing increasingly stiff. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Xian abruptly pulled his hand away. The next second, 12 immediately put on a wronged expression. He looked at Yang Xian with the same tender gaze one would give a scumbag. Mr. Yang, don't you like me? 12 knows I'm not popular, but I just felt attracted to you and wanted to get close to you. Since Mr. Yang doesn't want to, then forget it. Consider it my wishful thinking. With that, 12 turned and threw himself into Lao Lu's arms, followed by soft sobs. Yang Xian was completely bewildered by 12's series of actions. 12 gave Sixth Brother a look, and a hint of helplessness flashed in Sixth Brother's eyes. He immediately understood what 12 meant. Then, Sixth Brother, with an extremely serious face, looked at Yang Xian. Mr. Yang, my brother isn't straight. He likes men. He fell in love with you at first sight. He's got his eye on you. My brother likes men like you, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's face quickly turned ugly, as if he had been struck by lightning. He hadn't expected that this guy named 12 was gay? What kind of situation was this? Had the Kyoto Military Region Alliance gone mad? Sending someone like this? 12 looked pitiful. Mr. Yang, are you discriminating against people like me? Never mind, I know, but I fell in love with you at first sight, and I can't control my feelings. Mr. Yang, how about you give me a chance? Let's get to know each other, okay? Yang Xian finally couldn't hold back anymore. He quickly waved his hand. No, I have something to do. My godfather is hosting a welcome banquet for you in 3 days. Let's talk again then. With that, Yang Xian turned and left quickly. He wished he could grow wings and fly away, afraid that 12 would confess to him again. After Yang Wen left, 12 burst into laughter. Sure enough, I'm the only shameless villain like this. How about it, Captain? Sixth Brother? Wasn't my acting top-notch? Alright, stop fooling around. I think the relationship between Yang Xian and young Master Pei is already quite strained. He doesn't know that Boss is young Master Pei's sweetheart. If he finds out, who knows what kind of trouble he cause. Let's all be careful, lest this guy schemes against Boss. Sixth Brother nodded. The captain's right. We all be careful. Also, don't forget about Pei Jun. What if he doesn't accept our boss? 12 nodded. He won't accept him? Our boss is so outstanding. What could the old man Pei possibly be dissatisfied with? Wu Tian and Sixth Brother weren't as optimistic as 12. Since ancient times, conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have been difficult to resolve, and conflicts between fathers-in-law and daughters-in-law are not uncommon either. Someone like Pei Jun, who has always held a high position of power, might want a future daughter-in-law. The kind of obedient, subservient, gentle woman who depends on the young master of the Pei family, but their boss would never change his personality just because he's with the young master of the Pei family. The three of them were somewhat worried. For 3 whole days, Yu Xiaohua's room door remained closed, and Pei Xianke still hadn't appeared at the base. Zheng Shushu had been incredibly busy these past few days. And the hottest topic at the base right now was that the Li family had been vandalized again. As for who smashed it, Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian also returned. When Zheng Shushu told her that Yu Xiaohua represented the military alliance to cooperate with them, she recounted the whole story of the past few days. After Pei Xingyue learned what the Li siblings had done, she stormed into the Li family's house without saying a word. She happened to run into Yang Xian there. Pei Xingyue smashed the Li family's house to pieces, leaving only the words, "If you want justice, I give it to you." The Li parents were terrified and still tried to act like they did in front of Pei Jun. Unfortunately, Pei Xingyue didn't listen to the Li family's tactic at all, and kicked them directly. She showed them no mercy. As the eldest daughter of the Pei family, Pei Xingyue had always lived a carefree and flamboyant life. No one dared to provoke her fiery temper. Even Yang Xian, standing nearby, didn't dare utter a word. After Pei Xingyue left, He immediately went to Pei Jun to complain. But what could Pei Jun do? Pei Xingyue's personality was most like her mother's. From childhood, he had always spoiled Pei Xingyue. Even if Pei Xingyue wanted the stars in the sky, Pei Jun would happily grant her wish. So no matter how much Yang Xian tried to sow discord, it was completely useless. Pei Jun said nothing, not a single word about punishing Pei Xingyue. In fact, this time, he didn't even seem inclined to ask Yang Xian to appease the Li family. That very night, Pei Xingyue went to Pei Jun's place and simply pleaded. The matter was automatically closed. Furthermore, Pei Xingyue told Pei Jun that she was annoyed by sending the Li family to the 6th district. After much pleading and cajoling, Pei Jun finally relented. The Li family begged him daily to intervene regarding Li Jijia's situation. What intervention could he possibly offer? If Li Jiaju and her brother hadn't schemed against them first, they wouldn't be in this predicament. He had already seen the Li family compensate him considerably for their relationship with the previous generation. But the Li family was still unsatisfied, wanting more, insatiably greedy. He had lost patience, and went along with Pei Xingyue's wishes. Pei Jun took the opportunity to inquire about Pei Swank's affairs. Pei Xingyue remained mysterious, only saying it was a secret, revealing nothing about Yu Xiaohua. The Li family thought that after Pei Xingyue's outburst, Pei Jun would be more biased towards them. Who knew that the next day, they would be directly demoted to the 6th district, where ordinary people lived. They plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. The Li family deeply regretted their actions, and wanted to plead with Pei Jun again. Unfortunately, once they arrived in the 6th district, they no longer had the right to see Pei Jun, let alone plead for him. Seeing that the Li family was no longer of use, Yang Xian directly refused their request to meet, completely abandoning them. Chapter 184. Pei Jun's handling of the Li family matter further proved to everyone how much he cherished his daughter, Pei Xingyue. For years, Yang Xian had tried to curry favor with Pei Xingyue. This was because he understood Pei Xingyue's importance to Pei Jun. If Pei Xingyue were willing to support him, he wouldn't be without a chance to compete with Pei Xianke. Pei Jun also had loyal followers. But no matter how much Yang Xian tried to please Pei Xingyue, she would never give him a second glance, let alone be close to him. When they were children, Pei Xingyue had been kind to him, but for some reason. 2 years after he arrived at the Pei family, Pei Xingyue suddenly became cold towards him, even refusing to speak to him anymore. 3 days later, the door to Yu Xiaohua's room finally opened. Outside, there had been turmoil these past few days, but inside, all was peaceful. Of course, it was also incredibly intense. Pei Xianke, wearing a loose black shirt, leaned against the door. His profile was like a pine tree, his voice languid. Clearly, he wasn't too keen on opening the door yet. He still had energy. Yu Xiaohua changed her clothes and saw Pei Xianke standing in the doorway. Meeting his dark eyes, Pei Xianke was indeed pleasing to the eye, like a darling of God, with a slender figure and perfect proportions. These past 3 days, she hadn't fared well. You can leave. Pei Xianke looked at Yu Xiaohua with a familiar yet aggrieved expression. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly, forming a faint smile. She waved her hand casually. It's been 3 days. Are you really sure you won't be mistaken for a missing person if you don't show yourself? Before the words were finished, Pei Xianke strode in. Pei Xianke stopped abruptly in front of Yu Xiaohua. He placed his hands on either side of the sofa, trapping Yu Xiaohua tightly in the corner, like a ferocious beast eyeing its prey. His voice was slightly intoxicated, yet possessed an irresistible, alluring charm. I just finished eating and drinking, and you're already trying to discard me after I served my purpose? You're truly heartless. Yu Xiaohua looked up defiantly, meeting his eyes directly. Isn't this something you willingly did? Pei Xianke rested his head lightly on Yu Xiaohua's soft shoulder without hesitation, as if it were his most comfortable support. In front of Yu Xiaohua, he was truly Pei Xianke. He closed his eyes slightly, and took a deep breath. He felt the faint, almost imperceptible fragrance emanating from Yu Xiaohua's neck. This fragrance, subtle yet refreshing, like a clear spring, soothed his soul, and gradually calmed Pei Swank's mind. He was intoxicated by this scent, wanting more. The whole world shrunk to just him, and Yu Xiaohua. I really want to stay by your side, like this forever. Pei Xianke murmured to himself, his voice low and tender. Only Yu Xiaohua could hear the deep longing in his heart. I really want to die on top of you, so we can be together forever. The next second, Yu Xiaohua spoke, her voice, like a lightning bolt shattering the ambiguous atmosphere. Sorry, if you want to die, you die. I want to live. Her words were concise and clear, without the slightest hesitation or tact. Pei Xianke was a love-struck fool. Yu Zhaohua wasn't. Pei Swank's lips curled slightly, revealing a deep, slightly mocking smile. The laughter echoed in the air, carrying an enigmatic meaning. His finger gently tapped the location of Yu Zhaohua's heart. His fingertip could clearly feel the rhythm of her heartbeat. But Pei Xianke knew one thing even more clearly. She was attracted to him, after his body and his abilities, but not the heart he was most willing to give her. She didn't have him in her heart, but his heart was entirely hers. Yu Zhaohua allowed Pei Swank's fingertip to gently and freely explore. Pei Xianke stared into her dark eyes. He slowly said, Yu Zhaohua, there will be a place for me here sooner or later. Yu Zhaohua paused. She knew that someone like Pei Xianke couldn't possibly not see that she didn't have him in her heart. At least for now, she didn't love Pei Xianke. It was more of a physical connection. But she clearly saw that Pei Xianke loved her, and that was enough. She got what she wanted. As for the true love Pei Xianke wanted, she couldn't give it to him now. Pei Xianke got up, about to leave, when a figure rushed in like the wind. Zhaohua, you finally opened the door. Wah, I missed you so much. Behind him, at the door, Wenxian walked over, looking at Pei Xianke standing there. He shrugged, indicating that he was also helpless. He couldn't stop him. He simply couldn't stop him. Yu Zhaohua looked at Pei Xingyue running over. She reached out her hand. Pei Xingyue happily hugged Yu Zhaohua's waist, even taking the opportunity to touch it. It still feels the same as always, so soft. Pei Xianke had only one thought, to take a knife and chop off that hand that was taking advantage of her. Pei Xingyue's mind was only on Yu Zhaohua. She didn't even see Pei Xianke anymore. Of course, Wenxian's gaze was also fixed on Pei Xingyue's hand. Xingyue had never hugged him like this before, never. The jealousy between the two men in the room was almost overwhelming. Yu Zhaohua smiled, looking at the coquettish Pei Xingyue. Long time no see, you become even more beautiful. These days, since Pei Xingyue had broken her vows, she had been clinging to Wenxian every day. She hadn't neglected her body at all, using the pretense of testing Wenxian's stamina, but in the end, it was always her who said she couldn't. Failed repeatedly, but still tried again. Her main goal was to prove that this eagle-like woman would never admit defeat. Pei Xingyue had indeed been radiant and glowing these days. Pei Xingyue covered her face with her hands, her eyes sparkling. Sister Zhaohua, I missed you so much I can't eat or sleep. Finally, I see you. I heard from Shu Shu that it must be some special fate. I never expected that the person sent by the Kyoto Military Region Alliance this time would be you. Heavens! If I had known, I would have gone to pick you up myself, so you wouldn't have been kidnapped by some malicious people. They've been holding you captive for 3 days, not even opening the door. Poor Sister Zhaohua, your beautiful little rabbit has been taken by such an ugly big bad wolf. Where is justice? Pei Xingyue's words were a relentless accusation against someone. These 3 days, Pei Xingyue had been counting them on her fingers. Why hadn't this person come out yet? Because Pei Xingyue was in no mood for sex. Wenxian hadn't had any for 3 days. Who could he vent his frustration to? Pei Xianke sneered. Pei Xingyue, do you not want your paws anymore? The next second, Pei Xingyue leaned against Yu Zhaohua's chest, looking at Pei Xianke defiantly. With a what can you do about it? Expression, she said, ouch, Zhaohua, look at this brat. He's yelling at me, and my chest hurts. Blow on it for me, please. Chapter 185. The Art of Vying for Favor. Pei Xingyue was absolutely a master at it. Especially in front of Yu Zhaohua, Pei Xingyue's TT skills were on full display. Yu Zhaohua reached out, and put his arm around her shoulder. This action immediately broke the defenses of the two men in the room. Pei Xingyue, on the other hand, looked completely enjoying it. Yu Zhaohua casually spoke. You, how do you want me to decide for you? Pei Xingyue's heart pounded. Oh my god, she loved it. It was so cool. Before she could even finish reveling in it, Wenxian couldn't hold back any longer. He strode forward, grabbed Pei Xingyue's hand, pulled her out of Yu Zhaohua's embrace, and she ended up in his arms. Of course, don't think Pei Xianke didn't want to stop him. Was it that he didn't want to? It was that he didn't dare. Wenxian gritted his teeth. If he had waited any longer, Xingyue would have been completely swayed by a single sentence, her heart fluttering with joy. Pei Xingyue looked up at Wenxian, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. TCH. Sure enough, the embrace is different, the feeling is completely different. Zhaohua's embrace is still warmer, and has that alluring fragrance. When can I hug her again? Wenxian was already used to Pei Xingyue's disdain. Xingyue, have you forgotten? We have something to discuss with Miss Yu today. Don't forget the important matter. Yu Xiaohua smiled without saying a word. Pei Xingyue then remembered the important matter of the day and quickly spoke. Sister Xiaohua, my grandfather has prepared a welcome dinner tonight. However, he doesn't know your identity yet. But, based on my understanding of him, even if Shushu hides his identity well, he'd still be suspicious since that brat hasn't left the house for 3 days. It's too coincidental that the day you arrived, he announced his sweetheart to the entire base. Add to that Li Jijia's matter, and my grandfather is very shrewd. He can definitely guess something. He even asked me a couple of days ago, but I firmly refused to tell him, waiting to see if you want to reveal your identities. Pei Xingyue wouldn't tell Pei Jun, not even her own father. Because, she completely respected Xiao Hua's wishes regarding this matter. What if Xiao Hua didn't want to reveal her identity now? Don't think she hadn't realized that her brat hadn't truly won Xiao Hua's heart. What if Xiao Hua just wanted to play with her brother's body? If that were the case, and the old man found out about Xiao Hua, what if Xiao Hua wanted to dump the brat? The old man probably wouldn't let it go easily. Therefore, even if they were to tell him, it would have to be Xiao Hua and the brat themselves who spoke to the old man. Whether before or after the apocalypse, their Pei family had already established an eastern base. The identity of the Pei family's mistress was not something to be taken lightly. It had to be handled with utmost care. Yu Xiaohua understood Pei Xingyue's meaning, and was touched by her respect and goodwill. Their acquaintance was accidental and short-lived, but Pei Xingyue's unconditional trust and respect were the most precious thing. True sincerity is rare in life. Pei Xianke suddenly spoke, a hint of regret and vulnerability on his face. His words stunned Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian. Zhao Zhao, it's my fault. I was too hasty, too eager to announce this. Don't be troubled. If you don't want it, I explained to my grandfather. This troubled and pitiful appearance was something Wen Xian would never have believed if he hadn't witnessed it himself. He and Xianke grew up together. Xianke was decisive and ruthless. He had never seen him act so pitiful, just to get a title. At this moment, Wen Xian's understanding of the world was completely shattered. The sky had fallen. He didn't want to acknowledge Pei Xianke as his brother anymore. Could he just unilaterally sever ties? It was simply unacceptable. Pei Xingyue muttered under her breath, "You green tea bitch." On the sofa, Yu Xiaohua watched Pei Xianke and Pei Xingyue's subtle power struggle, slowly curving her lips and nodding. She gave a soft Pei Xianke and Pei Xingyue's eyes instantly brightened as they looked at Yu Xiaohua. She agreed. Finally, Pei Xingyue insisted on staying to accompany Yu Xiaohua to the banquet, and strongly demanded that Pei Xianke and Wen Xian return to the Pei family first. Of course, neither of the two men wanted to leave, dragging their feet. But they couldn't fight City Hall, and the two obediently left. After shooing the two away like geese, Pei Xingyue immediately closed the door. At the door, Pei Xianke looked at Wen Xian, but the pitiful expression he had earlier, demanding recognition, was gone. Mind your wife. Wen Xian snorted coldly, retorting defiantly. If you're so capable, then mind your wife. Pei Xianke suddenly laughed. He was truly devilishly handsome. He always been like this, and this smile made him even more captivating. Say that again. Wen Xian paused, stunned. If you're so capable, then mind your... He trailed off, realizing why Pei Xianke wanted him to repeat himself. Damn it. This is insane. Pei Xuan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes holding 3 parts amusement, 5 parts nonchalance, and 7 parts smugness. I have a wife, my wife, Yu Xiaohua. By the way, you know her, right? Heh, he didn't know her. With that, he ignored Wen Xian's indescribable expression and left. The entire corridor was deserted except for Wen Xian, who was contemplating life. What sins had he committed? Why did the Pei family only produce one love-struck individual, and Xianke at that, not Xingyu? He truly never imagined that Pei Xianke would go to such lengths for a woman. In his eyes, this completely shattered his worldview. Zheng Shushu stood at the door, and saw Pei Xianke and Wen Xian emerge one after the other. Both were expressionless. However, Pei Xianke's expressionless face held a hint of a smile in his eyes. From a distance, Zheng Shushu sensed a faint resentment emanating from Wen Xian. Zheng Shushu was stunned. What had happened to Second Master One? Zheng Shushu stepped forward, opened the car door, and Pei Xianke and Wen Xian got in. Afterward, Zheng Shushu drove them to the old mansion. After the apocalypse, the Pei family's original old mansion was preserved, and Pei Jun now lived there. Zheng Shushu, following Pei Xuan's instructions, went back to personally pick up Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xingyue. At the Pei family's old residence, Pei Jun was dressed in a Zhongshan suit today, maintaining his usual style. He would wear a Zhongshan suit for important occasions. Clearly, whoever came from the Kyoto Alliance wasn't important. Pei Jun's special attire for receiving them was unnecessary. Clearly, he had already guessed something. Pei Xiankei entered the house and saw the specially dressed Pei Jun. He paused for a moment, then strode into the living room. When the Pei father and son met, the rule was that neither would speak first. Each time, Wen Xian would act as a mediator. He had gotten used to it over the years. But it was really useless. Because these two were both incredibly stubborn. The kind that 8 oxen couldn't pull back. Chapter 186. Pei Jun glanced behind him. Seeing that no one else had entered behind the two, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Could he have been mistaken? Pei Jun calmly picked up his teacup, intending to drink, but realized it wasn't filled with water, and awkwardly put it down again. Looking up, he saw a mocking smile in Pei Xiankei's eyes. The implication was clear. No water, no pretense. Wen Xian stood up, refilling the water as he spoke. Grandpa, lately you seem to be in excellent health. Last time you went on a mission, those newly joined ability users, and those who witnessed your abilities were truly in awe of you. They all came back saying you're as vigorous as ever, your charm undiminished. Wen Xian knew how to please Pei Jun. After all, having been destined to marry Pei Xingyu since childhood, he was cold and silent towards others. But when it came to appeasing his future father-in-law, Wen Xian's methods were remarkable. Pei Jun immediately smiled. You, of the three of you, you always been the most sensible. Now that you're with Xingyu, why don't you get married sometime? It put this old man's mind at ease. Just in case, one day. The same old refrain. Pei Jun had said this countless times since Pei Xiankei and Pei Xingyu came of age. However, neither of the siblings had ever cared. Because their lives had never existed to continue anyone's bloodline. As Pei Jun spoke, he secretly glanced at Pei Swank's expression. Wen Xian, of course, knew what Pei Jun meant. This marriage pressure wasn't directed at him and Xingyu, but at Xiankei. But the old man's calculations seemed to be wrong. Xiankei might want to marry, but Yu Xiaohua probably didn't. Thinking of this, Wen Xian felt a sense of shared misfortune with Pei Xiankei for the first time. Wen Xian smiled, Grandpa, with your health, I can't even keep up. Don't worry about us younger generation's affairs, we take it slow. Pei Jun sighed, you always been like this since you were little, always going along with Xingyu's wishes, even with such an important wedding. You're just waiting like this, when will it ever end? As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Swank's deep voice rang out, if you want a wedding, go get one yourself. If you want children, have them yourself. I see you're quite free, perfect. Pei Jun glared angrily. Wen Xian sat back on the sofa, exchanging a glance with Li Si beside him. Well, this father and son are about to start again. Every time they meet, they have to argue. No one can stop them, they're natural enemies. Pei Jun slammed his fist on the table in anger. You brat, how dare you talk to your father like that? You still have the mind to worry about Xingyu's affairs? Didn't you already announce that you have someone you like, that you're the future mistress of the Pei family? 3 days have passed, and there's still no news. Since you made up your mind, bring her home to meet us. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. Are you going to keep hiding her forever? Pei Xiankei sat lazily on the sofa, his body slightly leaning back, his long legs slightly bent. He looked at the furious Pei Jun and spoke expressionlessly. Sorry, my woman isn't an ugly daughter-in-law. As for you, this so-called father-in-law, it depends on whether she acknowledges you. If she doesn't, you're nothing. Pei Jun choked, momentarily at a loss for words. However, he wasn't actually angry. Instead, he looked at Pei Xiankei with a strange expression, as if he were seeing him for the first time. His own son was a hopeless romantic. He was even more curious now. What kind of woman could have bewitched his son like this? Pei Jun's anger suddenly subsided. Good, that's good. Finally, someone can tame this brat. Pei Xiankei glanced at Pei Jun, who had suddenly become happy again. Pei Jun was still pretending. What are you looking at? Let me tell you, no matter who it is, even if you don't bring them back for your old man to see, I see them sooner or later. A moment later, Bai Ruyuan's mother entered with Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12. Since their parting in B City, Bai Ruyuan's mother had followed Pei Xingyu back to the Pei family, and had stayed at the old house. Normally, she didn't have to do much, except help entertain guests. These past few days, under the treatment of the ability users at the base, her health had gradually improved. Mother Bai had gained a lot of weight, and was no longer the skinny girl she had been when they first met. The moment Wu Tian and his two companions stepped into the room, their gazes were drawn, as if by a magnet, to Pei Xian-Ke, who sat on the sofa. This was understandable. The three men were all slightly taken aback. After all, Pei Xian-Ke was simply too eye-catching. He sat upright on the sofa like a steadfast mountain, exuding an undeniable presence. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, dressed in black, impeccably tailored, with smooth lines, and an extraordinary aura. His face was sharply defined, as if meticulously sculpted by a master craftsman. Most striking were his deep, unfathomable eyes. Just one glance at the three of them sent a chill down their spines. The three knew that this must be Pei Xian-Ke, the young master of the Pei family. At this moment, they couldn't help but admire their boss's discerning eye for men. It was truly remarkable. A man like Pei Xian-Ke could have anything he wanted. Then, the three looked over in turn. Wen Xian, and finally, Pei Jun, who was sitting there. Of course, with two ethereal men, who would bother looking at an old man, the three stepped forward. Grandpa Pei, young Master Pei, young Master Wen. During their stay at the base, Zheng Shushu had already told them about the current situation at the eastern base. Actually, they hadn't expected Zheng Shushu to be so candid, revealing so much to them. But later, they understood. If they hadn't come with their boss, the Pei family wouldn't have valued them so much. And Zheng Shushu wouldn't have treated them like family. But because they came with their boss, the treatment was completely different. Pei Jun sized them up and waved his hand. Sit down. The three sat down in order, their posture upright. They represented their boss's face, and absolutely couldn't show any weakness. Pei Jun was pleased to see how well behaved they were. Pei Xian-Ke looked at the three and nodded. You're all good. The three of them, Wu Tian and his companion, were flattered. They were only doing this because of their boss. Otherwise, it would be questionable whether this young master of the Pei family would even glance at them, let alone praise them. The three shook their heads. Wu Tian said, it wasn't hard work. With our boss here, the three of us didn't feel tired at all. The one who really suffered was our boss. Upon hearing this, Pei Jun became interested. Your boss, why don't you tell me what happened along the way? This old man wants to hear. Wen Xian raised his eyes, and glanced at Pei Xian-Ke. It seemed the old man had already guessed that Yu Jiahua was Swank's sweetheart. Otherwise, why would the old man have the leisure to listen to a stranger story? The old man would never ask such a question. He wanted to hear from his three subordinates what kind of person Yu Jiahua was. Chapter 187. Wu Tian remained silent for a few seconds. He knew Pei Jun was intentionally inquiring about their boss. The expressions of 6th brother and 12th brother instantly turned serious. After a long pause, Grandpa Pei, do you know how we met our boss? Pei Jun paused. Oh, how did you meet? Pei Xian-Ke's gaze deepened. He also wanted to know what she had experienced during their separation. This time, even Wen Xian showed some interest. After parting ways in B City, Yu Jiahua and the others went to Liao City. How did this person end up in Kyoto again, rising to the position of a high-ranking commander in such a short time? There must be quite a story behind it. Wu Tian slowly began to speak. It was a little over 2 months ago. Our team was on a mission. As we were vigilantly searching for any possible traces of zombies, suddenly, the sounds of fierce fighting reached our ears. We quickly followed the sound, and turning a corner, the scene before us astonished us. A figure moved freely among a group of zombies, each attack precisely striking a vital point. It was our leader. She was alone, facing dozens of hideous zombies, yet she showed no fear, fighting with increasing ferocity. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but at that moment, my teammates and I were so stunned by her bravery that we forgot to go and support her. We just stood there, watching her charge through the zombie horde, seemingly unstoppable. She gave the zombies no chance to breathe. Under her relentless assault, the zombies fell one after another, their fierce attack crumbling instantly. Soon, dozens of zombie corpses lay scattered on the ground, while our leader remained unharmed. Wu Tian still felt a shock when he recalled that day's scene. It was at that moment that they witnessed firsthand that in the post-apocalyptic world, women's strength and abilities were no less than men's, and perhaps even stronger. As Wu Tian recounted the story, 6th brother and 12th brother seemed to be transported back to that day. They would never forget it. Amidst the corpses scattered on the ground, the eldest brother's figure stood proudly. Pei Xian-Ke smiled. Wen Xian sensed the pleasure emanating from Pei Xian-Ke beside him. When others praise his wife, he gets all excited. Pei Jun thought Wu Tian's words were exaggerated, perhaps too much flattery. Seeing the hint of distrust in Pei Jun's eyes, Wu Tian continued, Grandpa Pei, I'm not exaggerating at all. What you think of our eldest sister doesn't matter, only we know how good she is. Pei Jun said, go on. The sixth brother chimed in. That day, when we went up to greet our eldest sister, it was just out of admiration for someone strong. Later, we found out she was going to the military alliance with us. It was such a coincidence. We all went back to the military region together. The alliance encountered Jiang Hao, a commander who had been targeting us, at the gate. Jiang Hao, abusing his position, had been suppressing and bullying our team. Finally, the team members couldn't take it anymore and stood up to him. The result was predictable. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity to expel our team members. Just when we were in despair, our leader stepped forward. She beat Jiang Hao up and publicly protected us. It's someone I only met once, Pei Xianke said with a smirk. That's what she would do. Wen Xian thought, oh well, another silent display of affection. So jealous. Pei Jun glanced at Pei Xianke and saw the smile in his eyes. Now, he was even more certain. It seemed that the boss Wu Tian mentioned was this brat's sweetheart. Pei Jun nodded. To do something like that, your boss is truly remarkable. In the apocalypse, that's rare. She beat up this commander named Jiang Hao. Didn't the military region alliance retaliate? And how did she become a high-ranking commander? 12 spoke proudly. At the time, we were very worried. Our boss almost crippled Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao had the alliance commander backing him. We were all prepared to protect our boss, even at the cost of our lives. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. It turned out our boss was a talent personally recruited by our military region alliance's deputy alliance commander Chu, and was directly given a high-ranking commander position. She even received the military region alliance's only 10 black gold tokens. Jiang Hao had no choice but to accept it. After all, it was perfectly justified for our boss, a high-ranking commander, to teach him a lesson. Thinking about Jiang Hao's face, we felt incredibly satisfied. You have no idea how handsome our boss was back then, absolutely stunning. A smile flashed across Pei Xianke's eyes. He practically had the word bragging written all over his face. It was unbearable to watch. Pei Jun thought Yu Zhaohua was capable, but he never expected her to be this capable. They had met Chu Jiansheng before the apocalypse. Chu Jiansheng was always willing to invest time and effort in talented and strong individuals. However, his standards were exceptionally high. Very few people met his criteria. His future daughter-in-law was truly remarkable. Not only that, Chu Jiansheng was willing to offer her a high-ranking commander position, and even gave her the exclusive black gold token of the military region alliance. She was definitely capable. Seeing the satisfied look on Pei Jun's face, Wu Tian continued. Later, the alliance chief actually wanted to avenge Jiang Hao. He actually sent the newly recruited leader of the military alliance on an extremely dangerous mission. To the suburbs. Wu Tian's voice trembled slightly. He was still deeply indignant about this. Beside him, the expressions of 6th brother and 12th brother also darkened. If it weren't for their leader's strength, they would have died that night, like everyone else, at the hands of those mutated apes. The military region has sent more than 5 groups of people to carry out this mission, but the results have all been disastrous. Almost everyone suffered huge losses, and very few managed to escape. He paused, took a deep breath, and then spoke. However, the alliance leader claims it's to help the boss quickly establish authority and gain respect within the army, but in reality, it's just him deliberately targeting the boss to vent his anger for Jiang Hao. At this point, Wu Tian suddenly felt a chill emanate from Pei Xianke. He couldn't help but shiver. Looking up, he saw that Pei Xianke's face had turned extremely grim, and his aura had suddenly turned colder. Wen Xian knew someone was doomed. The killing intent emanating from Xianke was enough to dig up someone's ancestral graves. Pei Jun's expression also turned sour. That damned alliance leader Lian dared to target his future daughter-in-law like this? He deserves to die. For someone in a position of power to use such despicable methods because of personal grudges is utterly disgusting. Wu Tian glanced at the expressions of the 3 before continuing. But no matter how much you plan, things can't always go as planned. The alliance leader underestimated our boss. That day, I went to see our boss, and she only asked me one question. Are you willing to go on this mission with her? Chapter 188. At this point, Wu Tian paused, then looked at Pei Jun and the other 2. Even now, I'm still grateful for the choice I made that day. Back then, I thought that even if I died, I would repay the boss's kindness. But I never imagined that we, along with the boss, would not only survive, but also embark on completely different paths. Meeting the boss was a blessing for everyone in our team. When Xian spoke up, you should indeed be grateful for your choice that day. to follow her. But, given your circumstances, choosing Miss Yu was already quite admirable. Thinking back, Yu Xiaohua had just joined the military region and didn't have her own power base. Moreover, that so-called suburban mission was so dangerous, yet Wu Tian and the others were willing to go. This shows they were a group of grateful, flesh-and-blood people. Therefore now, they had the opportunity to change their lives. Not everyone can do that. Wu Tian and the rest of the team had this opportunity. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 shook their heads with smiles. It's not that we're bad, it's that our boss is good. Pei Jun was surprised by the unwavering loyalty of these three. What kind of charming woman could inspire such devotion in three men? At this moment, Pei Xianke suddenly spoke up. And then? 12 took a deep breath. Then, we went on a mission with our boss. To be honest, don't laugh, our team wasn't exactly the strongest in the military region, but our boss still chose us. One night during our mission, we suddenly encountered a group of mutated apes. You know, those post-apocalyptic mutated apes are incredibly powerful. A whole 20 of them. 12's voice trembled slightly, as if he still felt lingering fear recalling the scene. He paused. Back then, it was the first time we seen those mutated gorillas. It would be a lie to say we weren't afraid. But our leader so firmly told us not to be afraid. Then, she divided the 20 mutated gorillas into two groups, leaving 3 for us, and taught us how to deal with these mutated creatures? 12's description made Pei Jun and the other 2 feel as if they were right there, illustrating the danger they faced. As for us, although we only had 3 mutated gorillas, it was still a huge challenge for us. Fortunately, thanks to our leader's previous guidance, we didn't disappoint her and successfully killed those 3 mutated gorillas. Sixth brother paused, then continued. But after we dealt with our mutated gorillas, we immediately rushed to our leader's place, and then we all witnessed an even more shocking scene. Sixth brother's voice grew lower and lower, as if the fierce battle of that night was still vivid in his mind. He slowly said, that fierce battle that night is truly unforgettable. Our leader single-handedly faced so many terrifying mutated gorillas. The scene was like hell. He paused slightly at this point. He seemed to be recalling the scene. Then he continued, those mutated gorillas weren't ordinary gorillas. They were enormous, incredibly strong, and possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. When we arrived, under the moonlight, the ground was littered with the remains of mutated gorillas, and our leader, covered in blood, leaned against a big tree. At that moment, her eyes were devoid of warmth and emotion. Our leader was like a lonely, proud wolf. We couldn't even imagine how she had fought those mutated gorillas before that. We only knew that our leader had won. The living room was eerily quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Especially when Pei Xianke heard that Yu Xiaohua had single-handedly confronted the mutated apes. His face instantly darkened, as if shrouded in a thick, oppressive cloud. Even more shocking was that Yu Xiaohua wasn't facing just 1 or 2 mutated apes, but a full 17. When Xian sighed, Xianke was clearly distressed. A surge of admiration welled up within Wen Xian. That was an astonishing number, enough to instill despair and fear. Yet, Yu Xiaohua didn't flinch, protecting an entire team single-handedly against the mutated apes. Even Pei Jun couldn't help but become serious. A girl who could remain calm and react quickly in such an environment, and even single-handedly deal with so many mutated gorillas. His future daughter-in-law was strong enough, but what Wu Tian said next surprised them even more. Wu Tian continued, those days were the happiest and most tiring time for our team. Under our leader's guidance, everyone's strength improved by leaps and bounds. And the most dangerous thing wasn't the mutated gorillas, but a level 4 high-level zombie. A level 4 high-level zombie? Wu Tian looked at the 3 of them, and nodded solemnly. That's right, it was a level 4 high-level zombie. Even though our strength had improved somewhat, facing such a powerful enemy, we had absolutely no chance of winning. Moreover, it wasn't just a level 4 zombie, it was also controlling a large number of low-level zombies, attempting to reap the benefits. At this point, Wu Tian's voice lowered slightly. In that life-or-death moment, we were almost in despair. However, at the critical juncture, it was Boss Yu who stepped forward and charged headlong into that level 4 zombie without hesitation. 12's tone was filled with admiration and gratitude. Boss Yu fought that level 4 zombie for over an hour. Every minute, every second was incredibly difficult for us, every moment filled with danger and uncertainty. But Boss Yu never backed down. She repeatedly pushed her limits, engaging in a desperate struggle with that level 4 zombie. Although 12 didn't describe the details of the battle in detail, these simple words were enough for Pei Jun and the others to imagine the ferocity and danger of the fight. First, they encountered an attack from a mutated ape, and now they face such a powerful level 4 zombie. These successive crises were all thanks to Yu Xiaohua alone. What incredible mental and physical strength that must take. Pei Swank's aura grew increasingly cold. Continue, Lao Lu said. We completed our mission and returned to Kyoto. Then, the Alliance leader assigned the task of coming to Qing City to our boss. The most bizarre people we encountered along the way were the Li Mingwei siblings. Li Jiaji wanted to steal my dog, and when we refused, they followed us. On the 2 nights before we arrived in Qing City, they tried to drug our boss and give her away to someone else. At this point, the temperature in the living room dropped even further. Pei Jun glanced at Pei Xianke. If they continued, this brat would freeze them to death. Chapter 189. Pei Jun coughed. The Li family has been punished. They've been expelled to District 6. Pei Jun was intentionally explaining to Pei Xianke. He no longer favored the Li family, giving them the punishment they deserved. Pei Xianke glanced at him coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. The Li family had amassed countless benefits over the years by leveraging the connections of the previous generation. It was all thanks to Pei Jun's indulgence. Pei Jun felt somewhat guilty. He hadn't expected the Li siblings, so obedient in front of him, to act so rudely outside. Pei Xianke beckoned, and a trusted aide entered through the door. Expel everyone from the Li family to the base. Wu Tian and the other 2 exchanged glances. It seemed Pei Swank's favor was substantial. If he had shown no reaction, they would have been disappointed. Pei Xianke had sentenced the Li family to death with a single sentence, leaving no room for maneuver. Those good-for-nothings from the Li family, once they leave the base, will be torn to pieces by zombies. But who can blame them for their poor parenting? The 2 old men in the Li family aren't any better. Pei Jun was still thinking of not going too far when Wen-Xian got up and poured him a cup of tea. Grandpa, have some tea. He bet that if the old man dared to plead for the Li family now, Xianke would probably flip the table. The old man didn't know what kind of person Yu Xiaohua was. What place did she hold in Xianke's heart? In this world, the only person Pei Xianke would willingly die for was Yu Xiaohua. Therefore, the old man couldn't speak. He absolutely couldn't touch Xianke's sore spot. Or rather, in this world, no one could touch Yu Xiaohua's sore spot. Otherwise, Xianke would go mad. Seeing Wen-Xian's signal, Pei Jun thought for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. His relationship with Xianke had been strained for so many years. If things escalated further because of the Li family, this brat probably wouldn't even step foot inside the Pei family's old mansion again. Even if their previous generation had many connections with the Li family, Pei Jun knew better. His own son was more important. After Wu Tian and the other 2 finished speaking, they fell silent. They had said everything they could. As for what the Pei family patriarch thought of their eldest son, that was his business. If he objected, it could only mean the Pei family patriarch had poor judgment. The living room instantly fell silent. Pei Jun took a sip of tea, then looked at Pei Xianke. This brat had his former flair. His taste in women was indeed excellent. He had guts, temper, personality, and ability. No wonder a woman like that could tame this brat. When are you going to marry her? Since you pledged your life to her, you can't let her down. Pei Jun was now quite certain that this Yu Xiaohua, whom he had never met, was the woman Pei Xianke had set his sights on. Otherwise, no one in this world could possibly sway this brat's emotions. Wu Tai and the other 2 silently pricked up their ears. As expected of the Pei family patriarch, things are progressing quickly. He hasn't even met the eldest son yet, and he's already talking about marriage? Pei Xianke glanced casually at Pei Jun, noticing the bright expectation in his eyes. His words infuriated Pei Jun once again. None of your business. Wen-Xian couldn't help but feel a little smug. Xianke, of course, didn't know. Right now, he saw that Miss Yu had absolutely no intention of entering the Pei family. The old man's hopes of pressuring her to marry had been dashed. This wasn't a matter for Xianke to decide, nor was it something the old man could decide. Entering the Pei family was difficult, but for Yu Xiaohua, whether she wanted to enter the Pei family was a matter of choice. That choice didn't lie with the Pei family, but with Yu Xiaohua. This is what happens when a woman possesses strength and power. Only then can she truly control her own life. Only then can she decide and completely control her own destiny. And Yu Xiaohua, not being dependent on Xianke, could make her own entirely autonomous decisions. Pei Jun was furious, practically fuming. Wen-Xian could only step in to smooth things over. Grandpa, Xianke and Miss Yu have their own ideas. Please don't rush things. I met Miss Yu a few times and spent a few days with her. I see that her mind isn't on romance. She has her own ambitions and ideas. You need to give them time. He could see that Yu Xiaohua was an ambitious woman. How could Xian not? A woman like Yu Xiaohua wouldn't confine herself to one place in the future. She would have a much wider space. And most importantly, Xian was willing to let her spread her wings. Pei Jun's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he still couldn't lower his head. The atmosphere between father and son became tense again. Wen Xian was used to it, but Wu Tian and the other two were on pins and needles. Who knew the relationship between the Pei father and sons was so bad? It felt like they were about to fight. A moment later, Zheng Shushu walked in first, and the others immediately looked over. Pei Jun was extremely anxious inside, but he still had to maintain a facade of composure. Wu Tian and the other two stood up and moved to the side, their eyes fixed on the doorway. They hadn't seen their boss for several days. They wondered if he had lost or gained weight. The next second, Pei Xianke stood up, and Wen Xian, unable to sit still any longer, followed suit. The two then strode towards the door. Next, Pei Xingyue, arm in arm with Yu Xiaohua, walked in with a beaming smile. Pei Jun turned his head, his gaze falling on the upright figure. When his eyes met Yu Xiaohua's, a sense of amazement welled up within him. This girl was tall and slender, her short hair neat and tidy, without a single stray strand. Her brows exuded a heroic spirit, as if she were a chivalrous woman from ancient times, dashing and spirited. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, every part perfectly proportioned, without the slightest flaw. Pei Jun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His son had excellent taste, managing to find such a heavenly woman. However, he hadn't expected his son to like this type of girl. She clearly wasn't the gentle type. Feeling Pei Jun's gaze, Yu Xiaohua casually lifted her eyelids. A slight smile played on her lips. She glanced at Pei Jun indifferently, her dark, deep eyes revealing an arrogance rarely seen in someone her age. Pei Jun was taken aback. This girl had such sharp eyes, a unique and powerful aura. Having held a high position for many years, very few girls dared to look him directly in the eye like that. Now, Yu Xiaohua was one of them. Pei Xianke walked to Yu Xiaohua's side and pulled her close. At the same time, Wen Xian also embraced Pei Xingyue. The two men each went to find their own women. Pei Xingyue clutched her chest. Heavens above, earth below, someone always has to separate us. Xiaohua, these bad people. Pei Xingyue's acting was sudden and unexpected. In the room, only Wu Tian and his two companions were present, unaware of Pei Xingyue's personality, and quite surprised. The rest of the group were already immune to her antics. Chapter 190. Wen Xian said indulgently, "All right, Xingyue, Grandpa is still here." Pei Xingyue snorted, giving up the act, and glared at Pei Xianke. Then, she walked to the sofa and sat down. Wen Xian went over, poured some water, and handed it to Pei Xingyue. Pei Xianke took Yu Xiaohua's hand, and this single action stunned Pei Jun for a few seconds. Li Si was also quite surprised. Their young master hadn't been interested in women for so many years. Now that he's in love, he's suddenly become so open-minded? Sure enough, even the young master can't escape the laws of love. This is a good sign. Yu Xiaohua let Pei Xianke lead her by the hand, and walked to the sofa to sit down. Wu Tian and the other two looked at Yu Xiaohua. "Boss." Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Sit down." The three then sat down again. Sitting on the sofa, their gazes were all fixed on Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke. No matter how Pei Jun tried to signal with his eyes, Pei Xianke pretended not to see it. Then, he personally poured water and handed it to Yu Xiaohua. In this apocalyptic world, there was no fresh fruit left. Only dried fruit remained on the table. Pei Xianke picked up a nut and meticulously cleaned its shell. Pei Xingyue, seeing this, pouted. She could peel nuts for her little sister Xiaohua too. Zheng Shushu and Wen Xian were used to it. Wu Tian and the other two watched Pei Xianke patiently peeling nuts. His well-defined fingers were like works of art. He was peeling nuts, yet it seemed like he was doing something incredibly important. The three of them realized that good-looking people are pleasing to the eye no matter what they do. Pei Jun couldn't stand it anymore. He was being completely ignored. No choice. Pei Jun deliberately coughed loudly, and seeing no reaction, coughed again. A third cough. A fourth cough. Zheng Shushu and Li Si exchanged a glance, finding it difficult for the old man to pull this stunt. Pei Xingyue watched as her grandfather coughed until he felt like he was going to cough his lungs up. Heh, serves him right. The old man has probably never been this humiliated in his life. He's held a high position his whole life. It's time he tasted this. Wen Xian looked at Pei Xingyue's sly smile, and helplessly squeezed her hand. Pei Xingyue turned to look at him. Wen Xian whispered in her ear, "You, at a time like this, are still laughing at the old man. Pei Xianke completely ignored Pei Jun's coughing. Yu Xiaohua finally looked up at Pei Jun, who was coughing so hard. Pei Jun immediately put on a beaming smile, incredibly loving. He had never given such an expression to his son, Pei Xianke. Now, he was giving it to his future daughter-in-law, Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua paused. There was really no need for that. Pei Xianke. Pei Xianke slowly raised his head, his gaze like a clear spring, gently flowing over Yu Xiaohua. The moment his gaze met Yu Xiaohua's, his eyes seemed to light up, blossoming into a gentle smile. That smile was like the spring sunshine. His eyes seemed to hold 1,000 stars, shimmering and dazzling. His voice carried an intoxicating charm. "What's wrong, my dear?" The moment the word "my dear" was uttered, everyone in the living room turned their gaze to Pei Xianke. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and an expression of utter disbelief. Pei Jun stopped coughing. Over the years, he had weathered countless storms. But at this moment, he swore that this old man had experienced the greatest storm of his life. For the past 3 days, the word "good boy" had been the most frequently heard word by Yu Xiaohua. He murmured it over and over in his ear, as if he couldn't get enough of it. Yu Xiaohua looked at Pei Jun. Only after Yu Xiaohua looked at him did Pei Xianke glance at Pei Jun. "Pei Jun, my father, don't worry about it." Yu Xiaohua knew how Pei Jun had neglected Pei Xianke for the sake of his adopted son, Yang Xian. Therefore, Yu Xiaohua only nodded lightly at him. "Okay, I understand." Wu Tian and the other two tactically drank water, silently lowering their heads. The eldest brother really didn't give old Master Pei any face at all. They now understood why the eldest brother and the young master of the Pei family were a couple. This tacit understanding was unmatched. Pei Xingyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pei Jun glared at her, annoyed. His son treated him like this, and now his daughter was laughing at him. He, the father, had no status whatsoever, did he? Who introduces their father like that? He was incredibly embarrassed. Pei Jun could tell that no one was going to give him any face. He could only bite the bullet and look at Yu Xiaohua. "Hello, future daughter-in-law, I'm Pei Jun, your future father-in-law." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Except for Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke, the rest of the people stared at Pei Jun. Wow, they really wanted to ask how he could greet her so calmly. Who taught the old man to have any shame? Pei Jun also felt incredibly embarrassed, but what could he do? His son wouldn't give him a formal title, so he had to do it himself. So what? He's so old, what's wrong with not having a little shame? The overreacting younger generation. Even Pei Xingyue, his own daughter, seemed to be meeting her father for the first time. How come I never noticed before that her old man was so shameless? TSK. Everyone present had their own thoughts. Their inner monologues were quite interesting. Yu Xiaohua paused. "Sorry, I have no intention of entering your Pei family's gates at the moment." Wu Tian almost choked on his water. It was their eldest brother, Yung, who really dared to act this way towards old Master Pei on Pei family territory. Amazing. The group all turned to look at Pei Jun. Pei Xingyue looked like she was ready for a fight. Haha, when the time comes, Xiaohua will teach the old man a lesson. She used some underhanded tactics too. After all, the old man owes that brat so much because of Yang Xian over the years. Pei Jun's face indeed darkened instantly. Yu Xiaohua looked at him, showing no sign of backing down from Pei Jun's imposing aura. Pei Xianke stood up, blocking Pei Jun's view. Just as the father and son were about to clash again. Pei Jun didn't get angry as usual. "Alright, I didn't bully her. What are you trying to do? Can't we just chat?" When Xian said, "Xianke," the old man didn't mean anything by it. Yu Xiaohua spoke up. "Sit down." The next second, Pei Xianke sat down. Pei Jun's gaze deepened at this sight. This brat has really fallen for him. When has he ever seen him so obedient? Pei Jun said, "Miss Yu, the Pei family." Before he could finish speaking, Yu Xiaohua interrupted him. "The Pei family you speak of is unimportant to me. The person I, Yu Xiaohua, am marrying is Pei Xianke, not the Pei family. What happens to the Pei family is none of my business. Our relationship doesn't need anyone telling us what to do. Grandpa Pei, you don't need to worry about that." This was the first time Pei Jun had been rendered speechless by a girl's retort. Chapter 191. He should have been angry. But upon hearing this, Pei Jun not only wasn't angry, but instead looked at Yu Xiaohua with newfound respect. Only a woman as capable as her could manage the base alongside Xianke in the future. Xianke should find a woman of similar strength, someone with a temper and her own opinions. Neither arrogant nor servile. A hothouse flower is not Xianke, nor is she worthy of being the future mistress of the Pei family. The next second, Pei Jun laughed heartily, his gaze towards Yu Xiaohua increasingly satisfied. Good, Yu Xiaohua, I don't care about your affairs with Xian Quebec. You young people can do whatever you want. Even Pei Xingyue was slightly surprised. Not only was her grandfather not angry, but he had even learned to find a way to back down. Over the years, if only the old man had lowered his head even a little towards that brat, their relationship wouldn't be like this now. The brat didn't enjoy the treatment, but Xiaohua did. Indeed, Xiaohua is quite capable. She always said she had a good eye for people. Pei Xingyue mentally praised herself again, feeling quite pleased with herself. The three of them finally relaxed. Just now, they were genuinely afraid that the Pei family patriarch would turn on them. After all, they were at the Pei family home, and the patriarch's reaction was quite unexpected. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Still as indifferent as ever. Pei Jun said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's all have dinner together, Li Si." Li Si nodded in agreement. That evening, everyone sat down to eat. It had been a year since the apocalypse, and fresh vegetables were long gone. They ate only simple food. Wu Tian and the other two exchanged glances, looking at the table laden with food. It wasn't that they were picky, it was just that since following their boss, they hadn't eaten such poor food. Pei Jun thought they were just shy about eating, so he offered them some. At the table, as soon as Yu Xiaohua sat down, Pei Xianke had already scalded the cutlery. Throughout dinner, Pei Jun and the others ate very little, mainly because they were full from the dog food, a metaphor for witnessing a public display of affection. Pei Xianke didn't eat a single bite. Pei Swank's thoughtfulness was so evident that even Li Si, sitting next to him, couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of love? Is the young master still the same young master? The smile in his eyes, as he looked at Miss Yu, was almost overflowing. He never imagined that he would see this side of his young master in his lifetime. Wu Tian and the others were also seeing it for the first time. How to put it, if they weren't on Pei family territory, they would never have believed it. The man before her, was he really the legendary ruthless young master of the Pei family? What can one say? Their boss is truly capable. Even a tiger has to become a meat cat. He's a master at managing his husband. Pei Xingyue was practically smoking her fork from poking at it. This brat seizes every opportunity to show off his affection. When Cyan sat next to her, but Pei Xingyue didn't even glance at him. Pei Jun's meal was a series of revelation for him. Finally, he started brainwashing himself. This was his son, his own flesh and blood. 1,000 words condensed into 4 words. Hopelessly in love. Everyone was almost finished eating. Although the atmosphere wasn't great, at least Pei Jun and Pei Xianke had managed to eat together without arguing. That was it. Pei Jun was already quite content. He knew he owed Pei Xianke, so he didn't expect this meal to ease the years of discord between father and son. However, it was a good start, and he was already very pleased. But some people just love to stir up trouble. Yang Xian returned. As soon as he entered, his gaze swept over everyone at the table. Finally, it landed on Yu Xiaohua, a deep sense of amazement flashing in his eyes. Seeing her standing next to Pei Xianke, with no space between them, he knew what was going on. In this world, who else could be standing next to Pei Xianke besides the woman he officially announced a few days ago? Why? Why was Pei Xianke superior to him in every way, even choosing such beautiful women, while he could only be given to someone as low class as Li Jieju? The moment Yang Xian saw Yu Xiaohua, his jealousy of Pei Xianke intensified, driving him mad with envy. And today, no one invited him to join the military alliance gathering. Is this what Pei Jun's so-called treating everyone equally looks like? His heart has always been biased towards Pei Xianke. After Yang Xian entered, Pei Xianke didn't even look up, acting as if he didn't exist. Yang Xian suppressed his resentment and feigned surprise. Father, brother, sister, second brother one, you're all here. I'm late. Yang Xian's words instantly brought the atmosphere at the table to a standstill. Pei Xingyue looked at the affected Yang Xian, then turned and glared at Pei Jun with annoyance. The old man is really confused. He finally gets to sit down and have a proper meal with Xianke. And he actually called Yang Xian back for dinner again? What's going on? From childhood to adulthood, Yang Xian had always been like this. In reality, no one paid him any attention or bullied him. Every time, Yang Xian would put on a show of being bullied in front of the old man. When he was little, he would constantly cry to the old man about how pitiful he was. If it weren't for Yang Xian, the old man's relationship with Xianke wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Wu Tian and the other two's faces also darkened. They knew how ill-intentioned Yang Xian was. The Pei family patriarch was good in every way, except for his terrible taste in choosing an adopted son. Pei Xingyue really wanted to beat up this father, who had been blinded by greed. Pei Jun, glared by his precious daughter, was speechless. Pei Jun was also surprised. Why had Yang Xian suddenly returned? He had indeed deliberately sent Yang Xian away today. With him there, Xian Ke wouldn't even enter the Pei family's house. So, to ensure a proper meal, he had Yang Xian do something else. Pei Jun was utterly speechless. After all, he had raised Yang Xian for so many years. If he said he hadn't let Yang Xian come back for dinner, where would Yang Xian's face be? There were outsiders present. And Yang Xian was well aware of this. At least, at this moment, Pei Jun wouldn't embarrass him. In the end, Pei Jun still felt sorry for Yang Xian. Every time, at times like this, Pei Jun would think of Yang Xian's pitiful state. From childhood to adulthood, it had always been this reason. But he forgot how much harm a biological father's favoritism towards an outsider could cause his child. Pei Jun always thought that some damage could be repaired. But he didn't know that some damage, once caused, could never be undone. Nodding yes, you're back. If you're hungry, let's eat together. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Yu Xiaohua put down his fork. The crisp sound of the fork hitting the plate seemed particularly jarring in the quiet atmosphere. Chapter 192. Everyone looked at her. Then, Wu Tian and the other two immediately stood up, abandoning their food. Following this, Yu Xiaohua stood up without hesitation. Then, she slowly turned her head, her gaze sharp, landing on Pei Xianke beside her. Pei Xianke slowly raised his head, his eyes dark, meeting Yu Xiaohua's gaze. Their eyes met briefly in the air, without exchanging a word. At this moment, it seemed as if they could see into each other's hearts through their eyes. Yu Xiaohua spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Get up, go back. These words showed no respect for Pei Jun. However, respect is something one gives oneself. The moment Pei Jun chose to let Yang Xian sit down and eat with him, he still chose Yang Xian, his adopted son, in his heart. Regardless of the reason, in front of Pei Xianke, he once again chose to side with Yang Xian, his so-called adopted son. Pei Xuang's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a barely perceptible smile. He was already accustomed to Pei Jun's favoritism. It had been a constant since childhood, and he had long since learned to silently endure it. But at this moment, as Yu Xiaohua defended him, a strange feeling suddenly welled up within him. It was a feeling of being struck, like a lightning bolt flashing across his heart, making his heart beat faster involuntarily. There was still someone in this world who cared about his feelings, who would stand up for him. This feeling of being valued was so foreign to Pei Xianke, yet so incredibly moving. Yang Xian was stunned. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so unpredictable. With so many people here, she just wants to leave. How could the old man possibly approve of a woman who acts like that? Pei Xianke likes this woman, but she won't get into the Pei family so easily. He won't let Pei Xianke get what she wants. He wants Pei Xianke to suffer for the rest of his life, never getting what he desires. He stared at Yu Xiaohua, then stood up. This time, it was Yu Xiaohua's turn to take Pei Xuang's hand. All eyes fell on their clasped hands. Yu Xiaohua pulled Pei Xianke away from the table and left. Yang Xian, seeing the two about to leave, felt smug. He immediately put on a pitiful expression. He stepped forward. Brother, I didn't know you and sister-in-law were here today. This must be sister-in-law, she's indeed beautiful. Hello, I'm Yang Xian, the adopted son of the Pei family. I was being impolite earlier, please don't take offense. Pei Xuang's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he stared at Yang Xian. His eyes held a chilling, all-consuming coldness that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Before anyone could react, Pei Xianke suddenly stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Yang Xian's chest. The kick was incredibly powerful. Yang Xian, completely unprepared, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, his body sliding a distance before coming to a stop. Yang Xian clutched his chest in pain, his face contorted in agony. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating a significant internal injury. However, a barely perceptible glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. The more Pei Xianke treated him this way in front of Pei Jun, the more Pei Jun defended him. From childhood to adulthood, he couldn't compare to Pei Xianke in anything, but he knew better than anyone how to make Pei Jun feel sorry for him. Pei Xingyue sneered. She looked at Yang Xian. It was the same old trick. After all these years, besides playing the victim, this knew nothing else. When Xian frowned, Yang Xian had deliberately ruined his peaceful days again. Before, no matter what methods he used, Xian never cared. So, he never paid any attention to this guy, letting him play his tricks. But this idiot Yang Xian really thought he could use this trick forever, without even looking at who was here? And who was he using it on? Yang Xian used it on Yu Xiaohua. He was courting death. Moreover, he wanted to die even faster. Wu Tian and the other two felt a great sense of satisfaction from the kick. Young Master Pei and their boss were exactly the same style. If they could act, they wouldn't waste a single word. Sure enough, Pei Jun saw Yang Xian bleeding from the kick and slammed his fist on the table, standing up. Xian Yu Xiaohua slowly turned her head to look at Pei Jun, her eyes filled with the same coldness as Pei Xian's. Pei Jun, seeing such similar gazes, froze for a moment. Pei Xian stepped forward. Yang Xian was cunning, but he was still afraid of Pei Xian. How ruthless was Pei Xian? He knew. Only in front of Pei Jun did he dare to provoke Pei Xian. Pei Xian looked down at Yang Xian, his voice as cold as ice at -30°C. Dare to call me sister-in-law again, and I take your life. You don't deserve it. Yang Xian's face flushed red. This madman, Pei Xian, attacked just because he called her sister-in-law? Before, he had provoked him so many times, and he hadn't even glanced at him. Now, just for a title he attacked. Just how important was this woman to him? She actually managed to influence Pei Xian, that heartless madman. Yang Xian nodded hurriedly. Brother, I won't dare again, I won't dare again. If an outsider saw Yang Xian's frightened appearance, they would really think he had been abused. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, and Yang Xian deliberately feigned fear of Pei Xian. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Sister-in-law, no miss, please don't blame my brother, it was my fault, I leave right now. Yang Xian glanced at Pei Jun again, displaying his understanding and considerate nature. For the first time, Pei Jun avoided Yang Xian's gaze, and Yang Xian's heart trembled. How could this be? In the past, as long as he acted pitiful, Pei Jun would eagerly stand up for him, and then compensate him with many things. Over the years, he didn't know how many benefits he had gained using this method. But today, why didn't it work? What exactly happened before this? As for why Pei Jun didn't stand up for Yang Xian this time. Naturally, it was because of Yu Xiaohua, his future daughter-in-law. Pei Jun was thinking about how to make amends to Yang Xian tomorrow. Yang Xian's wishful thinking fell through. The next second, Yu Xiaohua spoke, looking at Yang Xian expressionlessly. Even Westlake Longjing tea isn't as pure as yours. Who do you think you are? Calling me sister-in-law? In the Pei family, there's only Pei Xian and Pei Xingyue. What are you? Has no one ever said your terrible acting makes people want to vomit? Anyone who falls for your act is just stupid. After Yu Xiaohua finished speaking, she turned and left. Pei Xian smirked and strode after her. Leaving Yang Xian on the ground, his face pale, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Wu Tian and the other two stood up and nodded to Pei Jun. Goodbye, sir. Chapter 193. The scene was so ugly. For the first time, Pei Jun wondered if he had really done something wrong. He wasn't unaware that he had spoiled Yang Xian excessively. But Yang Xian's mother had saved his life when he was sent to the countryside. How could he not repay such a life-saving debt? As soon as Zheng Shu and Wu Tian left, Yang Xian also got up. He had deliberately ruined today's banquet, yet now he was acting like a victim. Pei Xingyue threw down the spoon in her hand, stood up, and looked at Pei Jun. She no longer acted coquettishly as before. Her voice was icy. Dad, is this what you wanted? All these years, you felt Xian wasn't close to you, didn't understand you, but what have you done? From childhood to adulthood, every time, at crucial moments, you chose to protect Yang Xian. Why do you think Xian would want a father like you? All you ever cared about is Yang Xian, your adopted son. His dignity is important, whether he eats well, whether he's warm enough. Have you forgotten who your biological son is? Pei Xingyue had never spoken such harsh words to Pei Jun before. A hint of pain flashed in Pei Jun's eyes. Pei Xingyue's words were like a knife piercing his heart. His favoritism towards Yang Xian was truly only to repay a life-saving debt. Seeing Pei Jun's wavering expression, Yang Xian immediately stepped forward. Sister, don't talk about adoptive father. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have appeared so inappropriately. I really didn't mean to. Pei Xingyue abruptly turned her head, her eyes shooting towards Yang Xian with a sharp, piercing gaze. Her voice was cold yet filled with authority. Shut up, Yang Xian. Her shout echoed in the air, filled with undisguised disgust and anger. Yang Xian was startled by her sudden outburst, his body trembling involuntarily. Pei Xingyue continued. Your surname is Yang, my surname is Pei, we have no relation whatsoever. Stop pretending to be kind and disgusting. Zhao Hua was right, you really are purer than Westlake green tea. After all these years, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Her words came out like a machine gun, giving Yang Xian no chance to breathe. I'm talking to my own father right now, you better get lost and stop getting in my way. If you want to keep acting, I slap you to death. Pei Xingyue said the last sentence through gritted teeth, seemingly having reached her limit of patience. For so many years, she had refused to pay attention to many of Yang Xian's petty actions. Wasn't it also because of the so-called friendship and life-saving grace that Pei Jun spoke of? When Xian slowly put down his fork, he glanced at Yang Xian, who was still unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, and said, Yang Xian, Xingyue is talking to the old man. This is a matter for the Pei family. Yang Xian gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head, his eyes as dark as a rat hiding in a gutter. Pei Jun looked at Pei Xingyue, his expression pained. Xingyue, Dad knows, but you should understand Dad's difficulties. This was the first time Pei Jun had shown weakness in front of Pei Xingyue. He was old. After the apocalypse, although he had awakened his superpowers, he didn't know how many years he had left to live. He also wanted to repair his relationship with his two children. Pei Xingyue looked at the much older Pei Jun, but she shook her head. Dad, I understand. So, from childhood to adulthood, I haven't held Yang Xian accountable for those shady things he did. Your repayment of a debt of gratitude is your business, not mine and Xian Kei's. And... He paused. Do you really think Xian Kei doesn't understand you? If he didn't, Yang Xian's dog life would be gone long ago. He would have died without a burial place. Dad, think about it carefully. All these years, how much of Xian Kei's time have you missed? Have you even seen him? Have you ever fed him a meal by hand? When he fell and was injured, did you even apply medicine for him? No, not at all. These are things that should be done between father and son, and you've given them all to Yang Xian. Dad, from now on, I, the eldest daughter of the Pei family, will never enter the Pei family again. I will move to Xian Kei's place. You can just live happily with this adopted son you spoiled for half your life. Dad, you're a failed father. Pei Xingyue's voice echoed in the air, filled with undisguised disappointment and pain. His face suddenly turned incredibly sorrowful, as if the whole world had collapsed at that moment. His eyes filled with tears, his cloudy pupils now dull and lifeless. His hands trembled as he stared at Pei Xingyue in disbelief. These were the most hurtful words in the world to him. With each word Pei Xingyue spoke, Yang Xian, standing there with his head bowed, grew increasingly smug. Pei Xingyue was right. Since he came to the Pei family, he had desperately tried to steal Pei Jun's favor. Only Pei Jun was someone he could hold on to. Without Pei Jun, he was nothing. Today, Pei Xingyue was utterly disappointed in Pei Jun. When Xian, let's go! Pei Xingyue left, not even glancing at Pei Jun as she went. Pei Jun slumped into his chair. At this moment, he truly regretted it. He shouldn't have defended Yang Xian just now. Even once, he had never truly chosen Xian Kei. Xingyue was right, he was a failed father. He had done nothing for Xian Kei, only endlessly demanding strictness from him. But all he wanted was for Xian Kei to have the ability to manage the Pei family, to make him more outstanding. Was he really wrong? When Xian looked at Pei Jun, who had slumped into a chair. The old man was wise all his life, able to see through everything and everyone, yet he made such a foolish mistake. He had broken Xian Kei and Xingyue's hearts for Yang Xian. Some rifts can never be mended. Grandpa, I go keep Xingyue company now. You should rest. When Xian left, but stopped as he passed Yang Xian. He warned in a low voice, Yang Xian, is it meaningful for you to use these kinds of schemes again and again? So many years, so many times, Swank's patience is limited. Don't court death again, otherwise, even the old man can't protect you. Yang Xian's hands clenched at his sides, veins bulging. Why should everyone have the right to warn him? Finally, only Pei Jun, Yang Xian, and Li Si remained in the living room. Li Si stepped forward. Master, please rest. You haven't been feeling well since your last mission. Let me help you upstairs. Yang Xian quickly stepped forward, wanting to help Pei Jun. Father, I help you upstairs. My sister was so cruel. How could she say such hurtful things to you? Pei Jun looked up at Yang Xian. For the first time, his eyes held a hint of suspicion, devoid of their former doting affection. His favoritism had caused him to lose the hearts of his 2 children. Was he truly mistaken about Xian'er? Has Xian'er really done many things he doesn't know? Yang Xian felt a chill run down his spine under Pei Jun's gaze. Did Pei Jun suspect him of something? Damn Pei Xingyue, what she just said had shaken Pei Jun's opinion of him. He must have become suspicious. Chapter 194. He needed to stay calm. He couldn't panic. He absolutely couldn't panic. Pei Jun had spoiled him for so many years, and he had always pretended so well. In front of Pei Jun, he had always been a sensible child. How could he do something bad? No. Pei Jun wouldn't suspect him so easily. Yang Xian put on a pitiful look again. He looked at Pei Jun, feigning ignorance and innocence. Godfather, are you angry with me? I really didn't mean to. I just missed you these past 2 days, so I came to see you. If I had known my brother and sister were having dinner here with people, I definitely wouldn't have come and upset them. If you're angry, just scold me, even hit me. Please don't keep it to yourself. It breaks my heart to see you like this. Godfather, I know you favor me. You've always been the best to me since I was little. It's understandable that my brother and sister are angry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for the fact that father and mother passed away back then, and they insisted I bring the keepsake to you before they died, you wouldn't be in such a difficult position. But I really just want to get along well with my brother and sister, but they never believed me. Godfather, you will believe me, right? I grew up by your side. Don't you believe me either? Lisi looked up and glanced at Yang Xian. Over the years, Yang Xian had indeed become adept at flattering and speaking to the old man. He also knew that the old man would feel compassion when he heard about his parents' situation. The suspicion in Pei Jun's eyes gradually faded. He still believed in the child he had raised himself. Even if he had some ulterior motives, he wasn't a bad person. Xian'er came to the Pei family at such a young age. It was normal for him to have his own sensitive thoughts. Yang Wen cautiously looked up and saw Pei Jun's expression change, a surge of joy rising within him. Sure enough, Pei Jun was most susceptible to this tactic. As long as he mentioned his good-for-nothing parents, Pei Jun would soften towards him. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Pei Jun's gaze sharpened as he stared at Yang Wen. Xian'er, tell me, today you were supposed to be at the supply depot leading people to inventory the supplies. Why did you return so quickly? And why did you say I invited you over for dinner? You knew this would make Xian Ke uncomfortable. Why did you lie? Pei Jun's questioning startled Yang Xian, but he immediately recited his prepared explanation. Then, he knelt on the ground and slapped himself. Father, it was my fault. Today, I led people to inventory the supply depot. As he said this, Yang Xian's resentment deepened. Why should he only be given such a menial task as inventorying supplies? Pei Jun claimed to trust him, but if he truly trusted him, why would he only give him such a lowly job? The entire eastern base is now under Pei Xian Ke's control. Pei Jun may have a reputation, but he no longer controls the base. He doesn't even know the base's core secrets and research and development. Pei Jun's greatest asset is still a formidable team of over 100 superhumans. If he could gain control of these people, he would leave the eastern base. If Pei Xian Ke could establish a base, Yang Xian could too, making a name for himself in this apocalyptic world. Yang Xian quickly added, today's task does indeed take some time, but I was thinking of you, Godfather, so I led the men to quickly inventory the supplies and then came to see you. Just now, it was my vanity that got the better of me. When I saw you, Godfather, eating with my brothers and sisters, and with other people around, I got jealous. That's why I spoke without thinking, deliberately saying those things just to save face. Godfather, I really didn't have any other intentions. Please don't be angry. After a long pause, Pei Jun stared at Yang Xian, sighed deeply, and said nothing. Lisi stepped forward, helped him upstairs, and they went upstairs. Yang Xian, kneeling on the ground, watched Pei Jun's departing figure. Pei Jun was old, but he couldn't die yet. He had to get everything from Pei Jun before he died. Otherwise, once Pei Jun was dead, Pei Xian Ke would definitely not let him go. On the other side, Yu Xiaohua gently took Pei Xian Ke's hand. The two walked out the door together. As soon as they stepped outside, Yu Xiaohua let go of his hand. Pei Xian Ke saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, his gaze falling on Yu Xiaohua's hand. Just as Yu Xiaohua was about to take a step forward, Pei Xian Ke raised his hand and clasped it back into Yu Xiaohua's hand. Their fingers intertwined. Yu Xiaohua lowered his eyes, looking at their clasped hands, his gaze slightly deep. He looked up at him again, and saw a smile in Pei Xian Ke's eyes, a smile that revealed an indescribable tenderness and doting. Pei Xianke felt the warmth of her hand. It was a warmth he craved. Pei Xianke whispered, "Let's go, take me home, okay?" Yu Xiaohua looked at him, at the deep longing hidden in his eyes. And that hint of vulnerability he would never show to others. Pei Xianke wasn't a god, he was human. But he had never received his father's love. If he truly didn't care about his father, Pei Jun, how could he have allowed Yang Xian to play these underhanded tricks for so many years? In the end, he still cared. Yu Xiaohua smiled, stepped forward, and pinched Pei Swank's cheek. Pei Xianke let Yu Xiaohua's hand pinch his cheek again and again. "Qing City, is this your territory? Whose home are you going back to?" Pei Xianke reached out and put his arm around her waist, nuzzling Yu Xiaohua's shoulder. "What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. I give you anything you want, sweetie." After they returned to their room, Zheng Shushu arrived. It turned out there were some problems with the base's laboratory, requiring Pei Xianke to investigate personally. Pei Xianke left first, letting Yu Xiaohua sleep. Pei Xingyue took 2 cans of beer and peanuts, leaving Wen Xian alone in the room. She went straight to Yu Xiaohua's room. Just as Yu Xiaohua was about to enter her space training area, there was a knock on the door. Yu Xiaohua opened the door, and Pei Xingyue grinned, holding up her beer. "Xiaohua, little sister, how about a drink with me tonight?" Yu Xiaohua nodded. "Okay." Midnight. Pei Xingyue stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The darkness of the night seemed capable of swallowing everything. "I haven't seen the stars since the apocalypse. This damn apocalypse." Pei Xingyue took a sip of beer. "This damn apocalypse. I wonder when it will end." "Xiaohua, do you think it will ever end? Will humanity see new hope?" Yu Xiaohua held her beer, looking at the slightly tipsy Pei Xingyue. She had just taken out some beer from her spatial storage. 2 bottles certainly weren't enough for them. This was already Pei Xingyue's 8th bottle. In her past life, she struggled for 10 years in the apocalypse. Back then, it was still the apocalypse. Yu Xiaohua shook her head. No. She didn't want to give Pei Xingyue this false hope. People have to face reality. No one can change the apocalypse. This is a natural disaster. No matter how strong humans are, they can't fight against natural disasters. Pei Xingyue smiled. "Xiaohua, do you know why I liked you the moment I saw you?" Chapter 195. Yu Xiaohua looked up at Pei Xingyue. The faces of the Pei siblings were both favored by heaven. At this moment, Pei Xingyue was like a red rose blooming in the night. Yet, for some reason, she was also filled with a sense of fragility. It seemed that tonight, she had too many worries on her mind. So what is it?" Pei Xingyue slowly raised the corners of her lips, her gaze full of admiration for Yu Xiaohua. "Sister Xiaohua, you might not even realize it yourself, but you seem to possess a unique temperament or charm. A cool and aloof demeanor, yet it seems to conceal the sharpest blade in the world. I find it difficult to describe this feeling precisely in words, but it's truly wondrous, like an invisible force drawing me in, making me intensely interested in and fond of you. You know what? From the first moment I saw you, I felt you and that brat Xianke were a perfect match, like a match made in heaven, a perfect fit. I just never imagined you and Xianke had known each other for so long, and were actually together. Of course, perhaps I should set up a fortune-telling stall under the overpass. No, after the apocalypse, nobody tells fortunes anymore." Yu Xiaohua raised her beer. "I want to hear his story. Perhaps the night was deep, the atmosphere just right." At this moment, Yu Xiaohua wanted to hear about Pei Xianke's life, how he had gotten to where he was today step by step. Pei Xingyue's eyes lit up, a hint of relief instantly appearing in them. Finally, Xiaohua is willing to understand that brat. This is definitely a big step forward. Don't let Pei Xingyue's usual bickering with Xianke fool you. She might even pull his hair at the slightest provocation. But if we're talking about who in this world most wants Pei Xianke to be happy, it's Pei Xingyue. Sister Xiaohua, you're finally willing to understand my brat. What do you want to know? I tell you everything. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes, anything about him. The next second, Pei Xingyue's smile vanished. She seemed to have thought of something, her eyes dimming slightly. Tonight, she wanted to tell so many stories. For so many years, she had never confided these things, these emotions, to anyone, not even once. Do you know? Everyone thinks the Pei family has a century of glory. My grandfather accumulated numerous military achievements at a young age, and later rose to a high position, commanding the Southwestern Army. In the 7 southwestern provinces, the weight of the Pei family name is self-evident. Others envy being born into the Pei family, born at the very top of the world's pyramid. Pei family children, the pride of heaven, How fortunate they should be. But Xian Ke and I were a mistake from birth, a mistake that shouldn't have happened. Pei Xingyue finished speaking, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. Yu Xiaohua paused, his gaze deepening slightly. A mistake? Sister Xiaohua, my mother was a very, very good woman. In my memory, she would sing the most beautiful folk songs in the world. No matter how much I cried, she would pat my head and gently tell me again and again, "Child, don't be afraid, Mom is here." She could cook many delicious meals. The Pei family had many servants, but she always did everything herself for me and Xian Ke. She was a virtuous wife and loving mother. She was kind, and my mother was never arrogant. In my memory, she loved to laugh. But there was only one thing about her that could never be changed, and that was the insurmountable chasm and barrier between her and my father. Yu Xiaohua had already guessed what it was. She spoke calmly. Identity. Pei Jun was the commander-in-chief of the Southwest Military Region, but Pei Xianke was the underworld overlord of the 7 southwestern provinces. Unless Pei Xianke and Pei Xingyue's mother had an even more special identity. Pei Xingyue nodded. Xiaohua, you're so clever. Yes, identity. My father comes from a prestigious family, representing so-called justice, but my maternal grandfather is the underworld boss of the Southwest region. When my mother was young, she was constantly being assassinated and kidnapped. At that time, my grandfather was busy expanding his underworld empire, and had no time to care for my mother. After several kidnappings, my mother developed a mental illness, and her mental state remained poor. In the end, my grandfather decided to erase my mother's identity, and send her to an ordinary family to be raised. My mother escaped that environment, and slowly grew up. Finally, my mother's illness improved a lot. She went to university safely, and found a stable job. But then, she unexpectedly saved my father, and my father fell in love with my mother at first sight. Yu Xiaohua paused. For other women, marrying into the Pei family might be a blessing. But for their mothers, it might be a different story. Pei Jun was already the powerful commander of the Southwest Military Region at that time. Being loved at first sight by such a man wasn't necessarily a good thing. Especially for a woman from a criminal background. Even if her identity was erased, the darkness of her past couldn't be erased. Pei Xingyue downed her beer in one gulp, and casually opened another. She needed the power of alcohol to give her the courage to finish telling this long-buried story. A man's love for a woman always comes so passionately. He fell in love with my mother, pursued her madly, and at the same time, concealed his identity as a military commander, dating her under an ordinary identity. How could a young girl resist such ardent love? 2 years, 2 whole years, before my father finally won my mother's heart. Just as they decided to marry, my father finally decided to reveal his illustrious background. At that time, my grandfather was still alive. He didn't care whether the Pei family married a woman of high status or great prestige. He only cared about one thing, whether her family background was clean and her character was good. My mother could accept anything, except her birth. She couldn't change that. Yu Xiaohua sat there quietly, without saying a word, simply listening silently to Pei Xingyue's words. Now, Pei Xingyue needed a good listener, someone to vent to. At this point, Pei Xingyue's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. My mother never imagined that the man she loved would have such a background. She was terrified. She knew her identity was unchangeable, and she knew the Pei family would never allow a woman of her status. It would be a stain on the Pei family's reputation for centuries. She loved my father, and she couldn't ruin his name. My mother was always so kind, always thinking of others. So, she backed down and broke up with him after learning his identity. My grandfather also found out, and he disagreed. His only daughter had married my father, and he had already prepared all possible escape routes for my mother. Even if he died, my mother could live a comfortable life with the money. As a child, she loved being by her grandfather's side, listening to him tell stories about her and her grandmother. Pei Xingyue wiped away her tears, looking at Yu Xiaohua. So grown up, still crying? It's so embarrassing. Yu Xiaohua took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away Pei Xingyue's tears, her movements gentle and without any disgust. Chapter 196. Pei Xingyue sniffed and continued her story. Grandpa loved mother. Back then, he went from being an unknown nobody to join the underworld. It was out of necessity. Grandma was seriously ill and needed a lot of medical expenses. Grandpa loved Grandma dearly, he only wanted her to live, so he had no choice but to join the underworld. But the underworld is a bottomless pit. Once you're in, you can never wash yourself clean unless you die. Even then, you might implicate your family. You can only go down this path to the bitter end. Grandpa was willing to do anything to let Grandma live a few more years. Grandpa had no power, only his life, but he was resourceful, courageous, and willing to risk his life. Soon, people appreciated him, and Grandpa gradually built his own power. Yu Xiaohua listened to Pei Xingyue's story of her grandfather. He was a legendary figure. Starting from scratch, he entered the underworld alone, risking everything for his wife. Finally, step by step, he reached that position. The underworld is treacherous. One wrong step, and you're on your way to the abyss. One can only imagine how formidable such a person must be. Your grandfather is amazing, Pei Xingyue smiled proudly. Of course, my grandfather is truly an amazing man. He doesn't have the vices of those in the underworld. He doesn't do drugs, he doesn't traffic people. So, the brothers who follow him are all sincere. These brothers truly respect him. Xian Ke and I have never been proud of being from the Pei family, but we are proud to be his children. Pei Xingyue composed herself and continued. Later, my grandmother died, leaving only my mother. My grandfather, by then, had too many enemies. He had no choice but to send my mother away. But when he wanted to bring her back, she was already discussing marriage with my father. She broke up with him. She didn't blame him, because she knew all his hardships and struggles. He only wanted my grandmother to live longer. What had he done wrong? But my grandfather was still very remorseful. After finding out, he sat in his study all night. He said he regretted it. If he weren't in that position, how could he have ruined his daughter's good marriage? He aged a lot overnight, feeling he had let my mother down. Later, my father mistakenly believed that my mother's breakup was because of another man. He went mad. He trapped my mother, who was about to leave the country, in the villa and forced her into sexual activity. My mother had many unspoken reasons. She couldn't speak out, silently enduring all of her father's cruel methods. Driven by love turned to hate, her father imprisoned her mother for days, forcing her to register their marriage and hold a wedding. However, her father was unaware of her mother's childhood experiences. During that month-long imprisonment, her mother developed severe depression and began self-harming. Only then did her father realize his regret, but it was too late. Her mother was pregnant with her. It was at this time that her grandfather and father discovered her true identity. Her grandfather forced her to divorce him, saying that the Pei family couldn't have such a mistress, even though her mother was pregnant with her. Although her father was shocked, he finally understood all of his mother's pain and suffering. He defied his grandfather, threatening that even if it meant death, he would never be separated from his mother. Her grandfather had no choice but to accept it, but forced her to sever ties with her maternal grandfather. Pei Xingyue hated her grandfather's heartlessness. Even knowing her mother was severely depressed, and being pregnant and emotionally unstable, her grandfather still repeatedly came to pressure her to sever ties. Yu Xiaohua shook his head. She didn't agree. Pei Xingyue wiped away her tears and nodded. Yes, mother didn't agree. She loves grandpa. Mother said she could live without a father, could give up being the mistress of the Pei family, but she would never abandon her only family member. No one in this world could make her give up her father. Grandpa was furious, and finally threatened to sever ties with father if mother didn't agree. And father truly loved mother. He withstood all the pressure from grandpa and protected mother until I was born. Grandpa had no choice but to acquiesce, but he kept the news a secret. No one knows about mother's background, and grandpa wasn't allowed to visit. After I was born, her health was deteriorating, and her father was going on missions more and more frequently, returning home less often. So, he had no idea that her mother's health had collapsed. She was just forcing herself to be strong. Yu Xiaohua looked at the self-blame and pain in Pei Xingyue's eyes. It's not your fault. Pei Xingyue slowly squatted down, helpless like a child, hugging herself tightly. How can it not be my fault? If she hadn't been pregnant with me, mother wouldn't have been forced to worsen her condition, and her body wouldn't have deteriorated so rapidly after giving birth to me. Yu Xiaohua squatted down, reaching out to hug Pei Xingyue's trembling body. It's not your fault. You can't choose your birth. Your mother wanted to give birth to you and Xian Ke. She loved you. Pei Xingyue raised her eyes. My mother loved us too much. Later, after my father completed his mission, he spent more time with her. He doted on me. Those 2 years were very happy for them. But no one knew that my mother's mental state was deteriorating. She knew her health was failing, so she made a decision. She would have another child for my father, so the 2 children could rely on each other. 6 months later, my mother was pregnant with Xian Ke. The family was filled with hope for a new life. My grandfather's attitude changed after he learned that my mother was carrying a boy. But people always think that many things can be made up for, but they can't. After my mother gave birth to Xian with great difficulty, her body was already beyond repair. My father was desperate. He frantically summoned famous doctors to try to save my mother. But once a person's mind is damaged, even if they are saved, it's too late. My mother held on for a year and a half. After seeing my grandfather for the last time, she died in my father's arms. At that time, Xian was 1.5 years old. We all lost our mother. At this point, Pei Xingyue was sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Xiaohua quietly stayed with her. After she had cried enough, Yu Xiaohua patted her back, gently calming her down. Sister Xiaohua, tell me, how can a woman's life be so bitter? My mother's life was a tragedy. She couldn't choose her birth, couldn't choose her destiny. She drifted like a piece of duckweed, her life arranged by everyone. She loved everyone, respected everyone, but she lost herself. In the end, she died giving birth to me and Xian. What did she do wrong in her life? Why did she have to suffer so much pain and hardship? Why didn't she even have a chance to be herself? Chapter 197. Yu Xiaohua's gaze deepened as she looked into Pei Xingyue's eyes. Xingyue, your mother couldn't choose her own life, but in the life she could choose, she chose you and Xian. You are the continuation of her life, all her hope. She wouldn't regret giving birth to you, because you are her bloodline, the reason she persisted in this world. Perhaps she was truly tired, death, for her, might have been a relief. Pei Xingyue was stunned. For the first time, someone told her that her mother's death was a kind of relief. Her father said that her mother couldn't bear to leave them, and her death was painful. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, she and Xian carried the shadow of their mother's death. It was an indescribable despair. Even now, the siblings still felt they were the ones who caused their mother's death. But now, Xiaohua said that their mother's death was a relief? Is that really true? Yu Xiaohua told Pei Xingyue with the most resolute tone. It wasn't your fault, it never was. Pei Xingyue collapsed into Yu Xiaohua's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It seemed she wanted to release all the grievances and guilt she had carried for so many years. After a while, Pei Xingyue calmed down somewhat and continued to recall the past. Later, my mother died, leaving me and Xian behind. My maternal grandfather's health also deteriorated rapidly. But he knew he couldn't fall. He still had me and Xian. After my mother and father married, to protect her, prevent my grandfather from making things difficult for her, and avoid letting outsiders know her identity and causing trouble for the Pei family, my grandfather could only meet with her secretly. After my mother's death, my grandfather didn't appear for a month. When he reappeared, he stood before my grandfather and father and made his stance clear. If my father remarried, he would fight to the death to bring down the Pei family. My grandfather was furious, but my grandfather's power at that time was not to be underestimated, and my grandfather was also wary of him. My father loved my mother madly. He knelt down in front of my grandfather and swore that he would never remarry. My grandfather knew he truly loved my mother, but she was gone. How long could a man's promise last? My grandfather made my father sign an agreement that if he remarried, he would take me and Xian away. In the end, my grandfather could only agree to my grandfather's request. Pei Xingyue gave a bitter smile. Things seemed to have ended perfectly, but father is like a completely different person. Mother left, and during that time, he fell into a state of obsession and madness. I was born when father and mother were most in love, so father always indulged and spoiled me. Because I looked like mother, from a young age, if I wanted the moon, father would pluck it down for me. But Xian life is completely different from mine. Yu Xiaohua's gaze shifted slightly. An unwanted child was born, and Pei Jun must believe it was Xian fault that his mother died. And Pei Jun suddenly lost his beloved. Pei Jun needed an outlet, and that outlet was Pei Xian. He hates Xian, he hates his own son. Pei Xingyue nodded, her voice heavy with emotion. Yes, father blamed mother's death on Xian. Xian was only a year and a half old then. What did he know? He was just a child. From a young age, father's demands on Xian were almost pathological. He never held Xian once, never comforted him. In father's eyes, Xian was like a transparent person. He couldn't see Xian. The occasional glances he gave Xian were never warm, but filled with disgust. Xian grew up in this environment. When Xian was 5 years old, the father brought Yang Xian back, and Yang Xian's appearance made Xian's childhood completely unhappy. His personality gradually went to an extreme. He excelled in everything, no matter what it was, he had absolute talent and mastered it quickly. But his father was still not satisfied with anything about Xian Quebec. His indifference repeatedly forced Xian Ke to stay away from him. But he was always so patient with Yang Xian. He would give Yang Xian the most companionship and the best of everything. He would keep him by his side, take care of him in every way, feed him, play with him, and give Yang Xian all the fatherly love that Xian Ke had never received. And Yang Xian, this adopted son, seemed more like the Pei family's biological young master to outsiders. Pei Xingyue hated Pei Jun. She hated Pei Jun, her father, for betraying her mother's dying wish. He had never treated his son, Xian Ke, kindly. When Xian Ke was born, he was like a little dumpling, always smiling. He had longed for his father's love, even just a little. A cold glint flashed in Yu Xiaohua's eyes. Pei Jun truly didn't deserve to be a father. He was cowardly, he was incompetent, so he vented all his resentment on his son. At the mention of Yang Xian, Pei Xingyue's disgust instantly surged. That Yang Xian. When he first came to the Pei family, neither I nor Xian Ke ostracized him. Although we weren't close to him, we never harbored any malice or targeted him. At that time, Xian Ke was already growing up, his personality was cold, and I knew he no longer cared about father's love. Every day, there was only endless training. He seemed incapable of smiling, and he was always alone. He would only say a few words to me, his older sister, and his only friend was Si Yen. To win father's favor, Yang Xian used those underhanded tricks from a young age. He didn't dare slander me, only Xian Quebec. He relied on Xian Ke's disdain for explaining himself to father. Time and again, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and Yang Xian gradually attracted all of father's attention. But he didn't know that what he desperately wanted was something neither I nor Xian Ke wanted at all. Yu Xiaohua's aura turned colder. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees along with her emotions. Her eyes, now covered by a layer of frost, seemed to say, some people truly deserve to die. Pei Xingyue continued her recollection. My father used family discipline several times, but for Yang Xian's sake, he actually acted like a loving father. How ridiculous. I told my grandfather about my father's use of family discipline on Xian Quebec. When my grandfather found out, he immediately led men with guns into the Pei family compound. He forcibly took Xian Ke away, and Xian Ke left without hesitation. He followed my grandfather down the same path. Originally, my grandfather didn't want him to, but Xian Ke was too outstanding. He handled all underworld affairs with ease. My grandfather was getting old, he needed an heir. Xian Ke volunteered to take over. Later, he became the infamous underworld overlord of the 7 southwestern provinces, feared by all. But no one knew how difficult that path was for him. Chapter 198. At first, no one respected Xian Ke because of his status, and many were wary of him. It took countless life-or-death experiences for him to earn the respect of his grandfather's men, gaining their genuine loyalty. His grandfather and father almost severed ties with him, because Xian Ke had taken over his grandfather's position. But Xian Ke was no longer a child, his abilities and strength were no less than his grandfather and father's. They could no longer control Xian Ke's life. At this point, his grandfather tried to win Xian Ke back with kinship, but what his grandfather wanted wasn't just a grandson, but an outstanding heir to the Pei family. Later, Xian Ke wouldn't even see them. For his grandfather and father, seeing him was as difficult as climbing to heaven. But this was all their own doing, who could they blame? 5 years ago, my grandfather passed away. On his deathbed, he held my and Xian Ke's hands, telling us to be happy. He was going to find my grandmother and mother. My grandfather passed away peacefully. We all know that Grandpa held on for so many years, so that Xian Ke and I would have someone to rely on. When Mother passed away, he didn't want to live anymore, but he held on, hoping to watch us grow up in Mother's place. Yu Xiaohua said softly, your grandfather gave you both unconditional love. You and Xian Ke are very happy. Pei Xingyue, her eyes red, looked deeply at Yu Xiaohua. Grandpa is the best grandfather in the world, Xiaohua. I used to think that Xian Ke would never fall in love with anyone else, but he fell in love with you. Once Xian Ke falls in love with someone, his love is as fiery as a raging fire. He will give everything he has, even his life. Xian Ke hates this world, but since you came into my life, I have seen him change. He has become warmer and warmer. He has begun to have attachments. Because of you, he has truly changed. Xiaohua, I have no right to ask you to redeem him. I only hope that you can love Xian Ke properly just this once. Pei Xingyue had fought with Pei Xian Ke since childhood, because only then could she feel that he was alive, not lifeless. So, for all these years, she deliberately argued with Pei Xianke, just hoping to make him a little happier still. In this world, the only person she cared about was her younger brother, Pei Xianke. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Okay. Pei Xingyue burst into tears of joy. Yu Xiaohua reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean on him, and patted her head. Pei Xingyue felt like a drifting ship had found its harbor. Actually, these years have been very tiring, haven't they? Yu Xiaohua's words made Pei Xingyue's heart tremble. She didn't speak, silently shedding tears until they soaked her clothes. Was she tired? No one had ever asked her that question. Actually, she was very tired. When she was little, Pei Jun's love was never happiness for her, but a burden. She couldn't accept her father's pampering and favoritism with a clear conscience. She was the older sister, watching her blood-related brother being neglected and disliked. She hated her own powerlessness even more, even though she was just a child then. She blamed herself for not being able to protect her brother. This self-blame haunted her like a curse. If only she had been able to change her father's opinion back then. Would Xianke have grown up in a sunny, loving home? Pei Xingyue blamed herself for everything. Normally, she seemed carefree and indifferent. But no one knew the sorrow hidden beneath that mask. Pei Xingyue cried herself to sleep in Yu Xiaohua's arms. Yu Xiaohua carried her to bed, covered her with a blanket, and, seeing her swollen eyes from crying, applied a warm towel to them. Midnight. When Pei Xianke and Wen Xian returned, they saw Yu Xiaohua sitting on the sofa, eyes closed, resting. The room reeked of alcohol, and scattered bottles lay everywhere. They exchanged a glance. How much had she drunk? Yu Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes, looking at the two men who entered. You're back. This was the first time someone had been waiting for Pei Xianke when he came home. Pei Xianke strode to the sofa, smelling the faint scent of alcohol mixed with a pleasant woody fragrance emanating from her. You been drinking? Yu Xiaohua looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, and asked softly. She nodded slightly and replied, yes, a little. Then she added, Xingyue got drunk and slept for a while. Pei Shuang's gaze slowly shifted to the scattered bottles on the floor. A slight smile played on his lips, a half-smile playing on his lips. A little? Goodness, you're lying. Although it was Yu Xiaohua who was drinking, for some reason, Pei Xianke exuded a captivating aura. His voice was deep and magnetic, seemingly tinged with intoxication, drawing one in effortlessly. When Xian looked at Pei Xingyue on the bed, walked over, and his gaze fell on her eyes, filled with heartache. It seemed Xingyue had enjoyed the drinks tonight. She wouldn't cry in front of anyone, unless she truly considered that person one of her own. Except when Xingyue's grandfather died, when she cried her heart out. After that, no matter what she encountered, no matter how many injuries she suffered, she never shed another tear. She never cried like this before. When Xian carefully picked up the sleeping Pei Xingyue, afraid of waking her. His movements were incredibly gentle. Xianke, miss you, I take Xingyue back first. See you tomorrow. Pei Xianke nodded. He saw Pei Xingyue's swollen eyes, clearly from crying. He paused, then said nothing. After the two left, Pei Xianke turned to Yu Xiaohua. Want some noodles? You drunk so much, wouldn't you like something to eat? In front of Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xianke always placed himself in a subservient position. His patience was reserved only for her. Yes, this time, I make it for you. Pei Xianke was taken aback, a smile appearing on his face. Okay, sweetie, I keep you company. Yu Xiaohua casually waved her hand, and various fresh ingredients appeared on the ground, along with a gas stove and a pot. Pei Xianke didn't even bother to ask how these fresh vegetables were preserved, or how they were still in such good condition. Yu Xiaohua cooked 3 dishes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It was simply because Yu Xiaohua's cooking skills were limited. She only knew how to make these 3 dishes. In the end, Pei Xianke took the spatula, put on an apron, and efficiently chopped and stir-fried the vegetables, making 5 or 6 more meat dishes, and a dessert. Yu Xiaohua picked up her chopsticks and, under Pei Shuang's gaze, tasted a bite of his stir-fried chicken, her eyes brightening slightly. It's delicious. Compared to someone like Yu Cheng, who was a novice in cooking, Pei Shuang's culinary skills were clearly the result of practice, comparable to those of a restaurant chef. Pei Xianke watched her eat, one bite after another. He smiled, picked up a handkerchief from the table, and wiped her mouth. If you like it, I make it for you every day. Who would have thought that the powerful and influential Pei Xianke would be willing to be Yu Xiaohua's only cook? Even for a lifetime, he would be happy to do so. Chapter 199. Yu Xiaohua looked up at him, saying nothing, a slight smile playing on her lips. She took out a small wooden carving from her bosom, a very beautiful little tiger. And Pei Xianke was born in the year of the tiger. Yu Xiaohua pushed the small wooden carving in front of Pei Xianke. "It's for you, I carved it casually, see if you like it." After saying that, Yu Xiaohua continued to pick up her chopsticks and eat. But Pei Shuang's gaze was as if it were frozen in place. Ever since Yu Xiaohua took out the wooden carving, he had been drawn to it like a magnet, unable to look away for even a moment. His gaze was fixed on the wooden carving, his eyes growing increasingly deep. What hadn't Pei Xianke seen? But this wooden carving was the best craftsmanship he had ever seen. Of course, this was also his own biased perspective. Pei Xianke picked up the wooden carving on the table and carefully examined it. "Wow, it's beautiful. I really like it. This is the first time someone has given me a handmade gift." Pei Xianke now knows which side he's on. He's a master at feigning weakness, but only in front of Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua put down her chopsticks, slowly wiped her hands, looked at Pei Xianke, and slowly smiled. "Pei Xianke, it doesn't suit you. Change your persona." Someone like Pei Xianke, whether before or after the apocalypse, will never lack people wanting to curry favor with him or give him gifts. What kind of good stuff hasn't he seen? Pei Xianke looked helplessly at the wooden carving in his hand, then put it away as if it were a precious treasure. He slowly stood up from his seat and walked to Yu Xiaohua. His figure was exceptionally tall and imposing, casting a deep shadow. Tonight, he wore a black uniform, impeccably tailored, perfectly outlining his slender physique. Especially his incredibly long legs, which were a striking sight, as if crafted specifically for him by the heavens. Pei Shuang's physique was like something out of a comic book. In truth, she was also attracted to Pei Shuang's body. Pei Xianke leaned down slightly, bringing them very close. Yu Xiaohua could clearly feel the warm aura emanating from him, a faint, reassuring scent. They both liked woody scents, but their woody notes were completely different. Even the subtle fragrances emanating from them blended together harmoniously. Pei Shuang's lips were almost touching Yu Xiaohua's ear as he whispered, "My dear, seduce me, okay?" The two words seemed to be held in his mouth, then slowly and gently uttered, like a gentle breeze brushing past Yu Xiaohua's ear. Yu Xiaohua remained silent, only looking into his dark eyes. A familiar look appeared in his eyes, a look of aggression, pleading, and even a hint of desire. Was he seducing her? But would she fall for it? The answer was obvious, she would. Yu Xiaohua slowly reached out, as if time itself had stood still. Her fingers gently grasped Pei Shuang's tie, feeling its silky smooth texture. Her movements were gentle and delicate, like caressing a precious treasure. As her fingers moved upwards, the tie was slowly pulled up, gradually slipping away from Pei Shuang's collar. As Yu Xiaohua fully grasped the tie, her gaze fell upon Pei Shuang's face. His face gradually magnified in her eyes, every detail becoming clearly visible. His face, as if meticulously sculpted by God, possessed distinct features and flowing lines. A high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, and slightly upturned lips. Every feature exuded captivating charm. Looking at the face before her, Yu Xiaohua felt it was the greatest temptation in the world, irresistible. The man she had chosen for herself naturally held an absolute allure for her. Yu Xiaohua tilted her head back. Even at this moment, her eyes remained clear-headed. She never succumbed to love, but she would savor it fully. She spoke softly, "Pei Xianke, do you know what I love most about you?" Without hesitation, Pei Xianke reached out and gently placed Yu Xiaohua's hand on his chest. When Yu Xiaohua's hand touched Pei Shuang's chest, she could clearly feel his heartbeat. It was beating for her. This strong heartbeat seemed to tell of Pei Shuang's feelings for her, and her heart stirred slightly. Not only that, but Pei Shuang's firm pectoral muscles. His pectoral muscles were strong and powerful. This caused Yu Xiaohua's fingers to tremble slightly as she touched them. His six-pack abs, at this moment, were as perfect as a painting. However, Yu Xiaohua's fingers were not actually soft. Wherever they touched, they caused ripples. Due to years of shooting practice, her fingers had long been rough and calloused. Even the pads of her fingers were covered with thin calluses. These calluses were the marks left from her daily shooting practice before the apocalypse, and could not be erased no matter what. Pei Shuang's breathing suddenly quickened, as if a burning flame raged within his chest. His eyes were fixed on Yu Xiaohua, his once deep gaze now shrouded in a mist, revealing an indescribable longing and bewilderment. Yu Xiaohua's movements seemed casual. She merely flicked a strand of hair, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yet, this seemingly insignificant gesture struck Pei Shuang's heart like a hammer blow, instantly shattering it. His eyes reddened slightly, as if scorched by flames, revealing an uncontrollable desire. That low, muffled groan seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, filled with pain and pleading. "Sweetheart, please stop teasing me, please." Pei Shuang's voice was hoarse and low, trembling slightly. It seemed he had used all his strength to utter these words. He always knew how to seduce her. Yu Xiaohua stood up, walked around Pei Xianke, and stood behind him. Then, she used the tie in her hand to blindfold Pei Xianke. Blinded, Pei Shuang's entire body tensed, his features magnified infinitely. He craved more. She stood on tiptoe, and spoke slowly in his ear. "Pei Xianke, is this how you beg?" In his entire life, besides Yu Xiaohua, who had ever begged him, he didn't know how to beg, people always begged him. But with Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xianke was innately gifted, he could do anything. The next second, time seemed to freeze. Pei Xianke suddenly knelt down without warning. He knelt straight down on the ground, head tilted back, eyes tightly closed. He seemed to be suppressing something. Chapter 200. Although Yu Xiaohua couldn't see his eyes, she could clearly feel the intense lust surging from him. That desire, like a raging tide, poured forth from his body, seemingly threatening to devour everything around him. Pei Shuang's Adam's apple involuntarily rose and fell with his breath. This subtle movement, however, was magnified infinitely in Yu Xiaohua's eyes. An indescribable heat instantly spread throughout her body. "My dear, please." Pei Xianke knelt there, his voice low and hoarse. It seemed as if an invisible force was choking him, revealing a hint of pleading. Even though his eyes were covered by his tie, and he couldn't see anything, his gaze seemed to penetrate the tie, locking onto Yu Xiaohua. His eyes burned with a fiery desire, as if wanting to devour her. Yu Xiaohua slowly walked towards him, each step feeling like it was treading on his heart, making his heart pound even harder. Her movements were elegant and composed, like a proud white swan, yet unintentionally revealing a touch of alluring charm. When she stopped in front of him, Pei Xianke could clearly feel her breath. That warm breath, like a feather, gently brushed against his cheek, causing a tingling sensation. His throat involuntarily bobbed, and he swallowed. The next second, a soft groan escaped his throat. Yu Xiaohua's fingers, like nimble butterflies, gently landed on the buttons of his shirt. Her movements were slow and gentle, as if she were unbuttoning a precious gift. With each button unbuttoned, Pei Shuang's heart pounded faster, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Was it intentional? Yu Xiaohua's fingers, as she unbuttoned his clothes, would subtly brush against his skin. Each touch felt like a faint electric current, gently stimulating his nerve endings. The slight friction caused his body to tremble involuntarily, as if drawn by an invisible force. Yu Xiaohua watched the sweat bead on his forehead. Her fingers moved nimbly between the buttons. Her movements were gentle and elegant, yet possessed an irresistible allure. Occasionally, her fingertips would brush against his chest, sending a tingling sensation through him. Instantly, his breathing would quicken. When Yu Xiaohua's fingers finally unbuttoned the last button, her fingers didn't stop. Instead, they slipped into his thick hair. Her fingers applied slight pressure, gently scratching his scalp. This subtle sensation made Pei Xianke tremble again. However, this slight pain felt more like a gentle torture to Pei Xianke. It wasn't unbearable, yet it constantly stimulated his nerves, keeping his body in a state of subtle excitement. Just then, Yu Xiaohua softly uttered, "Good boy." This good boy exploded like fireworks, dazzling and mesmerizing. In the pitch-black night, it was like celestial music, soft and melodious, yet seemingly containing an irresistible power. It was like a mysterious key, quietly unlocking Pandora's box. It made Pei Shuang's body tremble involuntarily. "Say it again." "Say it, please." Pei Shuang's voice was slightly hoarse, revealing the deep longing and anticipation in his heart. He awaited Yu Xiaohua's response. It would drive him even more mad. Yu Xiaohua leaned down slightly, her hair brushing against Pei Shuang's chest. It gently caressed his skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Her lips slowly approached Pei Shuang's lips. The distance between them grew closer and closer, until they could feel each other's breath. Finally, Yu Xiaohua's lips gently touched Pei Shuang's lips. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their lips met, as soft as feathers, yet as fiery as flames. This kiss, filled with endless tenderness and longing, completely immersed Pei Xianke, unable to extricate himself. And Yu Xiaohua had completely taken control of this passionate encounter. The thick fog of the night seemed capable of swallowing the world. And at this moment, the two of them were engulfing each other, rising and falling like surging tides, finally settling into calm amidst the waves. Dawn broke. When Yu Xiaohua woke up, the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Pei Xianke dressed in a pure gray-black silk pajama set. Even the pajama set couldn't conceal his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Seeing this so early in the morning was indeed a pleasing sight. Pei Xianke stood in front of the French windows, turned his head, strode to the bedside, and sat down. "Awake, sweetie, are you hungry?" Yu Xiaohua paused, looking at him with a hint of helplessness. "Pei Xianke, are you treating me like a pig?" Pei Xianke pinched her cheek. "Sweetie, you're too thin. Eat more, okay?" Yu Xiaohua looked down at her own muscles. Has this jerk lost his sight? Where exactly is she thin? Pei Xianke picked Yu Xiaohua up and carried her to the sofa. He half squatted down and put slippers on her. "Go wash up first. I make something to eat. It be ready soon." Yu Xiaohua nodded. Then she got up and went to the bathroom. After she finished washing up, the two ate some breakfast together. Pei Xianke asked her if she wanted to visit the core area of the base. In her previous life, Yu Xiaohua had heard of the core area of the eastern base. It was a place all bases longed for. After the apocalypse, the eastern base had researched and developed various seeds for preserving vegetables and fruits adapted to the post-apocalyptic conditions, although they no longer possessed the nutrition and freshness they had before the apocalypse. However, these seeds still solved many problems and sustained human survival. The core area of the eastern base also possessed various technologies that were ahead of all other bases. She was quite interested and agreed. The most core area of the eastern base is now Zone 1. This is where top talents from all walks of life recruited by Pei Xianke after the apocalypse gather. From military, technology, agriculture, medicine, and many other fields. Pei Xianke was very far-sighted, recruiting these top talents, who survived the apocalypse to the eastern base. He provides them with material comforts and security, just so they can focus on their research. The core area is further divided into the ultimate zone and the ordinary zone, representing the distinction between top talents and ordinary talents. Pei Xianke has always been generous in offering excellent conditions to talented individuals. Even their families are well taken care of, and their worries are eliminated. Zheng Shushu was driving. Seeing the young master's radiant appearance today, he knew. Sure enough, only in front of Miss Yu does the young master show any warmth. When they returned from City B, the young master's aura was colder than the rain in this apocalyptic world.